Chapter 471. The King and the Pirates. As the whistles signaling the end of the first half echoed through the air, a throng of patrons in the pub rose in unison, hastening towards the restroom. The pace of the match had been so frenetic that many had scarcely found the time to relieve themselves, fearing that in the brief interlude, their teams might score. Do not push. Form an orderly queue. Indeed, no cutting in line. The chorus of shouts rang out at the restroom door. However, not everyone was in a rush to the lavatory. Some had hardly touched their drinks during the first half. Like those who were racing for the restroom, they were entirely captivated by the thrilling tempo of the game, completely oblivious to their beverages. This alleviated the urgency to compete for the facilities. The sentiments echoed by the commentators on CCTV were shared by all. They unanimously regarded this first half as the most exhilarating they had ever witnessed. Yet, there was a palpable concern regarding the stamina of the Pirates in the second half. After all, they had already participated in the Kings Cup final. Following the conclusion of the league, the Madrid Kings had turned their focus towards the Champions League, while the Madrid Pirates had to prepare for the Kings Cup final first. With the Kings Cup final completed on the 26th, there were merely 5 days until the Champions League final on June 1st. I suspect the Kings are intentionally playing this way to deplete the Pirates' endurance. If this continues, the Pirates may not even last until the 75th minute. I believe Perotti should consider adjusting the strategy in the second half and refrain from mirroring the Kings' tempo. Otherwise, they risk being led astray. In fact, during the final minutes of the first half, the Pirates could have easily slowed their pace. However, if they had chosen to do so, the first half would not have been as captivating. I would rather the Pirates play unattractively but clinch the championship. Indeed, I couldn't agree more. The spectacle pales in comparison to the championship. The latter is undeniably paramount. What are you all discussing? Only elementary students make such choices. Adults certainly desire both. Why can't we play beautifully and win the championship? I do not consider our extra match in the Kings Cup final a disadvantage. Over the past 10 days, we have engaged in a high-quality match to maintain our form, while the Kings have only had warm-up matches against their youth team. For professional athletes, is there truly a difference between resting for 6 days versus 10? Those additional 4 days may not necessarily enhance their stamina. In the changing room during the halftime break, Coach Perotti addressed the team with his calm and soothing demeanor. Yet, this did not prevent many from believing our endurance was lacking. This is, in fact, an opportunity. If the Kings share this belief, then all the better. Thus, as the second half commences, we must elevate our speed and rhythm. Perotti raised his fist. Roy struck his palm with his fist. We need not concern ourselves with how the Pirates will play in the second half. We must adhere to our style. Attack. And attack with greater speed. If the Pirates wish to defend, let us make it impossible for them. If they desire to attack, we shall engage in a counteroffensive. We are the ones in the lead, the ones in control. Let us guide them as we did in the first half. Although both teams had opportunities in the first half, Roivy believed that the Kings had more chances. Especially today, Maley felt exceptionally confident in front of the goal, leading Roivy to conclude that in a contest against the Madrid Pirates, he held the advantage. The entire team's strategy was essentially centered around Maley to fully exploit his strengths. A corridor was created between the opposing defensive and midfield lines, with Vandenberg and Salados positioned ahead, and Dedoucalos and Estrom behind. The area between these two lines was entirely entrusted to Maley, allowing him the freedom to express his skills. This arrangement enabled Maley to find passing targets and routes whenever faced with the Pirates' defense. He could either pass to his retreating forward partner or return the ball to Dedoucalos and Estrom for wall passes against the opposition. Furthermore, when he cut inside, the right back Peyton Garcia was advancing from behind, providing support while also drawing the attention of Madrid Pirates left back Ioni Martinez. Thus, whether it was a shot on goal, a pass to a teammate, or creating opportunities in open space, Maley's ball-handling abilities were maximized. While this approach heavily relied on Maley's performance, his display in the first half was promising. If he could maintain that level, the Kings could suppress the Pirates. Although Roivy felt frustrated when Hulai scored, he was now grateful for that spectacular long-range goal, as it significantly motivated Maley. That goal was worth more than 10 minutes of motivational talk from the coach. Last season, it was Hulai's exceptional performance that inspired Maley, allowing him to excel in the latter half of the league, especially in the Champions League, where Roivy tasted success. Now, he intended to relish the benefits of the competition between Maley and Hulai once again in the Champions League final. After Perotti had finished delivering his remarks as head coach, He stepped aside. Without needing further prompts, Captain Juan Ramirez took the floor. He gestured for everyone to rise from their seats and form a circle. The players gathered in the center, while the coaches and staff formed an outer circle, recording the moment on their phones. At the heart of the circle, Ramirez addressed the group. Let those who say we don't belong in the Champions League final go to hell. We played what may be the most thrilling 45 minutes in Champions League history. Although we are a goal down, I have never felt disheartened because I firmly believe we will turn this around in the second half. I have never doubted this. I trust each and every one of you guys. I believe in you. He then pointed out his teammates. Jonathan, Heaver, your performance on the goal line reassures us all. Just as Hulai said, you are our father. Laughter erupted among the group. Riva, Moreno, your tenacity makes you appear taller than Jonathan. You are the most formidable center back I have ever seen at a height of 1.82 meters. Danny, Drew, this is your first season with the Pirates. Yet you have already won us all over. Kepa, Mntg, also feels a sense of pride in your performance. The veteran center back, Kepa Mntg, who has been relegated to the bench by Drew, nodded in agreement. One speaks the truth. Ramirez continued. Ion Martinez. You have a formidable task on the left flank facing off against Melli, yet you must also actively surge forward to contribute to our offense. In the second half, keep pressing Melli back. Let him experience the taste of dust behind you. Jose Irasusta, your balance on the right side leaves a lasting impression, and your unwavering focus seldom leads to mistakes. You are our bastion in defense. Cardoso, Tanini, you have created considerable trouble for the King's right side on the left flank. You consistently deliver remarkable performances. Ismael, Kamara, your arrival has set the pirate ship sailing. In the second half, continue to attack their Fonseca on the flanks and through the center. The media may proclaim Fonseca as the foremost left back, yet he appears rather flustered in your presence. Milos Vukovic, it is a pleasure to partner with you. I am delighted to serve as your guardian. In the second half, I will continue to safeguard your back. So play with confidence. Maxi, Carey, to me, you are unparalleled. There is no need for further words, for you are capable of anything. Finally, Hulai. When Ramirez called out Hulai's name, everyone's gaze turned towards their number 14. Go score for us. Salados, in the locker room, turned to Melli and said, you promised to send me off with a Champions League title. I hope you keep your word. Melli replied, rest assured, Captain. Salados nodded and then addressed the others. Today marks the final match of my career, and it is a true blessing to conclude with a Champions League final. Yet, it is also inevitable, for I am part of a team called the Madrid Kings. We are the sovereigns of football, and our legacy is one of victory and triumph. It is an honor for all of us to play for this crest. We must defend this jersey. He lifted his shirt to display the emblem to all his teammates. With 45 minutes remaining in the match, regardless of what transpires in this time, remember that we are the Kings, and pirates shall forever remain pirates. Well said, Alexandra. The head coach, Roy V., who had been observing with crossed arms, stepped forward. The Kings are indeed kings, while pirates shall eternally be pirates. A surprise awaits. Tomorrow, there will be 4 updates. Chapter 472, a textbook standard of dribbling Mantor's Alvard and the surrounding pirate supporters sang loudly together. We come from different places, carrying our anger within our hearts. Yet we have not lost our homeland. Today, our homeland is Milano. Yet we have not lost our homeland. Today, our homeland is Milano. Forward, forward, pirates of Madrid. Let our banner fly high. Forward, forward, the resistors of Madrid. Let the banner of victory be raised high. As the second half of the match commenced, the pirate fans in the stands rallied together, singing fervently to uplift their team, which was temporarily trailing behind. Despite the score, the fans remained undeterred, for the half had only just begun and their team was merely 1 goal down. Far from a moment to despair, their voices rose in unison, challenging the Madrid Kings supporters, who were also singing passionately. Thus, a spirited vocal competition unfolded between the two groups of supporters, each not merely singing but bellowing, their faces flushed with fervor. It seemed as though the team whose anthem resonated louder would gain the upper hand on the field. Below the pirate fans, the players engaged in a fierce contest for possession in the midfield. As in the first half, Parati showed no inclination to slow the pace of play. The Kings were equally relentless. Commentator He Fong articulated his observations, while Yin Kong beside him chuckled wryly. I almost thought it was Clark directing the game, not Parati. In the stands near the president's box, Tony Clark raised his hands to Matt Dawn, saying, "I truly did not visit their locker room during halftime." After a moment of jest, he laughed again. "That does not align with Parati's style." Matt shook his head. "But what precisely is Parati's style?" Clark replied with a grin. "When he first took charge of the Pirates, he adeptly executed the wing attack strategy left by Hantisek. When he transitioned the team to a more possession-based approach, some criticized him for poorly imitating the Catalans. Is being steady and conservative truly his style?" Matt nodded in agreement, acknowledging Clark's insight. "The art of war speaks of military tactics flowing like water. One must avoid climbing upwards and instead follow the terrain's descent. When encountering an enemy, one should evade their sharpness and strike when they are unprepared. Football, much like warfare, embodies this principle. The configurations of forces are ever-changing, just as water takes on various forms. Parati is often ridiculed for lacking a distinct personality or style, yet this is perhaps his greatest strength, for he can execute a wing-focused strategy like Hantisek or adopt a possession style akin to the Catalans. Now, facing the Kings' accelerated pace, he can similarly quicken his team's tempo." Clark continued, "Matt, as fellow leaders of training, we know well that a coach merely waving his hands from the sidelines does not translate into real acceleration for the team. To achieve this, they must have dedicated immense effort during their training. Behind the scenes, Parati has accomplished much. He is a significantly underrated head coach. Honestly, I too underestimated Parati in the past, believing he lacked capability, and now I owe him an apology for that view, though he may not require it. Is it possible that Parati deliberately wishes for you all to think he lacks competence?" Matt inquired. Clark, taken aback, responded, "Does he also read the art of war?" On the field, players clashed fiercely while head coach Parati remained composed, seated on the sidelines like a fisherman patiently awaiting his catch, intently observing the match unfold. Beside him, the head coach of the Madrid Kings, Roivy, stood resolutely on the sidelines since the onset of the match, showing no inclination to return to his seat. 5 minutes into the second half, both teams were still entangled in a fierce struggle, making it difficult to discern which side held the upper hand. Should this stalemate persist, Parati's strategy would be jeopardized. He had hoped to launch an aggressive attack at the beginning of the second half in a bid to equalize the score, thereby making the latter part of the match significantly more manageable. However, it was becoming increasingly evident that the Madrid Kings were well prepared. They remained unshaken by the offensive onslaught from the Madrid Pirates following the interval. This posed a dilemma for Parati, who contemplated the situation internally, his expression betraying no sign of distress, leaving one to wonder whether he was genuinely concerned or simply in command of the situation. The attack from the Madrid Kings was intercepted by Ramirez, prompting a swift counterattack from the Madrid Pirates. They had no intention of slowing the pace. Rather, they opted for a rapid response. The Kings players hurried back to defend, while the Pirates advanced with simple long passes into the attacking third. Maxi Carey received the ball and charged towards the Kings' penalty area. Hulai made a diagonal run from the center, drawing a defender, Sergio Peralta, away with him. Yet he did not completely vacate the central zone. Osai stood firm in Carey's path, supported by another center back, Siqueiros. Thus, Carey chose to pass the ball to the advancing Hulai. In the counterattack, Hulai found himself in a position to receive the ball facing the direction of the attack. Peralta stood before him but refrained from pressing, wary of being outmaneuvered by Hulai, which would leave the goal wide open. At that moment, Peralta showcased the qualities of a top-tier center back. He was steady and composed, exhibiting patience. Understanding that Hulai was not particularly adept at dribbling, he chose not to rush in, thereby denying Hulai any opportunity to exploit gaps. As the Madrid Pirates launched their counterattack, Hulai received the ball. The television broadcast captured Hulai at the edge of the penalty area, where he became the focal point of the Kings defenders. In addition to Peralta, right-back Patting Garcia positioned himself in front of Hulai, while Estrom was rapidly closing in from behind. The three players subtly formed a surrounding circle, enclosing Hulai in their midst. Typically, a player like Hulai, not known for his dribbling skills, would be expected to release the ball swiftly in such a scenario, either passing to Carey in the center or to Tanini on the flank, ensuring that the ball did not remain at his feet to avoid a turnover. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Hulai refrained from passing and instead continued to dribble. He advanced toward the Kings' penalty area, the movements of his dribble subtle and unhurried, reminiscent of a standard dribbling exercise in a football assessment. With the outside of his right foot, he gently nudged the ball forward, maintaining it close to his body. The advantage of such close control was evident. It minimized the risk of losing possession. The shortcomings are glaringly apparent. The pace is sluggish, and maneuvering past defenders proves to be a formidable challenge. Particularly, Hulai's dribbling style is marked by a lowered head, intently fixating on the ball at his feet, moving cautiously as if fearing that a moment's distraction could result in losing possession. He remains oblivious to his surroundings, relinquishing his awareness and judgment of the game. Frankly, witnessing such a scene on the grand stage of the UEFA Champions League final is somewhat ludicrous. If he is to dribble in such a manner, one might as well forego the attempt altogether. Laughter and jeers erupted from the stands filled with Real Madrid supporters. Yet, amidst the cacophony from the fans, none of the defenders dared to step forward and challenge him. Peralta and Garcia found themselves positioned before Hulai, yet they could only shift sideways, retreating as he advanced. As Hulai moved with delicate steps, they mirrored his movements in retreat, ultimately backing into the penalty area, where their hesitation to make a tackle intensified. Fearing that Hulai would feign injury and collapse to the ground, Peralta was convinced that Hulai's cautious dribble was a ploy to draw a foul, enticing him into making a move. He thought that if he extended his foot, Hulai would swiftly flick the ball away, allowing for a theatrical fall that would surely result in a penalty. This was likely Hulai's desperate struggle, fully aware of his dwindling chances. All he needed to do was drag the defenders into a dead end, effectively extinguishing this offensive endeavor. Moreover, from Peralta's vantage point, he could see Meli rapidly returning to defend, nearing the scene. Once he arrived, along with the three other players, they would form a four-man encirclement capable of suffocating Hulai's advance. Peralta gestured to the trailing Estrom, cautioning him against rash tackles that might grant Hulai a penalty opportunity. The myriad thoughts racing through Peralta's mind transpired in mere seconds during the match. Within that fleeting span, Hulai executed 4 deft touches with the outside of his right foot, guiding the ball from the edge of the penalty area diagonally inward, traversing a distance of 7 or 8 meters on the pitch. The Real Madrid players maintained a distance of approximately half a meter to a meter from him, with Estrom positioned closest, seemingly on the brink of intercepting the ball from behind, yet refraining from committing to a tackle, wary of incurring further penalties. Just then, Meli dashed back with lightning speed, intending to time his intervention perfectly to deliver a decisive blow to Hulai. At that moment, Hulai swung his right leg for the 5th time, preparing to continue his dribble with the outside of his foot. However, just as he was about to make contact, he abruptly lifted his toes, transforming a dribble into a poke. No, it was a shot, right before Peralta's eyes. Hulai's toes prodded the ball toward the far corner of the goal. The goalkeeper, Buckler, who was poised and ready, did not anticipate Hulai's sudden strike. He made no preliminary movement. If not for the ball suddenly appearing larger, he might not have realized a shot was forthcoming. He hastily dove, extending his hand for a side parry. He made contact. Yet, the ball brushed against his arm and defiantly continued its trajectory toward the far corner of the goal. As the King's fans erupted in excitement, the ball brushed against the far post and nestled into the net. Today, I mistakenly believed there would be 4 updates. Hence the slight adjustment in timing. The second update will be at noon, the third at 3 in the afternoon, and the fourth remains unchanged at 6 o'clock. Additionally, I humbly request for monthly tickets. Chapter 473. The Champions League final as the stage as Hulai began his run with the ball. Chinese fans in front of their televisions were heard shouting, "Pass. Don't dribble." This clearly illustrates the preconceived notions they hold about Hulai. In their eyes, he is merely a poacher lurking at the goal. Online, some even concocted jokes about Hulai's dribbling skills, world-class shooting, neighborhood-level dribbling. Previously, when Hulai received the ball near the penalty area, he often opted to pass or shoot directly. Thus, his dribbling caused palpable anxiety among the spectators. However, they overlooked that dribbling is a fundamental skill for any professional player. How could a professional athlete possibly lack the ability to dribble on the pitch? A lack of proficiency does not equate to an inability. The textbook-like dribbling motion that drew ridicule might have been a deliberate choice by Hulai. Such a dribbling style allows him to conceal his impending shot more effectively. Indeed, when he finally took his shot, no one reacted in time. Peralta and Garcia, who stood in front of him, as well as Estrom, who was trailing closely behind, and even Meli, who had just returned to defense, failed to respond. The spectators in the stadium and those watching from home were equally oblivious. The distance was too great, They could hardly discern Hulai's shooting motion. It was only when the ball suddenly appeared before the goal that they realized Hulai had executed a shot. The uproar fell silent, replaced by jubilant cheers from the Pirate fan stands. Hulai! Goal! Sanchez shouted skyward. Hulai dribbled into the penalty area. A shot. A goal. The ball is in. It's in. Magnificent. This goal is a true testament to Hulai's individual prowess. As the game began to stagnate, someone needed to break the deadlock, and it is often during such moments that true superstars shine. Feng and Yin Kong eagerly shouted in unison. What a beautiful goal. No one anticipated that Hulai would suddenly unleash a shot while dribbling, as the defenders of the Madrid Kings failed to execute the necessary defensive maneuvers. Though this goal may not have been as visually electrifying as the bicycle kick from the first half, it was certainly no less impressive in terms of technical difficulty. One could even assert that, in terms of shooting technique alone, this goal showcased Hulai's world-class abilities. Matthew Cox. I had initially thought that after such a fast-paced first half, the second half would slow down, potentially diminishing the excitement. However, I was mistaken. From whose goal? We can infer that both halves of this match will be equally thrilling. Just moments ago, Parati, who had been seated on the sidelines concealing his inner turmoil, suddenly leaped from his seat and vigorously clenched his fist. Roy V., standing at the edge of the field, turned and kicked at the air in an outburst of frustration. Indeed, he had anticipated that the Madrid Pirates would not relent in their tempo following the commencement of the second half. He even urged his players to advance boldly, proclaiming that they would surely triumph in a direct confrontation. Yet, the Kings were once again equalized by the Madrid Pirates, a most humiliating blow. After scoring, Hulai emerged from the throng, and upon witnessing the ball sail into the net, he spread his arms and raced toward the corner flag. It's happening! It's happening! The Madrid Pirates supporters in the stands erupted in jubilant cheers. As the second half unfolded, the Kings' goal was situated just behind the area where the most devoted fans of the Madrid Pirates congregated. Upon seeing Hulai sprint toward them, the crowd instinctively knew what to do. The previous leaders among them transformed into conductors of a jubilant orchestra, raising their arms high. As Hulai leapt and descended, their arms followed suit. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the stadium. Ho! At the White Rose pub, the Leeds City fans echoed this exclamation. David Miller nodded in satisfaction, remarking that the Spaniards were becoming increasingly adept at this. Amidst the cheers of the fans, the players of the Madrid Pirates surged forward, enveloping Hulai in celebration. Their captain, Juan Ramirez, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced Hulai tightly, exclaiming, I told you you could score. You can do it. Who? You were born to score, damn it. He was so exhilarated that he let slip a curse. During halftime, he had urged Hulai to find the net, and indeed, Hulai did not disappoint, leveling the score just 6 minutes into the second half. As the captain of the team, who would not relish having such a formidable player, ready to answer the call, engage in battle, and secure victory? Behind the wildly celebrating players of the Madrid Pirates stood the astonished players of the Kings, still grappling with the realization of how Hulai had managed to send the ball into the net. Was he not dribbling? Prior to shooting, Hulai had kept his head down, never once lifting it to assess the goal. Thus, the Kings players surrounding him had not anticipated that he would attempt a shot. Typically, a player preparing to shoot would engage in preparatory actions, such as glancing up to gauge the direction of the goal and adjusting their footwork accordingly. Seasoned defenders could glean a shooter's intentions from such subtle cues. However, Hulai did none of that. He kept his head down while dribbling, and then, without warning, unleashed a shot. There was no run-up, nor any additional leg movement to create space for a powerful strike. Consequently, Hulai's shot lacked significant force. Had Buckler made direct contact with the ball, he could have easily deflected it away. However, due to the abruptness and the peculiar angle of the situation, the hasty response from Buckler merely resulted in his arm grazing the soccer ball, rendering him utterly incapable of preventing the goal. Although he failed to save the shot, the fact that he managed to make contact with the ball under such circumstances is already quite commendable. Despite Hulai's lack of proficiency in dribbling past defenders, he did not bypass a single opponent during this offensive play. Nonetheless, his maneuver itself was an exemplary display of feints, deceiving all the players of Madrid Kings. Melli now felt a deep sense of regret, as he had sprinted back and caught up with Hulai. However, being within the penalty area made him somewhat apprehensive. Fearing that Hulai might feign a fall, he contemplated waiting for Hulai to take another step. hoping to close the gap before unexpectedly intervening from behind to intercept the ball, believing he could succeed. Yet, before he could act on this thought, Hulai took the shot. Now he reflects that if he had not hesitated and had instead pressed up against him directly, perhaps Hulai's goal would have been thwarted. This is why he is filled with such remorse. He missed the opportunity to directly prevent Hulai from scoring. This was the first direct confrontation between him and Hulai in this match. Though Meli is distraught over his inability to disrupt Hulai's shot, it is likely that no one, apart from himself, would fault him for his defensive performance. In fact, the opposite occurred. He received commendations. As a right-winger, he had sprinted back from the front line all the way to his own penalty area. Such a display of determination in the match is worthy of praise. No one expected him to play a pivotal role in this defense. Rather, they hoped he would shine in the offensive play. With 52 minutes of the match elapsed, the score stands at 2-2 between Madrid Pirates and Madrid Kings. With 40 minutes remaining, both sides have already netted 4 goals. It is evident that these two young prodigies, Meli and Hulai, have transformed the Champions League final into a battleground for their personal rivalry. Finally, as Hifong gradually calms down from the excitement of Hulai's second goal, observing the resumed match, he reflects, "Friends, if this had occurred a few years ago, who among you would have believed it?" Meli Banega, this prodigious talent, is locked in a fierce contest with a Chinese player on the stage of the Champions League final. At this point, Hifong himself chuckles. Yin Kong joins in the laughter, saying, "If someone had told me a few years back that a Chinese player would score twice against Madrid Kings in a Champions League final, I would have thought they were mocking Chinese football, taking pleasure in my disbelief, wouldn't I? It would seem like a dream. But friends, you can pinch yourselves now." Hifong continues. Meng Shi pinches Mao Zhao's thigh, causing Mao Xiao to yelp in surprise. "What on earth? Meng Shi, what are you doing?" "But Hifong told me to pinch." Meng Shi responds innocently. "Oh dear, they meant to pinch your own thigh." Mao Xiao attempts to retaliate but is thwarted by Meng Shi's defenses. While blocking Mao Zhao's hand, Meng Shi repeatedly pleads, "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Mao Gu. Do you also know pain?" Observing the commotion between the two individuals, the onlookers in the living room burst into laughter. Meanwhile, during the broadcast, Hifong continued to exclaim, "Then you shall realize, this is not a dream. This is undeniably reality." Although this scenario may seem utterly astonishing and difficult to believe, it is indeed unfolding before our eyes. It is not a figment of some madman's imagination. At this very moment, we are all living in such palpable reality. The second update is here. Please support with monthly votes. Chapter 474. The third party in history. The match has resumed, with both the Kings and the Pirates, who had equalized, refusing to relent, continuing their fierce offensive. As the final match reaches this stage, both teams exhibit an intense desire to prevail. At this point, considerations of stamina have been wholly disregarded. Initially, the Kings intentionally sought to quicken the pace against the Madrid Pirates. But now it has transformed into the Pirates actively pushing the tempo, leading the Kings on a frenetic chase. It seems that stopping is akin to admitting defeat. The game has reverted to the frantic pace of the final minutes of the first half, with rapid transitions between offense and defense. Neutral fans are enthralled, while supporters from both sides are filled with trepidation. Each offensive attempt from the opposition appears poised to result in a goal. This roller coaster-like experience of the match cannot be deemed favorable. However, neutral spectators revel in it. The central stadium resonates with jubilant cheers, many of which emanate from neutral fans. These spectators laud the match, declaring, "I swear by my grandfather's name, this is the most exhilarating Champions League final I have witnessed in the past 20 years." The Champions League final between Blue-White Munich and Ruhr-Rhein was also thrilling, but unfortunately, in the second half, Ruhr-Rhein's stamina faltered. Have you noticed? Derbies are invariably exciting. So when will the Kings and Catalans be able to elevate the national derby to the Champions League final? Regardless of the outcome of this match, it is destined to be etched in the annals of Champions League history. Supporters from both sides exhibit a different mindset, whether they cheer for the Kings or the Pirates. Each hopes for their team to score. Scoring is certainly desirable, but one goal is insufficient, as some dissenters argue. Given the pace of the match, leading by a single goal is the least secure position. Therefore, if goals are to be scored, at least 2 must be netted. Only a 2-goal lead can ensure safety. The back-and-forth scoring battle has indeed left both sets of fans somewhat traumatized. Everyone is aware that a scoreline of 2-2 is unlikely to be the final outcome. Given the current form of Meli and Hulai, it is highly probable that more goals will follow. The greatest suspense of this match, aside from the ultimate victor, likely lies in how many goals Hulai and Meili will each score. After receiving the ball on the right flank, Meili faced the Pirates' left back, Ion Martinez, who was stationed inward. Pretending to cut inside, he deceived Ion and swiftly maneuvered to the byline, delivering a cross near the goal line. However, the football was cleared out of bounds by Ramirez, who had retreated to defend the goal. Upon witnessing the situation, Roy called out to Meili, urging him to make an inward cut. After Meili acknowledged him, Roy signaled that the previous play should have featured an inward maneuver. A corridor had already been established for him. He merely needed to advance along this path. Although the Pirates had devised a targeted defense against this corridor, Roy still encouraged Meili to proceed with the inward cut, confident in Meili's individual prowess and current form. He firmly believed that such a move would genuinely threaten the goal of the Madrid Pirates, as mere breakthroughs along the flanks would not incite trepidation in the opposing team. Meili, a player of remarkable ambidexterity, was equally adept with both feet, rendering him a dual threat on the wings, capable of delivering crosses or cutting in to shoot. Should he choose not to shoot after an inward cut, he could seamlessly pass the ball into open spaces, maintaining a high level of concealment. To possess such ability and refrain from utilizing it would be a travesty. Furthermore, the inward cut could paradoxically assist him in making runs down the flank. Defenders, faced with Meili, would be uncertain whether he intended to cut in or exploit the wing, thereby complicating their defensive choices. Understanding the coach's gesture, Meili nodded, panting slightly, signaling his comprehension. Subsequently, the Madrid Pirates retaliated offensively. Maxi Kiri unleashed a surprise shot from the edge of the penalty area, only to be thwarted by goalkeeper Becker, who made a diving save. However, the ball remained within the small box, and Hulai, along with two other Madrid Kings players, rushed towards it. Ultimately, Hulai's attempted poke shot struck Duja Carlos, ricocheting away, only to be cleared by Sergi Peralta, who booted it out of danger. The Madrid Kings fans gasped in astonishment, ultimately exhaling a sigh of relief as they slumped in their seats. Their hearts nearly stopped when they saw Becker blocking the ball in the penalty area. Yet, these fans soon regained their composure, rising from their seats to rally support for their team, bouncing and singing in unison. After withstanding the Pirates' assault, the Madrid Kings initiated their own offensive. This time, Meili found himself on the left flank instead of the right. Vandenberg occupied a central forward position, rarely altering his placement. Salados, on the other hand, functioned more like a second striker, exhibiting a flexible role primarily revolving around Vandenberg to connect the midfield and attack. Meili, who could operate effectively on either wing, occasionally retreated to the midfield to receive the ball, using his dribbling to advance. Now stationed on the left, Meili moved closer to the team's left back, Rafael Fonseca. At that moment, Fonseca was cornered by the Pirates' right back, Irasusta, near the corner flag, with his back to the goal, making it difficult to escape Irasusta's solid defense. Meili accelerated to offer support. Kamara stepped up to defend against him. Fonseca delivered a pass with the outside of his left foot to Meili, who was coming in to receive it. Kamara positioned himself on Meili's inside, preventing an easy breakthrough. Meili positioned himself near the sideline, ready to receive the ball. As the football rolled towards him, he unexpectedly nudged it inward. The ball glided past Kamala. Without allowing Kamala a moment to react, Meili burst into action. Kamala presumed Meili would stop the ball and attempt to maneuver past him. Little did he expect that Meili would both halt and bypass him. He was already a step slower than Meili and had to execute a turn. By the time he regained his orientation, Meili had surged to the edge of the penalty area. At that moment, Juan Ramirez stood poised at the corner of the box, ready to confront Meili. Meili caught up to the ball, his left shoulder dropping as if to drive to the baseline, prompting Ramirez to lean towards the sideline. In a deft maneuver, Meili then flicked the ball laterally with the outside of his right foot towards the center. Ramirez quickly pivoted and lunged back to defend. Meili's flick was forceful enough to push the ball slightly away from him, creating an opportunity for acceleration. Against Ramirez, he showcased his remarkable starting speed, effortlessly distancing himself in a single stride. However, he had not entirely evaded the defense of Madrid Pirates, for Vukovic charged in. He aimed to intercept the ball before Meili could regain control. Yet, Meili's pace was superior. He outmaneuvered Vukovic with a delicate touch using the tip of his right foot, slipping past him. As Meili bypassed Vukovic, Danny Drew emerged from the penalty area, positioning himself to block the shot. With a powerful swing of his right leg, Meli unleashed a stunning strike. The football arced dramatically, evading Drew's defense and curling into the far corner of the net. Despite goalkeeper Haywell leaping in an effort to extend his reach, he could not touch the ball. The football, at the pinnacle of its arc, had already bypassed the post. It then spun back, grazing the inside of the post and the underside of the crossbar as it sailed into the goal. In the 71st minute, Meli completed his hat-trick. 3-2. Madrid Kings regained the lead over their city rivals. The Milan Central Stadium erupted in exuberance, akin to a volcanic eruption. Meli Banega. Wow. My goodness. A sensational goal after weaving through 3 defenders. What an extraordinary match this has been. This marked the 5th goal, each one more spectacular than the last. Commentator Matthew Cox clasped his head in disbelief, his eyes wide open as he exclaimed incredulously. Even Hifong applauded Meli's goal. Though he felt a pang of frustration within. What a remarkable goal. Meli's brilliance epitomized individual skill, deftly maneuvering past 3 players in such a confined space just outside the box. After a prolonged, thunderous shout, Sanchez proclaimed, Meli Banega has become the first player to score a hat-trick in a Champions League final since its reformation. Truly remarkable. He has made history. If we consider the European Cup prior to its reformation, only 2 players have achieved a hat-trick in a Champions League final before him. The last occurrence being a distant 61 years ago in the 1967-1968 season. Coincidentally, the last player to achieve a hat-trick in a Champions League final was also a member of the Madrid Kings. At that time, the Madrid Kings triumphed over Amsterdam Athletic from the Netherlands with a score of 5-2, thanks to the legendary forward Victor Mantor, who accomplished this remarkable feat. For 61 years thereafter, as the European Cup transformed into the UEFA Champions League, the number of participating teams expanded, matches proliferated, and tactics underwent numerous iterations. Yet, no player managed to replicate the extraordinary achievement of scoring 3 goals in a Champions League final. There were even assertions that no player would ever again perform a hat-trick in such a prestigious match. The advancements in defensive strategies rendered it increasingly difficult for forwards to find space within the penalty area, making the prospect of netting 3 goals in a final nearly impossible. Some speculated that the hat-tricks in Champions League finals were relics of a bygone era, when tactics were less refined, the pace of play was slower, and ample opportunities were available for players to score. However, those conditions have long since vanished, leading many to believe that this notion had become an immutable law. That is, until the 2028-2029 Champions League final, when an Argentine prodigy named Meli Banega emerged, delivering a breathtaking strike that once again etched history, becoming the 3rd player ever to achieve a hat-trick in a Champions League final. As Meli Banega witnessed the ball soar into the net, he exuberantly sprinted towards the corner flag, momentarily forgetting his customary celebratory routine of 3 triumphant punches. His mind was a blank, consumed by the moment. Ultimately, he ended up sliding on his knees to commemorate this historic goal, but he could not complete the slide, as he was swiftly toppled by his jubilant teammates. On the ground, he was quickly engulfed by a sea of fellow players. This was the first instance in the match where the Kings players displayed such unrestrained excitement, for they all understood the significance of that goal. This is absolutely incredible, murmured Mingshi as he watched the broadcast. He was not alone. Others shook their heads in disbelief, lamenting, the first to do it in 61 years, truly Meli Banega. Whether it was the hat-trick itself or the manner in which it was achieved, it was utterly remarkable. Even Yan remained silent, his face stern, refraining from offering solace or promoting his theory of who Lai as the chosen one. In the bar, Yao Yuling sighed heavily beside Peng Hao, who held his head in his hands. The once boisterous atmosphere of the bar transformed into a hushed library after Meli Banega's hat-trick. One could hear a pin drop. Frankly, after Meli Banega scored again in the 71st minute, despair began to settle in. Facing Meli Banega in the Champions League final, all Hulai fans could think of was vengeance. They believed that, given Hulai's extraordinary form that season, they were bound to achieve retribution. In the final, Hulai continued to showcase his exceptional prowess, scoring twice. In this match, Meli played as if under a spell, achieving a hat-trick. How can one even begin to rationalize such a performance? It seemed as if he were an opponent forever, just out of reach. Wang Guangwei's phone lit up with a notification, revealing a new message. Upon opening it, he found a remark from Xiaoxing in the group chat. This is the true Meli. Zhang Qinghuan added, Meili is truly determined to defeat Hulai in this match. Prior to the game, he had proclaimed his intention to bid farewell to Salados with a championship victory, prompting fans to jest about him being a seasoned general on stage. Yet, the fervor of Meili's ambitions dissipated amidst their banter. Xiyu noted, "Everyone knows Meili will cut inside, yet we still can't stop him, alas." Even through mere words. Wang Guangwei discerned the collective disappointment among them, gathered in this moment, despite their spoken sentiments. They harbored a genuine hope for Hulai to make history as the first Asian player, a Chinese player, to win the men's UEFA Champions League title. Thus, witnessing the formidable strength of the Madrid Pirates' adversary left them feeling somewhat despondent. He sought to uplift their spirits. Let us consider it from another angle. The fact that Meili is forced to unleash such ferocity speaks volumes about Hulai's prowess. Zhang Qinghuan retorted, "But what significance does that hold? Merely a stepping stone for Meili." Morikawa Junpei interjected, "The match isn't over yet. What are you all saying? Please, have faith in Hulai. We must believe in him. Doesn't it seem like Meili has a vendetta against our son? He plays with such intensity." Xiaolon exclaimed from the stands. Hearing her grievance, Hulisin thought to himself, "Surely you must know whether he bears a grudge against our son. Last season, the treble champions were sent flying by Hulai's kick, and the Olympic dream was shattered at his feet. If that's not enmity, what is?" However, he wisely refrained from voicing this thought, keenly aware of his wife's exceptionally sour mood. In such moments, it was best not to provoke her further. Yet, after some contemplation, he felt that remaining silent might also be inappropriate. Thus, he steeled himself to console her, saying, "It's all right, the match isn't over yet. Given our son's current form, he should still have the chance to score. Another hat trick awaits." His wife's expression visibly brightened, though she still huffed, yet that would still place him behind Meili. As Meili netted his third goal, the stands of the King's women's football team erupted with gasps and cheers. Some were so exhilarated that they leapt and shouted in delight. Li Qingqing, however, maintained a more subdued demeanor. She rose from her seat to applaud the goal. Regardless of its aesthetic appeal or significance, it was a strike worthy of her standing ovation. A smile graced her face, for she was, after all, a player of the Kings, and could not openly oppose her own team. Yet, deep within, Li Qingqing harbored concern for Hulai. With Meili's momentum so fierce, even if Hulai could score again, who could guarantee that Meili wouldn't find the net once more? In a captivating exchange of goals, it was ultimately Meili who maintained her lead over Hulai. She cast her gaze upon the large screen at the venue, where the slow-motion replay of her recent goal played repeatedly. This particular strike reminded her of her own goal in yesterday's UEFA Women's Champions League final, where she skillfully maneuvered past several defenders, nearly dismantling the entire opposing defense. Such a goal can be quite demoralizing. In that match, Frankfurt's White Deer team suffered a significant drop in morale after her goal, leading to a lackluster performance in the following play and ultimately succumbing to the Kings, resulting in a heart-wrenching loss of the championship. Now, Li Qingqing feared that a similar fate might befall the Pirates. Meili, who had been at the bottom of the pile, was lifted up by her captain, Salados. With a broad smile, she exclaimed, "Captain, I always keep my promises." Salados, moved by her spirit, reminded her of her responsibilities. The match is not over yet. Hulai is in fine form today. Yet, Meili confidently replied, "It doesn't matter, Captain. I am also in excellent form. If he can score, so can I." Beside her, Rafael Fonseca chimed in, "Exactly. Just look at them. They seem utterly stunned. After all, Meili is the one who completed a hat trick in the Champions League final. Anyone would be left in awe by such a performance." Laughter erupted among the other players of the Madrid Kings, their confidence soaring with a 71st-minute lead. The Madrid Pirates had indeed been performing admirably, but even so, they could not withstand the onslaught. The Champions League title was firmly within the grasp of the Kings. The players of the Madrid Pirates felt significantly disheartened by Meili's recent goal. Prior to this, they had maintained an unwavering fighting spirit, even when they trailed 1-2 at halftime. Their expressions bore no signs of frustration. Meili had already scored twice, and they had not considered it a significant issue. It was only upon her completing a hat trick that they suddenly realized that Meili was nothing short of divine. While Hulai was indeed in fine form, so was Meili. Moreover, they were perpetually in a position of chasing. For every goal Meili scored, Hulai needed to respond with one to level the score. Then, if Meili scored again, they would have to exert even more effort to equalize. Unless they could net 2 goals in quick succession, which was no easy feat. Did committing to offense not require energy? What about defense when they poured more energy into attacking? Surely, vulnerabilities would emerge. Assistant coach Jesus Valentin urged Pilati from the sidelines. We must slow our pace. If we continue playing like this, we will collapse before the Kings do. Furthermore, the Kings will undoubtedly press their advantage following their recent goal. And it is crucial that we do not concede again. He genuinely feared that Pilati was heading down a reckless path. Aware of Valentin's wise counsel, Pilati conceded, "All right. You tell them that after the kickoff, we need to slow down, regain our composure, and solidify our defense." Upon receiving the directive, Valentin dashed to the sidelines. Lacking the luxury of waiting for Captain Ramirez to descend. Instead, he seized the nearest right back, Irasusta, and conveyed the latest instructions from the head coach, urging him to relay the message to the others. Observing Valentin conferring with Irasusta, the King's assistant coach, Fernando Gonzalez, remarked to Roivy, "They are making adjustments." Though the nature of those adjustments remains uncertain. With a hint of amusement, Roivy replied, "It matters not how they adjust. Should they choose to intensify their offensive, we welcome the challenge. If they opt for a more defensive stance, once they retreat, they shall find no opportunity to advance again." The splendid form of Meli filled Roivy with unwavering confidence. He was poised to seize the moment and lead the Pirates to a resounding victory. Thus, he personally approached the sidelines, issuing commands to the players of the Madrid Kings, "Continue the assault." Following their celebration at the corner flag, the players of the Madrid Kings turned swiftly to return to the fray. At that moment, Meli suddenly remembered he had yet to perform his signature celebration. Positioned behind the Pirates' goal, where the Kings' supporters had gathered, he figured the Pirates could hardly accuse him of provocation. As he retreated, he raised his fists 3 times toward the Kings fans, shouting, "Roar! Roar! Roar!" The Kings' supporters responded in kind, echoing his fervor with 3 resounding cheers. As if sounding the war drums for the Kings' charge towards their 13th UEFA Champions League trophy. Witnessing this spectacle, the Argentine commentator passionately declared, "Meli has blossomed into an exceptional leader. The Kings fans need not mourn the retirement of Salados, for Meli shall surely carry on his legacy, guiding the Kings forward." As he spoke, in the VIP box, the Eagle King, Fiore Higo Valera, was blowing kisses to Meli on the pitch. This vision of hope suggested that within the club, Meli had indeed taken up Salado's mantle. They harbored aspirations that, on the national stage, Meli would also assume the role of Higo Valera, leading the Argentine national team to reclaim the World Cup. In that moment, Meli would undoubtedly emerge as the rightful heir to the throne of football. As Meli celebrated with 3 triumphant fists, Hulai reminisced about their initial encounter during the Olympics. Much like the pressure exuded by Meli's celebration, the entire U23 team would tense up at the mere sight of him with the ball, fearing he might score yet again. Back then, Meli seemed almost insurmountable. And while they exerted every effort, they could only hope for a stroke of luck to thwart him. However, after numerous encounters and eventually overcoming him, there arose a sense that Meli was merely human after all. Yet now, Hulai suddenly realized that while he had been making rapid strides, so too had Meli. He had once thought he could surpass Meli, but it appeared that Meli remained the seemingly hopelessly talented superstar. Just observe the reaction of the entire crowd following his hat trick. Even the Pirates supporters had fallen silent. Although he could not see them, he could vividly imagine his parents, his agent's song, and his girlfriendly ching-ching in the stands, along with all his friends who had come to watch him play, anxiously despondent. The opponent he faced was exceptionally formidable. Despite having triumphed over him numerous times in the past, he had yet to secure a victory in the most critical of encounters, the Champions League. Perhaps they were recalling last season's semifinals, where he had initially prevailed against Meli, only to be ultimately eliminated. They must be worried about the possibility of repeating that misfortune. Yet, Hulai yearned to reassure them that there was no need for concern. While Meli may still be the same Meli, he himself had transformed into someone entirely different. Scoring goals? Was that not his most familiar domain? If Meli could net 3 goals, why could he not achieve the same, or even 4? The players of Real Madrid had gradually retreated to their half, and as Meli crossed the halfway line, he deliberately cast a glance toward Hulai in the center circle. He wished to discern Hulai's expression in response to his performance. What he observed was Hulai standing somewhat dazed outside the center circle, awaiting the kickoff. What was that expression? Meli furrowed his brow. Had he been startled as well? But that seemed unlikely. Meli always felt that Hulai should not be so overwhelmed. Even if everyone on the field was intimidated by his hat trick, Hu Lai should not share their sentiment. Therefore, witnessing Hu Lai in a state of distraction left Mei Li feeling somewhat disappointed. Yet, this seemed to validate just how remarkable his hat trick was, to the extent that even Hu Lai was rendered speechless. Hu Lai entered the system space and summoned a card radiant with purple light. World Wave Experience card, left foot, exclusively for the left foot. Upon use, the user's shot has the potential to become a world-class strike within 10 seconds. This was the ultimate reward for his series of tasks centered around scoring with his left foot. Initially, it was merely a lackluster task that offered 5 bottles of stamina potion as a reward. However, after diligently completing the objectives, he ultimately received a World Wave Experience card after accumulating 36 left foot goals. Yet, the stipulation of being limited to the left foot posed certain challenges in an actual match. Not every shot could be premeditated in terms of which foot to employ. Most of the time, it was a matter of using whichever foot was available. If he activated this card that was restricted to his left foot and found himself unable to shoot with it in the ensuing 10 seconds, he would have effectively wasted the card. Thus, the practical application of this limited left foot World Wave Experience card was rather constrained. It was only suitable for scenarios where he had ample time to prepare for the shot, such as penalties and free kicks. However, utilizing it for a penalty would be excessive, and he rarely took free kicks. Beyond penalties and free kicks, there was indeed another circumstance in which it could be applicable: the kickoff. The rules of football have never prohibited a direct shot from a kickoff. Thus, theoretically, a player could score a goal straight from the kickoff without any interference. Is this not the ideal scenario for utilizing this World Wave Experience card? Consequently, Hu Lai decided to activate this card in response to Mei Li's hat trick. He was aware that this constituted an advantage, yet he remained unperturbed. His current achievements were undoubtedly bolstered by the stamina potion that his system father provided after every match. Along with the ever-present red string of true love adorning his wrist, these were all forms of enhancement. Not to mention the various training scrolls and clever potion that amplified his training effects, as well as the washing marrow potion that improved his physical attributes. Without these aids, he would have scarcely made it to the professional arena, let alone contend in the Champions League final. Therefore, Hu Lai felt no psychological barriers regarding the use of enhancements against Mei Li. As long as victory was within reach, what was the harm in employing such advantages? Furthermore, the World Wave Experience card was something he had painstakingly earned through relentless effort with his left foot, not a windfall from the heavens. Why should he not make use of it? Hu Lai was never one to be pedantic over trivial matters. After deciding to utilize the World Wave Experience card, he approached the center circle and addressed Kyrie, who was poised to kick off. "Do me a favor, my friend. After you kick off, pass the ball to me." Nowadays, kickoffs are typically executed by one player, yet the rules do not prohibit the old two-player method. What Hu Lai suggested was a return to the previous kickoff style. Kyrie found this somewhat unnecessary but did not object. "All right." Grateful for the promise, Hu Lai smiled ingratiatingly. "Hee, thank you very much." After Mei Li scored, the Madrid Pirates fans in the stands fell notably silent, many of them disheartened. The singing ceased, and the flags were lowered, truly a moment of quietude. For the first time in the match, the only sounds echoing in the central stadium were the cheers of the Kings fans. Previously, even when the Kings scored, the Pirates fans would strive to drown out their cheers with boos. Yet now, they remained mute. Suddenly, Mantor's Alvalade shouted, "We cannot allow this. Come on, everyone. Let us sing the team anthem. Let's sing that song." Without waiting for a response, he began to sing, though it resembled more of a roar. With hoarse voices, they bellowed, "The united people shall never be defeated." Around him, more and more joined in, sweeping through half the stadium. As all the Madrid Pirates fans echoed again and again, "The united people shall never be defeated," Han Shiyu, amidst the throng of Pirates fans, recorded the fervent chants with his phone, joining in with fervor, "The united people shall never be defeated," in the distant Pirate Park Stadium in Madrid. Amidst a crowd of over 80,000, Li Qingliang stood united with them, all eyes fixed on the 6 large screens at the center of the field, fervently chanting, "United, the people shall never be defeated. Arise, sing. We march towards victory. The flag of unity is advancing. Join me, let us march together. You will witness the songs and banners soaring. United, the people shall never be defeated." Amidst the cheers of the Kings fans and the indomitable songs of the Pirate supporters, Both teams took their positions, awaiting the kickoff. However, Carey, glancing at Hulai, who stood a bit farther away, curiously inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Hulai gestured as if to pass the ball, replying, "Of course, something spectacular." Before Carey could fully grasp Hulai's words, the referee blew the whistle to commence the match. Instinctively, he gently nudged the football sideways. Simultaneously, Hulai activated a limited left-footed World Wave Experience card in the system, surging towards the ball, enveloped in an unseen purple glow. He then swung his left leg, striking the ball with the full force of his instep. Bang! Carey's eyes widened in astonishment, for he believed he heard thunder rumbling in his ears, thinking he must have misheard. Then, the ball vanished from his sight, transformed into a streak of white light. Soaring towards the distant King's goal, the Madrid Pirates executed a dual kickoff, with Carey passing the ball to Hulai for a shot. A shot, he foamed. Typically articulate in his commentary, faltered in shock, struggling to articulate his words. From the commentary booth, he witnessed a white light ascend from the center circle, traversing the field, heading straight for the goal, like a white rainbow piercing the sun. As the Pirates initiated their kickoff, the Kings goalkeeper, Backer, stood at the edge of the penalty area, signaling for his teammates to press forward, eager to reclaim possession and score again swiftly. Suddenly, he noticed the football enlarging before his eyes. Realizing it was Hulai's direct shot, he hastily retreated. Yet, his retreat could not match the speed of the ball's flight. By the time he reached the penalty spot, the football had already soared above the penalty area. Backer had no choice but to leap in a panic, attempting to clear the ball. However, it was merely a futile endeavor. As he arched backward, his hands reached their zenith, yet he still failed to touch the ball. The football soared above his outstretched arms, plummeting rapidly, veering sharply in the air, and crashing into the net. The cacophony of the crowd seemed abruptly severed by this goal, plunging the arena into an eerie silence. Carey, having withdrawn his gaze from the King's goal, stared in disbelief at Hulai. The latter, with a mischievous grin, beckoned towards the equally astonished Kings players, gesturing towards the ball at their feet. "It's your turn to kick off. P.S. The 4th chapter concludes here. I kindly seek your monthly vote. Tomorrow, I shall return with 3 updates." Chapter 476. Terrifying years later, Maxi Carey announced his retirement, and the renowned sports journalist, Raymond Rennie, sought to interview him. The interview between the two individuals was later included in Rennie's new book, The Shooter, which earned him the prestigious Wish Sportsbook Award. During this interview, Rennie posed a question that had long lingered in his mind. "Maxi, I have always wanted to ask you about that goal in the Champions League final. You know, the one that came to be known as the assist of the century." Upon hearing assist of the century, Kelly chuckled and nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, yes, that goal." "Huh." Rennie joined in the laughter, inquiring, "What do you think of the term assist of the century?" Kelly replied, "I don't know, but it sounds pretty cool. Could you reminisce about that moment for us? What was going through your mind when who decided to shoot?" To which Kelly thought, is he out of his mind? Shooting from here, in the center circle, and he isn't exactly known for scoring long-range goals. But I was too late to stop him. Did you feel he recklessly squandered an attacking opportunity? Kelly nodded, yes. Rennie then suggested they revisit that moment, pulling out his phone to play the footage. In the clip, Maxi Kelly slowly turned, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Hulai. Amused by the scene, Kelly chuckled and shook his head repeatedly. "What were you thinking at that moment, Maxi?" Rennie asked. "What was I thinking?" Kelly tilted his head, gazing upwards at a 45-degree angle, as if lost in thought. He then shook his head, saying, "I wasn't thinking of anything, Rennie. My mind was completely blank at that moment, so I didn't think of anything." Rennie nodded in agreement, noting that many others likely shared that same blankness at the time, unable to think of anything else. Cialon turned to her husband, hesitantly asking, "Did that goal count?" Ulison did not respond immediately, not because he was unsure, but because he was still reeling from the shock of the goal. It wasn't until his wife shook his arm vigorously that he snapped back to reality and answered, "Yes, it should count." "Should?" His wife pressed for clarification, noticing the uncertainty in his response. "It definitely counts. It definitely counts." Before he could finish, the referee standing outside the center circle blew the whistle and pointed towards the center circle, signaling that the goal was valid. However, the cheers did not erupt immediately. The stadium remained relatively quiet, making the referee's whistle particularly clear. Many, like Ulison, were still in shock from the goal. Chun Xingyi turned to exchange glances with his father, both unsure of what to say. Zhang Xinghuan and Sun Wan watched the field with synchronized expressions and movements. Luo Kai leaned against the massive glass window, as if without that support he might tumble down. Beside him stood Lilith, her eyes wide and hands covering her mouth. Also present were Wang Guangwei and Xia Xiaoyu, along with countless others, both named and unnamed, all sharing the same astonished demeanor as the ball sailed into the net. It is no wonder they were taken aback. Such a spectacle was indeed unprecedented for them. In the stands, the King's female football players, still reveling in Mary's hat trick, were momentarily frozen in place, gazing in astonishment at the King's goal. Li Qingqing stood among them, her hands raised as if to cheer for Hu Lai's remarkable strike. Yet, ultimately, her hands fell to her head, fingers entwined, eyes wide with disbelief. This was not mere spontaneity. She genuinely could not fathom that Hu Lai had seized the opportunity from the kickoff to score directly from the center circle. As the Madrid Pirates initiated play, the Argentine commentator continued to extol Mary's performance at a breakneck pace, akin to the rapid fire of a machine gun. When the ball sailed into the Madrid King's net, he resembled a rooster abruptly silenced mid-crow, rendered speechless and mentally blank. Not far from the Argentine commentator, He Feng and Yin Kong leapt from their seats, arms raised in exuberance, shouting hoarsely, "Hu Lai! Hu Lai! Unbelievable! Simply astounding! Incredible! Truly miraculous!" Scoring right from the kickoff, Hu Lai has once again achieved this astonishing feat. In the second leg of the Champions League semi-final, Hu Lai had previously capitalized on a kickoff opportunity to score. However, this time, he surpassed himself by launching the ball from the center circle straight into the King's goal. Following Mary, he too became a player to score a hat trick in the Champions League final. Had I not previously asserted that Hu Lai's first goal in this match, that stunning bicycle kick, should be considered the best goal of this season's Champions League? My apologies. I have changed my mind. This goal is undoubtedly the season's crowning achievement. Hu Lai is phenomenal. In the living room, everyone was in a frenzy. Chu Yifan, however, teased Yin Yin. "Old Yin, how did you not see that coming?" Yin Yin defended himself robustly. "Isn't it perfectly normal not to predict that? If I could guess every goal Hu Lai scores, wouldn't that imply I'm better than him?" Chu Yifan chuckled, "But you should have anticipated it, given the precedent." "Precedent?" Yin Yin inquired. In the second leg of the Champions League semi-final, Hu Lai scored immediately after Becker set a record. "So, I thought you would guess Hu Lai would score right away. Isn't he the chosen one? If he can't score such a lucky goal, what does that make him?" Yin Yin then playfully patted Chu Yifan's shoulder. "Captain Chu, I hereby pass my esteemed position to you." In the bar, an uncountable number of voices erupted in cheers. They treated beer as champagne, wildly shaking and spraying it about. Amidst the raucous crowd, Yao Yuling screamed in joy as she embraced Peng Hao tightly. Her grip was so strong that Peng Hao found it impossible to break free. Of course, he only made a token effort to escape before surrendering to the moment. A delighted smile adorned his face as he raised his fists and shouted, "Hu Lai is phenomenal! Hu Lai is phenomenal!" After Spanish commentator Alvarez Sanchez regained his composure, he elongated his voice in a fervent shout, exclaiming with fervor, "Oh, this is simply terrifying. Such a performance is truly astonishing. Melly's hat trick was already enough to leave us in awe, but who has managed to astonish us even further? We are left speechless. Is there a more remarkable way to complete a hat trick than to score directly from the center circle for his third goal of the match?" Honestly, I had contemplated how he might respond given Melly's hat trick, envisioning numerous possibilities, yet I could have never anticipated such a remarkable response. Just look at Melly. He seems genuinely startled. Melly once thought that Hu was intimidated by his hat trick, but now he is truly in awe of Hu. Like commentator Sanchez, Melly had considered the possibility of Hu scoring, but he never expected that Hu's third goal would come so swiftly and in such a manner. He stood frozen, dumbfounded, gazing at Hu. The bravado he had just displayed evaporated into thin air, leaving him in a state of disbelief. The impact of this moment was felt not only by Melly, but also by the players and fans of the Madrid Kings, especially the fans, who now felt a sense of despair akin to that of the Pirates fans after Melly's recent goal. Melly's achievement of scoring 3 goals in the final was indeed remarkable. Yet Hu seemed to shadow Melly, relentlessly pursuing him. This goal sent a clear message to all Madrid Kings supporters: do not think you can easily shake me off. If Melly's goal had a morale-diminishing effect of 10 on the Pirates fans, then whose goal had a staggering impact of 100 on the Kings fans. It was scored with such ease and swiftness, like a race where who allowed Melly a 40-meter head start, only to catch up right before the finish line. How do the Kings fans feel about this? After an initial shock, the Milan Central Stadium gradually came to life. The songs and cheers of the Pirates fans became the dominant melody within the arena, while the Kings fans collectively fell into silence. Hu and Kelly had retreated from the center circle, leaving it to the Madrid Kings players. Vandenberg, responsible for the kickoff, walked into the center circle in a daze. As the ball had yet to arrive, he stood there, momentarily unsure of what to do, instinctively casting his gaze towards the sidelines, seeking direction from the coach. However, their coach Roy V was standing motionless on the sidelines, like a statue, making no gestures whatsoever. P.S. Today is the third watch. Seeking monthly support. Chapter 477. Lying down to survive and standing up to face death. Who is back? Accompanied by the commentator's high-pitched voice, who suddenly unleashed a long-range shot from outside the penalty area. Buckler dove to the side, barely managing to deflect the ball out of bounds, granting the Madrid Pirates a corner kick. The Madrid Pirates have secured a corner kick, marking their second in merely 3 minutes. Following the resumption of play, the Pirates have asserted dominance over the Kings, who appear to be reeling from the recent goal conceded. The game has become chaotic since its restart, a troubling development. They must swiftly recover from this state of confusion. After the Pirates earned this corner, the commentators remarked on the shift in momentum. The match has resumed. Yet unlike the previous back-and-forth exchanges between the two teams, the Kings are now being subdued by their city rivals. The earlier vigor they exhibited in their offensive efforts against the Pirates is now conspicuously absent. No one casts blame upon them. Rather, there is a sense of sympathy and understanding. After all, who would perform better under such circumstances? However, they are the Madrid Kings, a prestigious club among the elite. If they continue in this disarray, they risk conceding another goal. As the most successful football club in Europe, they must exhibit extraordinary resilience. While it is understandable for ordinary teams to crumble under sudden pressure, the Kings cannot afford such a luxury. They must withstand the pressure and conquer their adversaries to uphold their status as a premier club. From the stands, Bayern Munich's coach, Björn Hanschek, observed this scene and turned to his companion, Mitchelstad, with a grin, although whose goal reminded me of some unfortunate memories. Witnessing the Madrid Kings floundering in the aftermath of whose sudden strike brings me a certain delight. Mitchelstad, amused by his words, chuckled in response. The moment who scored right from the kickoff. Mitchelstad recalled the UEFA Champions League semi-finals and inwardly cursed. Really? Not satisfied with the semi-finals? You must do it again in the finals? This is a blatant slap in the face. I'm truly experiencing a bit of PTSD. However, upon witnessing the Kings' subsequent performance, a flicker of satisfaction filled his heart. At last, it is not just us at Bayern Munich who are the most unfortunate. In future discussions of such humiliating moments, Bayern Munich will no longer occupy the most prominent position. The Madrid Kings will now take their place as the unfortunate ones frequently mentioned. How delightful. If the Pirates ultimately clinch the Champions League title, it would be even more splendid. We ought to take action. Assistant coach Fernando Gonzalez urged head coach Roy V. Roy turned to him. Indeed, we should do something, Fernando. But what exactly should we do? Gonzalez found himself momentarily at a loss for words. What should we do? Defend or attack? Fortunately, Roy did not genuinely expect his assistant to provide a strategy. He sighed. Let us continue our assault. We are the Kings, and our rivals are the Pirates. We cannot retreat while they have the upper hand. That would be utterly disgraceful. Onward with the attack. Before Hulai scored, Roy V had conveyed a similar message to his team. At that moment, this simple directive embodied the dominance of being the European champion. However, now, this instruction merely serves as a fig leaf to maintain the last vestiges of dignity. We cannot concede defeat before our arch-rivals, even if doing so may lead to a swifter demise. At the very least, we shall perish in the act of charging forth. Considering the added time, there are approximately 15 minutes remaining. Has Roy truly surrendered? Tony Clark in the stands furrowed his brow, shaking his head vigorously. He observed that the Kings were still pressing forward. Isn't this a counterattack? How have they surrendered? Matt inquired, puzzled. This so-called counterattack, which appeared to be an offensive maneuver, was, in truth, a desperate plea for death, indicating that Roy believed his team faced insurmountable odds to win the match, thus opting for a stand-and-fight approach. However, there were still several minutes left, and the Kings might yet seize an opportunity, Clark analyzed. Indeed, Melly was in excellent form and could still contribute effectively. Matt nodded in agreement. I can understand Roy V's predicament. He is a revered coach of the Madrid Kings and a quintessential Madridista. In his eyes, the image of the Kings surpasses all. For a coach of his stature, to show weakness before a fierce rival would surely astonish many. Conversely, if it were Perotti in this situation, I suspect he would unhesitatingly resort to a defensive posture. After all, the score is level, and holding on for a draw could still yield a favorable outcome. Once the match goes into extra time, when the opponent's morale has waned, he would strike back. As Clark mused, perhaps Perotti's past struggles and less illustrious coaching career have freed him from the burden of idolization. Even if he must crawl on the ground in a disheartening manner, he would strive to survive, unlike Roy, who would nobly face his demise. Roy has astonishingly allowed his team to continue attacking. The coaches on the Madrid Pirates bench were equally astonished. Isn't that a good thing? Perotti remarked with a smile. This gives us more chances to score. If Roy had instructed the Kings to retreat and park the bus in front of the goal, it would have been far more challenging for us. Indeed, the Kings' offensive approach benefits us. I simply didn't expect Roy to make such a questionable adjustment, remarked assistant coach Valentin. It's not entirely a poor decision. After Hulai's goal, I can fully comprehend any response the Kings make, Perotti chuckled. Hearing this, everyone joined in laughter. Hulai's immediate goal had stunned everyone, including the coaches of the Pirates. Those who stood in support of the Pirates should have cheered for Hulai's goal, yet they were momentarily rendered speechless, unable to react. Thus, one can easily imagine the psychological impact Hulai's goal had on both the players and management of the Kings. With Perotti's words, no one was surprised by Roy's questionable tactics. In their situation, they too would have faltered. The Kings' continued offensive stance appeared audacious. It also invigorated the Kings' supporters in the stands, who cheered loudly in encouragement. However, this positive attitude on the pitch did not translate into a tangible advantage for the Kings. The offensive display lacked quality, failing to pose any threat to the Madrid Pirates' goal. Instead, the attacks resulted in vulnerabilities in the defense, allowing the Pirates to capitalize on opportunities for counterattacks. As the match progressed to the 79th minute, the right back, Irasusta, executed a diagonal long pass from near the center circle to the left flank. Tonini, chasing the ball on the left side of the Kings' penalty area, faced the defense of right back Peyton Garcia and surged into the box. Garcia, hesitant to commit, could only retreat and maintain his defensive position. Noticing the diminishing chances for a breakthrough and the encroaching space within the penalty area, Tonini opted to pass the ball. He executed a direct back pass to Vukovic, who awaited just outside the box. As Vukovic received the ball, the Kings players also pressed out of the penalty area, particularly their midfielder, Dedoukalos, who charged towards Vukovic. Upon receiving the ball, Vukovic feigned a move before passing it laterally to his nearby teammate, Maxi Kyrie. In a surprising turn of events, Kyrie did not halt the ball. Instead, he chose to volley it on the run. The ball arced dramatically, eluding the grasp of goalkeeper back here, and found its way into the net at what appeared to be an impossible angle. What a spectacular strike. Another world-class goal from Maxi Kyrie. How many stunning goals have we witnessed in this match? 43. The Madrid Pirates were simply unstoppable. Thunderous cheers erupted from the stands, resonating throughout the central stadium. The commentators were taken aback, and even Kyrie prepared to celebrate. However, the referee's sharp whistle abruptly pulled everyone's elation back to earth. The assistant referee raised his flag, and the referee raised his arm. What? Offside? When did that happen? The commentators were left bewildered, while the Pirates players, poised to celebrate, looked on in confusion at the referee. It wasn't until the broadcast revealed the video assistant referee's findings that everyone realized, through freeze frames and reference lines, that Tonini had strayed offside by the slightest margin during Irasusta's diagonal pass, just a shoulder's breadth. Yet, it was indeed offside. Consequently, all subsequent actions, including dribbling, passing, and shooting, were rendered void. Alas, Tonini's offside negated Kyrie's brilliant strike. One must thank the video assistant referee. The beleaguered Madrid Kings narrowly escaped a calamity. Had it not been for the video assistant referee, that goal might have stood, and the Kings would not have even lodged a complaint. Admittedly, such a statement feels harsh. But given the mindset of the Kings players, it is not entirely implausible. P.S. Here comes the second update. Please support with monthly votes. Chapter 478. The first of his kind Maxi Kyri's world-class strike was nullified by the referee due to Tonini's prior offside. This incident served to awaken Roivy. He turned to assistant coach Gonzalez and stated, "No, this is not right. We cannot continue to attack. We must regroup. Let us hold this score until the end of regular time, and we can adjust during extra time. Our stamina is superior." He finally remembered that the current score was actually 33, not 34. Moreover, the Pirates had played an additional match in the Kings Cup final, leaving them at a physical disadvantage compared to the Kings. The Madrid Kings still had a chance. It was not yet time to concede defeat, with approximately 10 minutes remaining. If they could endure these final moments, the Madrid Kings would have the opportunity to recover from the initial blow and extend the match by another 30 minutes. Gonzalez swiftly ran to the sidelines, issuing commands to the players, instructing them to bolster their defense and withstand the last 10 minutes. Roivy had not yet lost his composure. After noticing the Kings' adjustments, Perotti remarked to his assistant coaches, "We must prepare for extra time. Have Joaquin warm up." Maxi Kelly's stamina was waning rapidly. He would be unable to last the entire 120 minutes. Thus, in the closing moments, Perotti planned to substitute Kelly for Joaquin Vela, shifting Tonini and Kamara forward, transitioning from a 4-4-2 to a 4-3-3 formation. The midfield would consist of Joaquin Vela and Ramirez partnering as defensive midfielders, with Vukovic moving up in position. Following their defensive consolidation, the Madrid Kings left only Melli at the forefront, with even Salados actively retreating to the edge of the penalty area to assist in defense. Although he was a forward, he exerted considerable effort in defense, demonstrating no reluctance due to his lack of defensive skills. He diligently compensated for his defensive shortcomings with industrious running, willingly assuming the role of a sweeper. The Kings supporters in the stands also recognized that this was not the moment to assert their dominance through offense. Preserving the draw was paramount. Thus, despite the Kings being pressured and appearing quite disheveled on the field, their fans continued to cheer passionately for their team. The Pirates supporters sang in unison, urging their team on, hoping to conclude the match within 90 minutes and deny the Madrid Kings the opportunity for extra time. After all, in terms of stamina, the Pirates did not hold the advantage. If the match went into extra time, the Kings would regain the upper hand. At that point, the outcome would be uncertain. Initially, after Hulai equalized for the third time, the scales of victory seemed to tilt in favor of the Madrid Pirates, who certainly did not wish to let victory slip away. Perotti rose from his seat and positioned himself at the sidelines, signaling for an intensified offensive. He understood that it was time for an all-out attack. Seeing the Madrid Pirates ramp up their offensive, Roivy shouted from the sidelines, "Melli! Melli!" He was reminding Melli to remain poised for a counterattack, although his intention was to drag the match into extra time. If an opportunity arose to clinch victory within 90 minutes, why not seize it? The heightened defensive pressure from the Madrid Pirates provided the Kings with the perfect chance to counterattack. With a player like Melli, quick and exceptionally skilled in one-on-one situations, they were well equipped to exploit the Pirates' vulnerabilities. Indeed, the Madrid Kings executed a threatening counterattack. In the 83rd minute, the Madrid Pirates' offensive attempt faltered as the opposing center-back, Peralta, intercepted the ball. With a powerful long pass, he aimed for the forward, Melli. What followed was a mesmerizing display by Melli. In a burst of speed, he skillfully controlled the ball and surged towards the Pirates' penalty area. Although Danny Drew positioned himself on Melli's inside, a subtle shift in pace created the necessary space between them. This separation afforded Melli a clear shot at goal. He immediately struck. Having previously been breached thrice by Melli, Hall did not falter this time, showcasing his qualities as a world-class goalkeeper. He managed to deflect the ball with the outside of his trailing right foot, even as his body leaned towards the near post. The ball veered slightly, grazing the outer edge of the far post before sailing out of bounds. Hull, what a crucial save. Melli squandered a golden opportunity. He turned to watch the ball, hoping to witness it find the back of the net, only to see it fly directly out of play. In that moment, he lost his balance and fell forward onto the grass. Meanwhile, Hall rose from the ground, ecstatic, pumping his fist in triumph. Danny Drew was the first to rush over, embracing him, followed closely by Moreno and other Pirates players who returned to defend. They all embraced Hall, expressing their gratitude for his fatherly love. In the stands, Sharon felt her legs weaken at the moment of Melli's shot. Had she not grasped her husband's arm in time, she might have fallen back into her seat. Though it appeared alarming, this was, in fact, the only opportunity the Madrid Kings had thus far. For the most part, the Madrid Pirates maintained the upper hand. Pulayev, Vukovic, and Kamara had all posed threats to the King's goal. Undoubtedly, Meli had the clearest chance, yet he failed to capitalize on it. What good is a perfect opportunity if it is squandered? Thus, despite Sharon's fright, she did not miss the chance to taunt Meli. Garbage. I could have scored that. Unison could not contain himself. That shot was actually quite challenging. My son would definitely have scored. Unison was left speechless, for his wife's words held merit. In the 85th minute, the Madrid Pirates made a substitution. Max Kyrie was replaced by Joaquin Bella. He expressed no dissatisfaction, instead jogging to the sidelines to exchange high-fives with Bella. Kyrie's substitution marked the end of his tenure with the Pirates, as he had publicly declared he would not renew his contract with the club. This was his final match with the Pirates, culminating a 9-year career during which he made 345 appearances across all competitions. Despite suffering from injuries that limited his appearances in the first 2 seasons, he still managed to score 206 goals for the team. Maxi Kyrie stands as the all-time leading scorer in the history of the Madrid Pirates. As he exited the field, commentators from various nations took a moment to reflect on Kyrie's illustrious career with the Pirates. He has led the team to 3 league titles, 2 Copa del Rey triumphs, 1 UEFA Europa League title, and 2 Spanish Super Cups. Before the arrival of July, he was undeniably the star player of the Madrid Pirates. He joined the team during a tumultuous period, and by the time he decided to depart, the Pirates were contending for the pinnacle of European glory in the Champions League final. Regardless of where his next chapter leads him, the fans of the Pirates will forever cherish the contributions he made to the team. Good luck, Max. The entire stadium of Pirates supporters rose in unison, offering thunderous applause for Kyrie. They chanted his name repeatedly. Max. 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 Amidst their jubilant cheers, Kyrie approached the sidelines, exchanging a handshake with Joaquin Vela, before raising his hand in a gesture of farewell to the fans in the stands. His face bore no signs of reluctance or sorrow. His expression remained composed. Moments later, Coach Perotti approached him, extending his hand and expressing, "I apologize for not allowing you to complete the match, Maxi." Kyrie shook his head, responding, "It's all right, sir. I don't mind." Perotti smiled, recalling that 2 seasons prior, Kyrie would have fiercely contested such a decision, perhaps even challenging him directly. However, now, all that seemed like a distant memory, as the once fiery Maxi Kyrie displayed a remarkable sense of indifference. Perotti patted him on the shoulder and guided him to the substitutes bench. Those seated on the coaching staff and the bench rose to their feet, offering high-fives and embraces, as if partaking in a preemptive farewell ceremony. After exchanging heartfelt gestures with his teammates, Kyrie settled onto the bench, accepting a towel from a staff member to dab at his perspiration before donning a jacket to keep warm. He gazed out at the pitch, the arena where he had fought valiantly. No, this was not just any match. It was his first ever appearance in a Champions League final, a venue he had never before graced. To bid farewell to the Pirates in such a grand spectacle was a fulfillment of his dreams. Barring one condition, if they were to lose, he would not forgive them, Kyrie thought to himself, directing his gaze toward the player wearing the number 14 on the field. The Madrid Pirates pressed forward in an attack, earning a throw-in near the corner flag on the right side. Right back Irasusta moved to take the throw. Kamara advanced to receive the ball. The Kings' left back, Rafael Fonseca, immediately closed in on him, applying pressure to prevent an easy reception. Kamara shielded Fonseca behind him, signaling to Irasusta to throw the ball over while also preparing for the catch. Thus, Irasusta hurled the ball to Kamara, who promptly made a run onto the pitch to receive it. Indeed, under the tight marking from Fonseca, Kamara did not stop the ball, but directly passed it back to Irasusta. Irasusta, positioned on the flank, received a pass from Kamala and unleashed a powerful cross. The ball soared directly into the Kings' penalty area. However, the force of Irasusta's delivery was excessive. Strictly speaking, it did not constitute a proper cross, as it veered towards the far corner of the box rather than heading towards the goal, seemingly destined to traverse the area and land on the opposite touchline. Yet, observing the runner approaching the ball's descent was Hulai, prompting those who had previously grumbled about Irasusta's errant passing to fall silent. They recognized that Irasusta was not aimlessly kicking the ball. Rather, he was deliberately seeking out Hulai. As Hulai sprinted toward the ball's landing spot, he adjusted his strides. The right back Payton Garcia and Siqueiros converged upon him simultaneously. Even in this distant part of the penalty area, They dared not underestimate Hulai's ability to seize the ball. After all, they were still within the confines of the box. Irasusta's cross aimed for the back post. It was somewhat distant, and Hulai raced to intercept. All spectators anticipated that Hulai would control the ball and orchestrate a new offensive play. Vukovic quickly retreated to the penalty spot, ready to support. Thus, Hulai could even play the ball across without stopping it. However, Hulai did not conform to the collective expectation. While adjusting his steps, he lifted his gaze to the approaching ball and, in a backward motion, swung his right leg. A spectacular overhead strike. The ball soared past Payton Garcia and Siqueiros, arcing over their heads and hurtling toward the goal behind them. The two defenders quickly turned around, only to see their goalkeeper, Backer, at the near post, neck craned to follow the ball's trajectory. Watching as it descended and nestled into the bottom corner of the net, he was guarding. What? Beautiful! Hifeng and Yin Kong erupted into ecstatic shouts. Hulai! Hulai! A world-class strike! Splendid! Splendid! While Yin Kong continued to exclaim splendid, Hifeng was inspired to recite a line of poetry on the spot. Peach blossom shadows fall, a divine sword takes flight, a glimmer of cold brilliance stabilizes the cosmos. Sanchez also shouted in exhilaration. A quadruple! A quadruple! This marks his fourth goal in the match. Who had become the first player in UEFA Champions League final history to score 4 goals in a single match. He is the first of his kind. Chapter 479. The People's Roar. Peach blossom shadows fall, a divine sword takes flight, a glimmer of cold brilliance stabilizes the cosmos. As Hifeng bellowed this line, countless Chinese fans in front of their televisions leapt up, wildly waving their fists and roaring in unison. Incredible! Amazing! Hulai is phenomenal! What a dramatic finish! A quadruple! An ethereal strike! A world-class goal! Across various locations and among diverse crowds, the same jubilant cheers resonated. In Chu Yifen's new living room, everyone was shouting, lost in the fervor, unable to hear one another's exclamations. Around 4:30 in the morning, their roars echoed, completely disregarding the possibility of disturbing the neighbors on either side. However, there was no cause for concern, for at that very moment within the confines of this neighborhood, countless windows resonated with similar cries, expanding to Jincheng, Anong province, and even encompassing all of China. This scene had likely been repeated innumerable times. This night, for both Chinese football fans and the general populace, whether supporters or not, was undoubtedly a night fraught with sleeplessness. Even those who did not watch the match had likely been roused earlier by the cacophony of cheers. The fervent shouts during the final moments were anticipated by those gathered in bars, KTVs, street stalls, internet cafes, and cinemas, who were far less concerned about disturbing others' repose. A veritable rain of beer poured down in the bar, intertwining the shrieks of women with the roars of men, accompanied by laughter and applause. Peng Hao tightly embraced Yao Yuling before him, this time taking the initiative. The girl did not struggle in his arms, only joining in the joyous exclamations. Feeling the softness and warmth in his embrace, Peng Hao silently cheered. Thank you, cousin. Thanks to you, I am about to find my other half. Witnessing the fourth goal soar into the king's net, Luo Kai slapped the glass window before him with force, producing a muffled thud that startled those in the private room, who turned to him with astonished gazes. Yet, Luo Kai remained oblivious, fixated on the pitch. Lilith withdrew her gaze from the field, turning instead to Luo Kai, captivated by the silhouette of this man, whether on the television screen in the private room or on the various screens throughout the stands. The replay of Hulai's recent goal played repeatedly. The Kings fans held their heads in despair, watching silently as Hulai executed a stunning volley while retreating on the screen. In contrast, the Pirates supporters paid no heed to the screen, instead singing and dancing in exuberant celebration. They shook their fists at their rival fans, shouting loudly, "It's our turn! It's our turn! It's our turn!" This chant echoed the players' words from a TikTok video shot prior to the match, celebrating the recent triumph of the Kings women's team. At that time, the male players had filmed a celebratory video, proclaiming it was their turn, which implied that it was now the men's team's time to lift the trophy. Such bravado had been interpreted as a display of the Kings players' confidence and dominance, suggesting that the 13th UEFA Champions League trophy was assured. Yet now, the Pirates supporters wielded it as a means to mock the Kings, a poignant reminder of their fallibility. Faced with the taunts and jibes from the Pirates, the Kings fans found themselves at a loss for words, perhaps too preoccupied to retaliate. compared to the derision from the pirates. Losing the match was an infinitely more daunting prospect. Hulai's fourth goal came in the 86th minute and 43 seconds of the match, with the time now reaching 87 minutes. Although the time consumed during player celebrations would be accounted for by the referee in stoppage time. However, the time left for the Kings of Madrid is indeed dwindling. Their morale has suffered a severe blow, and in this match, Hulai appeared as if descended from the heavens, consistently finding the back of the net. Moreover, nearly every goal was a stunning masterpiece. Such an opponent is truly intimidating, evoking an involuntary urge to surrender. The fans of the Kings of Madrid are collectively engulfed in despair, as are the players on the field. These goals, to put it delicately, could be described as spectacular. Yet unkindly, they resemble mere child's play. He positions himself, retreats, and then suddenly unleashes a strike. The ball, astonishingly, finds its way in. How utterly unreasonable is that? How does one even compete against such a rival? It seems he can score at will. After Hulai completed his hat trick, the morale of the Kings players plummeted to an all-time low. Just as they began to recover slightly, Hulai struck them down again with a devastating blow. It is tragic. Utterly tragic. The players of the Kings stood frozen in their positions, allowing the pirates to rush by, cheering and shouting, towards the figure in the corner flag area. They remained unresponsive. Even Melibane stood with his hands on his hips, gazing into the distance with vacant eyes. He did not move to the center circle to await the restart. A wave of profound fatigue washed over him, compelling him to remain still and rest. Wishing to go nowhere. Even more exhausted than Melibane was the Kings coach, Roivy. He had previously felt fortunate for his timely awakening, having chosen the right tactics to tighten defense. If they could withstand the Pirates' assault for just 10 minutes and drag the game into extra time, the initiative would return to the Kings. The tactical arrangement was sound. Melibane had even come close to clinching a victory for his team. Yet, he had never anticipated that Hulai's form could reach such heights today. For that Chinese player, scoring seemed as natural as breathing. Assistant coach Gonzalez stood silently beside him. Roivy eventually sighed and said, "Now we need not dwell on whether to defend or attack. Let us attack. Fernando, let the team advance." Aside from attacking, they had no other recourse. Fernando Gonzalez nodded and rushed to the sidelines to relay the latest instructions to the players. Given Hulai's current form, the Kings of Madrid might still concede a goal. But this time, it would not be a reckless march to their demise. It would be a quest for resurrection. As Gonzalez conveyed commands to the Kings players, the Pirates were still reveling in their jubilant celebrations. Clearly, their celebration time had exceeded the limits. Yet this was not a deliberate attempt to waste time. They had genuinely lost themselves in the moment, forgetting all else. This was the first time the Madrid Pirates had reached the Champions League final, and the opportunity to seize the championship was within their grasp, rendering everyone unable to conceal their excitement. It was not until the referee approached to remind them to return to their half that they snapped back to reality. They had just sprinted back from the Royal Flag District in Madrid. On their way back, they did not disperse into small groups. Instead, they remained closely united. Captain Ramirez continuously reminded the crowd, "The match is not over yet. Gentlemen, I cannot ascertain how long the stoppage time will be. So let us assume we have 10 more minutes. In these 10 minutes, scoring is absolutely possible. Therefore, do not presume victory is assured. If we allow the opposing team to equalize in the final moments, it would be disastrous. Regardless of what transpires, we must withstand their assault. We are merely 10 minutes away from making history. In these 10 minutes, no one can falter." As they made their way back to their half, Captain Ramirez spoke fervently until they crossed the halfway line, concluding his exhortation with a clap and a rallying cry. "Let us drag them down from that damned perch." Simultaneously, the pirate fans in the stands began to sing their anthem once more. "Rise. Sing. We march toward victory." With this chant, not a single supporter of the Madrid Pirates remained seated. They all stood in solidarity. The flag of unity was advancing forward. Join us and march along. You will witness the melodies and banners unfurling. In the stadium, numerous flags of the Madrid Pirates were vigorously waved. The dawn of that crimson morn heralded the arrival of a new life. Rise. Fight. The people march toward victory. A brighter future is on the horizon. Let us pursue our own happiness. Amidst the roar, a cacophony of battle cries erupted, as the people sang the song of freedom. With determination, we shall ultimately prevail. And now, let us fight, awakening countless souls with resounding voices shouting, "Onward! Following this declaration, the melodious and majestic song suddenly transformed into a deafening chorus. United. The people will never be defeated. Within the Pirate Park Stadium in Madrid, 80,000 voices resounded in unison. United. The people will never be defeated. Outside the Central Stadium in Milan, in the square and taverns, innumerable fans clad in Madrid Pirates attire rhythmically waved their fists, chanting, United. The people will never be defeated. The royal fans in the stands attempted to counteract, but amidst such a tempest, they could scarcely utter a word. The entire Central Stadium, half of Madrid, reverberated with this roar. The people cheered, celebrating the imminent descent of the lofty king from his throne. P.S. It is still the third watch of the night. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 480. The final element of the match. Conflict and red cards melee. Melee, Han Shuyu exclaimed, directing her camera towards the field. In her lens, Melee Banega was rapidly dribbling down the wing, charging toward the penalty area of the Madrid Pirates. Many others, like her, screamed in desperation. Han Shuyu herself could hear it. Regardless of gender, everyone appeared as helpless as a little girl in the face of Melee's aggressive dribble. With nothing to do but scream, they were rendered powerless. Fortunately, Ramirez surged in from the side, executing a fierce tackle that sent Melee sprawling off the field, ball and all. The referee's whistle pierced the air, quickly drowned out by a cacophony of cheers and boos. The cheers erupted from the Madrid Pirate supporters, reveling in their captain's audacity and Melee's misfortune, while the Madrid Kings fans jeered, deeming Ramirez's tackle a malicious foul deserving of a red card. Indeed, the referee issued a card to Ramirez, but it was merely a yellow, inciting discontent among the Kings fans in the stands and the players on the field. The fans jeered, and the players encircled the referee, seeking an explanation. Only the head coach, Roy frantically shouted from the sidelines, urging them to cease surrounding the referee. Do you have time to waste? Let the game resume. To him, this was a clear ploy by the Pirates, designed to drain the Kings of their focus and time on trivial matters, while simultaneously unsettling them and preventing them from showcasing their true capabilities. As the Kings players harried the referee or confronted Ramirez, the Pirates players, akin to sharks sensing blood, closed in, provoking the Kings with taunts, thereby throwing them off their game and dragging them into the Pirates' rhythm. Melee, clutching his leg and rolling on the ground, was largely ignored. Thankfully, not all players in the Kings squad had lost their wits. Captain Salados made an effort to separate the crowd, admonishing them about the importance of the moment. Melee himself struggled to rise, signaling to the referee that he required no medical attention or stretcher, and limped back onto the field. With 4 goals scored in the second half, coupled with substitutions, the fourth official had allocated an extensive 7 minutes of stoppage time. Now in the 93rd minute. Only 4 minutes remained until the end of the match. The Kings had little time to squander. They needed to hold firm. They must not falter at the last moment and jeopardize their hard-earned reputation. Cielon, nervously murmuring to herself in the stands, was not alone in her anxiety. Many, both present and absent, who supported the Madrid Pirates and who were silently praying for the Pirates to withstand the Kings' fervent assault in the dying moments. In the bars, no one could remain seated. They all stood, eyes glued to the television. In Chu Yifun's new living room, some even knelt on the floor, engrossed in the match. Perotti stood at the sidelines, his expression grave and serious as he observed the field, his own inner turmoil manifesting in his demeanor. Next to him, Roy exhibited a striking contrast, pacing back and forth along the sidelines, occasionally gesticulating fervently, urging the players to press forward relentlessly. Not every member of the Kings could maintain the unwavering focus of their captain, Salados, or Molina, especially after enduring Ramirez's deliberate foul without losing their composure. There were murmurs of discontent regarding Ramirez receiving merely a yellow card instead of being sent off with a red. Such pent-up emotions yearned for an outlet. Thus, when Hulai, with his back to the attacking direction, received a pass from his teammate, intending to delay the game, he was unexpectedly swept into the air by Peralta's scything kick from behind. In a literal sense, he was lifted into the air. Although Hulai had attempted to evade the blow, he was unable to escape the impact of Peralta's sweeping leg, which resembled a spinning kick rather than a conventional sweep. Consequently, even as Hulai leapt, he couldn't avoid the solid strike to his calf. Losing his balance midair, he let out a cry and fell to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced through the tension, accompanied by a series of sharp, urgent blasts. Seeing Hulai collapse, Kamara charged towards Peralta, prompting the referee to hastily intervene with such rapid whistles to deter a potential confrontation while rushing to the scene. Meanwhile, the stands erupted once more with cheers and jeers. But this time, the Madrid Kings supporters voiced their disdain for Hulai, wishing fervently that Peralta had indeed sent him off the field. The jeers came from the Pirates fans, who not only booed but also hurled invectives at Peralta, cursing him and his entire lineage with fervent vitriol. Amidst the chaos, the players from Madrid Pirates swiftly approached to assist Kamara, while others tended to Hulai's condition, such as Danny Drew, who hurried over to inquire, "Are you all right, Hulai grimaced in pain, his discomfort genuine rather than feigned. Despite donning the damaged giant bear shin guards, which offered no relief, he felt the sting of the kick to his shin. "I'm fine, just hurting," he gritted through clenched teeth. "Your demeanor is hardly convincing," Drew remarked, increasingly worried. "Really, I'm fine," Hulai insisted, grasping Drew's arm. Struggling to inquire, did Peralta receive a card? Drew thought to himself, why do you care about Peralta when you're injured? Nonetheless, he glanced up and replied, "Not yet. Our players are tangled up with theirs, and the referee is preoccupied pulling them apart, so he hasn't had the chance to issue a card." "Then I'll lie here a bit longer," Hulai stated, prompting Drew to conclude that he was indeed all right. He disregarded Hulai, patted him on the back, and rose to confront his teammates. The players of the Madrid Pirates were agitated, standing defiantly against the Kings. They hurled insults at one another, pointing fingers. Yet none dared to escalate the situation into physical confrontation. The only exception was Kamara, who initially charged forward and collided with Peralta, a move that ignited fervent reactions from both teams. Among them, Moreno was the most vociferous, accusing Peralta with fervor, "You murderer. You are a murderer. Come at me if you dare." He appeared ready to challenge Peralta to a duel, while his teammate Joaquin Bella desperately held him back, preventing him from breaking free. Others positioned themselves in front of Moreno, not pushing him away, but merely ensuring he would not come into contact with the opposing player. For such an encounter would have dire consequences. The situation devolved into chaos, with boos echoing from the stands and fingers raised in contempt. Chinese commentators and fans were too preoccupied with concern for Hulai to appreciate the derby spectacle. Despite Hulai having escaped significant injuries since entering professional football, the threat of an unforeseen injury loomed large. As Hulai remained on the ground, the collective anxiety deepened. The sight of the team doctor rushing onto the field tightened the hearts of the Chinese fans. Although this summer lacked a World Cup, Asian Cup, or Olympics, a sudden serious injury during peak performance could abruptly halt his momentum, making future recovery a daunting prospect. Television broadcasts replayed Peralta's foul on Hulai, prompting Yin Kong to gasp in disbelief. That kick from Peralta was aimed at incapacitating him. "It pains me to watch, let alone Hulai who was struck." Yin Kang's tone turned stern. "Peralta must be shown a red card. This was no tactical foul to stop a play. It was an act of malicious intent. He came in with the intention to injure Hulai. Utterly reprehensible. Regardless of Hulai's condition, he should be sent off." Countless viewers on television and online expressed their outrage against Peralta. On the sidelines, Parati appeared equally incensed, vociferously appealing to the fourth official, hoping for Peralta's expulsion. Meanwhile, Roivy remained motionless on the sidelines, offering no reaction. Amidst Parati's fervent protests, he refrained from engaging in a heated exchange, recognizing that the tide had turned. As the match approached the 96th minute, with only a minute remaining, miracles in the final moments were not unprecedented. However, those teams that achieved such feats shared a common trait. They remained focused and united in purpose. Yet, what of the Madrid Kings? Their concentration had been shattered by this altercation, their emotions spiraling out of control, rendering them unable to focus on the game itself. What chance did such a team have to create a miracle? Thus, Roy Way had no choice but to accept the harsh reality that the inaugural Madrid derby in the history of the UEFA Champions League final would conclude with the Kings' defeat. As the match approached the 97th minute, the tumultuous clash finally came to an end. In this fray, Kamara and the opposing Osai each received a yellow card, while the foul perpetrator, Peralta, was expelled from the field with a direct red card. The Pirate fans in the stands jeered and hurled insults as he made his exit. Meanwhile, the Kings supporters voiced their displeasure towards the referee and Hulai, whom they accused of theatrics, for Hulai now stood lively on the pitch, showing no trace of the earlier foul inflicted by Peralta. Commentators lamented, remarking that it was indeed a Madrid derby. As the match neared its conclusion, conflict and red cards emerged, ensuring this match would be etched in the annals of UEFA history, standing as the most thrilling Champions League final of the 21st century. Chapter 481. The Crimson plucked from the rising sun due to the earlier altercation, despite the clock indicating 97 minutes. The referee refrained from blowing the final whistle immediately. Instead, he judiciously added a few moments. This decision incited a collective outcry from the Madrid Pirate substitutes and coaching staff. Perotti remained relatively calm, while assistant coach Valentin dashed to the fourth official, raising his wrist and gesturing to his watch, indicating that time had expired. The substitutes all stood at the sidelines, gesturing frantically, signaling for the match to end, pleading for no further play. Everyone was unable to contain their fervent emotions, yet anxious that the additional time granted by the referee might allow the Madrid Kings to conjure a miracle. A deafening chorus of boos erupted from the stands, all emanating from the Pirate supporters. The Kings fans, however, had lowered their banners in resignation, silently observing the field, each one aware that no miracle would unfold. Although it was the Kings who retained possession at this juncture, their attacks posed no threat to the Pirate goal. The Kings supporters had accepted their fate. Hefeng and Yin Kong, amidst the cacophony of jeers, were compelled to raise their voices. The stoppage time has elapsed, yet the referee continued to extend play, much to the discontent of the Pirate fans. Listen to this uproar. We can scarcely hear ourselves, they exclaimed, overwhelmed by the fervor of the Pirate supporters. No more time added. It's over. The match has concluded. Xiaolan joined the fervent Pirate fans in the stands, waving her arms in unison while vociferously chanting. The Pirate supporters beside her mirrored her enthusiasm. Han Shiyu maneuvered her phone camera back and forth, capturing the animated gestures of the Pirate fans. Simultaneously, she nearly shouted, "Everyone is quite displeased with the referee's decision to add time. I can somewhat understand the referee's rationale. However, the Kings players seem devoid of spirit. So what purpose does this additional time serve?" Sun Wan felt a firm embrace around her, and upon turning, she beheld the exquisite profile of Zhang Qinghuan. At this very moment, he gazed sternly at the field, his lips tightly pressed together. Sun Wan reached out to embrace Zhang Qinghuan, soothing his slightly trembling frame. Li Qingqing sat in her seat, her hands clasped over her mouth, utterly motionless. Her teammates from the Madrid Royal Women's football team sat despondently in their respective seats, as though they had foreseen the inevitable defeat of the men's team. Thus, they remained unperturbed, their hearts heavy with despair. In front of the television, patrons in the bar stood, some even dramatically perched atop their chairs. One person muttered nervously, "It's over. It's over. Blow the whistle, damn it." Another whispered fervently, hold on, please hold on." Yet, the majority remained silent, their anxiety rendering them voiceless. Peng Hao and Yao Yuling stood side by side, neither uttering a word, their eyes fixated on the screen. At this moment, across countless locations in China, people mirrored this identical display of emotion. They could not sit still to watch the match. Even when alone with their computers or smartphones, they stood to witness the game. No one dared to celebrate. Logically, the Madrid Royals posed little threat to the Pirates' goal. Yet the Chinese fans remained on edge, fearful of tempting fate. Their anxiety surpassed that of the Spanish Pirates supporters. The broadcast crackled with the fervent roars of Hefeng and Yin Kong. This is completely understandable, as they draw ever closer to their club's third UEFA Champions League trophy in history. Suddenly, the cacophony of boos morphed seamlessly into a thunderous cheer, a monumental uproar. Simultaneously, the volume of Hefeng and Yin Kong escalated. The match is over. The match is over. This time, it's truly finished. Congratulations to the Madrid Pirates. Congratulations to Hulai. They have triumphed in the 2028 to 2029 UEFA Champions League season. This is a historic moment, not only for the Madrid Pirates club, but also for Chinese football. Their subsequent words faded into the background. Remarkable. Hulai is extraordinary. Champions. We are the champions. Kings of Europe. Countless individuals in front of their televisions erupted in cheers, some rushing outdoors to howl and roar, releasing their pent-up emotions. Others took to the internet to share their exuberant messages. Each person participated in this historic event in their own way. The match concluded. 43. The Madrid Pirates have triumphed over their city rivals, securing their third UEFA Champions League title in the club's history, exclaimed Spanish commentator Sanchez with palpable excitement. Thus, the first treble winner in the annals of Spanish football, was born. Congratulations to the Madrid Pirates. Congratulations to Parati. Congratulations to Ramirez. Congratulations to Kelly. Congratulations to Hulai. Congratulations to all the players and fans of the Madrid Pirates. This has indeed been a magnificent season. They have collectively forged an era that will be difficult to replicate. This is the most glorious moment in the history of the Madrid Pirates Club. League champions, King's Cup champions, and now UEFA Champions League champions. Throughout this season, they have vanquished every opponent they faced. Sanchez's words faded into indistinctness as the celebration continued. In Madrid, Spain, a fervent group of Pirates fans succumbed to sheer madness. Within the confines of Pirate Park Stadium, some enthusiasts even scaled the barriers, surging onto the field, where they knelt before the colossal screen, bowing low to kiss the grass. When they eventually lifted their heads, their faces bore the marks of tears. Li Qingliang refrained from storming the pitch. Yet he could not help but wipe away his own tears as he observed the Madrid Pirates fans around him, gazing skyward and murmuring in sorrow. His tears were not solely for the team he had cherished since childhood, but also for the plight of Chinese football. After so many years, China finally had a genuine superstar capable of standing atop the European summit. The World Cup, set to take place on this very ground next year, filled him with anticipation as he envisioned cheering for the Chinese team. As the final whistle blew, the players of the Madrid Pirates collectively sank to their knees on the field, some even lying down, each overwhelmed by an immense wave of joy. Meanwhile, the Pirates players on the sidelines surged onto the field, sliding on their knees to embrace their prostrate teammates or collapsing atop them in celebration. The pitch became a whirlwind of jubilant Pirates players seeking out their comrades to share in the elation. In stark contrast, the Kings players stood frozen, resembling statues, utterly motionless. Hulai was also in motion, though he sought not to celebrate, but rather to evade his teammates. He was moving against the tide. As everyone rushed onto the field, he made his way towards the sidelines. At the same time, Xiaolon dashed down from the stands, exclaiming, "Son! Son!" Hulisen followed closely beside her, extending his hands protectively to shield his wife, fearful of her tripping. Xiaolon, while running, rummaged through her bag for something. After navigating through a sea of obstacles presented by his teammates, Hulai finally reached the area beneath the stands. Concurrently, Xiaolon reached the front row, her speed unabated, nearly colliding with the railing. Hulisen, worried she might crash into it or tumble over, swiftly grasped her clothing to steady her. At that moment, as Xiaolon was restrained by her husband, she successfully retrieved an item from her bag and flung it towards her son, who was reaching out from below the stands. "Son!" A piece of red fabric unfurled in the air, akin to a small spark igniting the surrounding atmosphere, spreading rapidly. All eyes were irresistibly drawn to it. As it fully unfurled, the spectators beheld a golden star upon the red fabric, revealing it to be the national flag of China. The vibrant red was soon plucked from the air by a hand. Upon catching the flag, Hulai looked towards Xiaolon, who was leaning against the railing, and shouted, "This is the one Qingqing wore yesterday." She pointed to another section of the stands, where Li Qingqing was seated. After Hulai signaled with an OK, he flipped the flag over and draped it across his back, securing the two corners at his chest in a knot, resembling a standard red scarf. He then sprinted back onto the field once more. This time, a cape crafted from a 5-star red flag adorned his back, rendering him the most captivating presence on the field. Compared to the dark crimson jersey of the Kings, this vibrant hue resembled a flickering flame, akin to flowing magma, as if it were the very red plucked from the rising sun. Xiaolon and Hulisen leaned against the railing, the latter still grasping his wife's garment, while she embraced him in return. Behind them, the fervent Madrid Pirate fans celebrated wildly, filling the entire stands with their exuberance. Yet, Xiaolon and Hulisen stood quietly, tightly entwined. As the final chapter concluded and the match came to an end, the author noted that single updates would commence the following day. The duration of these updates remained uncertain, as only 4 chapters were currently in reserve, and yesterday's draft for the new volume's introduction had been discarded and required rewriting. This volume was nearing its conclusion, and thoughtful consideration was needed for the new volume's beginning, alongside the compilation of the new season's schedule and matchups, all of which demanded considerable time, hence the slower writing pace. Ultimately, once sufficient drafts were amassed, dual updates would resume, and gratitude was extended to the readers for their support. The Fox in the Penalty Area officially approached its final 2 volumes. In Chapter 482, Pirates are champions. The captain, Salados, gazed at Melly, who was comforted by tears on his face and a quivering voice. Salados embraced him, reassuring, "You have performed admirably, Melly. You scored 3 goals in the match." Yet, this only deepened Melly's sorrow, for it did not yield a championship trophy. Salados ruffled his hair gently, encouraging, "Do not dwell on it too much. A more mature version of you is the finest retirement gift I could ask for. I can entrust this team to you with confidence, Melly. Your rivalry with who will continue, will it not?" Melly nodded vigorously, gritting his teeth. "Yes, Captain. I will not concede so easily." Salados chuckled, "That's the spirit. This is the beauty of football. There are no perpetual victors. This time, they prevailed. But we may seek revenge next time. What matters is to maintain our fighting spirit and love for the game." Melly affirmed, "I will not lose my resolve." "Indeed." Salados replied with a smile, "With who around, it would be quite difficult for you to lose your drive." He even playfully teased Melly before patting him on the shoulder. "Come, let us go collect our awards." The podium was prepared, and in front of it, the Madrid Pirate players formed a line. They were ready to applaud their final opponents, the runners-up, the players of the Madrid Kings, as they received their awards. Although the contest had been fiercely competitive, all emotions were expected to return to normal once the match concluded. Even among bitter rivals, a necessary sporting spirit must prevail. After the Pirate players finished lining up, the Kings players gathered together, forming a column as they passed through the corridor created by the Pirate players, who applauded them on either side. However, the players of the Kings had little inclination to engage with those of the Pirates, indifferent to the applause that surrounded them. With heads bowed, they hastened across the stage to receive their silver medals from UEFA President Mr. Marvin Sanji, only to descend once more with downcast eyes. A mere handful managed to muster forced smiles, while the majority wore expressions of dejection. Yet, no one seemed to mind their demeanor. After all, having just lost the championship, expecting them to smile was indeed an unreasonable demand. President Sangi offered only perfunctory words of consolation. It was only when he faced Melly, as he placed the silver medal around his neck, that he spoke earnestly, patting Melly's shoulder. "Do not despair, Melly. Your future is bright." Melly managed a strained smile, replying, "Thank you, sir. I mean it. Take care of yourself and stay healthy. Your career is still long ahead." This time, Melly remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After bidding farewell to Sangi, he descended the podium to stand alongside his teammates, hands on hips, his gaze vacant as he fixed his eyes on the stage. This marked Melly's 4th appearance in the Champions League final, and in the previous 3, he had emerged victorious. Indeed, prior to this, the Kings had boasted an impeccable record, claiming victory in every final they reached since the tournament's restructuring. However, that record had now come to an end, and tragically, it was at their own hands. Though he would undoubtedly seek to avenge this defeat against Hulai in the future, that was a matter for another time. At present, the sting of defeat at Hulai's hands lingered painfully in his heart, refusing to dissipate swiftly. Under his unfocused gaze, Captain Salados ascended the podium. Before placing the silver medal around his neck, Sangi embraced him, stating, "I had thought you would hold on until after next year's World Cup to retire, especially with it being hosted in your homeland." Salados shook his head, replying, "I do not wish to play for any team other than the Kings." Sangi forced a smile, offering words of comfort. "The Kings is a magnificent club, home to countless players like you. You shall surely rise again. This time next year. Should the Kings reach the final again, I will certainly invite you to serve as the award presenter, bringing the trophy onto the field." Salados graciously expressed his gratitude, then took his silver medal and stepped down from the stage. He was uncertain whether the Kings would even reach the final again by this time next year, nor did he wish to dwell on that question, as it was beyond his contemplation. Regardless of their chances of reaching the Champions League final, he did not desire to impose undue pressure on his teammates. After all, since the tournament's restructuring, no team had managed to reach the Champions League final for 3 consecutive years. Once the players and coaches of the Kings had collectively received their silver medals, it was time for the champions to take the stage. Prior to the match, representatives from both the Madrid Kings and the Madrid Pirates had jointly carried the championship trophy onto the field for a grand reveal. Now, with the conclusion of the match and the champions determined, only the representatives of the victorious team would bask in this honor. Thus, the legendary captain of the Madrid Pirates, Karantin Kilic, emerged with a spring in his step, holding the UEFA Champions League trophy aloft, frequently showcasing it to the cameras and fans along the way. The smile adorning his face was far more radiant and sincere than when he first took to the field. At that time, Quella wore a beaming grin, embodying the confidence of a seasoned warrior. In contrast, Kilic's smile was somewhat reserved, perhaps even tinged with anxiety, as he was uncertain how the young Pirates would perform, given their lack of experience in Champions League finals. However, in the end, he emerged as the victor in the competition against Quella, basking in the glory of success. After placing the trophy carefully on its pedestal, he meticulously arranged the satin ribbons on the handles. Before the match, the ribbons were a dual hue, blue representing the Madrid Pirates and red symbolizing the king. Now, only blue remained. The championship, after all, belonged to the Madrid Pirates. Having tidied the ribbons, Kilic extended his hands towards the jubilant, dancing members of the Madrid Pirates team, giving them a thumbs up before exiting the field, a gesture of approval from a predecessor. The players of the Madrid Royal Women's football team, having witnessed their male counterparts receiving the trophy, prepared to depart, unwilling to linger for the Pirates' celebration. Yet, as they began to leave, Li Qingqing stood her ground. Curious eyes turned toward her as someone asked, "Qingqing, aren't you leaving?" She pointed to the field, saying, "My boyfriend hasn't come on stage yet." A realization dawned upon them. Indeed, Li Qingqing's boyfriend was the star player of the Pirates. There was nothing more to say. She wished to support her partner, and the others could not object. They bid her farewell and departed. Once her teammates had left, Li Qingqing made her way directly to join Hulai's parents. Upon seeing Xiaolan, the latter enveloped her in a warm, vigorous embrace. Li Qingqing said nothing but returned the hug, gently stroking her mother's back. In the center of the field, the players of the Madrid Pirates donned specially crafted commemorative t-shirts, each ascending the podium to receive their championship medals. When Hulai took the stage, he was also embraced by UEFA President Ceferin, who congratulated him, saying, "Congratulations, Hu. It has been a remarkable season that belongs to you. You have opened our eyes." Hulai smiled politely in response to the praise. "Thank you, sir. I merely strive to do my part. Those records also belong to my teammates. Without them, I would not have scored so many goals." Ceferin nodded with a smile. "I look forward to your future performances. This season is certainly not your endpoint, is it?" "Indeed, sir. I will continue to forge ahead." "Excellent." Ceferin lifted the medal high, and Hulai lowered his head, allowing the president to drape the medal around his neck. The heavy medal felt weighty against his neck, prompting Hulai to quickly raise his head, clutching the medal in his hand as if fearful it might escape. All the pirate players who had received medals congregated at a specially arranged area, awaiting the moment to hoist the trophy in celebration. Awaiting their captain to retrieve the trophy, Juan Ramirez, adorned with the captain's armband, was the last to ascend to receive the medal, simultaneously claiming the trophy. "Congratulations, Juan." After Sanji draped the gold medal around Ramirez's neck, he picked up the nearby UEFA Champions League trophy. All eyes were riveted upon it. The trophy symbolizing the pinnacle of honor for European football clubs, and, in a broader sense, representing the utmost accolade for football clubs worldwide. Sanji smiled at Ramirez and gently extended the trophy towards him. "It belongs to you." Ramirez accepted the trophy, somewhat taken aback by its lighter-than-expected weight. After expressing his gratitude to the UEFA president, Ramirez grasped the trophy's handle with both hands and approached his impatient teammates, who had been eagerly awaiting his arrival. As the captain approached, they collectively extended their arms and erupted into a continuous roar of woo-woo. With a radiant smile, Ramirez reached them, then turned to face the array of cameras and flashes. "Come on, pirate fans, shout out." He fan could hardly contain his excitement. Finally, Ramirez raised the trophy high. A cascade of confetti and streamers erupted from behind the podium, and the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. The Pirates are champions. European champions. The night after Madrid Pirates clinched the UEFA Champions League title, they returned to Madrid, despite arriving at Madrid International Airport at midnight. Yet, at Sibley Square, throngs of pirate fans continued to gather, with more fans arriving from various locales. The square was so packed that it was nearly impassable as they awaited the moment when the players would adorn the neck of the goddess of abundance with their scarves. However, this would not be the formal championship celebration. A grander event was scheduled for the following evening at Pirate Park Stadium. As Han Shuyu disembarked from the plane and took a taxi directly to Sibley Square, she found herself nearly a kilometer away from the square, forced to exit the vehicle due to a temporary traffic blockade. Only the team bus of the Madrid Pirates and police vehicles were permitted entry, while all other access points were sealed off. In truth, even without police intervention, the outcome would have been similar, as the vicinity surrounding the goddess of abundance was utterly congested with people, rendering any vehicle unable to proceed. The once bustling roundabout had transformed into a sea of celebration. Han Shiyu gazed at the dense crowd ahead and the goddess of abundance statue, now diminished to a mere speck. Sighing at the realization that she would be unable to witness the scene up close today, she wondered if Li Qingliang might be closer to the statue than she was. After all, he had come directly from the Pirate Park Stadium right after the match. As Han Shiyu contemplated this, her WeChat buzzed with a message from Li Qingliang. "Have you arrived, Han Shiyu?" She snapped a photo of the statue of the harvest goddess from her perspective and sent it to Li Qingliang. "I've arrived." Shortly after, she received a system notification. "Old Li has shared his real-time location with you." She clicked on it and noticed that their green dots on the map were not very far apart. Upon closer inspection, she observed that the dot representing Li Qingliang was slowly but steadily moving towards her. Determined, she dragged her suitcase through the bustling crowd, heading in Li Qingliang's direction. Surrounding her were excited Madrid Pirate fans, cheering and singing, waving their arms in unison. This time, Han Shiyu did not take out her phone to capture the magnificent scene. Instead, she tightly gripped her phone with one hand and secured her suitcase with the other, navigating like a cautious vessel amidst the surging waves, steadfastly approaching her anchor point. Ultimately, after enduring a series of unforeseen events, including poor signal and misalignment of location, their hands were finally clasped together. Han Shiyu, astonished, asked, "How could you be so far from the statue?" She was far away due to delays from her flight returning from Milan. Yet, Li Qingliang was right there in Madrid. Feeling a bit bashful, he explained, "I thought if I stayed too close, you wouldn't find me, so I walked against the crowd." Upon hearing this, Han Shiyu was at a loss for words. Noticing her silence, Li Qingliang sheepishly inquired, "Should we move closer?" Han Shiyu shook her head. "It's fine, let us stay here. We won't be able to push through any further." Li Qingliang nodded in agreement, standing silently beside her, taking the suitcase from her grasp. After nearly an hour and a half of waiting, the Madrid Pirates bus finally arrived at Plaza Cibeles amidst thunderous cheers. However, they were too far away. As the players began to drape the team flag over the statue, all they could hear were the rising cheers and screams, but they could hardly see anything. Even with the phone camera zoomed to its maximum, all they could capture were indistinct color blobs in the dim evening light. The so-called 120x digital zoom proved futile. Li Qingliang's phone had a slight advantage, equipped with a tenfold optical zoom, yet the resulting image quality remained dismal. What they had captured was virtually unusable, destined to elicit ridicule from viewers in any video compilation. Embarrassed, Li Qingliang apologized to Han Shiyu. "I'm sorry, I should have been inside to help you capture some footage." Han Shiyu, however, shook her head and replied, "No need to apologize, old Li. I believe this is the best arrangement." Confused, Li Qingliang asked why she thought so. The shots that needed to be taken were already captured in Milan. Now, simply being an observer and enjoying this moment feels quite wonderful. After speaking, she gestured towards the throngs of people and the distant statue of the goddess Cybele. There, the spotlight shone, celebrities mingled, and the atmosphere was electric. Following their championship victory, the Madrid Pirates hurried back to the city, adorning the statue of the goddess of abundance with the team's scarf. Approximately 10,000 fervent Pirates fans gathered on site, singing the team anthem and chanting slogans, reveling in the team's historic third UEFA Champions League title. Although this championship is merely a fraction of what the Kings have achieved, its significance is profound as the Pirates triumphed over the Kings in a direct confrontation during the final. In the post-match press conference, the head coach of the Madrid Pirates, Perotti, attributed the victory to the collective effort of the team, while singling out Hulai for special praise. He even deemed Hulai the best signing in the history of the Madrid Pirates. Perotti's remarks incited mockery among Pirates fans directed at the Kings. Following the victory, many Pirates supporters flooded the Kings' official social media accounts to express gratitude for the Kings' decision to release Hulai, which allowed him to join the Pirates. Setting aside the rivalry between the Pirates and the Kings, Hulai's performance this season has indeed been extraordinary. UEFA promptly tweeted after the match, lauding Hulai for delivering one of the greatest performances in a Champions League final, accompanied by video highlights of his stunning goals. Renowned football presenter and former England star Bobby Klein was quick to declare online that he had just witnessed one of the greatest Champions League finals in history, asserting that even the 1994 clash between Bayern Munich and the Kings could not compare. The official account of Bayern Munich retweeted his comment, giving it a thumbs up, as this match ensured they would no longer bear the ignominy of being first on the list of disgrace. In this match, the Kings took the lead 3 times, only to be equalized by the Pirates on each occasion, with the third equalizer being nothing short of miraculous, more remarkable than their previous comeback against Bayern Munich when they were 3 goals down. French forward Salim Montiel publicly challenged Eagle King Igo Alera in a post-match interview, questioning who claims whose style lacks flair compared to Melli's. I ask, which of whose 4 goals is less aesthetically pleasing than Melli's? No, it should be the other way around. Which of Melli's goals can rival whose? He also suggested that if Melli's supporters held Hulai in such low regard, why not critique Melli's second goal? After all, it was a quintessential Who-style goal. He proposed nullifying that goal, which would have altered the final score of the Champions League match to 2-4. The European season has drawn to a close. And for Hulai, it has been unprecedented. He not only achieved his personal best season, but also etched his name in the annals of European football history. He set remarkable records, an astonishing 87 goals in a single season for the club, a historic best, 60 goals in the league, a historic best, scoring in 34 consecutive league matches, a historic best, 23 goals in the Champions League, a historic best, and a remarkable quadruple in the Champions League final. A first in history. In just 6 months, he has netted 55 goals, and it is highly probable that by the year's end, he will surpass Montiel's record of 82 goals within a calendar year. Some envious individuals, unable to bear the sight of his success, dismiss Hulai's achievements as mere flashes in the pan, asserting that such performances may never be witnessed again. But I ask, does it truly matter? Even if such brilliance is not repeated, he has accomplished what many can only dream of throughout their entire careers. Such extraordinary feats ought not to be regarded as the norm. Achieving them even once is sufficient to etch one's name in the annals of history. After the match, Meili refrained from responding to media inquiries regarding Hulai and did not update his social media. However, insiders reveal that Meili is exceedingly furious about losing the final and has already begun plotting his revenge. This news has drawn mockery from Hulai's fans. Yet, I contend that for neutral spectators, witnessing the relentless rivalry between talents like Meili and Hulai is a source of joy. We all wish for Meili to regain his strength and engage in a thrilling contest with Hulai once more. Hulai has made headlines again. Why is there no discussion in the forum? Such fuss over nothing. Is it not entirely normal for Hulai to feature in the news? Not only has he made the news this time, but I can also predict when he will next appear. Of course, it will be after the June 16th match in the World Cup qualifiers. Once we finish our game against Syria, we will qualify for the World Cup in advance. Surely, the news will cover that as well. I was thinking that since we are all in Milan, we might as well gather. It seems we haven't congregated like this in quite some time, Wang Guangwei remarked in a private room of a Chinese restaurant in Milan. How could we not? Last Christmas, we were all in Madeira, Chen Xingyi interjected, only to realize that they had indeed not all come together then, as Sun Quan Junping was absent. However, he quickly recalled, but we aren't all together this time either, since Hulai is not present. Gathering without him is hardly worth mentioning, Zhang Qinghuan said. Chen Xingyi slapped his forehead. Right. Brother Huan is correct. Laughter erupted, filling the room with an atmosphere of joy. Yet, amidst the merriment, Zhang Qinghuan also reflected, that rascal may be annoying, but he is undeniably formidable. Back when we played domestically, we could consider ourselves relatively on par. Now, I cannot even keep pace with him. Neither can I. Wang Guangwei readily admitted. Chen Xingyi shrugged. Didn't T. Dylan say it? He is from another world, not one of us earthlings. Xiaoyu and Sun Quan Junping nodded in agreement. Sun Wan, who accompanied Zhang Qinghuan, seeing the consensus among them, stepped in to reassure, in truth, you all are quite strong as well. I watched your matches when you played domestically, and now I see that you have improved significantly since then. Before she could finish, she noticed everyone staring at her, which made her feel somewhat embarrassed, prompting her to inquire, did I say something wrong? No, you are absolutely correct, Wang Guangwei affirmed. We have indeed all grown stronger. However, Hulai is even stronger, Chen Xingyi added. Let us not even mention him. Zhang Qinghuan waved his hand, insisting that all topics of discussion today must exclude him. Otherwise, the conversation could not proceed. Warner was right. Regardless of Hulai's circumstances, they were of no concern to them. They ventured abroad to play football in pursuit of progress and self-improvement. As long as they became better than before, that would signify a successful overseas experience. Xia Xiaoyu and Sun Chuan Junping nodded in agreement once more. Now that Hulai had secured the Champions League, it was indeed what he deserved. In truth, it had no bearing on them, though it was only natural to feel happy for him. However, they should focus on their own pursuits and not continually measure themselves against Hulai. Such comparisons could lead to disillusionment. Are you referring to Luo Kai? Chun Xingyi inquired, prompting another round of joyous laughter in the private room. Zhang Qinghuan waved his hand again. I am not speaking of him, though there is a hint of that sentiment. Laughter erupted once more. Amidst the merriment, Wang Guowei remarked, next year is the World Cup. We must continue to strive. We cannot let Hulai steal the spotlight alone. If we rely solely on him, we will not progress far in the tournament. This time, I hope we do not falter in the group stage. Everyone nodded in agreement. 4 years ago, or rather 3, when they first participated in the World Cup, they felt that merely qualifying was a remarkable achievement. Now, having traveled to Europe and broadened their horizons, they viewed their past selves as naive and foolish. Merely participating in the World Cup? That was merely a starting point. They were merely at the starting line. There was nothing to boast about. Thus, they were constantly envisioning the next World Cup, holding their breath in anticipation of delivering a better performance to make amends for the regrets of the previous tournament. Zhang Qinghuan felt particularly reflective, as he would turn 30 next year, potentially marking his last World Cup. In 4 years, when he would be 34. Who could say if he would still be selected for the national team's World Cup roster? He was not worried about the team's qualification, but rather about leaving any regrets in this World Cup. Wait a minute, Chun Xingyi suddenly exclaimed. Didn't we agree not to discuss Hulai? Why does every word revolve around him? The group paused momentarily before collectively realizing, damn. 3 trophies were displayed under the spotlight as players from the Madrid Pirates emerged from the tunnel one by one, receiving the cheers and applause of the fans. When it was Hulai's turn, he jogged out, leaped forward, executed a 180-degree turn in midair, and landed, performing his signature celebration. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted from the stands of Pirate Park Stadium. This evening, the Madrid Pirates Club held a grand celebration at Pirate Park Stadium, showcasing the 3 prestigious championship trophies they had secured this season to over 80,000 fans. This season had been a monumental success for the Madrid Pirates, as they became the first treble winners in the history of Spanish football. Hulai has similarly reached the pinnacle of his career, scoring in 34 consecutive league matches, amassing 60 goals in a single season, and netting 23 goals in the Champions League, earning the title of top scorer. In August, he stands a significant chance of winning this season's European Golden Ball. Let us wish him the best of luck. Chapter 484. Endings and Beginnings. Yordi. Have you not packed yet? Sophia called loudly from the corridor. From the room ahead, her son's voice, tinged with grievance, responded, But Mom, why do we have to pack? We are living so well in Madrid. Why must we move? Sophia sighed, approaching the door to find her son sitting on the floor of his room, surrounded by a haphazard array of belongings, utterly neglecting to pack. We have discussed this, Yordi. Your father is leaving the Madrid Pirates. This is what I cannot comprehend, Yordi pouted, turning to his mother. Why does Dad want to leave the Pirates? He is still a key player here, everyone likes him, and we have just achieved a treble with such a great team. Why leave? I asked Dad. But he wouldn't, he say. Sophia shook her head. Your father has his own considerations. Do you need my help? Yordi declined. No, Mom. I can manage. With that, he began to lazily sort through his belongings, rummaging through a pile of clothes on his bed until he unearthed a jersey from the Madrid Pirates, emblazoned with his father's number 10, but bearing the name Yordi instead of Maxi. He lifted the jersey and asked his mother, Do I need to wear this jersey to Dad's farewell ceremony tomorrow? Sophia smiled and nodded, yes. Upon hearing this, Yordi set the jersey aside and carelessly folded the remaining clothes, stuffing them into the open suitcase. His haphazard packing seemed to convey his dissatisfaction with the impending move. Sophia noticed this small act of defiance but refrained from reprimanding him, instead smiling as she inquired, What about your sister? Helen? I don't know. Yordi shook his head. At that moment, the sounds of barking and a little girl's calls drifted up from the yard below. Sophia moved to the window and peered down, spotting her daughter Helen frolicking with a golden retriever. She saw Helen pounce on the dog, hugging it tightly and murmuring, Bobby, We are moving. You must be very reluctant to leave here too, right? I always thought this was our home, but it turns out it is not. I don't understand why Dad wants to go. Mom says it's Dad's decision and I shouldn't worry, but how can it be just Dad's decision? We have lived here for 9 years. All my classmates and friends are here. I love everything about this place, and now we are just leaving without a second thought. How can I not care? Bobby, don't you think so? You care too, right? Woof woof. The golden retriever barked, as if in response to the girl. Delighted. She exclaimed, see, I knew you felt the same way. Mom, is it because Dad doesn't like who that he decided to leave? Unbeknownst to her, the son, standing by the window, looked up at Sophia and posed an intriguing question. Please, do not speculate, Sophia replied, masking her feelings with a smile. But father truly does not favor who, does he? Otherwise, why has he never invited who and their family over, despite our proximity as neighbors? It is commonly said that father and who are not friends. Sophia gently ruffled her son's hair and responded, their lack of friendship does not equate to animosity. Do you recall whose first goal in the finals? Jordy nodded. It was that spectacular bicycle kick. Indeed, if they genuinely disliked each other, such synergy would be impossible. Your father did not leave because of disdain for who. He merely sought a fresh challenge. Remaining with the Pirates would have secured everything, which seems quite satisfactory. Does it not? Jordy retorted. Sophia shook her head. Not for your father, it isn't. I understand that words hold little weight now, but I am compelled to ask Maxie. After all these years of acquaintance, could you share the truth behind your departure from the Pirates? Is it related to who? On the phone, Agent Jim Castian spoke sincerely to Carrie, who fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Well, sort of, Carrie replied. Hey, Castian, I'm at a loss for words. Do you realize that by this time next year, the World Cup will be upon us? With your performance this season, your position on the Dutch national team is quite solid. As long as you continue to partner with who at the Pirates, participation in next year's World Cup is virtually assured. Although the European qualifiers for the World Cup are not yet concluded, given the current standings, securing a spot in the World Cup appears to be a manageable feat. Carey stands a strong chance of experiencing his first World Cup, provided he remains with the Madrid Pirates. In fact, discussions regarding Carey's contract renewal with the club have even reached the Dutch national team. National team coach Joseph de Rooster personally called Carey to persuade him to stay with the Pirates, at least for another year, as it is evident that his chemistry with who is exceptional. If Carey continues to play for the Pirates, he will not lack competitive opportunities and can maintain excellent form, benefiting the Dutch national team. Thus, de Rooster hopes Carey can sustain his performance with the Pirates until the World Cup. Afterward, he is free to pursue any path he desires, and de Rooster will not intervene. De Rooster subtly expressed his concerns regarding Carey's potential departure from the Madrid Pirates. Although unspoken, Agent Jim Castian interpreted this as a veiled threat from the national team coach, should Carey fail to renew his contract with the Madrid Pirates. His place in next year's World Cup roster may be jeopardized. It is widely acknowledged that Carey's greatest professional regret is never having participated in the World Cup. 3 years ago, he withdrew due to injury before the North American World Cup and has never truly experienced the event. Thus, applying pressure regarding the World Cup may compel Carey to acquiesce. Yet, Carey stood his ground. That is precisely the issue, Jim. Carey stated to the agent on the other end of the line. Everyone believes that as long as I remain with the Pirates, I am guaranteed a spot in the World Cup. Yet, they worry that if I leave the Pirates, I will not be able to maintain my form, and consequently, I won't even make the national team's World Cup roster. Implicitly, they believe that without who, I won't be able to participate in the World Cup at all. Castian found himself at a loss for words. Hearing Carey's assertion, he suddenly recalled what kind of temperament Max possessed. How could he possibly be expected to humble himself? But who am I? I am Maxie Carey. Carey continued, 3 years ago, when I led the Dutch national team to the World Cup, where was who then? My ability to participate in the World Cup has nothing to do with him. Your concerns about my potential failure to renew with the Pirates hindering my World Cup chances reflect the belief that I cannot succeed without who. Castian remained silent, unable to retort Carey's claims, as deep down, he harbored those very thoughts. He believed that the injury-prone Carey of today was a stark contrast to the uninjured Carey from 4 years prior. The current Carey had changed his playing style, position, and role on the field, and indeed, he required who. This was an entirely objective fact. However, Castian refrained from voicing this, knowing that given Carey's disposition, expressing such sentiments could jeopardize his career as an agent. I thought I had already proven myself, Carey lamented. Yet here I am at 34, having to embark on the journey of self-validation once more. But it matters not, Jim, it matters not. Life is but a series of matches. And I will reaffirm to the world that Maxi Carey is indeed Maxi Carey. He is not a mere supporting character for anyone. Even if I must join a completely new team, I can still participate in the World Cup. Upon hearing Carey's resolute words, Castian let out a long sigh. Truly, this is quintessentially you, Maxi. This is indeed something you are capable of. Thank you for the compliment, Jim, Carey chuckled. But could you please clarify why I rejected the offer from Insablay? We had discussed it so thoroughly. The laughter from Carey grew awkward. That's because I suddenly thought of a better opportunity. A better opportunity? Why was I not informed? Castian pressed. Because I only conceived of it yesterday. Is there truly a better option than Insablay? They promised you a starting role and a central position. They are a genuine powerhouse. Is there a more favorable choice? Forgive me for being blunt, Maxi, but neither Blue-White Munich nor Torino are interested in you, and at your age, it is indeed rather awkward. Carey paid no heed to the agent's remarks, merely chuckling. Immediately after the Champions League final, I received a call from Tony Clark. On the other end of the line, there was a sharp intake of breath, followed by silence. Today, we gather here to bid farewell to a true legend, the host said with deep emotion. Standing beside him was Alexandra Salados, impeccably dressed, her lips pressed tightly together. Please pay attention to my choice of words. The true legends of contemporary football have had an array of extravagant titles rendered meaningless. Yet, Alejandro Salados is indeed deserving of such acclaim. From a tender age, he was a player in the Royal Kings Youth Academy, and throughout his professional journey, he devoted his entire career to the Madrid Kings. In today's world, where loyalty is increasingly rare amidst rampant materialism, such fidelity is truly commendable. After the host passionately recounted Salados' illustrious career achievements, the microphone and stage were surrendered to him alone. He grasped the microphone but did not immediately speak. Instead, he pressed his lips together, striving to compose his emotions. During his silence, the packed Crown Stadium erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Overwhelmed by the adulation, Salados could not contain the tears streaming down his face. Raising a hand to wipe them away, it took him a considerable time to regain his composure before he finally gestured for silence. He then spoke. I promised the esteemed Mr. Benito. His gaze fell upon Juan Benito, the president of the Madrid Kings, standing on the pitch below. I will endeavor to. His voice faltered again, choked with emotion. To convey this message in a normal tone, he continued, but I have failed. Salados raised his hand once more to wipe his tears. Below him, President Benito applauded, encouraging him, taking a deep breath to steady his heart. He resumed, I spent my childhood, adolescence, and youth with the Kings, and my entire professional career. I am immensely honored to be part of this club's history. I will never forget the feeling of donning the Kings jersey for the first time, for to this day, every time I represent the Kings, I feel that same exhilaration. I have never grown weary or fatigued. Salados had managed to calm himself considerably, articulating his thoughts without stumbling. Mr. Borja once called me, hoping I could play another season and participate in the upcoming World Cup. He told me the Spanish national team needed me, but I informed him that I would not play for any team other than the Kings. The audience erupted in resounding applause. To retire as a King is a tremendous honor, far more significant than spending another year with another club. Today, I bid farewell to all of you at the Crown Stadium, concluding my professional career, yet I shall never bid adieu to the Kings. He placed his right hand over his heart. My heart will forever beat for the Kings. Long live the Kings, he proclaimed, raising his arm high. Long live the Kings. Long live the Kings. The Crown Stadium responded with a thunderous roar to their prince. Alejandro Salados harbored no regrets. If any lingered, they were released amidst the deafening cheers. I understand that choosing not to renew my contract with the club is an unfathomable decision, one that may not be understood. However, Maximiliano Kelly is a rather headstrong individual, as you all know, and the club has always been exceptionally accommodating towards me. I sincerely apologize. I kindly ask for your last indulgence regarding my capriciousness. Addressing the esteemed members of the club, invited guests, and media representatives, Maxi Carey remarked with a smile. This space within Pirate Park Stadium, typically the largest suite, transforms during the transfer window into a venue for welcoming new players and hosting press conferences. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the stands and the lush green pitch of Pirate Park Stadium are visible. This venue also serves as a place for players and the team to bid farewell. Having seen many comings and goings, absent are the throngs of fervent fans and the poignant cheers. Maxi Kyri's farewell ceremony was kept intentionally modest, a decision he himself requested. I am profoundly grateful to the club for everything they have done for me, including promptly offering a contract extension following my injury. When I arrived, they said that the Pirates are a club rich in camaraderie, a rarity among elite teams. My personal experiences have confirmed this, and thus, I recognize that not renewing my contract feels like a disservice to the club. You may consider me a heartless traitor. Feel free to criticize me in the media, and I assure you I shall not retort, Kyrie playfully quipped. However, few in attendance found humor in his words. Farewells are never easy. Yet if one perceives a farewell as a new beginning, perhaps it becomes more palatable. Though I have reached the age of 34, I shall not weep like that fellow next door. I will continue to play. Rest assured, I will not oppose the Pirates in league matches. So yes, I shall depart from Spain. However, should we cross paths again in the Champions League, I shall show no mercy, Kyrie said with a mischievous grin. This encapsulates what I wish to convey, so farewell, my friends. With that, he waved goodbye to all present and strode down from the podium, heading towards the exit without a backward glance, completely disregarding the reporters who had risen to pose their questions. Where will you go, Maxi? One reporter called out loudly. Kyrie neither paused nor responded, as if he had not heard, and decisively pushed through the door, leaving the bewildered onlookers behind. Thus, he bid adieu to the team he had served for 9 years. Volume 6, Pinnacle of Europe concluded, P.S. A summary will follow shortly. Summary of Volume 6. Volume 6 is completed. As per tradition, I will first calculate the word count in Word. 1. 747 words. 1,540,000 words, surpassing the word count of many entire books. This volume is the most extensive, as it encompasses a wealth of content. Additionally, due to Who Lie's new map, everything is fresh and must be vividly depicted for the readers, necessitating considerable effort in writing. This is, after all, not a depiction of the real football world. Many aspects require no introduction, as the audience inherently understands. Whether it be the Royal Madrid, the Catalan Union, or the Madrid Pirates, I had not meticulously crafted their portrayals despite their sporadic appearances prior. At that juncture, it was deemed unnecessary. Writing necessitates a discernment between primary and secondary elements. Attempting to encompass everything would result in a mere chronicle. One might liken this to a stage play, where the spotlight illuminates the focal points intended for the audience's attention, while all other narratives unfold in the obscurity beyond the light. The audience remains oblivious to the actions of these secondary characters, neither aware nor concerned. When their moment arrives, the light will naturally shine upon them, illuminating their presence on stage. Previously, Who Lie's interactions were predominantly within England, encountering characters largely confined to that realm. It was only upon participating in the Champions League and the Europa League that other European teams were introduced. The Catalan Union, having faced Leeds City directly, garnered more narrative attention. This is evidenced by the listing of key players and their introductions in the 5th volume. In contrast, both the Royal Madrid and the Madrid Pirates merely served as a backdrop, their names surfacing only in occasional references. The Royal Madrid made an early appearance while Who Lie was still playing domestically, yet I only briefly highlighted Xavi Sanchez and refrained from elaborating on additional characters, as it was unnecessary to expend prose on those who would not advance the plot. Merely due to the Olympics did Meili receive a more substantial portrayal. All of this changed when Who Lie transferred to the Madrid Pirates. Regardless of the previously underrepresented stature of this prestigious team or the Royal Madrid, which had always played a minor role in the narrative, I began to invest more ink in their depiction. I endeavored to construct their team roster, coaching staff, club history, traditions, honors, and fan culture. As Who Lie encountered a myriad of opponents in the Champions League, the emergence of new characters and teams necessitated more extensive descriptions, leading to an elongation of the narrative. I did contemplate the possibility of condensing the material, as such minimalism is a sophisticated practice. However, after considerable reflection, I concluded that reduction was unfeasible. Certain elements existed solely in my mind, and failing to articulate them clearly might leave readers bewildered. This became particularly evident during Who Lie's transfer to the Madrid Pirates. In my plans and outlines, it was unequivocally established that Who Lie would indeed join the Madrid Pirates in an unforeseen transfer outcome. Thus, I fervently detailed the Royal Madrid's pursuit of Hulai while scarcely mentioning the pirates, as I intended for them to remain in the shadows. The eventual announcement was meant to catch all characters, and the readers, off guard, revealing that the Royal Madrid had merely played a supportive role. However, this approach resulted in a somewhat jarring impression of the transfer narrative for the readers, with insufficient groundwork laid. From the perspective of the world within the narrative, Hulai's transfer to the Madrid Pirates is entirely justifiable. However, my failure to fully articulate my thoughts has led some readers to question the rationale and necessity of this transfer. A similar predicament arose during the Champions League semifinals this season. Initially, my plan was to conclude the quarterfinals between Hulai and Roque, then seamlessly transition into the semifinals, glossing over the league matches and diving directly into the Champions League semifinal action, commencing right in the midst of the game. I often adopt this approach in my writing to avoid a monotonous recounting of events, aspiring instead to emulate the cinematic language of film. At times, this method proves effective and reasonable, yet there are occasions when it is not appropriate, as was the case with the current Champions League semifinals. Following this approach, I began writing the semifinal match directly from the game's onset, detailing how the Madrid Pirates faced off against Blue and White Munich, recounting the goals scored by both teams, culminating in the Madrid Pirates' 3-2 victory at home. Subsequently, I hastily bypassed the weekend league matches and jumped straight to the second leg of the semifinals, starting with only the final 10 minutes remaining and Becker having already scored. This was my original plan. While the latter part of the narrative bears slight resemblance to what readers currently see, the initial segments exhibit a stark contrast. Writing the first leg of the match in this manner proved to be a torturous endeavor. I grappled with how to convey the game, each attempt feeling devoid of flavor and akin to a mere ledger of events. Such an account lacked significance. Yet it ought not to be so, for this is the Champions League semifinals, intertwined with the narrative of an important Champions League record. Consequently, my writing exuded little passion. Initially, I contemplated taking the easy route, convincing myself that perhaps the act of writing would eventually inspire clarity. I reasoned that readers might not have excessively high expectations. As long as I depicted the protagonist scoring, they would likely find satisfaction. I consoled myself with these thoughts, or perhaps deceived myself, and pressed on with my writing. Eventually, after laboriously completing 2 chapters in the dead of night, I prepared to shower and retire for the evening. Yet, as I reflected during my bath on this troubling issue that had plagued me for several days, I realized that this habit of reviewing my recent writing while showering felt misguided. If I found the content lacking, then surely it would not meet the expectations of my readers. Thus, I resolved to completely discard the 6 chapters one had written over the past 3 days and start anew. Upon making this decision, I felt a sudden lightness as the burden that had weighed heavily on my heart began to dissipate, and my objectives became clearer. At 2 a.m, I posted a single chapter informing my audience of my need for a break, as nearly all my previous work was deemed unsatisfactory. After requesting this hiatus, I planned to contemplate how best to proceed. I began to revisit earlier sections of the book, gradually rediscovering the original intentions and inspirations that had motivated me to write this story. I find myself inadvertently ensnared in the misconception of hastening the pace and extracting every ounce of substance. In light of my writing style, I cannot merely extract the essence. Rather, I must infuse the narrative with richness. As an author, I first conjure vivid images in my mind, which I subsequently transcribe into words. This necessitates a plethora of detailed descriptions. If the prose is too sparse, the scenes exist only as rudimentary sketches, devoid of contours or color. Akin to the later works of Yoshihiro Togashi in Hunter x Hunter. While some readers may possess the formidable power of imagination to decipher my intentions, I constantly fret that their interpretations may diverge from my own, prompting me to painstakingly elucidate the imagery that resides in my mind. Such a writing approach requires me to cultivate patience and composure to achieve the desired state of creativity. I dedicate 6,000 words daily, investing over 10 hours, most of which is spent on constructing vivid imagery. When my mind is filled with images, the writing flows rapidly. However, in the absence of such visuals, I may find myself stalled for an entire day. The previous semifinals suffered from a lack of competitive imagery, compelling me to write about a contest that felt laborious. Upon identifying the crux of the issue, I realized that I must not pursue speed and brevity, but rather embrace a slower, more fluid approach. Setting aside the reader's perceptions for a moment, I recognize that only by doing so could I find my creative rhythm. Otherwise, my writing would merely be a detailed outline. Consequently, I embarked on reimagining the narrative surrounding the Champions League semifinals, augmenting the role of Becker, who vies with Hu Lai for a record. Previously, I had not adequately explained his motivation for this rivalry. It seemed merely expected that he would compete with Hu Lai. Yet, as an individual with his own thoughts, he should possess reasoning behind his actions. Thus, I introduced his aspiration to contend for the Ballon d'Or as a driving force. Furthermore, I utilized the Champions League record to introduce Albertazzi and Caesar, thereby enriching the portrayal of these characters. Initially, I had no intention of expending much effort on Hu Lai's 60-goal record, merely wishing to acknowledge his achievement. I had not contemplated the world's reaction to such a record. This oversight proved erroneous. Therefore, during the rewriting process, I earnestly reflected on the ramifications of this record, envisioning responses that extended beyond mere accolades, incorporating elements with lasting significance. Consequently, I introduced the Hu Lai Museum, further weaving this narrative thread through the influence of the semifinals. The Hu Lai Museum represents my personal vision of the transformative potential of Chinese football within this fictional realm. Thus, there will be future plot developments involving the museum. Ultimately, after considering every facet and articulating it, the result is what the audience witnesses. During that period, whether in chapter discussions, segment reviews, or subscription activity, the engagement was notably vibrant. What does this indicate? It suggests that my decision to slow down and enrich the narrative was indeed the right one. It reveals that the audience genuinely relishes these intricate details. The vitality of this book, which has reached an impressive 5,800,000 words, is undoubtedly a result of my relentless dedication to nurturing it. Without the myriad of intricate details and characters that seem to genuinely inhabit this world, how could a single character, Hu Lai, possibly sustain such a vast universe? Many elements did not occur to me when I initially embarked on this literary journey. Rather, I found myself contemplating and evolving the narrative as I wrote. Numerous plot lines and characters gradually emerged and crystallized as I immersed myself in this world, gradually bringing it to life. However, the process of serialization is both lengthy and often excruciating. No one can guarantee that they will be invigorated and in peak condition every single day throughout this journey. There will always be moments of lethargy and writer's block. At times, I yearn to take a break, but fortunately, when such thoughts cross my mind, I revisit my earlier writings. Witnessing this vibrant world compels me to ensure that I do not let it falter in my hands. Each individual within it possesses a life of their own. They deserve to continue their existence in this realm, even after the book reaches its conclusion. I am also deeply grateful for the understanding and support from my readers, who have allowed me not only to refrain from frequent updates, but occasionally to deliver singular chapters. Nevertheless, in pursuit of quality, I firmly believe that these sacrifices are worthwhile. When the day arrives that this book is truly complete, what you will behold is not merely an online fantasy, but a genuine, credible, and enchanting world. Throughout the writing of The Fox in the Forbidden Zone, I have made it a point to include every character with a name. Even if they do not possess a single line of dialogue in my character roster, I released this roster at the conclusion of each volume. To date, there are already 925 named characters in this book, each with their own names, ages, and narratives, encompassing their pasts and futures. Additionally, there are countless unnamed characters who appear within the story, becoming integral parts of this universe. As I embark on each new volume, I strive to shift the focus beyond the protagonists, deliberately slowing the progression of the plot to further develop the lives of ordinary individuals. Through the intricate portrayal of these characters, I aim to construct a world that feels authentic and believable. Consequently, there may be instances where the protagonists do not appear for several chapters. Perhaps not everyone appreciates such a narrative rhythm, but I remain steadfast in this approach. From the broader perspective of the entire book, I believe this is the correct path to take. Moreover, my ambitions for this work cannot merely rest upon the shoulders of the main characters. My reflections on Chinese football and life itself must be manifested through a diverse array of characters. At this juncture, the significance of the over 900 characters I have previously crafted becomes apparent. Without them, the forthcoming narrative of The Fox in the Forbidden Zone would undoubtedly become tedious and uninspiring, robbing me of passion and motivation in the writing process. Why, then, is the Green Field-esque glory so brief? As I progressed through my writing, aside from the love story of Gao Zheng and Sister Foam, my enthusiasm for other narratives waned. The competition had lost its spark, and to force a conclusion would be to indulge in mere drivel, pure, unadulterated drivel. Thus, the work concluded at over 2 million words. Typically, the initial stages of a book are marked by a smooth flow, driven by passion. However, as one delves deeper, fatigue sets in for both author and reader, leading to aesthetic exhaustion and, ultimately, the gradual demise of the narrative. Yet, with The Fox of the Forbidden Zone, the experience was quite the opposite. Although I began with fervor, the writing process was fraught with difficulty. Each sentence was meticulously crafted. Every plot twist and character introduction demanded my utmost consideration. It was akin to walking on the edge of an abyss, where the slightest misstep could send the entire world spiraling towards ruin. This was due to my endeavor to create a universe from scratch, where my vision of its essence remained uncertain, merely a skeletal framework devoid of flesh and vitality. After all, if one were to only observe the bones, who could discern the vast differences among individuals? Now, having completed nearly 6 million words, I find that my writing has become increasingly fluid. The initial struggles of crafting each sentence have diminished significantly. This change stems from the world becoming ever more vivid and self-sustaining, requiring my intervention less and less. In my earlier writing endeavors, as I approached the conclusion, the stories dwindled and inspiration waned. However, with The Fox of the Forbidden Zone, the opposite occurs. The deeper I delve, the more stories emerge, and the more there is to tell. It is quite remarkable. The last time I felt such a drive to shape a world and witness the unfolding of narratives was 16 years ago, while writing We Are Champions. In the end, it felt as though I was not writing, but rather merely documenting the interactions of the characters, who seemed to take on lives of their own. As familiar figures departed from the stage, it was merely a transition from the spotlight into the shadows, signifying the end of their particular tales, while their lives continued beyond the pages. With The Fox of the Forbidden Zone still having 2 volumes remaining, the characters have yet to reach their concluding scenes. As 2022 progresses, I hope this narrative will extend until March of next year, marking the 20th anniversary of my career in this field. Regardless of the industry, 2 decades is a momentous milestone. I aspire to commemorate these 20 years of web literature creation with this work. However, should that not transpire, it matters little. I shall not impose constraints upon myself. If the story reaches its planned conclusion before March, then so be it. My 2 decades will remain equally significant. Thus, I reiterate, I shall diligently and earnestly complete the tales of Hu Lai and his companions, allowing the narrative to conclude when the time is right, letting everything unfold naturally. I shall endeavor to ensure that the entire book maintains a consistent quality, avoiding any precipitous decline in its latter sections. Thus far, the performance of this book has surpassed all my previous works during their serialization. I aspire that by the time it reaches completion, the reputation of this book will eclipse that of all my prior endeavors. Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for everyone's support and understanding. Thank you. Chapter 1. The appointment. Although a farewell ceremony had already taken place at the Pirate Park Stadium, Maxie Kelly had yet to announce his next destination. Meanwhile, the much-speculated transfer of Insabre had also remained silent, provoking widespread speculation. However, this morning, Maxie Kelly's social media abruptly updated with a new post, a mere image, devoid of any words, yet it was of the Leeds City emblem. Shortly thereafter, Leeds City officially declared that they had secured an agreement with the Dutch superstar Maxie Kelly, who joins the team as a free agent for a contract lasting 2 years, with an option to extend for another year thereafter. This announcement astonished many, as there had been no prior indication of Leeds City's interest in Maxie Kelly. Their head coach, Tony Clark, had indeed been present at the Champions League final, but most assumed he was merely there to support Hu Lai. Little did they know he was evaluating Maxie Kelly. Maxie Kelly's arrival sent waves of excitement through the Leeds City fanbase. The acquisition of a superstar not only underscored the club's ambition, but also highlighted the current allure and influence of Leeds City. By heavens, Hu Lai, your hometown has been robbed, exclaimed Chen Xingyi as the Chinese national team players enjoyed breakfast at the hotel. Hu Lai shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, "What manner of speech is that? Clearly, it is the home of Elbow Master that has been looted." Zhou Zijing, who was gnawing on an apple, swallowed his mouthful and interjected, "What does that have to do with me?" Curiosity piqued, someone chimed in, "Hey, Hu Lai, Were you unaware that Kelly would be going to lead City? Hulai shook his head, responding, no, we all assumed he would definitely go to Insabre. Kelly's move to lead City puts your position in jeopardy, Zhou Zijing. Someone shouted in Zhou's direction. Before Zhou could respond, Zhang Qinghuan shook his head, saying, not necessarily. Even if Kelly joins lead City, he likely won't play as a forward, but rather in a deeper midfield role. Previously, Leeds City's offensive organization had heavily relied on Williams, an exceptional box-to-box player, though he lacked the finesse for intricate offensive orchestration. With Kelly's arrival, he can assist Williams in sharing the burden of offensive organization. Thus, Kelly's transfer to Leeds City not only poses no threat to Zhou Zijing. In fact, it may prove advantageous for him, as it introduces another playmaker into the fold. Hulai remarked, elbow master, will you spit out Kelly's assists? Bah, I do not consume handouts, came the retort, prompting a chorus of laughter. Zhou Zijing glared at him, declaring, I am not foolish. In the recently concluded Premier League season, Zhou Zijing netted 7 goals, scored 1 in the League Cup and 2 in the FA Cup, totaling 10 goals for the club, marking a commendable double-digit tally. Yet, with Hulai's successful legacy as a backdrop, Zhou Zijing's accomplishments seemed rather modest in comparison. However, setting aside the extraordinary data of Hulai, Zhou Zijing's performance is indeed remarkable. Besides netting 10 goals, he has also provided 6 assists across various competitions, far surpassing Hulai's meager 3 assists this season. Following the arrival of Kyrie, should he deliver assists to Zhou Zijing akin to those he provided for Hulai, it is undeniable that Zhou would emerge as the principal beneficiary of this transfer. Yet, I remain perplexed as to why Kyrie chose Leeds United, especially since Sabrai has the opportunity to compete in the Champions League. What does Leeds offer? The Europa League? Not that I look down upon the Europa League. The speaker quickly added upon noticing Zhang Qinghuan and Zhou Zijing. Both players will participate in the Europa League next season. Could it be that Kyrie intends to engage in a one-for-one exchange with you, Hulai? Chen Xingyi nudged Hulai's arm. What does it have to do with me? Hulai shrugged nonchalantly. You come from Leeds to stage a pirate raid, and he responds with a swift strike on Leeds, Chen Xingyi analyzed. Perhaps his move to Leeds is to win over the fans there, making them forget about you? Goodness, Zhou Zijing would be the first to object. Wang Guangwei interjected from the side, eliciting laughter from everyone. It was well understood that Luo Kai and Zhou Zijing harbored a certain animosity towards Hulai. Yet this animosity differed significantly from the previous player-to-player enmity. The current sentiment resembled a competitive spirit, a fervent desire to triumph. Both Zhou Zijing and Luo Kai aspired to surpass Hulai and take his place, and that was perfectly acceptable. After all, they simply wished to outshine Hulai, unlike before when the intent was to cripple their rival. Joyful laughter resonated throughout the hotel restaurant, even drawing glances from the restaurant staff. Although the hotel employees in the UAE could not comprehend the discussions among the Chinese players, they could sense their spirits through the laughter. If they were not genuinely relaxed, how could they be so jovial? The Chinese players were indeed at ease, despite the crucial World Cup qualifier against Syria looming tomorrow night. There was no palpable tension among them. Given the current strength of the Chinese team, even in an away match against a team of Syria's caliber, there was little to fear. The Chinese team merely needed to defeat Syria tomorrow night, and regardless of the outcome of the match between Japan and Iran, they would secure their spot in the finals of the 2030 World Cup in Spain and Portugal. Qualifying for the World Cup finals 2 rounds in advance is an unprecedented experience for Chinese football. In the last World Cup, they battled through all the playoffs until the very last moment to break through. Now, they seemed to stroll leisurely, discussing and laughing as they anticipated an early qualification. The transformation extends beyond the team's performance. It also encompasses the mentality of the players. Had it been the previous generation of players, the majority would have likely struggled to sleep well before such a significant match. In addition to the coaching staff, the team leaders incessantly convened meetings with the players, attempting to instill motivation, which only exacerbated the pressure. Once on the field, it was likely that they would struggle to showcase even half of their training prowess. However, the current national team exhibited no such issues. Amidst playful banter and light-hearted teasing, breakfast time swiftly elapsed. Chen Xingyi, a breakthrough. Across from Zhou Zijing. A header. Oh dear, just a tad too high? He Feng exclaimed in surprise. Yet the mindset of Chinese fans remained relatively composed, unfazed by the roller coaster of emotions. If the ball didn't go in, so be it. Judging by the play, The Chinese team had clearly taken the upper hand, and goals were bound to come. What? You say we dominate yet fail to score? Huh, that's impossible. With Hu Lai on the field, such an occurrence was simply unfathomable. His ability to convert opportunities is unparalleled. With Hu Lai as a safety net, everyone felt at ease. Was there any need for anxiety against Syria? Absolutely not. Hifeng soon spoke in a calming tone. The match has been underway for 22 minutes. Although the score remains 0-0, the Chinese team has already taken 4 shots and boasts a possession rate of 61%, indicating a comprehensive advantage. I believe that if we maintain this rhythm, a goal will inevitably come. Yan Kang concurred. Indeed, Hifeng. The national team exhibits a commendable mindset, remaining calm and collected. Although Syria employs a defensive strategy at home, they are playing with remarkable patience. Among the starting 11, 8 players have experience overseas, with nearly all having participated in European competitions. This season, 4 of them have reached the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals, not to mention Hu Lai, who recently clinched the Champions League title. This Chinese team is maturing rapidly. I believe they have already ascended to the pinnacle of Asian competitions. Yan Kang expressed this sentiment without fear of jinxing the outcome. It was a testament to their confidence. Was it necessary to rely on luck against Syria in the final round? It seemed to affirm that the faith in the Chinese team was well placed. As the game progressed to the 34th minute, Luo Kai cut in from the flank, drawing the attention of 2 Syrian defenders before delivering a reverse pass into the penalty area. Hu Lai, making a well-timed run, received Luo Kai's pass and, from a rather acute angle, took a shot. The Syrian goalkeeper instinctively dove, attempting to deflect the ball with his foot. He did make contact, but unfortunately for him, the ball veered into his own net instead of out of bounds. 1-0. The Chinese team took the lead. Magnificent. Hu Lai. Splendid. Huh. Look, there it is. The goal has arrived. Hifeng remarked with a touch of flair. Even if Syria opted for a defensive strategy, it was futile against the multidimensional offensive of the Chinese team, the crux being our exceptionally efficient striker. If they can manage to deny Hu Lai a single opportunity throughout the match, they can expect to retrieve the ball from the net. Hu Lai's goal completely dismantled Syria's defense. Having initially chosen to defend resolutely, Syria could no longer maintain that strategy with the score against them. In reality, they had already been completely eliminated from the World Cup qualifying rounds after 7 matches in the final round. Although they stood 4th, which seemed relatively favorable, they had amassed only 4 points, 10 points shy of 3rd place Iran, rendering any hope of contending for a playoff spot utterly unattainable. This match was merely a battle for honor, not an attempt to secure a place in the World Cup. Given their inability to defend further, they decided to cast off their burdens and attack boldly. Consequently, they conceded goals in the 44th, 59th, and 73rd minutes, scored by Zhou Zijing, Xia Xiaoyu, and Chen Xingyi respectively. As for Hu Lai, he had already been substituted in the 61st minute, concluding his participation in the 2028-2029 season. According to statistics from Chinese media, including the 13 goals scored for the Olympic team, he netted a remarkable total of 108 goals this season, setting a new record. However, according to European media's calculations, excluding the 13 goals from the Olympic team, Hu Lai still achieved a record-breaking total of 95 goals. When Chen Xingyi scored, Hu Lai was on the bench, celebrating with his fellow teammates, waving towels in jubilation. The match had concluded. Without needing to await the outcome of tomorrow's match between Japan and Iran, the Chinese team had secured their ticket to the 2023 World Cup in Spain and Portugal. Hifeng exclaimed joyfully, "We are back at the World Cup. Just as I said after our last group match 3 years ago, I believe we shall once again grace the World Cup stage in 4 years. 3 years ago, we made a pact with everyone to meet again at the World Cup in Spain and Portugal. Now, we honor that commitment, returning to this quadrennial gathering. This time, I believe it will be somewhat different." Chapter 2. We are back. A unique chain supermarket in Jincheng and its surrounding areas had just opened its doors. With the sky not yet fully bright, a delivery van was parked outside, and supermarket employees were busily unloading goods from the truck. Inside the supermarket, the floor was cluttered with various cardboard boxes, leaving little room to stand. Recently delivered newspapers were haphazardly placed atop a box of mineral water at the entrance. A young man appeared at the supermarket door on his bicycle, peering inside before his gaze settled on the pile of newspapers. He called out to the busy staff, "I want to buy a newspaper. $2.50 each, please help yourself." The employees, too occupied, could only allow him to assist himself. How many copies are there? I'll take them all, the young man declared grandly. He successfully garnered the attention of all the staff present, who looked on in astonishment. You want them all? Yes. All of them. Seeing their hesitation, he inquired, There's no limit per person, is there? No such rule, one staff member replied hesitantly. Then I'll take them all. The young man sighed with relief and stepped forward to lift the pile of newspapers, seemingly fearful that someone might suddenly appear to snatch them away. Although it is somewhat peculiar that this stack of newspapers was entirely purchased without being unwrapped, there is no stipulation that limits individuals to a mere few copies. As long as customers are willing to pay, the supermarket has no grounds to refuse the sale. Furthermore, newspapers have become increasingly challenging to sell, often languishing for a day beside the checkout without anyone showing interest, let alone purchasing them to take home. Nevertheless, they are still required to stock these newspapers daily as part of their duties. Now, with someone alleviating their burdens, the supermarket staff naturally welcomes this development. As the young man scanned his payment, the curious staff inquired, What do you intend to do with so many newspapers? Giving them away, he replied. Giving them away? Yes, giving them away. After completing his transaction, the young man lifted the newspapers and placed them on the rear rack of his bicycle. He then mounted his bike, rang the bell, and rode off. The subway station entrance is one of the busiest places, yet today, being Sunday, it is surprisingly quiet in the early morning. The young man stood at the entrance, a bundle of newspapers at his feet. To every person entering or exiting the station, he would call out, World Cup Special Edition. Would you like one? Free of charge. Upon hearing that it was free, some extended their hands to receive a copy, and the young man joyfully handed one over. He continued to shout his offer. His calls even attracted passers-by who were not intending to use the subway, specifically seeking out the newspapers. They opened the papers and read the headlines. The World Cup. Here we come again. One remarked, Last time, I believe it was just the World Cup, here we come. This time, they added again, What a lazy title. But isn't that splendid? 3 years ago, we made it, and this year, we're back again. Just a single word added, and all the meaning is conveyed, his companion replied. You make a valid point. We're back again, murmured the first individual in disbelief. Who would have thought we would ever utter the phrase the World Cup? Here we come again. It was so difficult to qualify previously. Yet now we've made it to 2 consecutive World Cups, and it feels so effortless. Why does this year's celebratory atmosphere seem less intense than last time? If we can qualify every time, what is there left to celebrate? I suppose we'll only truly celebrate when we reach the knockout stages, right? That's a reasonable perspective. Do you think we can make it to the knockout rounds this time? Who can say? Perhaps it will only be possible when we host the World Cup in 2034. If we manage to advance from the group stage, what a spectacle that would be. Indeed. I would love to see that. As the two continued their conversation, newspapers in hand, they gradually walked away. Outside the bustling subway station, the young man clad in the red jersey of the Chinese national team continued to shout, We've made it to the World Cup again. We've made it to the World Cup again. Special edition, who wants one? Free of charge. No cost, just to share the joy with everyone. Sister Xia, regarding your initial suggestion, after extensive discussions between the 2 locations, we have ultimately devised an entirely new proposal. Please take a look at it. The representatives from Dongchuan and Jincheng sat before Xiaolan and Diao Xiaoyun, cautiously and earnestly unveiling the new plan they had meticulously crafted over the past month. The proposal to construct a museum in Dongchuan, near the Jincheng territory, encounters significant challenges due to the lack of suitable locations and management issues. However, might we suggest instead to establish a Hulai museum in Dongchuan that showcases his journey from high school to professional football? Subsequently, we could create a Hulai football park in Jincheng, accessible to football enthusiasts for recreational play and fitness. This park would transcend the ordinary, embodying numerous elements of Hulai himself. Initially, when Xiaolan proposed her idea, Hu Lixin criticized her for its impracticality, deeming it nonsensical. Upon reflection, she too found the idea somewhat unreliable. Setting aside the question of whether there are suitable areas for such developments at the border of Dongchuan and Jincheng, both being remote and desolate regions, it is clear that constructing a museum and football park in such locations would hinder accessibility. The museum might be acceptable, but a football park should ideally be situated in a populous area to be meaningful, allowing local residents to engage in the sport. If it were located an hour's drive away, with no public transport access, who would visit. Thus, her desire to accommodate the perspectives of both cities ultimately led to a solution that might not satisfy either party. Nevertheless, the outcome they presented was acceptable to Xiaolan. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, she felt Jiao Xiaoyun gently grasp her hand. Then, Jiao Xiaoyun inquired, Director Wang, Director Yang, may we ask if there is only one football park planned? Director Wang from Jincheng exchanged glances with Director Yang from Dongchuan before responding thoughtfully, currently, we are considering it as such. In truth, they did intend to construct only one park, but they preferred not to commit definitively, wishing to leave room for future negotiation. Would it be feasible, then, to establish the Hulai Football Park as a chain brand, rather than a singular project? Centered in Jincheng, it could expand to surrounding areas, creating additional football parks built and managed under a unified standard. This would not only facilitate public fitness, but also accommodate the football activities of nearby schools. We are aware that many primary schools in urban areas lack football fields due to space constraints. Once again, Directors Wang and Yang shared a glance. Jiao Xiaoyun's observation was indeed accurate. Many schools lack football fields not only because of limited space, but also because football fields occupy considerable ground. The same area could be utilized to construct several basketball courts, allowing multiple classes to participate in sports simultaneously. In contrast, a football field, when divided, accommodates at most 2 pitches. Thus, some schools opt to build basketball courts within their tracks rather than football fields. When schools embark on promoting football, they often resort to borrowing basketball courts or renting social venues outside. This practice can lead to awkward situations, such as the expiration of rental agreements or the complete unavailability of fields, forcing them to seek alternatives. Playing football becomes akin to guerrilla warfare. First graders might find a nearby location to play, but by second grade, they could be traveling to the eastern part of the city, and by third grade, they may have to venture beyond the western third ring road. This inadvertently increases the costs for many children to play, potentially dissuading numerous families from allowing their children to engage in football. Currently, most football fields in society are commercially established through private funding, with varying standards of management and maintenance. Additionally, many of these venues are repurposed from unplanned wasteland, with changing urban planning. A field that serves as a football ground this year may become a garbage collection site or municipal park the next. Our company is eager to collaborate with the government to scientifically plan and construct more football parks. By leveraging the brand effect of Hulai, we aim to work alongside the Jin City government and the Anong provincial government to transform Jin City into China's football city and Anong into a stronghold of Chinese football, creating another hallmark for Anong Jin City alongside its renowned cuisine, scenic beauty, and pandas. As 2 representatives pondered this, Xiaolan slapped her thigh, exclaiming, Xiaoyun is absolutely right. If we're going to do it, let us do it big. Not only should we build a museum, but we should also establish multiple football parks. This way, Jin City will have its football park, and Dongchuan will have one too. Director Wang and Director Yang exchanged glances. And ultimately, Director Wang stated, we will seriously consider your suggestion. Jiao Xiaoyun added, while we can further contemplate the football park, the museum's location in Dongchuan has already been confirmed. Can we prioritize advancing the Hulai Museum project? We hope to have it completed and open to the public before the 2034 World Cup. That is certainly feasible, Director Yang from Dongchuan affirmed, nodding confidently. We will begin to push this project forward as soon as we return, aiming for its comprehensive completion within 3 years. Jiao Xiaoyun turned to Xiaolan, who gave her a thumbs up, praising her for a job well done. Good evening, dear viewers. Today is Sunday, June 17th, 2029, the 6th day of the 5th lunar month. Welcome to the news broadcast. The main highlights today include the conclusion of a World Cup Asian qualifying match last night, where the Chinese national team triumphed over Syria with a score of 4-0 in the UAE. This victory secured 3 points and guaranteed qualification for the World Cup 2 rounds in advance, marking the 2nd consecutive time the Chinese men's football team has reached the World Cup finals. Congratulations have been sent to the team, commending their tenacity and encouraging them to showcase their style and skills at next year's World Cup in Spain and Portugal. Chapter 3. Report on Chinese campus football. Hulisen and his Nanjing primary school. Lin Shui stood before Deputy Editor Sun Yonggong's desk, feeling somewhat apprehensive as he awaited the Deputy Editor's review of his project proposal. The proposal itself was brief, encapsulating an idea that he had articulated in writing, which he submitted for leadership review. now awaiting their directive. The submission of topic proposals is a common occurrence, yet not every proposal ultimately receives approval. The website's layout is not limitless. The most coveted spaces are quite limited, leading to fierce competition among contributors. To secure such a space, one must present genuine expertise or, at the very least, offer a unique perspective that others have yet to conceive. Lin Shui believed that his proposal was quite intriguing, but whether the leaders shared this sentiment remained uncertain. Thus, he sought out Sun Yonggang, who had consistently overseen campus football, from his beginnings as a reporter to his current position as deputy editor, still dedicated to this domain. Lin's proposal aligned perfectly with Sun's interests. Following the Chinese team's recent qualification for the World Cup, there was a surge of interest in this topic, and Lin aimed to approach it from the angle of campus football, striving to present a narrative that was fresh and distinctive, setting it apart from the more sensationalist coverage prevalent outside. He endeavored to explore the reasons behind China's consecutive qualifications for the World Cup through an investigation into campus football. Aptly titled Campus Football, the World Cup Code of Chinese Football, this endeavor promised to elevate the status of campus football, and Lin was confident that Sun, with his background in the field, would appreciate it. After reviewing Lin's proposal, Sun Yonggang released his grip on the mouse, turning his attention to Lin, and remarked, "Interviewing Li Ziqiang should pose no significant issues. Dongchuan High School is quite eager to promote itself. However, the interview with Hu Lixin." Here, Sun's expression soured. He is a rather reserved individual. Over the years, many media outlets have attempted to interview him, yet only the central media has succeeded. How do you plan to persuade him to agree to an interview? Realizing that Sun had already internally endorsed his proposal by directly addressing the logistical aspects, Lin understood that he was now in a position akin to a thesis defense, where he must adeptly respond to the mentor's inquiries to achieve success. Thus, he summoned his resolve and replied, "Boss, don't you have Hu Lai's WeChat? I was hoping you could assist me." Sun Yonggang, having anticipated Lin's intention, shook his head. "You think you can persuade Hu Lixin through Hu? That's futile. Their relationship is rather strained." No, Lin quickly clarified. "I intend to use Hu to convey the interview request to Hu Lixin's mother, hoping she can persuade him." Sun Yonggang fixed his gaze on Lin for a prolonged moment, leaving Lin feeling uneasy. Boss, do you think that's feasible?" "I think." Sun pointed at Lin. "I believe you are indeed quite the genius." For a moment, Lin was unsure whether Sun was complimenting or chastising him, standing there with a silly grin. Sun then picked up his phone. "All right. I will contact Hu Lai and have him relay the message." Lin's eyes widened, fully aware that this signified his leader's approval of his proposal. "Dad, Goal website representatives wish to interview you, or rather, to film a micro-documentary about you." At the dinner table, Hu Lai set his phone aside and glanced at Hu Lixin, who remained silent. Before he could speak, Xiaolon interjected, "A pseudo-documentary? A fake documentary? It is not false. It is merely minuscule, a brief documentary," Hu Lai explained, then turned his gaze toward Hu Lixin. "If you do not wish to accept the interview, I shall assist you," he intended to convey, for he knew that his father preferred to avoid the limelight. Perhaps it was the incident with Wang Xinke from years past that left him with a lingering sense of inferiority, reluctant to be scrutinized by the public eye. However, to Hu Lai's surprise, Hu Lixin nodded in agreement. "All right." Hu Lai momentarily froze. "Are you agreeing to refuse, or to be interviewed?" "To be interviewed," Hu Lixin replied decisively. This time, both Hu Lai and Xiaolon looked at Hu Lixin in astonishment, as though the sun had risen in the west. Hu Lai sought clarification from his father. "So I can go back to the others now? Once I do, there can be no changes." "Go ahead." Hu Lixin responded with unwavering certainty. Xiaolon remained perplexed. "Old Hu, what are you thinking? Weren't you reluctant to accept interviews?" Hu Lixin shook his head. "I've come to realize that some matters require not only action but also articulation." Observing his father's resolute stance, Hu Lai promptly replied to Sun Yonggang on WeChat. "All right, my dad said he is willing to accept the interview." 3 photographers were at work, each with distinct responsibilities. One captured the panoramic view of the training field, another focused on medium shots, while the last one remained agile, ready to adapt. A standard 400-meter track was divided into 4 equally sized areas, each hosting the training of 4 teams simultaneously. Through the lens of the 4th photographer, Hu Lixin was introducing Lin Shui. "Currently, our 3rd and 4th grade teams are training. We have divided each grade into Team A and Team B." Lin Shui inquired, "Is Team A the stronger first team?" while Team B is the reserve team. Hu Listen shook his head. No, it is merely due to the large number of participants. Training together may hinder effectiveness, hence the division into two teams. Both teams train using the same methods and philosophies, without deliberately categorizing players based on their skill levels. Lin Shui appeared somewhat astonished. He understood that dividing into A and B teams is commonplace in school football, primarily due to the abundance of participants. As football continues to gain popularity in China, an increasing number of parents are eager for their children to engage in the sport, resulting in a growing roster of students wishing to join football teams. With more participants, it is entirely reasonable to form multiple teams. However, in the instances he was familiar with, schools typically divided teams based on skill level. The strongest players would form one team, while the remaining players would either comprise another team or be split into two. This practice is particularly prevalent in high schools, where national competitions garner significant attention, and everyone aspires to achieve results. Many elementary schools adopt a similar approach, albeit with different nomenclature: first team, second team, third team, elite team, reserve team, and so on. Elementary schools also host competitions, organized by districts, cities, and provinces, but these events lack a national scope. Since the competition is approaching, it is only natural that teams are categorized based on their strengths, allowing the more capable teams to represent their schools in pursuit of victory and glory, thereby enhancing their prestige. This seemed entirely reasonable to Lin Shui until he visited Dongchuan City's Nanqing Primary School, where Hu Listen teaches, and discovered that Hu Lai's father was not dividing the teams in the traditional manner. He expressed his astonishment by asking, "Why? Aren't you competing?" "Indeed, we are. We have a match the day after tomorrow, and you are welcome to come and watch," Hu Listen replied. Lin Shui was puzzled, unable to comprehend the situation. When Hu Listen inquired, "Mr. Lin, after observing our training for quite some time, what are your impressions?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shui remarked, "I noticed that your training seems to focus on keeping the soccer ball on the ground, rather than allowing it to ascend." Initially, this observation had not captured Lin Shui's attention, but as the training session neared its conclusion without the ball being lifted, his curiosity intensified, bordering on an obsessive fixation. Yet, what was this sentiment? Was it merely nitpicking? To his surprise, Hu Listen nodded in satisfaction at Lin Shui's remark, stating, "Mr. Lin, your observations are quite astute. This is actually a deliberate approach on our part." "Deliberate?" Lin Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yes," Hu Listen affirmed. "At Nanqing Primary School, whether it is the first grade team or the sixth grade team, high balls are strictly prohibited." "Prohibited?" Lin Shui found this notion astonishing. Indeed, no high balls are allowed. Whether it is the goalkeeper's goal kick or a goal clearance, high kicks are forbidden. Long passes from the backfield to behind the defense are also banned. And any crossing must be executed with low or ground-level passes, Hu Listen elaborated. "When we hold internal matches, we enforce a rule that if the goalkeeper either kicks the ball from hand or takes a goal kick and the ball is not touched by another player before crossing the halfway line, it is considered a foul, resulting in a free kick for the opposing team at the center line." At this point, Lin Shui was at a loss for words. He wondered if this might be excessively rigid. However, these were the words of Hu Lai's father, and he hesitated to voice his thoughts, seemingly reading Lin Shui's mind. Hu Listen continued, "This rule was not established by me, but rather it was suggested by my son." "Hu Lai?" Lin Shui inquired. "Yes. He learned about it while playing football in Europe. Upon attending a youth training match there, he returned to inform me of a peculiar regulation, which is precisely what I just described." Hu Lai shared this unusual rule with his father in a light-hearted manner, but Hu Listen was profoundly impacted by it. When he first began as a grassroots youth coach, he had adhered strictly to traditional football training guidelines. However, upon comparing the current youth training methodologies with those he had once experienced, he realized that despite advancements in technical skills over the past 30 to 40 years, many foundational philosophies and concepts in youth training had remained largely unchanged. "We have superior hardware now, yet our grassroots coaches persist in having children practice fundamental skills day after day. Is practicing the basics a bad thing?" Lin Shui could not help but interrupt, asking. "Practicing the fundamentals is beneficial. However, solely focusing on these basics and attributing all issues to a lack of solid foundational skills is misguided," Hu Listen replied. "Our media, fans, and even professionals often assert that Chinese players lack technical prowess, which leads to frequent ball losses and errors during matches. Thus, They advocate for rigorous practice of the fundamentals. Yet, I believe this notion is erroneous. Lin Shui was taken aback to hear a football coach challenge the almost politically correct belief in the necessity of arduous fundamental training within Chinese football. He was at a loss for words. Fortunately, Hu Lixin did not require a response and continued. In my youth, I devoted considerable time to the monotonous practice of fundamental skills. Coaches would instruct us to progress gradually in our football education, first mastering the basics before moving on to other aspects. We were told to refine our techniques before diving into tactics, mastering simple tactical patterns before advancing to more complex ones, step by step, until we reached the level of participating in matches. Hu Lixin elaborated further. At that time, this was the standard approach across China, and no one deemed it incorrect. How could it possibly be wrong? Without solid fundamentals, it is akin to attempting to fly before having learned to walk. Impossible, wouldn't you agree? Lin Shui instinctively nodded in agreement. When matches occurred, and there were mishaps in passing and receiving, coaches would criticize the lack of fundamental training, insisting that we needed to practice more diligently. We believe that our shortcomings stemmed from insufficient effort in training, leading us to push ourselves relentlessly, practicing to the point of exhaustion, often ignoring injuries, continuing to train. Many players retired early due to training-related injuries, and while everyone viewed them as unfortunate, no one contemplated the reasons behind this phenomenon. Now, we understand, it was due to unscientific training methods. Yet, unscientific training practices extend beyond merely training despite injuries. Lin Shui felt his worldview had been profoundly shaken and could not resist offering a slight rebuttal. But Coach Hu, although we have never qualified for the World Cup, our performance in Asia has been commendable. If our training methods were truly as you describe, how could that be? Hu Lixin chuckled. What was the level of football 4 or 5 decades ago? 30 years ago, a player running 10,000 meters in a match was considered top-tier performance, whereas today, the average distance a player covers in a match is 11,000 meters. To put it bluntly, the football of the past and the football of today are virtually different sports altogether. Previously, matches had a slower pace and less movement, and static training often yielded satisfactory results. However, football has evolved rapidly over the years, and yet our training still adheres to outdated methods. This is untenable. But Coach Hu, our Chinese Super League clubs are now aligning their training philosophies with advanced European concepts, Lin Shui countered. Indeed, Hu Lixin affirmed. Our Chinese Super League clubs can afford to hire European coaches, who bring with them the football philosophies of Europe. The issue lies at the very foundation of youth training. Teacher Lin, as a journalist who has traversed various locations and interacted with an array of teams and individuals, have you not observed a peculiar phenomenon in our nation's football? The higher the level of the team, the more advanced its training methodologies and philosophies. Conversely, the lower the tier, the more outdated the training standards become. At first glance, this may seem logical, as inferior training and outdated concepts would naturally yield poor performance. However, this notion is fundamentally flawed, as Hu Lixin pointed out. Youth training serves as the cornerstone of a nation's football, akin to the foundation of a towering edifice. If such a critical component is constructed with subpar materials and a perfunctory attitude, how can it support a grand structure? Logically, youth training, as the bedrock of a footballing nation, should employ the most progressive philosophies to nurture talent. Yet, what is the reality? How are the salaries and conditions for youth training coaches? Are there avenues for them to receive advanced football training? Can they keep pace with the evolution of modern football? How can their own proficiency be assured? In many regions, the success of youth training hinges entirely on the personal passion of the coaches. Yet, how long can such individual enthusiasm sustain itself? Consequently, during elementary school years, one can witness teams relying on long passes and sprinting tactics triumphing on the field. This leads to a widespread belief that such strategies are correct and should be adopted. Why is this the case? Because it is the easiest approach for coaches. It allows for a straightforward teaching method, winning games, pleasing parents, delighting children, and satisfying schools, a win-win situation, as Hu Lixin sarcastically noted. Thus, my team does not engage in high balls. Why would we, when winning is so simple, particularly in matches for those under 10, where the field is small and offside rules do not apply? One merely needs to position a robust forward near the opponent's goal and launch long balls from the backline. Given that goalkeepers at this age lack strength and are often quite light, controlling a ball that has soared several meters is a daunting task. resulting in frequent fumbles and mistakes. Forwards waiting near the goal can easily capitalize on these errors, leading to numerous goals and effortless victories. Even in U12 and U13 matches, where offside rules are in effect, maintaining a compact formation creates ample space behind. During offensive plays, a simple long kick forward suffices. To prevent the goalkeeper from challenging for the ball, one can direct the ball towards the flanks, allowing a speedy forward to chase it down. As you can see, winning during elementary school is exceedingly simple. However, is such training truly beneficial for the players? Currently, they may rely on their physical advantages to secure victories and derive enjoyment from the game. Yet, as they age and their physical dominance diminishes, how will they continue to win? If they have not developed the ability to read the game effectively, what will they do when they can no longer rely on their physique? Withdraw? Abandon the sport? After investing so much time and resources in young players, is it acceptable for them to drop out after a decade, contributing to the high attrition rate in football? Thus, my team refrains from high balls. There is little merit in it. Teacher Lin, ponder this. When the football is sent soaring into the air, what are the players on the field doing? Is it not the case that, apart from one or two players near the point of play, the rest have temporarily become mere spectators? Such a style of play limits the number of individuals who can truly be developed. We employ a possession-based approach to teach children the art of football, as possession is a holistic concept rather than a mere exchange of passes. Only through this method can all players engage in the game, as even those without the ball must remain vigilant, moving in unison with the formation. Lin, you are aware that I recently traveled to Spain. Lin Shui nodded, acknowledging that this was common knowledge, especially since who invited his parents to witness the UEFA Champions League final live, with television broadcasts frequently capturing their presence. While there, I observed several training sessions and matches of local teams comprised of players under the age of 10, which was truly enlightening. I shall mention just one detail. During the warm-up preceding a match, both teams engaged in a passing drill, forming a rectangle with 4 players to facilitate their exchanges. In contrast, teams of this age group in our country typically conduct their warm-ups with only 2 players passing to one another, perhaps adding a modicum of movement interaction, such as one player passing the ball while simultaneously running towards the other, who then passes to a teammate behind them, also running forward to switch positions. Hu Lisin illustrated this with gestures, and Lin Shui nodded in understanding. Hu Lisin then inquired, which of these 2 warm-up methods do you consider superior, and why? Well, it is undoubtedly the European method, Lin Shui responded. As he pondered the rationale behind his answer, Hu Lisin preemptively articulated the response, because, in contrast to the 2-point passing exercises of our teams, the rectangular passing employed by European teams better simulates actual match conditions. Passing between 2 points, whether simply delivering the ball to an opponent or executing a 1-2, remains a rather mechanical collaboration, requiring minimal subjective initiative from the players. In the rectangular passing drill, players subconsciously develop an awareness of attacking direction and width, and they can utilize markers on the ground as defensive players to simulate various movements and receiving scenarios during a match, thereby creating a plethora of offensive options. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui grasped the concept. It is akin to the distinction between one-dimensional and multidimensional thinking. The one-dimensional approach is limited to a single direction, while the multidimensional perspective encompasses a multitude of spatial dimensions, up, down, left, right, forward, and backward. While the multidimensional approach may be complex, organisms that thrive in such intricate environments inherently possess advanced cognitive capabilities. Conversely, one-dimensional beings, constrained to a singular direction, naturally lack the capacity for more sophisticated thought. Hu Lisin nodded in agreement. Thus, European teams emphasize the integration of their warm-ups with match scenarios, resulting in more effective preparation. Returning to the fundamentals, our basic skills training resembles the simplistic and mechanical repetition of these pre-match warm-ups, neglecting real-world application contexts. How beneficial can such basic skills be when practiced in isolation? Is it that our players lack technique? When asked to demonstrate actions in an undisturbed, non-competitive environment, even an 18-year-old youth player can perform flawlessly. Yet, once faced with opposition and pressure during a match, they frequently falter. Then, the issue is attributed to inadequate technology, continuing the mechanical practice of skills. A patient experiences numbness in their fingertips, which is, in fact, caused by cervical spine issues compressing the nerves. However, the doctor merely treats the patient as hand. How can one expect a true recovery under such circumstances? Any temporary relief will inevitably lead to a recurrence. Consequently, my team eschews simplistic and mechanical foundational training, insisting that all technical exercises must be integrated with practical application scenarios. This approach not only aligns closely with real combat situations, but also preserves the element of enjoyment. For children of this age group, enjoyment serves as the finest teacher. Previously, we often made football training excessively arduous and intimidating, as if hardship were a prerequisite for personal development and success. Running 10,000 meters daily, circling the pitch over 20 times, does that truly enhance physical fitness? It does not prevent one from succumbing to the infamous black 3 minutes in the final moments of a match. We now understand that physical conditioning does not work in such a manner, yet we stubbornly cling to outdated notions regarding technical training. Faced with such inquiries, Lin Shuai finds himself at a loss for answers. He can only feign contemplation, directing his gaze toward the training ground. For teams divide the field into quarters, simultaneously engaging in their respective drills. One team is engaged in an internal match, meticulously adhering to their coach's directives, maintaining control of the ball at their feet, while young players dash across the field, incessantly calling for the ball. Meanwhile, in the adjacent area, under the coach's guidance, other young players partake in a circle game, their laughter and cheers echoing throughout. The evening sun casts a golden hue upon the field, the green grass turning amber, and shadows dance lightly. For reasons unknown, this scene evokes in Lin Shuai a pastoral vision. Initially, he had merely intended to capitalize on the World Cup fervor and Hulai's popularity to give his topic some visibility on the website. Yet, he now perceives that the unfolding of events has veered away from his original intentions. P.S. Tomorrow, we will resume 2 updates. Chapter 4. The essence of the game. The match between the 4th grade A team of Nanqing Primary School and the elite 4th grade team of Huayuan Road Primary School is taking place on a 5-side football pitch. A banner hangs from the wire fence bordering the field, announcing the 2028 to 2029 Dongchuan City Youth Campus Football League, T Division, second half of the season. Although the field is small, it is surrounded by a multitude of spectators, including parents of the participating players and many onlookers. After all, this is a match led by Hulai's father. Numerous individuals are not even there to watch the game, but rather to catch a glimpse of Hu Lisin, eager to witness Hulai's father's charisma up close. Even before the match commences, many approach Hu Lisin for photographs, including the opposing team's head coach and the referees of the match, all lining up for a chance to snap a picture. The event resembles a celebrity meet and greet. Lin Shuai observes discreetly from the sidelines, noting that Hu Lisin has grown quite accustomed to such attention. Regardless of who approaches for a photo, even amidst his own busyness, he instantly transitions into a smiling demeanor, skillfully completing the photo op with ease. At this moment, Lin Shuai finally comprehended why the pre-match preparations of Nanqing Primary School were conducted aboard the school bus, rather than allowing players to gather at the sidelines accompanied by their parents, as was customary for other teams. Nanqing Primary School convened at the school and subsequently traveled together by bus to the competition venue. Upon arriving at the parking lot of the match site, Hu Lisin completed the preparatory briefing for his young teammates on the bus, covering tactics and essential points to consider. Thus, once they reached the match ground, the players merely needed to change into their uniforms before taking to the field. Meanwhile, Hu Lisin busily engaged with various enthusiastic fans, resembling a mascot. Lin Shuai could easily envision that, after posing for photographs, the first thing these individuals would do was exuberantly post on social media. This is Hulai's father. Finally met the legendary Hulai's dad. In primary school matches, each half lasts only 20 minutes, with a 10-minute intermission. The game had progressed for nearly 30 minutes by now. Nanqing Primary School, through exemplary teamwork and the players' refined individual skills, had netted 3 goals, currently leading with a score of 3-2. The coach of the trailing Huayuan Road Primary School grew anxious, shouting instructions to his players from the sidelines. Long pass. High ball. High ball. Lin Shuai, mingling among the spectators, turned his gaze towards the source of the commotion. It was a middle-aged coach, dressed in sports attire, with a dark complexion. Around 40 years of age, indistinguishable from any ordinary football coach, lacking any discernible uniqueness. Simultaneously, he persistently called out the name of a particular player, urging him to advance to the forefront. Under his guidance, Huayuan Road Primary School indeed began to frequently launch high balls from the backfield toward the goal of Nanjing Primary School. In the 31st minute, Huayuan Road Primary School executed a high ball from midfield, sending it soaring toward Nanjing Primary School's goal. The goalkeeper of Nanjing Primary School dove to the side to parry the ball. Although he managed to deflect it, he did not clear it sufficiently. Or perhaps he fumbled it. Seizing the opportunity, a forward from Huayuan Road Primary School, lying in wait near the goal, rushed to the ball's landing spot and, before the Nanjing goalkeeper could regain his footing, struck the ball toward the net. The ball found its mark. A splendid goal. Cheers erupted from the crowd gathered at the sidelines, with some praising, "That child is so agile. Just like Hulai. What an instinct for goalkeeping and opportunism." Before the echoes of their admiration faded, the scoring forward from Huayuan Road Primary School indeed performed a celebratory gesture mimicking Hulai, eliciting laughter from the spectators. Lin Shui, witnessing this scene, discreetly glanced at Hu Lisin, eager to gauge his reaction. Hu Lisin maintained a stoic demeanor, simply applauding from the sidelines and reassuring his players, "It's all right. It's all right, you played well." Having tasted success with their long passes, Huayuan Road Primary School continued with this strategy. In no time, the slender goalkeeper of Nanjing Primary School became the busiest individual on the field, making high saves and low blocks, even once using his face to deflect an opponent's shot. His performance was undeniably valiant, yet he still could not prevent the goals from being conceded. The opposing goalkeeper launched a long kick from the backfield that landed just outside the penalty area of Nanjing Primary School, under the pressure of the rival forward. The center back misjudged the header clearance, failing to connect properly. The opposing forward, capitalizing on this mistake, received the ball behind him and, with a clear path to the goal, effortlessly found the back of the net. 43. Huayuan Road Primary School took the lead. Spectators on the sidelines appeared to witness a remarkable turnaround, their excitement palpable as they erupted into animated chatter. The same mistakes were being repeated without any adjustments being made. "It seems that Hulai's father isn't as skilled as one might think. I couldn't fathom why Hulai was so exceptional, given his father's background. Wait, did you not know that Hulai never received training or guidance from his father during his childhood? Oh right, now I recall. Hulai's father actually forbade him from playing football when he was young, and their relationship was quite strained at that time. No wonder. This explains why Hulai has become so talented. Fortunately, his father did not coach him, or else Chinese football would have lost a true genius." Listening to such discussions among the crowd, Lin Shui suddenly gained a deeper understanding of what Hu Lisin had said to him the other day. It's effortless to teach and still win. Parents are happy. Children are happy. And the school is happy. What a wonderful scenario. Indeed, it is a win-win situation. How delightful. Meanwhile, on the sidelines of Nanjing Primary School's cheerleading squad, a photographer was moonlighting as a reporter, interviewing the parents of the players. "Parent, coach who does not allow practicing high balls. And my son lacks experience in dealing with them. When the opponents launched high balls, he panicked. What can be done? It's not his fault we conceded." Parent B, this isn't the first time. Our opponents are well aware that Nanjing Primary School struggles against high balls, so some teams start with aerial bombardments. Today, Huayuan Road Primary School was relatively restrained, at least resorting to long passes only in the last 10 minutes. Parent C, I also cannot comprehend why high balls are not permitted. High balls are a legitimate aspect of football, and the rules do not prohibit them, so why not practice? However, coach who has his own philosophy, he states that anyone joining his team must accept his approach. If one cannot comply, they are free to leave, and he will not stop them. Parent D, emotionally leaning in, I wholeheartedly agree with and support Coach Hu's philosophy. Chinese football is far too focused on immediate results. Winning is everything. With so many teams participating, only one can emerge as champion. What about the others who do not win? If we teach these children with victory as the ultimate goal, will they not question the meaning of a game they cannot win? What path should Chinese football take? Should everyone vie for that singular championship, or should we foster a love for the game, regardless of the outcome? What Coach Hu is doing is undoubtedly correct. Although it may not seem easily acceptable at present, it is beneficial for future generations, a form of planting trees. He pointed towards the half of Huayuan Road Primary School. This is akin to forcing growth in seedlings. The photographer waited for this suddenly impassioned parent to finish speaking before turning back to parent C. Then why are there so many children playing under Coach Hu's guidance at Nanjing Primary School? Several parents exchanged glances, And ultimately, it was parent C who spoke first. Ah, this is all because he is Hu Lai's father. How rare it is to play under Hu Lai's father. In the future, when we tell our stories, our children will also be Hu Lai's companions. Indeed, I have no expectations for my child to pursue a professional football career, so training under Coach Hu is not a bad idea at all. Moreover, it does carry a certain prestige to say that one is coached by Hu Lai's father. Hu Lisan's team, the Nanjing Elementary School, ultimately lost the match with a score of 3-5. The final goal conceded was due to a miscommunication between the goalkeeper and the defenders. At that moment, the Nanjing goalkeeper held the ball in the penalty area, intending to pass it to a teammate. However, each teammate returning to support was marked by a player from Huayuan Road Elementary School, leaving him with only one option to throw the ball. The opposing forward anticipated his intention, positioned himself to intercept, and then scored with a clear shot. The score was firmly set at 3-5. The players from Nanjing Elementary School, having initially led, stood in a line dejectedly shaking hands with their opponents, who were jubilant, bouncing around, and even flaunting their victory. They had defeated a team led by Hu Lai's father, which, by extension, felt akin to vanquishing Hu Lai himself. As the head coach, Hu Lisan approached the opposing coach for a handshake. The opposing coach warmly grasped Hu Lisan's hands, beaming, "Coach Hu, you have my respect." Hu Lisan maintained a gentle smile. "You played exceptionally well, remaining calm and resilient even when behind. This victory is a reward for your tenacity." "Oh, Coach Hu certainly knows how to express himself, right?" chuckled the opposing coach. "You played well too." He vigorously shook Hu Lisan's hands, his enthusiasm perhaps amplified by the presence of cameras nearby. After satisfying the eager spectators and accommodating the requests for photographs with the opposing young players, Hu Lisan finally returned to the school bus. By this time, the players had already changed and were waiting for him. Once aboard the bus, Hu Lisan addressed the young players. "Although we lost the match, I am still delighted. You have upheld our football principles. Maintaining a clear style is more important than merely winning a match. Often, the most challenging aspect is to stay true to the right path. In time, you will see that those who rely solely on long passes will gradually be outmatched. Their methods are becoming increasingly ineffective. What we adhere to is a philosophy of enduring hardship before experiencing sweetness. Physical growth and strength can be developed, but the feel for the game and understanding of football must be nurtured from a young age. You may face some difficulties now and lose a few matches, but as you grow older, you will realize that the lessons learned here will benefit you for a lifetime. Even if you do not pursue football in the future, these lessons will remain valuable. Football is not merely about long passes. It is not a sprint race. Football is a complex sport, while opponents revel in their victories. You have accumulated a wealth of experience from countless matches, learning to accurately read and comprehend the game. When your bodies mature, the advantages you possess here will truly manifest." Hu Lisan pointed to his head. After ushering the young players and their parents out of the school gates, Hu Lisan finally allowed himself to rest. Thus, Lin Shui and Hu Lisan embarked on a special interview on the football field of Nanjing Primary School. They strolled around the track, akin to citizens exercising in the evening, engaging in conversation about the day's match. Meanwhile, a photographer trailed them, capturing this unique interview from various angles. "Do you discuss these matters with the young players after every game, Coach Hu?" "Almost always, especially after a loss," Hu replied. "Why is that?" "They need a bit of confidence, don't they? So you are aware that losing can affect their faith in your philosophy?" Hu Lisan chuckled. "At 56, having experienced so much, I have come to this understanding. It would be unreasonable to expect those children to grasp these principles right away. That is why I reiterate them. Even if they find it tedious, as long as they remember, they will eventually come to understand." "Is there pressure?" Lin Shui hesitated, recalling some rather unflattering remarks overheard at the match. However, Hu Lisan appeared unfazed, having undoubtedly encountered such comments countless times before. He laughed. "Are they suggesting I should have refrained from teaching Hu Lai to play football?" Lin Shui nodded awkwardly. "I once wondered if teaching Hu Lai from a young age would have made his football journey smoother. But I have come to realize that perhaps it was my earlier decisions that shaped the Hu Lai we see today, and he is now the best version of himself. So, they are right. I am glad I did not teach Hu Lai to play football. You once stated that winning during primary school is relatively easy. Yet it seems that your team finds it challenging to win. The current environment is such that, for instance, Dongchuan has its own primary school football league, while Nanjing Primary remains in the second tier. Is there pressure from the school?" Lin Shui posed a rather pointed question. Of course, there is pressure, but it is manageable for me. Why is that? Because I am Hu Lai's father. Lin Shui was taken aback. Because I am Hu Lai's father, Hu Lisin reiterated. Being Hu Lai's father is a prestigious title, regardless of my team's performance, as long as I am Hu Lai's father. The school's tolerance towards me is considerably higher. For the institution, it seems they are no longer concerned about my coaching results. As long as I continue to teach at Nanjing Primary. This way, the school can promote that Hu Lai's father is their coach. At this point, Hu Lisin turned to Lin Shui and smiled. As you witnessed today at the match, everyone approached me for photographs, drawn by that prestigious title. In truth, I initially harbored a strong aversion to this notion. Hu Lai is Hu Lai, and I am myself. However, I have since relinquished such concerns. As long as I can disseminate my ideals, I would not mind serving as a mere mascot. But do you truly remain indifferent to the incessant murmurs and pointed fingers of others? Teacher Lin, I once held the position of a security guard. Hu Lisin chuckled, then gestured towards his own face, inquiring, what do you think of my smile? Lin Shui was taken aback, unable to comprehend Hu Lisin's intent. Momentarily at a loss for words. In my previous role, I stood at the entrance of the community, smiling at every resident who entered or exited. As a security guard, I faced not only scrutiny, but also the occasional harsh words directed at me. What does one do when insulted? Must one not maintain a smile? Can one simply resign? That would be unthinkable, given the meager income of a few thousand yuan per month. Hu Lisin spoke with a placid tone. However, Lin Shui's heart was stirred by a tempest of emotions. He had never fathomed the inner world of a football hero's father. The fact that Hu Lisin could confide such thoughts to him clearly indicated a genuine openness. He suddenly began to grasp why the modest Hu Lisin would acquiesce to his requests for filming and interviews. I have heard it said that children require victories in football to build their confidence. Therefore, if there exists a method to secure wins, it ought to be employed. What is your perspective, Coach Hu? That is not about building confidence. It is merely indulging the children, Hu Lisin countered, shaking his head. Football inherently involves both victory and defeat. What of those who lose? Shall we merely tell them to win in the next match? To secure victories, I should select the strongest players, assemble the most formidable lineup, and adopt the most effective strategies, such as long passes and counterattacks. However, this is the approach of professional football, not that of youth leagues. Should the talented young players receive the best training, while those less capable are merely taken along for casual practice? I firmly believe that during the primary school stage of football, we must not adopt an overly utilitarian mindset. Society as a whole should cultivate a consensus and an environment that conveys to children that victory is not paramount. The joy of playing the game itself is what truly matters. At this stage, we must nurture their passion for football rather than allow the outcomes of matches to extinguish their enthusiasm. Thus, the two continued their conversation as they strolled. Circling the primary school playground, shadows lengthening as the sun dipped toward the horizon. Their silhouettes merged with the twilight until the light faded and the batteries and storage of 4 cameras were completely depleted. P.S. 2 updates today. Chapter 5. Report on Chinese Campus Football 2. The Cradle of National Team Players. Dongchuan Middle School, we have been interviewing for several days. What do you think of Coach Hu's remarks? Lin Shui asked the photographers accompanying him in the car. The team exchanged glances. And one of the youngest photographers finally spoke up. I believe Coach Hu may be somewhat overly idealistic. Lin Shui gestured for him to elaborate. He continued, stating that, in truth, the philosophies espoused by Coach Hu are not novel concepts. Debates surrounding youth training ideologies have long been prevalent within our country. It is not solely Coach Hu adheres to these principles. Many others have faltered under pressure and ultimately could not persist. He asserts that during the elementary school years, results should not be the focus, but how can one disregard outcomes entirely? Every district and county boasts its own corresponding leagues, with competitions in place. Rankings and performance metrics inevitably arise. Thus, how can we expect schools to refrain from pursuing results? Unless all elementary competitions are abolished, fans will lament the scarcity of youth football events in China. If there are no matches, how can one expect growth? The very act of playing games necessitates a focus on performance. After all, results are the sole benchmark for assessing a coach's competence. If one claims to possess skill, how can that be verified? A team that performs poorly cannot command respect. Hence, I believe Coach Hu enjoys leniency merely because he is Hu Lai's father. A regular coach would have been dismissed long ago. Another photographer interjected, asserting that Coach Hu is indeed correct. An unwavering pursuit of victory at the elementary level ultimately leads our players astray from the outset. Long passes and aerial balls may yield success in younger age groups. But as players mature, such tactics become ineffective. Furthermore, they do little to enhance individual football intelligence or skill development. You are right, the first photographer replied. I never claimed that Coach Hu's principles are erroneous. I merely pointed out the prevailing environment, where everyone is fixated on results. If one cannot produce outcomes, even if their approach is sound, they may be compelled to abandon it. Coach Hu can withstand the pressure because he is Hu Lai's father, but what about others? In this unchanging environment, Coach Hu and his colleagues must deliver results to persuade everyone to follow this path. Otherwise, the challenge remains daunting. Everyone acknowledged the validity of his argument. After interviewing Hu Lixin that day, they were moved by his ideals, yet upon reflection a few days later, they felt somewhat disheartened. Given the current circumstances, what change could one individual like Hu Lixin effect, even within his own South City elementary school? Are there not parents who fail to comprehend his vision? Their commitment to the school team does not stem from a genuine acceptance of Hu Lixin's theories. Rather, they seek to bask in Hu Lai's fame. Hu Lixin has crafted a beautifully adorned box using his son's renown, encapsulating the pearl of his youth football training philosophy. However, all that others desire is the box, neglecting the pearl within. Initially, many believed that with the national team qualifying for the World Cup finals consecutively, the future of Chinese football appeared promising. Yet now, they find themselves doubting the brightness of that future. This is indeed a pragmatic concern, Lin Shui remarked. Without results, one cannot persuade others to embrace your theories. Yet, adhering to these principles makes winning increasingly elusive, creating a vicious cycle. This predicament was the very reason for their visit to the second interview location. As he uttered the words "we've arrived," the business vehicle gradually decelerated until it came to a complete stop. Before them stood a grand entrance adorned with banners. Warm congratulations to our alumni Hu Lai, Xia Xiaoyu, and Luo Kai for their remarkable achievement in propelling the Chinese national team into the World Cup for 2 consecutive editions. Chinese football is embarking on a global journey from this very institution. Heartfelt congratulations to our alumnus Hu Lai for scoring a magnificent quadruple in the Champions League final, thus etching his name in history. We also extend our warmest congratulations to our alumna Li Qingqing for triumphing in the Champions League for 2 successive years. The nationally recognized football demonstration high school, Dongchuan Middle School, welcomes you. Lin Shui stands in the stands of the Dongchuan Middle School football field. The stadium before him bears a slight resemblance to what he observed in the video shot by deputy editor's son a decade ago. The wall that once stood opposite the main grandstand has been replaced by a small grandstand, comprising 5 rows of seats. Below the stands, a small gate leads to the outside, opening up to the street. This entrance has been established to facilitate access for external visitors. As the reputation of Dongchuan Middle School continues to grow, an increasing number of individuals flock from various regions to observe the school's training sessions and matches. Some have even taken to the internet to share their pilgrimage experiences to Dongchuan Middle School, generating enthusiastic responses, with many out-of-town football fans expressing envy. Previously, these ardent supporters could only gather at the campus entrance, disrupting the normal educational order and heightening security concerns. Consequently, Dongchuan Middle School seized the opportunity presented by the newly constructed grandstand to open a gate on the stadium side, effectively segregating the educational area from the sports facility. On weekends, when matches are held at the school field, the gate connecting the educational zone to the stadium is locked, prohibiting outsiders from entering the academic area. For instance, the gate beneath the main grandstand that leads to the educational area is securely locked. All individuals must enter and exit through the small gate. However, such restrictions do little to quell the enthusiasm of the spectators. Whether in the main grandstand or the opposite one, nearly every seat is filled, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Lin Shui and his team have been filming and interviewing at this school for 2 days. During routine training sessions, numerous spectators, primarily students of Dongchuan Middle School, have gathered to witness the fervor of their peers for football. Now, they are observing the influence of the Dongchuan football team extending beyond the campus. Friendly matches between 2 high schools can draw such large crowds to fill the stadium. Lin Shui reflects on how Japan, a neighboring country, has fostered school football culture that predates and surpasses that of China. He senses that China's school football culture is finally beginning to take shape. Two photographers are capturing the match from the sidelines. One focuses on Li Ziqiang in front of the Dongchuan Middle School coaching bench, as he is the central figure of this visit. The other photographer roams the stands, capturing candid moments and conducting impromptu interviews. Meanwhile, Lin Shuai mingles with the ordinary fans, eavesdropping on their discussions to gain insight into the thoughts of the general public. As the match nears its conclusion, the focus of the spectators' discussions shifts from the game itself to other topics. The current batch of Dongchuan Middle School players is truly exceptional. Perhaps they will reclaim the national championship next year. I do not hold high hopes. There can only be one champion among so many schools nationwide. As long as they can perform to their usual standards, I will be content. How wonderful it is. No wonder this institution has produced so many national players. Just observe their spirit. It is truly exceptional. Coach Li has truly excelled. Indeed, one must consider who he is, Li Qingqing's father. Li Qingqing is a product of his meticulous training. Without skill, could one achieve such heights? Precisely. I wonder what a fortune it must be, accumulated over generations, that a modest Dongchuan Middle School has produced 4 national players. In stark contrast to the subtle discontent expressed by parents of students at Nanqing Primary School towards Hu Lisin, it appears that Li Ziqiang's efforts have garnered widespread recognition and support. However, Lin Shuai had done his homework before arriving. Otherwise, he might have mistakenly believed Li Ziqiang's approval ratings were exceedingly high. In fact, just a few years ago, Dongchuan Middle School was overshadowed by Jixiang High School in Jincheng. Having been unable to qualify for national competitions for 3 consecutive years, a period during which Jixiang High School was at its zenith, boasting a prodigious center back named Qin Shi, Dongchuan Middle School regained its qualification to represent Anong Province in national competitions only after Qin Shi departed from Jixiang High School. Thus, it is possible that those now praising Coach Li Ziqiang's prowess in the stands were, in previous years, among those who criticized his team for being unable to compete with Jixiang High School. Transitioning from primary to high school football, one can no longer dismiss the importance of victory. The leap from high school football to professional football is but a small step, underscoring the significance of winning. Ultimately, Dongchuan Middle School's football team triumphed over the visiting Dongchuan No. 5 Middle School on their home turf. After the match, both teams lined up to shake hands and approached each other's coaches to bow in gratitude, a requirement enshrined in the regulations of school football. The stands erupted with cheers and applause from the audience, creating an atmosphere as fervent as that of a Chinese League Two match. It is worth noting that despite being the lowest tier in the Chinese professional football system, League Two is indeed a professional competition. As the fans gradually exited through a small gate, and the opposing players boarded their school bus, the players of Dongchuan Middle School had already retreated to the locker room for showers and changing. The locker room at Dongchuan Middle School has been renovated and designed to professional team standards, boasting all necessary facilities: heating, air conditioning, hot water, multimedia screens, tactical boards, and more, conditions far superior to those of Hu Lai's time. Once the players had finished showering, Lin Shuai joined the coaching staff of Dongchuan Middle School in the locker room. The shirtless players were engaged in playful banter, their exuberance evident after their recent victory. However, this excitement gradually waned upon the arrival of their head coach, who wore a stern expression. "Get back to your routines. I will keep my remarks brief," he stated, gesturing for everyone to resume their tasks. Consequently, the players began to change clothes, yet the previously relaxed atmosphere had noticeably dissipated. Lin Shuai found a corner and began to observe and anticipate the unfolding events. The photographers had already set up their equipment in the changing room, unbeknownst to the players, allowing them to capture the most authentic reactions. Why, despite winning the match, was the head coach not pleased? What might transpire within the changing room of this high school team, which had produced numerous national players? Chapter 6. Match review: winning is undoubtedly a positive outcome. Yet it should not elicit such exuberance, Li Ziqiang stated bluntly. Our opponents were inherently weaker. Thus, our victory was to be expected. Winning does not equate to a commendable performance. In fact, your play today was subpar. Guoping, he pointed at a player. The player, a tall figure, promptly stood from his seat. After 2 days of observation, Lin Shuai recognized him as the team's key center back. In this match, you opted for a long clearance 3 times under pressure from the opposing players. What were your thoughts at that moment? Li Ziqiang leaned against the tactical board, arms crossed. gazing at Guoping as he posed the question. I was somewhat concerned about conceding a goal, so I chose to kick the ball forward, Guoping explained. Concern about conceding is commendable, Li Ziqiang acknowledged with a nod. However, did you consider that there are alternatives to simply kicking the ball forward? Guoping quickly responded. I did consider it, Coach Li. I wanted to pass to a nearby teammate, but the opposing players were already closing in on me. I had no time to look for an open option. Li Ziqiang pressed on. Why wait until the ball is at your feet and the opponents are upon you before seeking a teammate? Guoping opened his mouth, but words failed him this time. If you had observed your surroundings prior to receiving the ball, how could you find yourself in a situation where you only sought teammates when pressured? Why did you fail to observe in advance? These 3 hasty long passes indicate you were at least inattentive 3 times during the match. As a center back, you should be acutely aware of the consequences of losing focus in a game. Li Ziqiang's tone was stern. Guoping lowered his head. I am not suggesting that long passes are impermissible, but there is a significant distinction between proactive and reactive long passes. When faced with pressure from the opposition and resorting to a long clearance, it signifies a lack of concentration and creativity, leading you to choose the laziest option of simply sending the ball forward. What was the result? All 3 long passes were misdirected, transforming what should have been our offensive plays into counterattacks for the opponents. Certainly, this is not an issue that rests solely on your shoulders. At this juncture, Li Ziqiang turned to his teammates, asserting that this predicament pertains to our entire squad, or rather the midfield and defense as a whole. When one of us faces pressure, no one steps forward in a timely manner to offer support. You merely stand in your designated positions, shouting a few words and calling it a day. Are you here to watch the game? If so, why not take a seat in the stands? The view would be far superior. The others, under Li Ziqiang's reprimand, lowered their heads in shame. Play with your minds, he insisted, tapping his temple. What does it mean to play with your mind? It does not mean to rely solely on imagination. You must constantly observe while on the field. Without sufficient observation, you cannot gather enough information. Lacking this information, you will struggle to make sound judgments. Guoping, had you observed more before receiving the ball, you would have noticed that 2 opposing players were converging on you. Yet there was space on your right side to pass the ball. Instead, you waited until the ball was at your feet to look around. Too late. Then you adjusted, only to find that the space on your right had vanished, resulting in a blind kick that ended up at the feet of an opposing player. This match is not against a particularly formidable opponent. What if we were up against a stronger team? Those 3 mistakes could easily have led to goals against us. You might not even have the opportunity to clear the ball, as it could be intercepted. At this point, Li Ziqiang gestured for Guoping to take a seat. He then turned to the tactical board behind him, arranging magnetic pieces to represent both teams' formations. Once set, Li Ziqiang pointed to the different colored pieces symbolizing the players and remarked, "This is our counterattack during the 59th minute of the match, which ultimately failed. Zhang Shirtsong, you were the orchestrator of this counterattack. Please share why it did not succeed." Lin Xue, only upon seeing the pieces arranged by Li Ziqiang did you recall this particular failed counterattack. After all, numerous offensive attempts occurred during a match. Yet not every attack culminates in success. You had not anticipated that Li Ziqiang would bring up even the unsuccessful offensive opportunities. Moreover, Zhang Shirtsong was the architect of this counterattack. Had it not been for his successful interception in midfield, Dongchuan High School would not have had the chance for such a counterattack. Although it did not materialize, at the very least, it thwarted an opposing attack. However, it seems that Li Ziqiang intends to criticize Zhang Shirtsong. Had this been another coach, Zhang Shirtsong might have even received praise for his proactive interception. At that moment, Zhang Shirtsong had suddenly intercepted the opponent's player in midfield, and after gaining possession, he advanced the ball across the halfway line, closest to him on the right. A forward from Dongchuan High School was making a run, yet he was shadowed by a defender, providing no opportunity to pass. Simultaneously, on Zhang Shirtsong's left, another forward from Dongchuan High School was sprinting forward, having positioned himself ahead of the opposing player, with a vast expanse of space before him. Nevertheless, Zhang Shirtsong failed to pass the ball. His attention remained fixated on the ball at his feet, oblivious to the teammate making the rapid advance on the left flank. Ultimately, he opted to pass the ball laterally to a teammate who had surged forward from the defensive midfield position. As soon as the central midfielder received the ball, he found himself besieged by 2 opposing players. He could not advance, so he had to come to a sudden halt and pass the ball back to a teammate who was making a supporting run. This teammate, however, faced relentless pressure from the opposition, and, lacking the confidence to stop the ball, shifted it to the right flank for the advancing right back. Meanwhile, the opposing players swiftly regained their positions, resulting in Dongchuan High School losing their opportunity for a counterattack, forcing them to pass the ball back and forth in search of a new opening. This was not a significant issue in any match. There are bound to be unsuccessful counterattacks. Lin Shui observed the tactical diagram that Li Ziqiang had outlined on the board, clearly understanding the situation at that moment. He believed that the other young players also recognized that there was a better option than a lateral pass. Indeed, Zhang Shizong responded, "I should not have made the lateral pass. I should have sent the ball to the left for Rong Yi's run." Li Ziqiang continued to probe. "Then why did you not pass to Rong Yi immediately?" Zhang Shizong lowered his head, admitting, "I did not observe the situation there in time." "Precisely," Li Ziqiang replied. "The lack of timely observation is the crux of the issue. Your sudden interception was commendable, and I could rate you a 60 for that, a passing score. However, if you had been able to observe promptly and pass the ball into the open space on the left flank, I could have awarded you a 90. With that, he gestured for Zhang Shizong to take a seat. He then addressed the entire team, emphasizing, observation, observation. Ultimately, it all boils down to observation. I consistently stress the importance of observation to you because it is the foundation of football. Without the ability to observe on the field, decision-making becomes impossible. And without making decisions, progress remains unattainable. Have you all watched the World Cup qualifiers between China and Syria? The team nodded in agreement. Do you all remember the goal scored by Chen Xingyi? He continued. At that moment, the Chinese team was still passing the ball around in the backfield. Yet just seconds later, a goal was scored. How did that happen? It seems simple. Xia Xiaoyu received a pass from the back, turned, and delivered a precise through ball, allowing Chen Xingyi to sprint into the space between defenders, successfully timing his run to avoid being offside, and then he finished by striking into the far corner. Quite straightforward. Isn't it? But have you considered how many times Xia Xiaoyu observed his surroundings in the 10 seconds leading up to that goal? This inquiry left the players in the locker room speechless, including Lin Shui, who was equally baffled. What a perplexing question. Unsurprisingly, no one could provide an answer. Li Ziqiang revealed the answer, 5 times. He raised a hand. While the Chinese team was still passing the ball in the backfield, he repeatedly turned to observe the situation ahead, which enabled him to identify the gaps in the Syrian defense and notice Chen Xingyi's run. Thus, when he received the ball, he did not need to stop and observe. He could directly turn and deliver the through pass. We have often criticized Chinese players for engaging in meaningless passing in the backfield, even labeling it as a common flaw among them. However, whether backfield passing is meaningful depends on what the players are doing while making those passes. If it is merely a matter of exchanging passes without purpose, then indeed, it lacks significance. However, if each player is able to observe their surroundings while executing a back pass, then such a maneuver becomes a means of disorienting the opponent, a preparatory action for breaching the defense. The players displayed expressions of admiration, truly reflecting the prowess of their esteemed seniors from Dongchuan Middle School. Witnessing their reactions, Li Ziqiang inquired, "Do you think observing 5 times within 10 seconds is excessive? I tell you, in European professional leagues, exceptional players achieve 7 to 8 observations, while average players manage 4 to 5. In other words, if Xia Xiaoyu were to compete in Europe, he would merely meet the standard of an ordinary player, an average score at best. Nonetheless, such players can perform like midfield maestros in the final rounds of the tournament. Now you understand why the Japanese and Korean teams have consistently qualified for the World Cup, don't you?" After commenting on the errors made in nearly every position, Li Ziqiang called out the name of the last player, Rong Yi. The player, upon hearing his name, stood up apprehensively, nervously looking towards Li Ziqiang. Lin Shui had been paying close attention to this individual and suspected the reason behind Li Ziqiang's summons. It was likely due to 2 instances of ball control errors during the match, which not only thwarted Dongchuan Middle School's counterattack, but also afforded the opponent an opportunity for their own. Lin Shui speculated that Li Ziqiang would advise Rong Yi to avoid being overly self-reliant and to pass the opportunity to teammates in other positions. Rong Yi was aware of this as well, hence his evident anxiety, having been intimidated by Li Ziqiang's previous critiques of the other players. However, to both Lin Shui and Rong Yi's surprise, Li Ziqiang did not criticize him. Instead, he praised him. "You played well, particularly for your willingness to make moves on the field and to take on challenges. This is commendable. Although there were 2 mistakes, it is of little consequence. Fearing the loss of possession is far less critical than fearing confrontation with the opponent. In addressing Rong Yi, Li Ziqiang displayed an unexpected warmth and tolerance. Chapter 7. Knowing how to win is more important than winning. Lin Shuai surveyed the office's decor, his gaze naturally drawn to the framed jerseys adorning the walls. Jerseys belonging to Hu Lai, Li Qingqing, Luo Kai, and Xia Xiaoyu from the national team, the Olympic team, and their club teams lined the walls, creating a stunning spectacle. "These jerseys are the testament to your success," he exclaimed. To his surprise, Li Ziqiang refuted this notion. "This is not my success." Lin Shuai initially intended to offer a compliment to foster rapport with the interviewee and smoothly transition into the main topic. Typically, such praise elicits joy and openness from the recipient, facilitating a seamless interview. Yet, Li Ziqiang defied convention, leaving Lin Shuai momentarily bewildered. However, Lin Shuai quickly recognized that this unexpected turn could serve as an engaging starting point for the interview, as such unscripted moments may hold greater value than a formulaic discussion. Thus, he seized the moment to inquire, "Why do you say that? Before I joined the Dongchuan middle school football team, Hu Lai and Luo Kai were already here. So, rather than saying that I nurtured them, it would be more accurate to claim that I was fortunate to encounter them. However, Hu Lai was recruited into the team by you, and you subjected him to rigorous training. Prior to this, he had scarcely undergone any systematic professional football training. I merely arranged some foundational exercises for him, which are wholly incongruous with the achievements he has attained today. Therefore, his success is, in fact, only marginally related to me. Such basic training could be conducted by any football coach." Li Ziqiang shook his head, noting that Xia Xiaoyu's situation was quite similar. Before arriving at Dongchuan High School, he was already a remarkably talented player in middle school. Dongchuan merely provided him with a platform to showcase his abilities, and he cannot be entirely regarded as my protege. The only player I can genuinely claim to have nurtured is Li Qingqing. She is your daughter, correct? Yes, she is my daughter, which allows me to be by her side throughout her growth. As for Hu Lai, Luo Kai, and Xia Xiaoyu, the guidance they received from me was rather limited. It is difficult for me to ascertain the extent of my influence on their development. However, high school football is indeed a critical transitional phase from youth training to professional football, and an increasing number of high school players are entering the professional arena. Lin Shuai offered a mild rebuttal. Of course, I do not deny the significance of high school football education. I merely assert that I have not contributed much to their growth. The cultivation of players requires a high degree of continuity. Those players who have emerged from Dongchuan High School can indeed be said to have undergone my training, as we have developed a set of training methods and philosophies tailored for the Dongchuan football team over the years. If, in the future, jerseys of other national team players can be hung on this wall, then we might truly say it is a testament to the accomplishments of the Dongchuan football team. For now, Li Ziqiang shook his head. I display these jerseys here to inspire ourselves and to provide those players with a goal. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuai suddenly comprehended why, over the years, Li Ziqiang has rarely presented himself publicly as Hu Lai's mentor or engaged in self-promotion. He had always assumed that Li Ziqiang's role as Hu Lai's benefactor was a well-known fact that required no further validation. Yet, Li Ziqiang seldom mentioned his relationship with Hu Lai. Speaking of continuity, I recently interviewed and filmed the work of coach Hu Lisin. During training, he does not simply tell the young players how to handle the ball. Rather, he encourages them to observe and make their own decisions. Today, in your post-match dressing room, I also heard you repeatedly emphasize the importance of observation. I wonder, is this not a form of continuity? Indeed, it is, Li Ziqiang nodded. Did you notice that Rongyi today? I did. What do you think of him? Well, how shall I put it? He possesses great flair and is bold enough to attempt maneuvers during the match. Moreover, in that failed counterattack, he had already observed the opening in advance and made a proactive move to position himself, thus creating space for receiving the ball. However, Zhang Shizong failed to pass it to him, Li Ziqiang remarked. Rong Yi played his elementary football at Nanqing Primary School. Lin Shuai was not surprised by this revelation, as he had long been aware. Upon learning that he would be interviewing at Dongchuan Middle School, Hu Lisin shared the news with him. In truth, he only became a student at Dongchuan Middle School in September of this year. However, he has already been admitted and is now training with us in advance. Li Ziqiang continued to elaborate, noting that Hu Lisin has not been training with us for long and is not yet well acquainted with the team. Nevertheless, His performance during matches has been commendable, often demonstrating a remarkable ability to integrate with the squad, thanks to his keen observational and decision-making skills. Lin Shui nodded in acknowledgement, having witnessed these qualities during the games. However, it was only when Rong Yi reached the 5th grade that Old Hu began teaching at Nanjing Primary School. He had only 2 years of training under Old Hu, and it is worth noting that Old Hu's football philosophy did not develop overnight. Although Rong Yi played under Old Hu for just 2 years, his greatest gain was undoubtedly his self-confidence. Old Hu encourages players to express themselves freely on the field, never reprimanding them for mistakes, but rather motivating them to improve next time. Consequently, his players often exhibit greater confidence than their peers, daring to take risks even in the face of potential errors. Lin Shui pondered if this was the reason why Rong Yi seemed somewhat different from the other players on the field. Upon voicing this thought, he realized it could imply that the other students at Dongchuan Middle School were lacking in comparison. Yet, Li Ziqiang nodded in agreement and recounted an incident. A few years ago, Dongchuan Middle School welcomed a remarkably skilled player who scored 38 goals during 3 editions of the Anong Cup for junior high, earning him the title of his school's star player. His prowess attracted the attention of many institutions, including Jiaxiang High School. Yet he ultimately opted to join us at Dongchuan Middle School. However, he failed to shine under my guidance, starting from his 2nd year of high school. He struggled to even participate in matches. Lin Shui, curious, inquired about the reasons behind this. He was incredibly swift, having once debated between sprinting and football, ultimately choosing the latter. Although his speed was an asset, his technical skills were rather basic, primarily relying on the strategy of pushing the ball forward and sprinting after it. His ability to score so many goals in junior high was significantly tied to his speed advantage. However, upon reaching high school, he faced numerous equally fast players, and the physical challenges increased, exposing his weaknesses in technique. Moreover, his personal style was incompatible with our team's tactical framework. Li Ziqiang continued, "It is said that his junior high coach discouraged technical practice, focusing solely on maximizing his speed advantage in tactics. Thanks to his speed and counterattacking capabilities, the junior high team performed quite well in the Anong Cup, leading many to regard the coach as exceptional. Thus, when he failed to succeed under my tutelage, his parents even approached me, claiming I was deliberately stifling their son's potential." At this point, Li Ziqiang chuckled. I urged him to hone his technical skills rather than relying solely on speed, to which he retorted that as long as he could score, that was sufficient. He even cited Hu Lai as an example, stating that Hu Lai could only score but had mastered the art of scoring to perfection, achieving the status of a global superstar. He argued that his speed surpassed Hu Lai's, so why couldn't he excel as well? Upon hearing these words, Lin Shui exhibited an expression reminiscent of an elderly man on the subway engrossed in his smartphone. Li Ziqiang spread his hands and shook his head, stating, "Hu Lai is indeed quite adept at scoring, but the issue is that he does not truly possess the remarkable ability to score. He merely capitalizes on his speed advantage, exploiting the developmental immaturity of his opponents. His shooting technique is rather unrefined, and his dribbling skills are quite ordinary. His pace is so overwhelming that he struggles to maintain control of the ball and fails to adeptly find gaps in the opposing defense. His off-the-ball movement is nearly non-existent. Relying solely on speed, how can he score? He should have pursued track and field. Perhaps he could have even participated in the national games by now." Listening to Li Ziqiang's recounting, Lin Shui recalled the scenes he had witnessed during the matches between Nanjing Primary School and Huayuan Road Primary School. The young players in primary and secondary schools had yet to fully mature, lacking in strength and speed. Consequently, if a team had even one player who was tall, robust, or exceptionally fast, they often dominated the match. In the face of such overwhelming advantage, no sophisticated tactical arrangements proved effective. When I received players from those middle schools, I truly found it challenging to make an impact. However, if the future entrants to Dongchuan Middle School are all trained by Old Hu, I would feel significantly more at ease. I might even assert that players trained under Hu Lisin would possess a relative advantage upon entering Dongchuan Middle School. Lin Shui sighed. "You two operate like a well-oiled assembly line." "Indeed, we are collaborating," Li Ziqiang acknowledged without reservation. "We aspire for the campus football in Dongchuan to adopt a unified style, ensuring that the football philosophy is seamlessly transmitted from Old Hu's primary school through to my high school." Recalling the debate among photographers in the car that day, Lin Shui remarked, "After our interview at Nanjing Primary School, We too contemplated this issue. Coach Hu's philosophy sounds quite plausible. But the reality is that adhering to his approach makes winning quite difficult. If we cannot secure victories, how then can we promote it? This is precisely the task at hand for Dongchuan Middle School. In the latter half of this year, SNON Cup, we aim to secure the right to compete in the national tournament and then achieve commendable results next year. If we fail next year, then we shall persist until the year after. We must remain steadfast in this endeavor. So ultimately, it still comes down to results? Li Ziqiang nodded before shaking his head. In high school, results indeed hold significant weight. However, while winning is crucial, understanding how to win is even more vital. I believe that players nurtured under Old Hu's philosophy will not only win, but also comprehend the methodology behind victory. Starting from high school, the disparity in players' physical attributes diminishes, while the gap in intellect widens. Dongchuan Middle School will undoubtedly reclaim the national championship once more. It has been 7 years since Hu Lai's cohort clinched the national championship, and Dongchuan Middle School has not triumphed since. Yet, listening to Li Ziqiang, Lin Shuai felt a surge of confidence. Contemplatively, he inquired, "So, after a match concludes, even when you win, you still focus on the players' subpar performances during the review to ensure they understand how to win?" Li Ziqiang nodded in affirmation. At the conclusion of the interview, Lin Shuai instructed the photographer to capture numerous close-up shots of the row of jerseys adorning the wall. Although Li Ziqiang asserts that the successes of Hu Lai and his team are not attributed to him, Lin Shuai believes that Li is being overly modest. Regardless, Hu Lai, Luo Kai, and Xia Xiaoyu have all emerged under Li Ziqiang's mentorship. The foundation layers of a grand structure are undoubtedly crucial. Yet what of the ferryman's significance? Whether it be Li Ziqiang or Hu Lisin, their contributions to the future of Chinese football are equally vital and do not diminish in value. Additionally, there are certain thoughts from various authors that I wish to express, but due to word constraints, I will present them in a separate chapter shortly. The recent chapters contain some personal reflections, which, while not entirely unrelated, serve to elucidate the development of football in China within the narrative context. Rather than simply outlining the evolution of domestic football, I opted to adopt a documentary style to present a perspective that reveals the challenges and realities of football development in Chinese schools, which, beneath a seemingly vibrant surface, harbors significant perils. This signifies that the football reforms initiated in 2015 must persist. No one can afford to rest on the laurels of having reached the World Cup finals in consecutive tournaments. Reform is a continuous journey, necessitating perpetual adaptation to the changing tides of time. In the sections regarding youth training philosophies, I must clarify that these ideas are not solely my own. I have drawn inspiration from a football youth training content creator on Bilibili, whose insights and examples have greatly influenced my understanding. I feel compelled to acknowledge that this is not my achievement to claim. The creator, known as Qiu Ji, has produced a limited number of videos, yet they have been profoundly enlightening. I encourage anyone interested to explore his content thoroughly. Recently, my wife and I have been utilizing the summer break to correct our child's learning habits, and after watching Qiu Ji's videos, I found a deep resonance with his approach. For instance, he emphasizes the importance of teaching young players to correctly read and comprehend the game, thereby mastering the proper techniques of play. This resonates with my belief that instilling correct learning habits in children is paramount. Once good habits are established, they will benefit throughout their educational journey, be it in elementary, middle, or high school, and even university. After all, before the 3rd grade, parents can assist with homework. But what happens later? How can parents guide their children through assignments they themselves do not understand? However, if children learn to cultivate proper study habits, they will become independent learners. I perceive a parallel in football training. If you instruct a young player that long passes will secure victories, what happens when they mature and discover that long passes no longer yield success? Will they have other skills to rely upon? If not, they may find themselves at a loss. However, if one practices reading competitions from a young age and masters the correct methods for participating in such contests, then regardless of whether it involves long passes, counterattacks, or possession-based play, the players will be adept at handling various situations. Football is indeed a sport that requires considerable cerebral engagement. The nature of football matches involves constant confrontation with opponents, which necessitates strategic thinking. Relying solely on rigid techniques may prove effective against programmed systems, but it is utterly ineffective when faced with human opponents. The tales of solitary practitioners emerging after decades of seclusion, wielding a singular skill to dominate the world, are confined to the realms of fantasy. Football is a science. Deviating from scientific principles inevitably leads to defeat and failure. Recently, my child has been participating in the Youth Campus Football League in Chengdu. However, he is merely a member of the Atmosphere Group, a substitute on the school team, often running aimlessly on the field. I have long accepted that he lacks innate football talent, so I am not disappointed by his performance. Nonetheless, I attended their final match this afternoon, where the opposing team capitalized on the kickoff opportunity, scoring a goal directly from the center circle. In response, we mirrored their approach and attempted a direct shot from our own kickoff. After conceding 6 goals, we finally managed to score from a kickoff, thus avoiding the humiliation of a complete shutout. Of course, the opposing team also attempted a direct shot following our conceded goal, but fortunately, it did not find the net. Thus, football soared back and forth in the air. Post-match, players from both teams adhered to protocol and expressed their gratitude to one another, remarking on the importance of learning from one's adversaries. Reflecting on the scene of players shooting from the kickoff, it indeed epitomized the essence of learning from opponents. Chapter 8. Dad, keep going. Sun Yonggang, after viewing a very rough edited version that Lin Shuai had provided him, remarked, "This is entirely different from what you originally proposed in your project plan. Plans often fall victim to changes," Lin Shuai explained. "I initially intended to uncover the secret behind China's football reaching the World Cup consecutively, but instead, I discovered the crucial factor determining whether Chinese football can return to the World Cup." Sun Yonggang nodded in agreement. In recent years, campus football has gained immense popularity, and the discourse surrounding it has seen a plethora of voices lauding its merits. Yet, where there are praises, there are also dissenting opinions. Proponents argue that the reforms in campus football have provided fertile ground for the development of Chinese football, citing prominent national team players such as Hu Lai, Chen Xingyi, Wang Guangwei, Luo Kai, Xia Xiaoyu, Zhou Zijing, and Lin Ziyuan, all of whom emerged from campus football. However, if one were to exclude these individuals, the overall strength of Chinese football appears to have seen little enhancement. This underscores the significance of campus football to the development of Chinese football. Detractors, on the other hand, challenge this argument, suggesting that the impact of campus football on the growth of Chinese football may not be as substantial as its advocates claim. Not to mention, Lin Ziyuan was originally nurtured within the German professional football training system and merely gilded his credentials upon returning to campus football. Indeed, these individuals have played an exceptionally crucial role in propelling the Chinese team beyond Asia and into the global arena. If we were to disregard their contributions, the strength of Chinese football would remain akin to its past, which aptly illustrates that the development of campus football has had a negligible impact on the overall level of Chinese football. Despite years of nurturing campus football, it appears that it is only through the emergence of a golden generation that Chinese football can hope to qualify for the World Cup. The first qualification was fraught with peril, heavily influenced by fortune. However, the second qualification seemed markedly easier. Is it not largely attributable to our players who, having ventured abroad, broadened their horizons and enhanced their skills? As for the third qualification, we will enter the World Cup as hosts, a feat that bears no connection to campus football whatsoever. Thus, how can the proponents of campus football assert that it has transformed Chinese football? While they acknowledge its role, they maintain that the backbone of Chinese football still resides within the clubs and various leagues. Such debates arise annually, not merely among bored netizens, but also among professionals holding differing views. Lin Shuai's intention was to uncover clues and evidence linking campus football to the consecutive World Cup qualifications through Hu Lisin and Li Ziqiang. He believed that his chosen topic would undoubtedly garner the support of Sun Yonggang, the deputy editor-in-chief, who has a background in reporting on campus football and continues to oversee its coverage. However, upon returning from his interviews, Lin Shuai's findings failed to address the relationship between the consecutive World Cup qualifications and campus football. Instead, he approached the matter from the perspective of campus football, pondering the future of Chinese football. At a moment when the Chinese men's national team has just qualified for the World Cup for the second time, eliciting national jubilation and overwhelming confidence among fans, Lin Shuai's report served as a cold shower, cautioning that the foundations of Chinese football are not as robust as perceived. If we bask in our current achievements, we may very well plunge into an abyss. Are we to exhaust all our passion during the 2034 home World Cup? only to face a dismal aftermath. Lin Shui informed everyone that in Dongchuan, there are two grassroots coaches conducting a football experiment, seeking to carve out a new path for the future of Chinese football. However, such a narrative cannot be fully expressed within a mere 20 minutes. Sun Yonggang suggested a solution. I've got it all figured out, Chief. Let us split it into two parts. The first part will focus on Coach Hu at Nanqing Primary School, while the second will delve into Coach Li at Dongchuan Middle School. Sun Yonggang repeatedly pondered the title Lin Shui proposed for the Chinese campus football report, furrowing his brows in thought. After some contemplation, he suggested, let us do this instead. Rather than creating two parts, why not develop this report into an extensive series? Don't limit yourself to Nanqing Primary School and Dongchuan Middle School. Traverse across the nation's primary and secondary schools, and narrate the football stories unfolding within these campuses to our fans and viewers. Lin Shui was taken aback by the immense support from his superiors, who proposed a long-term series project. He felt a mixture of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the fact that this significant project was entrusted to him, indicating that his diligent efforts had garnered the recognition of his leaders, paving a path for him. However, he was also troubled by the enormity of the project and the uncertainty of its completion timeline. He had originally intended to capitalize on the excitement surrounding the World Cup qualification. With nearly half a month having passed since the qualification, he feared that the momentum would dissipate. As the new season approached, the interest of Chinese football fans seemed to have shifted towards whether Hu Lai and Li Qingqing could simultaneously win the men's and women's Ballon d'Or. Observing Lin Shui's expression, Sun Yonggang surmised his inner turmoil and advised, focus on producing these two episodes first, then continue with the campus football report. Really? All right. Lin Shui had not anticipated this approach and quickly nodded in agreement. Understood, boss. No problem. He turned to begin editing, but was called back by Sun Yonggang. Hold on. While editing, exercise caution to avoid revealing too much personal bias. Strive for neutrality and objectivity. Do not judge their methods as right or wrong. Simply present the facts. When visiting other schools, seek out those with philosophies starkly opposed to Hu Lisin and Li Ziqiang, yet have achieved remarkable success. Present their ideologies fairly and objectively. It may appear to counter the content of the first two episodes, but in reality, it will spark debate among viewers, ensuring greater attention and potential change. With gratitude, Lin Shui absorbed his leader's sage advice, internally marveling at the way he articulated the concept of generating engagement in such a refreshing and sophisticated manner. He recognized that it was not for him to draw conclusions or take sides regarding the best approach. Instead, he would present all observed circumstances truthfully, allowing the audience to engage in discourse, as truth becomes clearer through debate. I understand, boss. I know what to do, Lin Shui affirmed, feeling enlightened and ready to proceed. He was determined to transform the China Campus Football Report into a white paper documenting the evolution of campus football in China. This endeavor would demand a substantial investment of time and effort, far beyond a mere 3 or 4 months. Little did he know that what began as a spontaneous idea to seize the headlines had now morphed into a lengthy expedition. Yet, at this pivotal moment in history, Lin Shui felt an overwhelming sense of historical mission propelling him forward, fueling his relentless drive. He truly believed that he was making a significant contribution to Chinese football. 4 days later, Goal website simultaneously released the first episode of the China Campus Football Report across their own platform and all other video platforms online. The episode was aptly titled Hu Lisin and his South City Primary School, leaving no doubt as to its subject. Amidst the excitement surrounding the Chinese team's recent qualification for the World Cup finals, everything associated with Hu Lai garnered considerable attention. Moreover, one must not overlook the earnestness with which this promotional documentary endeavors to engage in a dialogue concerning the future of Chinese football. In the course of this half-hour film, nearly all of Hu Lisin's thoughts are laid bare. The production eschews flashy techniques and hidden directorial intentions, opting instead for a straightforward presentation of the observations made by the crew during their visit to Nanqing Primary School, accompanied by footage of training and matches. Along with Hu Lisin's eloquent discourse, the film showcases numerous poignant statements from him. For instance, he asserts that relying solely on fundamental skills leads to attributing all problems to a lack of solid foundational training. He emphasizes that youth training is the bedrock of a nation's football, akin to the foundation of a towering edifice. Such a crucial component, however, is constructed with the poorest materials and the most perfunctory attitude. How many stories can a poorly laid foundation support? What is the remuneration for youth football coaches? Are there pathways for them to receive advanced training in modern football methodologies? How can they ensure their own competency? This approach is the easiest for coaches, allowing them to teach with less effort, achieve victories, please parents, delight children, and satisfy schools. We have often made football training excessively arduous and intimidating, as if hardship is the only way to cultivate talent. I have always maintained that at the elementary level, the pursuit of success should not be overly pronounced. Society should foster a consensus that conveys to children that victory is not paramount. The essence of playing is what truly matters. During these formative years, we must nurture their love for the game rather than allow the outcomes of matches to extinguish their enthusiasm. Such sentiments abound throughout the film. Following its release, a fervent discussion erupted online, as the video vividly illustrated the clash of two football philosophies, particularly evident during a certain match that was rife with dramatic tension. Conflicting ideologies naturally ignite spirited debate and discord, and as is well known, such ideological clashes rarely yield consensus. Consequently, discussions often escalate rather than resolve. While Hulison's philosophy enjoys considerable support, it also faces substantial opposition. His assertion that victory does not foster confidence, but rather diminishes enjoyment, provoked fierce criticism. Online commentators, undeterred by Hulison's identity as Hulai's father, unleashed their vitriol. Regardless of familial ties, even Hulai himself has not been spared from online disparagement. Critics accused Hulison of seeking attention, exploiting his son's fame, and questioned his qualifications to guide Chinese football as a perceived failure. Historically reserved, Hulison has seldom faced such intense backlash. However, it would be inaccurate to claim he possesses no experience. After his disputes with Wang Xianke were publicly unveiled by Hulai, he endured considerable online harassment. Thus, Hulison has grown somewhat indifferent to such criticisms. When I inquired about his sudden decision to grant interviews, it became clear that he was merely bracing for criticism. Xiaolon remarked that the online comments were invigorating enough to remedy her low blood pressure. Let them criticize. The only fear is of being ignored. Criticism indicates that one is being noticed, Hulison remarked with a wry smile. As discussions arise and attention is garnered, valuable insights inevitably come to light. Hulai remarked, "Dad, should I share this on Weibo to bolster your presence?" Enough of that. Hulison waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies. You and Qingqing will return to Madrid the day after tomorrow. Mind your own business. How is this not our concern? Hulai retorted. You are a public figure, and your every word and deed reflects your public persona. Careless remarks can complicate matters for Song Jejia, Hulison advised. Hulai huffed. I am a public figure. But even public figures have fathers. If my father is criticized, should I not express my support? That seems unreasonable. With that, he pressed the send button on his phone. What did you post? Hulison asked, astonished. Without waiting for her son to respond, Xiaolon pulled out her phone and checked his Weibo. Finding his latest post simple yet poignant, just 3 words, or 5 if punctuation is included. Dad, keep it up. Chapter 9. The legend continues. Although Hulai's Weibo post was brief and did not elaborate on why he encouraged his father, the hottest topic at the moment was the documentary on Goal, which had sparked a wave of online vitriol against his father. His statement could hardly be interpreted as a mere Father's Day greeting. It was a clear declaration of support amidst the storm of public opinion. Consequently, he too faced backlash. In truth, Hulai's experience with public criticism was not uncommon, despite being one of the most prominent figures in Chinese football. Even the most illustrious individuals often lack universal acclaim, let alone Hulai, who, due to his personality, has faced considerable scrutiny. However, he remains indifferent to the disparagement directed at him. In his earlier, less recognized days, he was unpopular in high school and would respond sarcastically to insults. Now, having attained significant fame, he no longer feels the need to retaliate personally. His fans are more than willing to defend him. Naturally, he prefers to conserve his energy for more meaningful pursuits. After publicly expressing his support for his father, Hulai shifted his focus away from online discourse, even distancing himself from his father's predicaments. The future trajectory of Chinese football was beyond his control. His priority was to excel in his own game, which he believed would be the greatest contribution to the future of Chinese football. With no continental competitions this year, The summer of 2029 presented a rare opportunity for Hu Lai and Li Qingqing to enjoy an extended holiday. On July 6th, they departed China, boarding a flight from Jincheng via Dubai en route to Madrid, ready to embark on their preparations for the new season. Chinese football fans generally held no expectations for achievements this season. Their singular wish was for Hu Lai and his fellow players abroad to maintain their health and avoid injuries. They certainly do not wish for anyone to be absent from the World Cup due to injury. Chinese fans hold high hopes for this tournament, many anticipating that the national team will progress beyond the group stage and into the knockout rounds. This ambition is no small feat. Historically, no Asian team has reached the knockout stage in their second World Cup appearance. Therefore, they fervently hope that the players remain in good health, as this is essential for pursuing their goal of advancing from the group stage. Particularly, Hu Lai, whose performance last season was nothing short of extraordinary, is expected to be a focal point for defenders this season. It is for this reason that mainstream opinion is skeptical about Hu Lai replicating his impressive goal tally from the previous season. In an interview, he expressed that he is not overly concerned with matching last season's remarkable feats. What matters is that I have done it before, and that is sufficient. I will not compete against myself. He genuinely believes this, rather than putting on a facade for the media. He himself is unsure how he achieved such performances last season. While his own form is crucial, the excellent condition of his teammates and the absence of significant injuries within the squad have also contributed to the favorable conditions for record-breaking. Replicating such success is indeed challenging. Firstly, the departure of Carey from the Madrid Pirates, a player who, while nominally a forward, was an organizational maestro, has had a significant impact on the team's attacking potency. Finding a suitable replacement has proven difficult. Since January of this year, the Madrid Pirates have been searching for Carey's successor, but suitable candidates remain elusive. When they acquired Vukovic previously, it was with the intent of finding a replacement for Carey. However, upon his arrival, it became clear that Vukovic and Carey are fundamentally different types of players, making it impossible for Vukovic to fill Carey's shoes. After all, Carey was a superstar capable of competing directly with the likes of the four Heavenly Kings. If finding his successor were straightforward, then Carey's stature would be diminished. To this day, many struggle to comprehend why Carey did not renew his contract with the Pirates. The advantages of remaining with the Pirates are evident. He would continue as a key player, and the striking partnership he forms with Hu Lai could dominate all formidable opponents in Europe. Despite persistent rumors of discord between them, their on-field synergy has yielded numerous spectacular goals, indicating that any personal differences do not hinder their collaboration. Some have lamented that had Carey chosen to renew his contract with the Madrid Pirates, the team could have had a substantial chance of becoming the first to successfully defend their title in the reformed Champions League. Alas, his departure has caused the Pirates to narrowly miss out on making history. In addition to allowing Carey to leave for free, the Madrid Pirates have been unable to secure any strong reinforcements. Over the past 2 seasons, the Pirates have spent over €300 million on acquisitions. The funds have brought to the team players such as Hu Lai, Ismail Kamara, Danny Drew, and Milos Vukovic, who have contributed to the Pirates' triumph in the UEFA Champions League. However, following their victory, the management of Madrid Pirates has resolved to curtail expenditures in the transfer market. This does not imply a total withdrawal from investment. Rather, their approach to spending has shifted from direct acquisitions in the transfer market to a more prudent allocation of resources. The current Madrid Pirates must retain a larger budget to enhance the contracts of several players within the squad. Players like Kamara and Vukovic, who joined the team only last year, are not yet due for contract renewals. Nevertheless, many players within the team are approaching the end of their contracts. If the club fails to act, by this time next year, these contracts will enter their final year, which poses a significant risk. In addition to those nearing contract expiration, players with ongoing contracts also require new agreements, such as Hu Lai. As the most pivotal contributor to last season's success, Hu Lai's contract with Madrid Pirates has only spanned 2 seasons. Nonetheless, the club has decided to offer him a top-tier salary. Coincidentally, the salary cap within the team has been alleviated due to the departure of the former highest-paid player, Maxi Carey, whose contract has expired. The Dutchman's annual salary was $15 million after tax, which meant Madrid Pirates was disbursing nearly $30 million annually solely for Carey's wages. Hu Lai's initial contract with the Pirates was over $16 million before tax, surpassing Carey's after-tax salary. However, it is crucial to note that Hu Lai's figure is pre-tax, resulting in a take-home salary of just over $9 million. Almost immediately after the Champions League final, Madrid Pirates eagerly initiated negotiations with Hulai's agency for a contract extension. The negotiation process proceeded smoothly, as Song Jejia did not inflate demands, and Madrid Pirates displayed ample sincerity. The salary figure proposed was so generous that it left no room for haggling, 24 million annually, after tax. This not only positions Hulai as the highest earner within Madrid Pirates, but also places him among the top 10 salaries in La Liga and even the global football arena. Although Madrid Pirates is a prestigious club, their spending habits are not akin to those of elite clubs or Middle Eastern magnates who are accustomed to extravagant expenditures. Historically, Madrid Pirates has maintained a relatively restrained financial approach. Previously, Carey's 15 million was the pinnacle of their salary structure. Yet this amount does not even rank among the top 10 salaries in contemporary football. Now, however, they are willing to offer Hulai a salary far exceeding Carey's. This decision stems from their concerns regarding the intense competition from other elite clubs vying for Hulai's signature after the Champions League final, with whispers circulating throughout Europe about various teams expressing interest in him. These teams are none other than the most renowned clubs in the sport. Some rumors have been substantiated, while others have been utterly ridiculous. For instance, why has Hulai suddenly contemplated leaving Madrid Pirates? Due to the departure of his ideal partner, Kyrie Irving, from the court. He has expressed dissatisfaction with the club's inability to retain Kyrie and is thus contemplating his own exit. What do you think of such rumors? Are they absurd? Furthermore, some speculate that Hulai's reason for leaving the Madrid Pirates is that he has already achieved everything possible in Spain and desires a new challenge elsewhere. The Bundesliga is poised to be his next destination, where he is set to join Bayern Munich. Evidence of this lies in his hat-trick performance at Bayern Munich's home ground, which led to the elimination of their opponents, rather than booing him. The fans rose to applaud him. This moment profoundly moved Hulai, prompting his decision to depart from the Madrid Pirates in favor of Bayern Munich. Additionally, at Bayern, he aims to fulfill his aspiration of winning the Bundesliga title, thus completing a collection of league championships from the Premier League, La Liga, and the Bundesliga. So, will Hulai's next destination be Serie A or League One? The aging Emperor Caesar in Serie A is in dire need of a successor. Meanwhile, in League One, Paris Saint-Germain's Vitaly Kodian, once a formidable partner of Mendy, is experiencing a significant decline in form. Hulai's arrival could perfectly complement Payet and aid in their pursuit of the UEFA Champions League title. In summary, rumors of this nature, some of which appear to be fabrications by fans, have proliferated. However, others have genuinely alarmed the Madrid Pirates club, prompting them to offer a contract of substantial sincerity. Clearly, there exists a genuine concern regarding Hulai's potential departure, albeit the likelihood remains low. Yet, prior to Kyrie Irving's adamant refusal to renew his contract with the Pirates, the club was confident in securing a 3-year extension with him. In a world filled with surprises, it is preferable not to instill further fear. Therefore, ensuring a 5-year re-signing with Hulai has become the paramount objective for the Madrid Pirates during this transfer window. As Hulai approaches the age of 26 this year, signing a 5-year contract would see him dedicate the prime of his career to the Pirates until he is 31. The management of the Madrid Pirates believes that successfully renewing Hulai's contract holds significance and importance comparable to when they initially signed him. Fortunately, all rumors regarding Hulai's potential transfer to other teams have proven to be unfounded, allowing for smooth negotiations regarding his contract extension. Before the commencement of the World Cup qualifiers, Hulai's agent team had already reached a consensus with the Madrid Pirates. Only signatures remained. Although renewing Hulai's contract for an after-tax annual salary exceeding 20 million euros would inevitably inflate the overall wage structure of the team, the Madrid Pirates remained steadfast in their decision, believing it to be worthwhile. As a result, the club appears somewhat conservative in this summer's transfer market, as they lack the financial resources to pursue additional signings. Moreover, Coach Perotti has reassured the club that the current roster possesses significant competitiveness. Although Kyrie has departed, a suitable candidate for overtime has yet to be found. Nonetheless, Perotti is capable of adjusting the tactical formations and reconfiguring the current personnel to maintain the team's competitive spirit. This is Perotti's solemn pledge. Correspondingly, should the team's performance in the upcoming season fall short of expectations, even a manager who has recently led the team to a treble victory may face dismissal. The duality of affection and ruthlessness in the world of elite football is vividly illustrated. On July 8th, upon the return of the Madrid Pirates to Madrid, the club's official social media account unveiled the latest update. It was a video showcasing Hullai's spectacular moments from the previous season, including his 4-goal haul against the Sevilla Navigators, a hat-trick against the Madrid Kings that broke the consecutive goal-scoring record of Salados, and the goal that shattered the La Liga scoring record against Valencia. It also highlighted the moment he netted 50 league goals. The hat-trick achieved in the Champions League semi-finals within a mere 6 minutes, setting multiple records, as well as his 4 goals in the Champions League final, and scenes of him lifting the league trophy, the King's Cup, and the Champions League trophy. The video offered a succinct recap of Hullai's last season, concluding with footage of him signing a contract beneath the club's crest. The closing message, presented in Spanish, English, and Chinese subtitles, read, "Legend, to be continued." Chapter 10, "We will stay here for a long time. Legend, to be continued." Upon seeing the final English subtitle, a wave of lamentation swept through the White Rose Tavern. Dreams shattered. My heart is broken. Hopes dashed. David Miller, taken aback, inquired, "Is it true? Do you genuinely believe who will return to Leeds City? Don't you want who to come back, David?" Levin questioned him. "Of course I would, but I can't imagine he would return at this moment." "Why not? He has claimed all the championships in Spain, yet he still lacks the FA Cup and the League Cup in England." David Miller rolled his eyes at Levin. "Levin, you must be out of your mind. If who were to transfer back for the FA Cup and the League Cup, I would think he has lost his senses." John chimed in. "Honestly, I don't believe who will return either, but one must have dreams, right? Perhaps he will return one day, but certainly not now. He is doing quite well with the Pirates." David Miller shook his head. "It is said that the new contract the Pirates offered him boasts an annual salary exceeding £20 million. Let us estimate it at 20 million, which translates to a weekly wage of 380,000. How could Leeds City possibly afford that? Kyrie came to us on a free transfer and was only offered a weekly salary of 280,000. Who is not solely driven by money," Levin countered. "Indeed, he is not. However, he requires salary as a means to assert his status. The figures reflect the club's valuation of him. This is a harsh reality to accept, my friends, who is no longer within our reach, and we were fortunate to have him before he truly rose to prominence." David Miller's words plunged many patrons in the tavern into silence. Despite having clinched the UEFA Europa League and Premier League titles, Leeds City is still not regarded as a formidable team within England, let alone a powerhouse. Many continue to believe that their past triumphs were merely the result of luck. With whose departure, Leeds City has struggled to even qualify for the Champions League, revealing their true nature. The reality has shown that Leeds City remains a relegation-threatened club, distinguished only by whose presence. For the fans who have witnessed the club's golden era, this notion is indeed difficult to accept and reluctant to acknowledge. Without who? Is Leeds City nothing? Maxi Kelly inquired of his agent, Jim Castian, while standing in the backyard of his newly rented home. Castian nodded, acknowledging the departure of who from Leeds City 2 seasons prior. Yet, as they traversed their way here, whose likeness was omnipresent. The tradition among Leeds City fans of painting their favorite stars on their walls underscores whose esteemed status in their hearts. So, do their own fans also share this sentiment? Kelly pressed further. Some do, while others vehemently oppose such claims, insisting that Leeds City has already secured the Premier League and Europa League titles, thus deserving a place among the elite. They despise being perceived as a relegation-threatened team. While it is true that Leeds City is no longer battling relegation, they are still some distance from being a strong team, having merely secured Europa League qualification, without who, they would struggle to even earn a Champions League spot. As Kelly's agent, Castian still found it perplexing why Kelly chose Leeds City. The salary offered by this team was indeed slightly higher than what he earned at Madrid Pirates, yet not substantially so. In fact, it was even less than what he could have received from Sabrai. Economically speaking, rejecting Sabrai for Leeds City was not a wise decision. Nor was it from a competitive standpoint. After hearing Castian's words, Kelly chuckled, finding solace in their shared plight. "I am perceived as someone who, after leaving who, cannot even participate in the World Cup. Quite fitting, Leeds City does indeed suit me." Castian sighed inwardly, and then asked, "Have you spoken with Coach Clark?" "Yes. He mentioned that he hopes I won't play as a forward, but rather transition to midfield, moving back." "And you?" "I will heed his advice." Castian, observing Kelly's unequivocal response, found himself speechless. Maxi ultimately bowed to reality. When he was at the Pirates, Parati had urged him to withdraw his position, and he had reacted vehemently. Yet now he acquiesced so readily, indicating his awareness that he could never return to his former self. However, I told him that I am not here to play a supporting role. I want to have the freedom to strike. He agreed. Castian remarked. Had you not made this request, Clark would have granted you the freedom to strike anyway, as there is no who on Leeds City's front line. We are indeed in the right place, Jim. Leeds City is nothing without who. I shall prove to everyone that this is a fallacy, for they now have Maxie Kelly. Standing in his modest courtyard, Cale delivered a proclamation to his agent with an air of pride. Meanwhile, in the adjacent house, his wife Sophia was helping their children acclimate to their new home. Their eldest son, Yodi, lamented, I haven't seen the sun in 2 days. It's truly unbelievable. Is England perpetually on the other side of the earth? Sophia chuckled, bemused by his exaggeration. Is it really that dramatic? Wasn't there just a bit of sunshine? Yodi replied. Mom, if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed. Shouldn't we celebrate with a little party in the yard? Sophia could sense her son's discontent with their relocation to Leeds. Initially, she and Cale had contemplated whether she should remain in Spain with their children, while Cale ventured to Leeds alone. It was Cale's suggestion, yet Sophia promptly dismissed it. She understood her husband well. Despite being 34, he often exhibited a certain immaturity. Without her by his side, adapting to a new environment would not bode well for him. For Cale, this Flying Dutchman, family served as an anchor. With that anchor, no matter where the ship sailed, he would not lose his way. Thus, in pursuit of her husband's success in Leeds, Sophia decided to accompany him along with the children. Perhaps neither she nor the children relished the British weather. Yet the essence of togetherness outweighed all. Moreover, the children merely needed time to adjust. Eventually, they would become accustomed to it. Their adaptability far surpassed that of adults. I still don't understand, Yodi remarked. Understand what? Sophia inquired. Doesn't Dad dislike who? Then why come to Leeds? How many times have we seen whose portrait in the last couple of days? Dad sees it daily. It must infuriate him. Sophia found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, his younger sister, Helen, chimed in. Dad won't be upset by who. He'll be annoyed by you first, Yodi. Hey, what do you mean by that? Yodi glared at her, causing Helen to flee, with their golden retriever joyfully bounding after her. I'm going to tell Dad, she shouted as she ran. Stop right there, Yodi exclaimed, hurriedly pursuing her. As Yodi chased and Helen darted away, their golden retriever spun in circles and then dashed into the yard. Helen lunged toward their father. Eager to report, Dad, Yodi is bullying me. Cale lifted his daughter and, watching Yodi catch up, asked, What are you two causing a ruckus about now? Nothing, Yodi replied, somewhat sheepishly, having just spoken ill of his father. Helen quickly turned on him. Dad, Yodi said seeing whose portrait every day will make you angry. Hey, Yodi protested, hopping with frustration. You're making things up. I didn't say that. Their agent, Jim Castian, could only emit an awkward yet polite laugh. Cale, unfazed by his son's words, addressed his daughter. How could that be? I see who the pirate every day and I'm not angry. Helen clapped her hands, realization dawning. Oh, right. Kylie planted a gentle kiss on his daughter's cheek before setting her down and affectionately ruffling her hair. Go play, he urged. His son, as if liberated from a great burden, was the first to dash away. Following closely were his daughter and their dog, the trio frolicking and tumbling into the house. The agent, Castian, interjected, It seems Geordie truly dislikes the British weather. Kylie watched the children's retreating figures, a faint smile gracing his lips. They will inevitably acclimatize, Jim, for we shall remain here for quite some time. He lifted his gaze and caught sight of his wife peering at him from the window on the second floor. Chapter 11. Life Abroad. Captain Peter Williams was introducing Max Kai Li to his new teammates in the locker room. Zhou Zijing and Sun Chuan Junping sat in front of their lockers, observing each other from afar while conversing in Mandarin. Is he truly here to challenge Hulai? Zhou Zijing inquired of Sun Chuan Junping, eyeing Kylie thoughtfully. Perhaps so, Sun Chuan Junping murmured. Why else would he choose Leeds City over Insabre? Does that mean I have yet another rival? Zhou Zijing mused, stroking his chin. Sun Chuan Junping shot him a glance, but remained silent. However, Zhou Zijing keenly detected the unspoken words in Sun Chuan Junping's gaze and pressed. What's on your mind? Nothing, really, Sun Chuan Junping replied. Your words suggest otherwise. Speak up, Zhou Zijing insisted, throwing an arm around Sun Chuan Junping's shoulder. I detest those who hesitate. With a resigned sigh, Sun Chuan Junping said, People often call me delusional, yet in this regard, I believe you are more so than I, Zhou Zijing. Momentarily taken aback, Zhou Zijing realized that Sun Quan Junping was mocking his impracticality. He playfully seized Sun Quan Junping by the neck. Do not inflate his ego, son. Have you forgotten your ambition to defeat Hulai? As they bantered, Captain Williams approached with Kylie at his side. Zhou Zijing released Sun Quan Junping and extended his hand to Kylie, greeting him warmly in English. Welcome, welcome. I am Zhou Zijing, a center forward. Kylie shook his hand, responding in accented English. Hello. Sun Quan Junping adopted a more composed demeanor, grasping Kylie's hand and bowing slightly. Sun Quan Junping, defensive midfielder. Hello. After their brief introductions, Kylie and Williams continued onward. Behind them, Sun Quan Junping turned to Zhou Zijing and asked in Mandarin, Didn't you consider him a rival? Why the enthusiastic greeting? Foolishness. Zhou Zijing chuckled. By fostering a good relationship with Kylie, he will be more likely to pass to me during matches, just as he does with Hulai. It will make surpassing Hulai all the easier. This strategy is about turning foes into friends. Sun Quan Junping frowned, seemingly torn between thoughts. Zhou Zijing glared at him. Stop that, Senator, speak your mind. Sun Quan Junping sighed again. It's different, Zhou Zijing. What is different? Zhou Zijing asked, still puzzled. I am saying that you are unlike Hulai, thus the scenario you envision may never materialize. As Morikawa Junpei's words trailed off, his throat was once again ensnared by Zhou Zijing. On which side do you truly stand, Morikawa? Have you forgotten your aspiration to defeat Hulai? Luo Kai had just emerged from the parking lot when he noticed a throng of people approaching from a distance. Yet today was not an open day. How could there be a film crew at the training base? Intrigued, he paused to observe. They are our newly recruited female football players. Came the voice of Ricardo Balia beside him. Turning to look, he saw the Portuguese man standing by his side, also gazing curiously. Does recruiting a female player warrant such a grand display? Luo Kai pondered, somewhat perplexed. Not to mention the women's team. Even for the men's team at TrainMade, any new signings hardly necessitate such an elaborate filming crew at the training base. After all, transfers are quite routine, not deserving of such fanfare. The club wishes to signify its commitment to the women's team, Balia shrugged, speaking softly. Moreover, the player we signed is exceptionally talented. Our women's team outmaneuvered numerous competitors to secure her. It certainly calls for some promotion. Is she truly that remarkable? Luo Kai responded, astonished. In his mind, only Li Qingqing truly deserved the title of superstar. If it were indeed Li Qingqing joining them, he could entirely comprehend the commotion. Yet regrettably, it was improbable for Li Qingqing to arrive at TrainMade. As the crowd drew closer, Balia covered his mouth with his hand and leaned towards Luo Kai's ear, whispering. Lilith Leza, a key forward for the French national team, the star player of Paris Saint-Germain's women's team after Li Qingqing. What do you think of that? While Balia was introducing her, the crowd had already approached, allowing Luo Kai to discern the identity of the person at its center. He was taken aback to discover it was the blonde woman with whom he had watched the Champions League final. She, too, noticed Luo Kai's astonished gaze and cast a glance in his direction, offering him a radiant smile upon recognizing him. With the coach's whistle, the ongoing offensive and defensive training was halted. The coach approached the field, grasped Oyangjin's arm, and, striving to slow his cadence, instructed. When an attacking player turns to face you, you must move to support and receive from him. Do not remain stationary. Do you understand? Oyangjin nodded. Though he was not entirely clear, he understood that the head coach was urging him to assist his teammate. If he chooses to pass to you, you must contemplate your next move before receiving the ball. Never hesitate after receiving it. In your position, preserving possession is more crucial than delivering a beautiful through ball. Do you comprehend? Okay, coach. Oyangjin nodded repeatedly. He had been in Glasgow at the Clyde Rangers for nearly a week and was still striving to acclimatize to everything here. Despite his prior language studies, the Scottish English he encountered was still quite distant from the London accent he was accustomed to. Consequently, he often nodded in apparent understanding, even when he was lost. Later seeking clarification from his translator. Excellent. Carry on, the coach announced, departing the training area and blowing his whistle, signaling the resumption of the offensive and defensive drills on the field. After the team's training concluded, Oyangjin was retained for additional practice under the coach's guidance. Focusing on passing drills. In the realm of European football, his passing skills were, regrettably, lacking. His strength lay in defense. However, within the European football landscape, The expectations for a defensive midfielder extend far beyond mere defensive prowess. Indeed, such capabilities alone would not suffice for him to secure a position within a prestigious club like Clyde Rangers. On his very first day with the team, the coaching staff presented him with an assessment report, meticulously outlining both his strengths and weaknesses. They also crafted a comprehensive training plan spanning an entire year. The additional passing drills following regular practice were integral to this regimen. During these sessions, the coach took on the role of a teammate, simulating scenarios where a fullback would receive the ball, prompting Wei Yangjin to provide support and swiftly relocate the ball. In executing passes, he was required to make various decisions, whether to pass to the attacking midfielder ahead, to the winger on the flank, to backtrack to the center back, or to deliver a long pass to the forward. Markers were placed at different receiving points, with the quality of his passes gauged by their proximity to these indicators. While playing domestically, the coaching staff had advised against Wei Yangjin attempting long passes exceeding 15 meters, as his long-range passing ability left much to be desired. However, at Clyde Rangers, the coaches believed that a defensive midfielder must possess a well-rounded passing skill set. If long passes were a pronounced weakness, then opponents could easily exploit this by pressuring Wei Yangjin's passing space, ultimately forcing him into long passes and thereby seizing possession. Thus, the coaching team not only permitted Wei Yangjin to practice long-distance passing, but also deliberately trained him to enhance this aspect of his game. They did not demand pinpoint accuracy. At the very least, he needed to execute simple long passes with reasonable precision. Naturally, during matches, the coach would advise Wei Yangjin to prioritize safe passes over overly ambitious attempts. After all, the primary principle for a defensive midfielder should remain safety, avoiding errors rather than seeking the limelight. Fortunately, at only 23 years of age, Wei Yangjin's potential for development was significant. Had he been 2 or 3 years older, Clyde Rangers might not have considered acquiring him. The coach, assuming the role of a right back, passed the ball to Wei Yangjin, who then had the freedom to choose his recipient. After a continuous exchange of 15 passes, they finally took a moment's respite. Their interaction was devoid of conversation, save for the coach's occasional accented remarks such as, "Good ball. Not great. Keep pushing." After completing a set of kicks, the two individuals switched positions. The coach, who previously assumed the role of right back, transformed into a center back, simulating the scenario where a center back must distribute the ball, while the midfielder Yangjin moved up to provide support. The sounds of the ball being struck and the coach's shouts reverberated across the training ground. Yangjin's long-cherished dream of pursuing a career abroad had thus commenced. Chapter 12. Preseason. Hu Lai observed the lighting technician and sound engineer bustling about in his home and turned to the journalist Wang Shanshan, who stood nearby, saying, "Doesn't it feel somewhat predetermined to be filming a documentary at this moment?" Wang Shanshan was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended Hu Lai's meaning. She laughed, No. We are merely preparing. We can't possibly wait until you actually win the Ballon d'Or to start filming the documentary, can we?" "Why not?" Hu Lai countered. Qingqing filmed hers only after winning the Ballon d'Or. That situation is different. Qingqing's was a biographical documentary, whereas our focus this time is on capturing the story of both of you winning the Ballon d'Or simultaneously, creating a news documentary. Hu Lai chuckled. "I believe things should be fine on Qingqing's end. If I fail to secure the Ballon d'Or, wouldn't all your efforts be in vain?" Wang Shanshan shook her head vigorously. "That is impossible. With your achievements, how could you not win the Ballon d'Or?" Hu Lai mused internally. What of my achievements? In another timeline, I won the World Cup yet did not receive the Ballon d'Or. The latter is certainly more challenging to attain. However, he refrained from voicing this thought, as he knew Wang Shanshan wouldn't grasp it. Instead, he simply remarked, "Football is round, and the Ballon d'Or is round as well." Wang Shanshan pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, "Hypothetically speaking, if you truly do not win the Ballon d'Or, this documentary will accurately document everything that transpires before and after that event, showcasing it to the audience. That is the essence of a documentary. In fact, during next year's World Cup, our station will also dispatch a filming crew to document the national team's second participation in the World Cup, capturing every moment regardless of the outcome. The act of recording itself holds great significance." Hu Lai nodded. "I see. Very well, you may proceed with the filming. If you require our cooperation, feel free to ask directly. There's no need to always go through Song Jejia. We are not strangers." Wang Shanshan smiled. "Indeed. However, I must apologize for intruding upon your little world these days. No worries. The house is spacious. More people only adds to the liveliness. Li Qingqing, who stood beside Hu Lai, chimed in with a grin. Wang Shanshan looked at Hu Lai and Li Qingqing standing side by side, shaking her head with a sigh. I truly envy you both. Envy? Why? Li Qingqing inquired. Because it is no small feat you two have journeyed from high school to the stage of the Ballon d'Or, remaining together throughout, much like a fairy tale. How many people can achieve that in reality? Hu Lai and Li Qingqing exchanged glances, and the latter smiled at Wang Shanshan, saying, Indeed, it has not been easy. We nearly lost contact. When I left Donchuan Middle School to pursue professional football, I had no way of reaching him. Nor did he have mine. Really? Wang Shanshan widened her eyes, surprised by the revelation. How did you eventually get back in touch? She inquired. Doesn't he have a secret training base? He had placed a soccer ball in the grass, and before I left, I inscribed my phone number on it. What a brilliant idea, Wang Shanshan exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. However, this fool only remembered to search for that soccer ball at his training base when he was about to leave school in his second year. Li Qingqing shot a disapproving glance at Hu Lai beside her. Hu Lai explained, The main reason is that I joined the school team. So I didn't need to go to the secret base anymore. Did you ever think of me? Of course I did. I thought about you incessantly. You have no idea how empty I felt after you left. At the time, I didn't understand why. But later I realized it was because someone I had grown accustomed to was suddenly absent from my daily life. Li Qingqing shivered. Hu Lai, you're so cheesy. Wang Shanshan smiled as she watched the two bicker affectionately. Suddenly, she realized that the documentary could commence right then. She turned around to see cameraman Xiao Zhang holding his camera, pointing it in their direction, while giving Wang Shanshan an okay gesture. Wang Shanshan understood that this moment had already been captured by Xiao Zhang. Truly, a seasoned partner who comprehends me well. The first team players of the Madrid Pirates were engaged in their post-training warm-up. This segment of the training was overseen by the fitness coaching team, allowing head coach Parati to take a step back. He was thus available for an interview with Chinese CCTV reporter Wang Shanshan. How is Hu's training today? She inquired. He has been performing exceptionally well since his return to the team. It is evident that he enjoyed a splendid holiday in China. Shaking off a season's worth of fatigue, Parati remarked, taking a moment to praise China and emphasize the wonderful holiday that had rejuvenated him. Wang Shanshan then asked, Mr. Parati, do you believe Hu Lai can win the Ballon d'Or? Parati responded with utmost caution, I am not a Ballon d'Or judge, so I cannot definitively say whether he can win the award. However, I am 100% certain that he is undoubtedly qualified for this honor. What kind of performance do you expect from him in the new season? Wang Shanshan pressed on. Parati remained cautious, stating, I believe he will continue to excel. But whether he can replicate last season's extraordinary scoring feats is uncertain. I prefer not to dwell on that. To me, even an average who is already an exceptional player, as long as he performs normally, he is a world-class athlete. Upon hearing such a response, Wang Shanshan mused internally. Parati is truly a good person. He is entirely considering Hu Lai's perspective and alleviating the pressure on him. Although Parati was speaking the truth, a normally performing Hu Lai is already at the pinnacle of the football world. Last season's Hu Lai was beyond worldly comparison. Upon returning to Madrid for preseason training, Hu Lai first engaged in physical training before joining the team for a trip to the United States at the end of July to participate in the International Champions Cup. This marks the first time he has fully participated in the preseason training since joining the Madrid Pirates. In his inaugural season, he joined the team at the end of July, missing out on the physical training. The following season saw him representing the Chinese U23 team at the Olympics. And by the time he returned to the club, the league had already commenced. This time, he has finally been present for the team's preseason training, particularly the crucial physical conditioning aspect. Despite missing the physical training phases in the previous 2 seasons, he did not exhibit signs of fatigue during the season, seemingly affirming that his fitness is intact. In 3 matches of the International Champions Cup, Hu Lai started twice and came off the bench once. Although he did not play the full duration in any match, he managed to score 3 goals in total, averaging 1 goal per game, thus demonstrating his commendable competitive form. However, the Madrid Pirates did not clinch the championship solely based on Hu Lai's 3 goals, finishing the tournament with 1 victory, 1 draw, and 1 defeat. They triumphed 2-0 against Insubor in the first match, with Hu Lai scoring a goal as a starter. In the second match, they succumbed to Manchester Athletic with a score of 1-3, where Hu Lai netted the Pirates' only goal as a substitute. The third match ended in a 2-2 draw with Paris Sager. where Hulai also scored as a starter. Throughout these 3 International Champions Cup matches, Parati made various adjustments to the team's tactical formation, with each match featuring a different lineup and strategy. This inconsistency may partly explain the Madrid Pirates' lackluster performance in the tournament. The team's performance in the preseason friendlies has garnered significant attention, as it directly impacts the Pirates' prospects for the new season. As reigning treble champions, they will undoubtedly become a focal point for rivals, both within Spain and among Europe's elite clubs, all eager to dethrone them. Can Parati guide the Madrid Pirates through this challenging phase? Or will this coach, who led the team to a treble victory, find himself dismissed midway through the season? It is worth noting that the head coach of Madrid Kings, Jimiroy Way, has already been relieved of his duties. Having led the Madrid Kings since 2023, he amassed 2 Champions League titles, 3 La Liga championships, 1 Copa del Rey title, and 2 Spanish Super Cups, 2 UEFA Super Cups, and 2 Club World Cups over 6 years, establishing a dynasty. Yet, he too had to part ways with the club before his contract expired, primarily due to the previous season's disappointing outcomes, necessitating accountability. Despite the Madrid Kings reaching the Champions League final and finishing second in the league with over 100 points, a commendable achievement for most clubs, this was deemed a complete failure at the Kings. Thus, he was dismissed. Nevertheless, to have coached at such a prestigious club for 6 consecutive seasons is an impressive feat, one not easily accomplished by ordinary managers. Dismissing a coach is straightforward, but finding a replacement worthy of the Madrid Kings is a far more daunting task, with few renowned coaches available and willing to take on the role. Thus, after an arduous journey until August, the Royal Madrid finally appointed the esteemed Portuguese coach Miguel Tavares, who had previously managed the illustrious London Bridge. Tavares had once led the renowned Portuguese club, the Portuguese, to the Champions League final, though he ultimately fell short of clinching the title. It was this very experience that propelled him to the Premier League to coach London Bridge. However, his tenure there was not deemed successful, as he secured only the English League Cup, lacking both the Premier League title and any European accolades. Subsequently, he was replaced by the young German coach Julian Stord. After parting ways with London Bridge, Tavares returned to Portugal to manage another prestigious club, Porto, where he guided his team to victory in the UEFA Europa League during the 2027-2028 season. Now, he has ascended to the role of head coach for Royal Madrid. Nonetheless, due to his lackluster experience at London Bridge, many observers harbor doubts regarding Tavares' prospects at the helm of the Kings, primarily due to his insufficient accolades, which may hinder his authority over the influential figures within the dressing room. Yet, Tavares' supporters draw parallels with Ettore Pilati, suggesting that the Italian coach's track record prior to his tenure with the Pirates was far less impressive than Tavares'. They argue that if Ettore Pilati could lead the Pirates to a treble triumph, why couldn't Tavares achieve greatness with Royal Madrid? What? You claim the Pirates had Hulai? But the Kings have Meli as well. Chapter 13. The true Cabanca Roses made a full circle in midfield, maneuvering past the defending player, and faced the attacking direction once again. He passed the ball to Cabanca, who was making an inward cut from the flank. As the Brazilian received the ball, he deftly flicked it away from the sliding defender, subsequently delivering a diagonal pass to the left wing. There, Mario Salado surged forth from the defensive line, utilizing his remarkable acceleration to receive the ball behind the back line. Meanwhile, Cabanca, after passing the ball, changed direction and charged into the penalty area, raising his arm to signal Salado for a pass. However, Salado was entirely oblivious to Cabanca's positioning and gestures. His sole focus was on the goal. In a situation with a narrow angle, he opted for a direct shot. The ball was deflected by goalkeeper Toner Schulman, who parried it out of bounds with one hand. Salado clasped his head in disbelief, expressing his astonishment at having executed what he believed to be a high-quality, cunning shot, only to be thwarted by Schulman's intervention. As he lamented his squandered opportunity, Cabanca, who had made a run into the box, solemnly addressed him. "Mario, you ought to glance towards the center more often, and you would have seen both me and Alegria making runs into the space." Salado recognized that this was Cabanca's way of critiquing his perceived selfishness. Although he believed his shot was justified, he refrained from arguing back and simply nodded, "I will pay attention next time." The state of Schulman is commendable. "We might consider loaning out Cordolo," remarked head coach Relevicent from the sidelines. Keeping him in the squad could disrupt the atmosphere in the dressing room. Standing beside him, the club's sporting director Ernesto Medina sighed inwardly. yet still nodded in agreement with the views of the newly appointed head coach. Although Carlos Cordero had performed exceptionally well as the starting goalkeeper for most of the previous season, it seemed that once he was deceived and scored upon by Hulai, the Pandora's box had been opened. Despite Cordero's claims that the defeat in that match had not left him psychologically scarred, the reality was that it had indeed cast a shadow over him. The 37th round of the league, where Catalan Union suffered a 5-3 defeat against Madrid Pirates, served as compelling evidence of his turmoil. In that match, Cordero's goal was breached 4 times by Hulai. Rather than halting Hulai's streak of goals as he had boasted before the game, he found himself metaphorically stabbed 4 times by the very player he aimed to thwart. While it could be argued that not every goal conceded was directly attributable to him, the nature of a goalkeeper is such that when so many goals are let in, an explanation is warranted. One cannot simply claim innocence for each goal. If not, why could he not make the saves? To make matters worse, in the final round of the league, Catalan Union faced the newly promoted Covid Athletic at home. Although Catalan Union had already lost their chance at the league title, the team still aspired to bid farewell to the 2028-2029 season with a victory on home soil. However, despite leading by 2 goals, they allowed Covid Athletic to equalize, ultimately drawing 2-2. Covid Athletic's second goal was a direct result of a blunder by Cordero during a reckless charge. Rumors circulated that Carlos Cordero had been psychologically shattered by Hulai. Initially, Catalan Union had stated they would not consider bringing in a goalkeeper to replace Cordero, but this sentiment shifted. After dismissing the former coach José Benel, they secured a 4-year contract with the esteemed manager from the Dutch Eredivisie, Riley Vicente. Along with Vicente's appointment came not only his coaching staff, but also the main goalkeeper of the Dutch national team, the 28-year-old Tony Sherman. This acquisition essentially signified that Catalan Union had lost faith in Cordero, feeling they could no longer trust him to guard the net. Thus, the once promising second-choice goalkeeper for the Spanish national team, a prodigious talent nurtured by Catalan Union, found himself in a dire predicament where remaining meant risking the absence of play altogether. Some criticized Catalan Union for their lack of empathy, while others condemned the new head coach Vicente for his perceived coldness. Yet, a majority of Catalan Union's supporters cheered for Sherman, who had just clinched the Eredivisie title and was named the league's best goalkeeper. He had long been a coveted target for numerous European clubs, and his move to Catalan Union was undoubtedly influenced by his mentor Vicente. However, the phenomenon of witnessing the rise of the new while lamenting the fall of the old is not uncommon in the world of elite football. Once hailed as a hero of the team, one's status is not guaranteed to endure. When a more formidable newcomer supplants one's position, the cheers will inevitably be directed towards the new star, leaving little room for concern over the displaced veteran. They were practically eager for you to leave and relinquish your position. Such incidents have also transpired with the Madrid Pirates. When Hulai exhibited exceptional performance upon joining the Madrid Pirates, it coincided with Carey's second injury-induced hiatus. The crowd erupted in cheers for Hulai's goals, and the media even posed the rhetorical question, who needs Max? It was a classic tale of new faces smiling while the veterans lamented. Meanwhile, as the head coach and sporting director deliberated over Cordelo's fate, the training ground continued with its competitive drills. During this session, the team's midfielder, Victor Campuzano, delivered a lofted pass from the center. Mario Salado surged forward from the flank in pursuit of the ball, with a defender hot on his heels. As Salado approached the ball, the defensive player was right behind him. He could have paused the ball and redirected it towards the sideline. While this would slow the tempo and potentially allow the opposing team to regroup, at least he could maintain possession. Thus, Salado intended to guide the ball outward. However, at that moment, he heard a loud command from Cabanca in the center. Cross it. Another cross. He could barely discern the situation in the middle. To redirect the ball outward, Salado adjusted his stance slightly, his body angled away from the center of the penalty area, with a defender blocking his view. Even if he turned around, assessing the situation in front of the goal would be challenging. Yet Cabanca insisted he cross without any consideration of the circumstances. Indeed, when he sprinted for the ball, he had glimpsed the middle just a couple of seconds prior, but who knew how things had evolved since then? So, you insist on my delivering the ball to you? Very well, here you go. Steeling himself, Salado executed a half-turn and struck the airborne ball with his left foot, launching it toward the center. The ball soared high, arcing over the defender trailing behind him, descending towards the goal with an unpredictable trajectory. This was no ordinary cross. Salado had infused it with an upward flick, causing the ball to rise and spin in a manner that made its path difficult to judge and its reception even more challenging. After delivering the cross, Salado fixed his gaze on Cabanca, eager to witness how this Brazilian prodigy, supposedly on par with Melli, would handle the ball he had demanded. If Cabanca mishandled it, Salado pondered, would he ever again have the audacity to critique his performance? As he contemplated this, he watched Cabanca dash toward the ball's landing point, poised to take a shot. The center back rushed to obstruct the view, but as Cabanca swung his right foot, it became evident he was not aiming to shoot. Rather, he expertly controlled the rapidly descending ball on the instep of his foot, synchronizing its fall with the descent of his own foot. It appeared as though the ball had mysteriously suspended itself upon his foot. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could register what had transpired, he swung his right foot again. This time, it was a shot, a crisp strike with the instep. The football was struck powerfully towards the corner of the goal. This time, goalkeeper Schulman was unable to make the save. Despite his efforts, he was evidently a step too slow. The ball whistled into the net, crashing against the goalposts. Salado watched in stunned amazement. Applause erupted from the sidelines. Vicente, clapping, remarked to sports director Medina, although Rosas is already 34. I believe he can still perform at a high level in his current position, as can Campuzano. There is no need to dismantle their midfield pairing. Rosas has been affected by a prior injury, but I contend that the root of his subpar performance lies not with him, but with the team's defensive midfield position. Inshua's abilities are insufficient for him to serve as the primary defensive midfielder for this team. The club must seek reinforcements promptly. Perhaps you could consider Van der Stern from Blue and White Munich. While his style may be somewhat rough, his defensive prowess is undeniably high. By adding a capable defensive midfielder, we can liberate Rosas, allowing him to focus intently on orchestrating the midfield. His performance will undoubtedly improve as a result. Medina nodded in agreement, acutely aware that the team's defensive midfielder, Pedro Inshua, does not possess elite skills. He is merely a substitute for the national team, under the captaincy of Juan Ramirez. Provided that both Rosas and Campuzano maintain their form, the team's organizational capacity is sufficient, and there is no need for Cabanca to assume that role any further. Although he achieved impressive statistics last season, scoring 25 goals and providing 18 assists, which appear quite dazzling, I believe it squandered both his playmaking and scoring potential. It would be wiser to allow him to concentrate more on finding the back of the net. The team currently lacks a stable scoring threat. Peterson has departed, and Salado remains immature. Vicente continued to express his thoughts to Medina. Cabanca, in terms of both form and capability, deserves such a role. I even believe that his performance last season did not justify the investment the club made in him. However, this season, I am confident that the club will witness the true Cabanca. On the pitch, Cabanca had just scored a remarkably beautiful goal, yet there was no hint of a smile upon his face. Chapter 14. The European champion after returning from the International Champions Cup in the United States. The Madrid Pirates took a brief respite before embarking once more from Madrid to Budapest, the capital of Hungary. There, they would face their opponents in the UEFA Super Cup, the Sevilla Navigators, another Spanish team. The Sevilla Navigators finished 6th in La Liga last season, missing out on Champions League qualification, but securing a place in the Europa League. While they may have been timid in the Champions League, they unleashed their full potential in the Europa League, demonstrating why it is often referred to as the Navigators' Cup. Triumphing against all odds to claim the title. Naturally, they would now meet the Champions League winners, the Madrid Pirates, in the UEFA Super Cup. Upon learning of this matchup, many believe that the trophy should simply be awarded to the Madrid Pirates outright, considering the match to be a foregone conclusion. The encounters between the Seville Navigators and the Madrid Pirates are well known, particularly concerning the outcomes when facing Hulai. Given his illustrious legacy, one cannot help but question whether the Seville Navigators stand a chance with him in the fray. Even before the match commenced, the online sphere was abuzz with various optimistic predictions. Remarkably, a news screenshot surfaced, claiming that the Madrid Pirates had triumphed over the Seville Navigators, lifting the European Super Cup of 2029, even before the game had taken place. Such preemptive announcements sparked outrage among many devoted fans of the Seville Navigators, who cried foul. Despite the pervasive optimism leading up to the match, the reality of the game unfolded quite differently. The Madrid Pirates, employing a 4-4-2 formation, struggled significantly against the Seville Navigators. Hulai's starting appearance failed to evoke the prowess of his storied career. The first half concluded with the Pirates failing to score, while the Navigators took the lead. During halftime, Parati opted for a tactical shift, transitioning from a 4-4-2 to a 4-3-3 formation, substituting the forward Daniel Di Quinzo, who had started alongside Hulai, for Joaquin Vela. Vela and Ramirez anchored the midfield, while Vukovic assumed a slightly advanced role to orchestrate the offense. Hulai spearheaded the attack, flanked by Tonini on the left and Kamala on the right. This reformation, originally intended to bolster defense, was now employed by Parati as an offensive strategy. The Madrid Pirates needed to adapt to the absence of Maxi Kiri and devise a new approach to their attack. Vukovic was tasked with carrying a heavier burden, while Joaquin Vela needed to mature rapidly in his role. Despite the alterations in formation and tactics, the Madrid Pirates' performance did not improve markedly. The team continued to exhibit signs of struggle. In contrast, the Seville Navigators consistently threatened the Pirates' goal, coming close to extending their lead on several occasions. It wasn't until the 69th minute that the Madrid Pirates earned a free kick in the attacking third. The team's free kick specialist, Tonini, positioned himself to take the slightly left-leaning kick. With a masterful left-footed strike, he executed a superbly high-quality shot that arced over the wall and plummeted towards the goal, eluding the grasp of Seville's goalkeeper, Antonio Gacua, and finding the net. The Madrid Pirates had finally equalized. Following this, both teams created opportunities, yet neither could clinch the victory, resulting in the match being extended into extra time. The European Super Cup adopts a single-match format, where a tie after 90 minutes necessitates an additional 30 minutes of extra play. Should the score remain level after extra time, a penalty shootout ensues. The Seville Navigators, who had previously been dominated by the Madrid Pirates in league play, displayed newfound vigor, engaging in a fierce contest. However, they encountered a harsh awakening just as extra time commenced. After a 90-minute constraint, Hulai finally seized upon a lapse in the Sevilla Navigators' defensive line, executing a clever and agile strike at the goal. Although goalkeeper Jakuya dove to make a save, Hulai's shot was cunningly swift, propelling the ball forward with remarkable speed. Despite Jakuya's leg making contact with the ball, it still ricocheted into the net. How exhilarating! Hulai has finally scored. Commentator Shen Lang breathed a sigh of relief. From the onset of the match, Hulai struggled to find the net, constantly explaining to the audience the reasons behind his difficulties. The memory of his astonishing performance last season had instilled a sense of desperation in his adversaries, who resorted to extreme measures to thwart him. In a bid to prevent Hulai from scoring, 3 players from Sevilla Navigators received yellow cards for fouls against him, while another player was cautioned for a challenge on Kamara, which directly related to Hulai, as a foul on Kamara would have allowed the French winger to deliver the ball to Hulai in the box. Despite facing tight opposition, Hulai managed to capitalize on the opportunity. To be fair, Sevilla Navigators' defense performed admirably, yet they still erred. It is not entirely their fault. Mistakes are inherent to any team. However, Hulai possesses an extraordinary talent for seizing such opportunities, as Shen Lang remarked. Defending against Hulai may well be one of the most challenging tasks in the world. As one cannot afford to make mistakes, absolutely no errors are permissible. Yet, who among us is infallible? Following his goal, Hulai joyfully embraced his teammates in celebration. He seemed unconcerned about being a veteran of Sevilla Navigators, having scored just once in this match. The notion of being a veteran is only invoked when it serves his interests. At this juncture, securing a victory against the Navigators is paramount. He hardly cares about the number of goals he scores in a single match. After Hulai's goal, the Madrid Pirates instinctively tightened their defensive posture. Their original 4-3-3 formation was designed to bolster defense. Joaquin Bella and Juan Ramirez fortified the midfield, while Vukovic also contributed defensively. Kamara and Tonini shifted their positions backward, transitioning from wingers to wide midfielders, effectively transforming the midfield from 3 players to 5, thus altering the formation from 4-3-3 to 4-5-1. While the Madrid Pirates are not predominantly a defensive team, this does not imply that their defense is lacking. Following tactical adjustments, the Madrid Pirates withstood the Sevilla Navigators' offensive onslaught. Hulai was substituted in the 112th minute, and 8 minutes later, the referee blew the final whistle. The Madrid Pirates triumphed over Sevilla Navigators with a score of 2-1, claiming the European Super Cup. The match concluded. Congratulations to the Pirates. They have emerged victorious once more. Although the journey was arduous, the ultimate outcome was favorable. And that suffices. Madrid Pirates, the champions of Europe. Shen Lang was elated, for Hulai's honor roll now includes another championship. enhancing his candidacy for the European Golden Ball and potentially the World Footballer of the Year award to be determined at the year's end. To secure these accolades, one must firmly grasp every honor, silencing all detractors. In an undeniably commanding manner, he secured the highest honor in individual accolades within the realm of world football. Could one not discern the arduous nature of the match played by the Madrid Pirates? Of course, it was evident. However, both the Ballon d'Or and the FIFA World Player of the Year are predicated upon results. As long as there are a sufficient number of championships and considerable influence, it becomes exceedingly challenging for others to rival who lie. The European Ballon d'Or is soon to be unveiled, with the FIFA World Player of the Year still 6 months away. During this remaining half-year, aside from the European Super Cup, Shenlang hopes Who Lai can assist the Madrid Pirates in clinching the Club World Cup Championship by year's end. If they can secure every attainable title this year, he firmly believes that no unforeseen developments will arise in the subsequent World Player of the Year selection. Spanish commentator Sanchez, maintaining a neutral stance, was more concerned with the underlying narrative of the match. He objectively remarked, although the Sevilla Navigators lost the Super Cup, their performance in the game was commendable. It could be said that they were victorious in defeat. Conversely, the Madrid Pirates, while winning the European Super Cup, did not deliver a performance that inspired confidence. The fact that they struggled against a team they once easily defeated speaks volumes. It is apparent that with the league's commencement approaching, the team's tactical approach has yet to solidify. Following Maxi Carey's departure, the Pirates require an adaptation period. However, this period cannot be prolonged, as both the Madrid Kings and Catalan Union are lurking with keen interest. Had this match been a league game rather than a knockout fixture, it would have implied that Who was unable to score against the Sevilla Navigators. I believe this is not favorable news for the Pirates. Coaches from other teams are surely observing this match, and perhaps they may uncover methods and the confidence needed to conquer the Pirates. As he spoke, the players of the Madrid Pirates gathered around the trophy on the podium, jubilantly bouncing with gold medals hanging from their necks, reflecting dazzling light. Every face was illuminated with smiles. Chapter 15. Like a couple parting ways, after returning in triumph with the European Super Cup trophy, Perotti granted the team a 3-day respite. They reconvened on August 15th to commence preparations for the new season. Subsequently, on August 18th, they faced their final warm-up match against the Phoenicians, who had descended from La Liga to the Segunda Division last season. Perotti employed entirely different lineups and personnel configurations in both halves of this match, evidently still experimenting with tactics. However, the results were less than favorable. Who Lai entered the match as a substitute in the second half, but failed to score, and the Madrid Pirates drew 1-1 against the Phoenicians away from home. Having concluded the last warm-up match before the new season's commencement, it was time for the official competition to begin. In the inaugural round of this season's league, the Madrid Pirates, as defending champions, will host the promoted team, the Canaries. This match is not the primary concern for most, or to be precise, not for the Chinese fans. Their concern lies with the events following the match on August 28th, when UEFA will hold the awards ceremony for the honors of the 2028 to 2029 season, alongside the draw for the group stages of the new season's Champions League and Europa League. Who Lai is set to travel to Frankfurt, Germany, the venue for this prestigious ceremony and draw. It is here that the announcement of whether he will claim the European Golden Ball will be made. However, pre-match sentiments indicate that the majority of pundits are optimistic about his chances. The odds set by European bookmakers in favor of Who Lai winning the Golden Ball further substantiate this belief. Naturally, I too harbor hopes for Who's victory. Yet, if one seeks a substantial win, the safer bet would be on Meili, as his odds are less favorable, making a potential win a remarkable upset. Conversely, one might risk losing everything. In the rest area of a truck driver's hub, Neil Mullen was analyzing the situation with his peers. Since he struck it rich by betting on Who Lai and Leeds United, and aided Andy Woolman in winning considerable sums, he has become a legendary figure among truck drivers. Therefore, if one wishes to avoid losses, placing a bet on Who is a guaranteed, albeit modest, win. For those inclined to take a chance, betting on Meili would be the way to go. And you, Neil, who are you betting on? Someone called out loudly. Me? I'm not betting on anyone. Whether it's Who or Meili, it's of no concern to me, Mullen replied. I remember now, you only care about Leeds United, huh? Indeed. My focus is solely on Leeds United. Someone suddenly recalled and inquired, Hey Neil, when everyone was speculating about Who possibly returning to Leeds 2 months ago, did you place a bet? I did, Mullen nodded. I bet on his return to Leeds. But you know he won't return, right? Yes, I am aware. Then why did you bet? To express my stance, I suppose. Of course, he definitely won't come back. A collective sigh echoed through the crowd. Andy Woolman stood up and declared, as a fan of Tranmere, I must speak for the other 18 teams, who should just stay in Spain and never come back. Laughter erupted in the room. Neil Mullen joined in the mirth, unfazed by Woolman's statement. Even if Hulai were never to return, those cherished memories would remain. On Saturday, August 25th, the 2029-2030 La Liga season finally commenced. The Madrid Pirates faced off against the newly promoted Canaries. This team ascended through the playoffs, having finished fourth in the Segunda División. As reigning champions, facing a newly promoted team at home should ostensibly be a straightforward affair. The outcome appeared predictable, with the only uncertainty being the margin of victory. However, the Madrid Pirates' performance was rather mediocre, seemingly continuing their trend of instability from the preseason friendlies. Ultimately, the suspense was resolved with the Madrid Pirates narrowly securing a single-goal victory over their opponents. What brought solace to Chinese fans was that despite the team's overall lackluster performance, Hulai did not falter. He scored the sole goal of the match, marking his 35th consecutive league match with a goal across seasons. In this critical moment leading up to the announcement of the European Golden Ball, every goal holds paramount significance. However, Chinese football fans have perhaps underestimated the situation. The voting process for the Ballon d'Or has concluded. Strictly speaking, the results are already determined at this point. They simply have yet to be announced. Therefore, Hulai, even if he were to score a single goal, or even 10, would likely have no impact on the final outcome. Furthermore, theoretically, the Ballon d'Or is awarded based on a player's performance from the previous season, and with the new season now underway, any excellence displayed in the current season cannot influence the Ballon d'Or results. This differs from the World Footballer of the Year award, which evaluates players based on their performances over the course of a calendar year. Only the latter considers a candidate's performance in the new season. In contrast to the struggling performance of the Madrid Pirates, their two immediate competitors not only triumphed in their opening matches, but did so with relative ease. Catalonia's team secured a 3-0 away victory against the resilient Biscay Athletic, while Madrid Kings achieved a resounding 4-0 win over last season's Segunda División runners-up, Oviedo Athletic. After the first round, Madrid Kings, with a goal difference of 4, topped the standings, while Catalonia, with a goal difference of 3, secured the second position. The defending champions? They languished in 6th place. Even Seria, led by Zhang Qinghuan, ranked higher than them after defeating Getafe 1-0 in their home opener, matching the Pirates in points, goals scored, and goal difference, yet still placing one position above them. Isn't that infuriating? Previously, it was said that without the Madrid Pirates, one could hardly participate in the World Cup. Now, observing the Pirates' performance, can we conclude that they cannot thrive without him? So, who truly relies on whom? In a restaurant, Agent Jim Castian raised his glass to Kelly with a smile. Kelly shook his head. Unfortunately, that's not the case, Jim. Without me, their strength would certainly diminish, but I believe it wouldn't suffer too greatly. At most, matches they previously won with ease might now require more effort. And what does early season performance even signify? Last season, we were held to a draw by Valero in our first league match. Castian recalled the treble the Madrid Pirates ultimately achieved last season. Indeed, the performance in the opening round of the league bore little relation to the final results of the season. At that time, the Pirates faced a more severe crisis, with greater scrutiny and pressure from all sides. Yet, the outcome proved favorable. Once the Madrid Pirates clinched their treble, no one mentioned their dismal start to the previous season again. Now, compared to my concern for the Pirates, I have more pressing matters at hand. The league has already progressed through 3 rounds, and I have yet to deliver a decisive performance. The Premier League is indeed different from what I initially envisioned. While the Madrid Pirates grapple with their challenges, Maxi Kelly is also struggling to adapt to the Premier League. He has started all 3 matches, but has only contributed 1 assist. Castian reassured him, "This is not your fault, Maxi. The forward from Leeds City has yet to fully grasp the art of seizing opportunities, a fact that contrasts sharply with Hukel's prowess. Does this imply that without Hu, I am rendered ineffective?" He mused, leaving Castian at a loss for words. Moreover, the statistics do not merely paint an unflattering picture. Kill continued, in terms of gameplay, I find myself struggling to perform with the same finesse I exhibited while playing for Madrid Pirates. The tempo and physicality of the Premier League diverge significantly from that of La Liga. However, I will inevitably find my rhythm. After all, I am Max. If I can conquer La Liga, I can certainly master the Premier League as well. Tony continues to place his trust in me, and I must not betray that confidence. Indeed, you can, Castian concurred, albeit with a tinge of regret, pondering what might have been had Max not departed from the Pirates. Yet, given Max's character, how could he have possibly stayed? A conundrum indeed. It resembled a couple navigating the complexities of life post-separation, uncertain whether they would ultimately find solace or if one would succumb to bitterness. Have you gathered everything? Is there nothing left behind? Hulai inquired from the doorway, glancing back at Li Qingqing, who stood beside the car. You've asked that 3 times already, she replied, exasperated. I always feel like I forget something each time I step out. We've got everything. We're only staying for one night, so we don't need to take too much. Hulai reassured her. All right then, let us set off. He closed the door and turned to leave, just as the large door, which had previously been shut, opened again in the entryway's camera lens. Hulai waved at the camera, declaring, I know what we forgot. The photographer. We left the photographer behind. Laughter erupted behind him. The camera shook as it was evidently lifted along with its tripod, emerging from within. Once the photographer stepped outside, Hulai locked the door once more. This time, they were truly on their way. Chapter 16. Let Seventh Brother Take Us to New Heights. A team clad in blue training vests was mounting an offensive. Their ball carrier, having evaded a defender at midfield, made a forward pass. His center-forward teammate was positioned outside the penalty area, ready to receive the ball. However, the center-forward failed to make the catch, as a player in a yellow training vest darted from behind, swiftly intercepting the ball just before it reached him. Witnessing the interception, a teammate, who had been retreating, immediately turned and sprinted forward, raising his arm and calling out, Here, here, signaling for the intercepted teammate to pass the ball. The interceptor did glance up in response, positioning himself as if to execute a long pass. Yet, as his right foot landed, his ankle deftly pivoted outward, using the outside of his foot to redirect the ball to the right. This maneuver evaded the blue team player positioned to block his pass, unveiling a clear path ahead. He pushed the ball forward with his left foot, accelerating past the defender. Upon reaching the center circle, another blue team member approached, and after a brief encounter, he managed to extract the ball from his opponent's grasp, continuing his advance. As he charged into the blue team's 30-meter zone, the defensive pressure intensified, compelling him to pass the ball to a teammate on the flank. Yet, he did not retreat to the backline. Instead, he seized the momentum to propel himself forward into the opponent's penalty area. When his teammate delivered the ball towards the goal, he leaped high in a sprint, aiming for the ball's trajectory. Just before a defender could clear it, he made contact with the ball. He executed a powerful header. Bang! The ball struck the crossbar with a resounding thud. The yellow team player who completed the header watched as the ball ricocheted off the crossbar and flew out of bounds, regretfully clutching his head and howling towards the sky. Although a goal was not achieved, a cheer erupted from the crowd. Meanwhile, the coach on the sidelines, arms crossed, shouted at the blue team's goalkeeper, Schneider, Quickly take the goal kick. Yes, sir. The blue team's goalkeeper promptly retrieved a ball from behind the goal and casually placed it on the goal line, preparing to kick. The yellow team player, who had just been lamenting, immediately turned and sprinted back. Behind him, the blue goalkeeper launched a long pass to the front line, sending the ball soaring over his head. With the yellow team now a player short in defense, the pressure mounted significantly. The blue team quickly seized the opportunity to score. At that moment, the yellow team player had just reached the edge of the penalty arc, helplessly watching as the opposing team found the back of the net. After the whistle blew, the coach on the sidelines exclaimed, Did you see that? You had time to wail, yet you should have immediately returned to your position. You are a center back, Chin. Your forward runs may indeed add to our attack, but they also mean we have one less defender. Always keep this in mind. Observing Qin Shi with his head down on the training ground, 2 young players from China whispered nearby, What is Mr. Hoffman saying? Probably criticizing Qi for just conceding a goal, right? He didn't get back in position. That goalkeeper is rather reckless, initiating the goal kick so quickly. It seems targeted at Qi. Of course it's targeted, because Qi surged forward. Qi's forward runs are impressive, but they always leave gaps behind. I think it's due to his partner's inadequacy. If only he had someone to cover him, Qi would soar effortlessly. By the way, if Qi ever makes it to the national team, how about partnering him with Wang Guangwei? Oh, come on, Yanjing, you think my Wang Gu is just a backup? I didn't say that. I'm not saying that. Deng Dexiang, stop making things up. After the Frankfurt White Deer U19 training session concluded, Qin Shi encountered his two younger disciples, Yanjing and Deng Dexiang, on the sidelines. They had only arrived in Frankfurt for youth training from China last July, having previously excelled in the South China Tiger U16 team. Due to their exceptional talent, they were sent by the club to Germany for training, a part of a comprehensive agreement made after Qin's father began coaching the South China Tigers. The Frankfurt White Deer and the Lingnan South China Tiger have entered into an agreement, committing to welcome at least one player from the South China Tigers youth team each year for training at their academy, depending on the age of the players. The parties will establish youth training contracts of varying durations. Yanjing and Deng Dexiang are the inaugural pair of players sent for this initiative. Both are not yet 16 and have signed a 3-year youth training contract with the Frankfurt White Deer. Upon the expiration of their contracts, they will be 18. And should they prove their capabilities, they may be offered professional contracts with the Frankfurt White Deer, even if they cannot remain with a Bundesliga team like Frankfurt White Deer. As long as they can attract interest from other professional clubs in Germany, the South China Tiger will not hinder their aspirations abroad. Naturally, if they find themselves unable to secure a place in Europe, they can return to the South China Tiger. Given their 3 years of training at the Frankfurt White Deer, it is believed that they should earn a position in the South China Tigers reserve team or even the first team. Overall, the arrangement is quite flexible. Currently, it is regarded as an experiment. Aside from the model employed by Flash Stars, other clubs are also exploring their own methods for sending players abroad. Yanjing plays as a right back, while Deng Dexiang is versatile enough to perform as both an attacking midfielder and a forward. They have just arrived at Frankfurt White Deer and have yet to learn the language, often relying on Qin Shi for assistance, which leads them to seek him out frequently. Qin Shi indeed embodies the qualities of an older brother, often taking them to explore the surroundings of Frankfurt during their spare time or inviting them to his home to savor his mother's hometown dishes, alleviating their homesickness. Have you finished your U16 training? Qin Shi inquired upon seeing the two. Yes, we finished. Brother Qi, your performance during training was impressive, Yanjing exclaimed, giving Qin Shi a thumbs up. Impressive? I was berated by Mr. Hoffman, Qin Shi replied. You should have seen how it was. We did see it. Deng Dexiang chimed in. You two were there? Why didn't you say so earlier? Qin Shi responded, somewhat exasperated. Were you trying to make me look foolish? Not at all, Brother Qi. We would never dare. Haha, it was just a slip of the tongue, the two said, shaking their heads vigorously. However, if they had restrained their mischievous smiles, perhaps the effect would have been even better. Qin Shi, not truly wishing to admonish the two younger ones, instructed. You two go wait in the parking lot. I'll come out once I've showered and changed. All right, Brother Qi, you take your time, we'll be waiting. The two youths watched Qin Shi's retreating figure, unable to suppress their excitement as they began to dream. Hey Yanjing, do you think we might get a chance to take a photo with Hu Lai? Of course. Without a doubt, Yanjing asserted confidently. What status does our Brother Qi hold? He has played with Hu Lai since childhood. Who else gets to have a national team player as a training partner? Let me tell you, Yanjing, not only will we get a photo, but Brother Qi will surely take us right into the venue with Hu Lai. Who knows? We might even walk the red carpet. Are you serious? Walk the red carpet? Deng Dexiang's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. What are we, to walk the red carpet? Oh dear, have a little more confidence in Qi Ge. Have faith in the relationship between Qi Ge and Hu Lai, Yanjing declared with unwavering confidence. Deng Dexiang furrowed his brow. Should we perhaps return to don formal attire? This feels rather too casual. He tugged at the t-shirt he was wearing. Yanjing also felt that this was not particularly elegant. Perhaps we should skip the red carpet and let Qi Ge take us directly to the venue to find Hu Lai. Deng Dexiang sighed in relief. That sounds acceptable. He then added, at that point, we might even have a chance to meet Mei Li and Ka Bang Ka. I plan to have them sign my t-shirt. Hey, I brought a notebook. Yanjing pulled a notebook from her backpack. The two youngsters walked towards the parking lot, their minds brimming with dreams of the forthcoming events. Attending the European Golden Ball award ceremony in person felt like a dream come true for them. The European Golden Ball was simply too distant from their reality. If this actually materialized, it would be something they could boast about for a lifetime. They could dedicate their entire careers and still never truly grace that stage, so merely managing to sneak in was indeed worthy of pride. The two boys had barely indulged in their dreams at the parking lot when Qin Shi arrived, already changed. Upon seeing them, he spun the car keys around his finger and exclaimed, Last UNS Gihen. The two boys exchanged puzzled glances, not quite understanding. Get in the car, let us go. Oh. It was only then that they jolted back to reality, opened the car doors, and hopped in. Go. Chapter 17. A meeting with old friends. A compact camera was affixed to the car's sunroof with a suction cup. Its lens aimed at Hu Lai and Li Qingqing seated in the back. Wang Shanshan, in the front passenger seat, turned to glance at them and asked, "Are you feeling a bit nervous?" "Nervous?" Hu Lai responded with a chuckle. "What is there to be nervous about? It's not like we're participating in the World Cup final." Hearing this, Li Qingqing chimed in with a laugh. "So, would you feel nervous if you were in the World Cup final?" "Of course. How about the Champions League final?" "That's not nearly as nerve-wracking as the World Cup final." "You speak as if you have experience with the World Cup final." "If I truly had experience, I wouldn't be nervous." "Huh. You make a valid point." "What do you mean a valid point?" "It's very valid, indeed." Wang Shanshan smiled happily as she watched Li Qingqing and Hu Lai bicker. She recalled her time reporting from Paris when Hu Lai won the award for Europe's Best Young Player, where she had invited both of them to participate in an interview together. Back then, it felt somewhat forced, as if she was trying to play matchmaker. She sensed that merely having them stand together created a harmonious and natural aura that was pleasing to behold. Little did she expect that they would ultimately end up together. When she heard the news of Hu Lai and Li Qingqing's official announcement, she felt a surge of joy, accompanied by a profound sense of accomplishment in witnessing the lovers' union. Despite having no direct connection to her, she was utterly delighted. During those days, a radiant smile graced her face as if she herself had encountered a stroke of happiness. Observing Hu Lai and Li Qingqing interact so naturally, even after announcing their relationship and transitioning from friends to lovers, it seemed as though nothing had altered. There was no trace of the transformation in their dynamic. While some find joy in friendship, the shift to a romantic relationship often introduces an unnatural change in interaction patterns, making it easier to feel fatigued. Friends can maintain their individual spaces, but once they become lovers and share intimate spaces, the prolonged closeness can become exhausting. This phenomenon partly explains why many romances culminate in endless quarrels after the initial fervor fades. Similarly, it is often said that marriage serves as the grave of love. What particularly thrilled Wang Shanshan was that despite the long journey Hu Lai and Li Qingqing had traversed together, their connection remained as vibrant as when they first united. This observation stemmed from her 2 visits to their home to film a documentary, which led her to believe it represented their genuine circumstances. Wang Shanshan hoped they could continue on this path, as they embodied the beautiful aspirations and expectations of countless individuals regarding love. Although such thoughts might seem selfish, considering how their romantic ideals concern Hu Lai and Li Qingqing, she could not help but indulge in them. In a world filled with suffering, one must savor a little sweetness, right? 7th brother, Yanjing gazed hesitantly at the scene before them. "What is going on? Aren't we going inside?" He pointed toward the end of the red carpet, where the entrance to the venue awaited. "Go inside. How do we get in? Do you have an invitation?" Qin Shi countered. No, Yanjing replied. "What about you?" Qin Shi turned to Deng Dexiang, who remained silent, shaking his head repeatedly. "I don't have one either," Qin Shi said, throwing up his hands. "So how do we get in? Didn't you say you'd bring us to meet Hu Ge?" "Exactly. Once Hu Lai gets out of the car and walks down this red carpet, we'll see him, right?" Qin Shi pointed toward the distant roadside. "Oh, that is how we meet him?" The disappointment was palpable in the voices of the 2 youths. "Isn't that how it works?" Qin Shi retorted, seemingly unfazed. "We thought you'd take us directly inside to find Hu Ge." Qin Shi laughed. "What were you thinking? I don't possess that kind of ability. This is the pinnacle of European football. How could we possibly gain easy entry? If you want to get in, you'll have to work for it in the future. Just being here today to see Hu Ge is already remarkable. We're participating in history up close." Yanjing and Deng Dexiang exchanged glances, then looked around at the fans dressed similarly to them. Some wore Merli jerseys, others adorned themselves in Kabanka attire, and there were those in Hu Lai's gear, many sharing their dark hair and yellow skin. They blended in effortlessly, drawing no attention. All their preconceptions about this grand event lay shattered. They had initially anticipated some special treatment under 7th brother's guidance. It turned out that Brother 7 was merely accompanying them as ordinary fans, watching from behind the railings. Is this it? Just this? If that were the case, we could have come on our own without troubling Brother 7. However, the 2 youths reconsidered. Without Brother 7, they would appear no different from the surrounding, ordinary fans. How could they ensure they would capture Hu Lai's attention, let alone successfully obtain his autograph and a photograph. If Brother Seven was present, Hu Lai would surely come over upon seeing him, providing them the opportunity to make their presence known before Hu Lai. Thus, they had no choice but to rely on Brother Seven. During the wait for Qin Shi and his companions, the guests attending the awards ceremony gradually arrived. Their vehicles came to a stop by the roadside, and they descended from the cars, with gentlemen in suits and ladies in elegant gowns. Stepping onto the red carpet, they faced a barrage of flashing lights amidst the cheers and screams of the crowd, making their way toward the entrance. Although all those present at the ceremony were prominent figures in European and even global football, the reactions from the fans clearly indicated who was currently the most popular. For instance, German football's leading forward, Marco Beckenbauer, received a relatively muted cheer at the venue. This was Frankfurt, not Munich. And the Frankfurt fans were not inclined to support a Munich player. When Janis Edmund from the Ruhr region appeared, the cheers grew louder. Although Edmund was not a Frankfurt native, the Ruhr region had long been overshadowed by the blue and white of Munich, garnering sympathy from the crowd, which in turn enhanced their perception of Edmund. Setting aside regional biases, the cheers for non-German players present at the event provided the most objective reflection of their popularity. For example, when Kabanka took the stage, the applause was thunderous. In contrast, Mario Salado, who accompanied him to the award ceremony, seemed to be riding on his coattails. The Brazilian's carefree demeanor and captivating playing style had earned him a multitude of fans worldwide. The same could be said for Melli. Despite many transferring their discontent with the Madrid Kings onto Melli, resulting in some dislike for Melli and Banega, a larger number of fans remained devoted admirers of Melli. In terms of playing aesthetic, Melli could easily rival Kabanka, and with a slight edge in honors, it was only natural for him to have a greater fan base. Furthermore, the past 2 years had truly marked the zenith of his career. Many believe that if Melli could lead Argentina to victory in the upcoming World Cup, he would undoubtedly claim the title of the new king of football. However, when discussing who had been the most prominent player in the past season, it was surprising that they were to walk the red carpet just after Melli. Wang Shanshan was taken aback at the sight of Melli stepping down from their vehicle, while Hu Lai remained unfazed. Isn't this perfectly normal? Without such arrangements, where would the excitement be? He then remarked, Melli, the single man, arrives at the award ceremony alone. Regardless of the final outcome, I have already emerged victorious. As he spoke, he took Li Qingqing's hand. Li Qingqing smiled silently, allowing him to lead her. Outside the car, amidst the thunderous cheers and dazzling flashes of light, Mei Li fastened the buttons of his formal suit before stepping onto the red carpet. He periodically waved to the fans at the sidelines, who were screaming in jubilation, as well as to the cameras of the photographers, his face adorned with a smile, revealing no signs of anxiety about potentially missing out on the European Golden Ball. In truth, it mattered little if he were to miss it, for he had already claimed the honor the previous year. Moreover, following the new season, his form had been commendable. During the match against Oviedo Athletic, he had achieved a hat trick. Scoring 3 goals in the very first match of the season illustrated just how well he was performing. Should he maintain such form, his chances of avenging Hu Lai in the new season appeared promising. Mei Li, it's Mei Li. When Mei Li passed in front of him, Deng Dexiang shouted excitedly, adding to the already immense applause. This drew the displeasure of Yan Jing beside him. Why are you so excited? He is our Hu Gu's rival. A competitor. Well, it doesn't matter. He is bound to lose to Hu Gu this time. Deng Dexiang defended himself. We must extend due respect to the defeated. At that moment, another wave of fervent cheers erupted. The trio turned towards the sound and beheld Hu Lai emerging from the car. My goodness, right behind Mei Li is Hu Gu. UEFA really is something. Deng Dexiang exclaimed in astonishment. Yan Jing scoffed. What else would you call UEFA if not something? While they debated UEFA, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Ho! Upon hearing this, they reacted instinctively, joining in the fervent cheers to elevate Hu Lai's presence. How could the applause for Hu Gu be any less than that for Mei Li? As the cheers rose, Mei Li instinctively turned back to look. Upon spotting Hu Lai, he averted his gaze and continued down the red carpet at his original pace, frequently waving at the fans and cameras. He completed the red carpet walk with poise. Behind him, Hu Lai, hand in hand with Li Qingqing, gracefully made his way along the same path. The cheers continued, and the flashes intensified. From an observational standpoint, Hu Lai was clearly on par with Mei Li. Hu Gu, Hu Gu. The calls did not come from Yan Jing and Deng Dexiang, but from Qin Shi, who not only shouted for Hu Lai, but also waved incessantly. This indeed captured Hu Lai's attention. He and Li Qingqing pointed towards Qin Shi, deviating from the red carpet to greet him across the barrier. Xiao Qi, you're here too? Yes, I came specifically to see you both. Hu Gu, Qingqing Jia. Qin Shi replied. He then introduced his two companions to Hu Lai and Li Qingqing. These are my teammates from the Frankfurt White Deer team. They are U16 players. Also here for training from our country. This is Yan Jing, and this is Deng Dexiang. The two immediately bowed respectfully, greeting Hu Lai and Li Qingqing. Hello, Hu Gu. Hello, Qingqing Jia. How do you do? Li Qingqing greeted them with a smile, while Hu Lai widened his eyes and inquired, where are your brothers? Brothers? Yan Jing and Deng Dexiang exchanged glances, comprehending Hu Lai's sudden question. Even Qin Shi looked at Hu Lai with curiosity. Indeed, brothers. Are you not the three brothers? Why are only two of you here? We do not have any brothers, Hu Gu. It's just the two of us. The club only sent us here. Yan Jing hurriedly clarified. That's odd. Shouldn't there be another brother named Tongling? Isn't that what the song says? Hu Lai earnestly explained, then began to sing. Yan Jing, Deng Dexiang, Tongling. Li Qingqing, who was linked to Hu Lai, discreetly pinched him, finally interrupting his song and antics. The others also began to react. Qin Shi covered his face. Hu Gu, you truly are. Among the three, he had the longest acquaintance with Hu Lai and naturally understood his character. Over the years, Hu Lai remained the same Hu Lai. Unfazed, Hu Lai appeared quite pleased. It's wonderful to see you here. Let us work hard. Come, let us take a group photo. He beckoned the accompanying photographer to capture a picture of the five of them. Wang Shanshan took out her phone and stood beside the photographer to snap another shot. Unexpectedly encountering Qin Lin's son and two other young football talents alongside Hu Lai and Li Qingqing on the UEFA red carpet made for an intriguing episode in the documentary. Chapter 18. A delightful event. Hu Lai. Yan Jing gazed at the two characters Hu Lai had inscribed in her notebook. The handwriting was somewhat hasty. Yet compared to other celebrity signatures, it was relatively neat. At the very least, it was legible enough to confirm it was indeed Hu Lai and not some unintelligible scribble. This also indicated that Hu Lai had not commissioned anyone to design a signature for him. Beside her, Deng Dexiang was straining to double his chin, his mouth involuntarily stretching open, while his eyes glanced downward, nearly obscured by the whites of his eyes. What are you doing? Qin Shi inquired, unable to restrain himself from asking at the sight of his peculiar demeanor. Are you imitating Hawking? No. Qi Gu, I'm just admiring the signature on my t-shirt. Deng Dexiang continued to maintain his pose as he spoke. Goodness, it looks more like a brain injury, Qin Shi remarked, then pulled out his phone to snap a picture of Deng Dexiang, showing it to him afterward. He pointed at the Hu Lai signature emblazoned on his t-shirt. The signature is right here, no mistake. Yan Jing, however, noticed Deng Dexiang's odd appearance in the photo and exclaimed, Qi Gu, send me the picture. Scram, scram, scram. Deng Dexiang waved his hands to shoo Yan Jing away, then begged Qin Shi to delete the photo. As the three young individuals were in the midst of their playful banter, Qin Shi's phone chimed again. Hu Gu has sent the group photo. Upon hearing this, Yan Jing and Deng Dexiang immediately ceased their frolicking, crowding around to take a look. After downloading the original image, Qin Shi turned his phone horizontally, revealing the photo of the three of them clustered behind Hu Lai and Li Qingqing, filling the screen. Deng Dexiang even cheekily flashed a peace sign behind Hu Lai. How wonderful! Yan Jing marveled. Indeed, it truly is. Deng Dexiang nodded in agreement. Then they said to Qin Shi, Brother Qi, please send us the photos. We want to post them on our social media. After Qin Shi shared the photos, they immersed themselves in their phones. Yan Jing inquired of Deng Dexiang, what should I write? After a moment's contemplation, Deng Dexiang replied, This is the closest you've come to the Ballon d'Or. Yan Jing retorted angrily, How dare you curse me? How is this a curse? Do you truly believe you will ever win the Ballon d'Or? Deng Dexiang countered. Oh, you're right, Yan Jing realized. The Ballon d'Or? How could that ever be possible? It's simply unattainable in this lifetime. He then bent his head down to craft a social media post based on Deng Dexiang's suggestion. He could almost envision the flood of likes and the envious comments that would accompany this post. How glorious! I, Yan Jing, have never experienced such splendor in my life. They will be utterly envious. Haha. As he watched the two younger fellows engrossed in their phones, Qin Shi suddenly interjected, Why not? Huh. Deng Dexiang paused and looked up at Qin Shi. How is this our closest encounter with the Ballon d'Or? Why can't we one day walk through that grand door ourselves? Qin Shi gestured toward the end of the red carpet, where a dazzling doorway led into a magnificent hall. Shadows flitted about, with numerous celebrities and stars congregating within. Outside, one could faintly hear their cordial exchanges and light-hearted conversations. Securing the Ballon d'Or is undoubtedly difficult, but it is not the only honor one can aspire to. The Champions League Best 11, the Europa League Best 11, and the Best Young Player nominations are also within reach. When we gain entry, even if we merely sit in the audience, we will be closer to the Ballon d'Or than we are now, wouldn't we? Qin Shi posed this question to the two. This time it was Yin Jing, who had just posted on social media, lifting his head to regard Qin Shi. Deng Dexiang slapped his thigh. Brother Qi is right. I know what I should post. With that, he quickly deleted his previous message and began typing anew. His fingers flew across the screen. And soon his post was ready, experiencing the atmosphere of the European Ballon d'Or up close. One day, I too shall stand upon this red carpet. Wow, Deng Dexiang. Yin Jing glanced at his own post, which read, "This is the closest I've come to the Ballon d'Or," and suddenly felt as if he were a mere sparrow, while Deng Dexiang shone like a swan in comparison. Without hesitation, he deleted his post and directly copied Deng Dexiang's words, reposting them. "Yin Jing, you're plagiarizing. You must treat us." "Treat you to what? This is your ridiculous suggestion as compensation." The atmosphere erupted with cheers, or rather, the cheers had never truly ceased. Continual arrivals of football stars and legends walked the red carpet amid applause and flashing lights, entering the brilliantly lit main venue. Qin Shi did not post on social media. He simply gazed longingly at the world beyond that grand door, his eyes wide with wonder. Li Qingqing, noticing Hu Lai humming beside her, asked, "You seem to be in a good mood. Is it because you met Xiaoqi?" She knew that Hu Lai had previously been neighbors with Qin Shi when they were in Jincheng, and they often played football together. "Indeed," he replied. "I had previously known that Xiaoqi had arrived in Frankfurt, but I had not received any news about him, only aware that he was in the youth team. Now, seeing him, he has transformed entirely from the time we were in Jincheng. He has grown significantly taller and has become more robust and darker." Hu Lai could hardly contain his amusement. However, more importantly than seeing Xiaoqi was the sight of those two, Yin Jing and Deng Dexiang. Hu Lai naturally interjected, "Are you pleased simply because their names are so catchy?" Li Qingqing remarked, somewhat exasperated. "Certainly not." Hu Lai quickly shook his head. "I was surprised to discover that. Besides Qin Shi, there are other Chinese players here as well. Didn't the news mention that many players have been sent to Europe for training through various channels? There is a distinct difference between reading about it in the news and witnessing it firsthand. What is conveyed in the news often feels distant. Now, seeing them before my eyes," Hu Lai furrowed his brow in thought before continuing to Li Qingqing, "it makes me believe that Chinese football will surely thrive in the future." Li Qingqing nodded in realization. This is indeed a matter worthy of joy. Their conversation was faithfully recorded word for word by the camera that trailed behind them. Shortly after entering the hall, Li Qingqing was whisked away by other female football players, leaving Hu Lai alone. At that moment, he heard a voice behind him. "Hi, Hu." Turning around, Hu Lai saw the captain of Blau-Weiss München, Soren Grabusch, greeting him. "Hello, Mr. Grabusch." Hu Lai promptly extended his hand. "Addressing me in such a formal manner feels a bit distant. It's a pity you couldn't join Blau-Weiss München this summer," Grabusch said as he gently shook Hu Lai's hand. Hu Lai was bewildered. "What do you mean, brother? I never intended to join Blau-Weiss München." "It doesn't matter," Grabusch replied with a smile. "Football is round, Hu. And so is the world of football. Who knows, perhaps one day you will don the Blau-Weiss jersey, and then we can sing Only You?" Hu Lai retorted. Grabusch looked puzzled. "Why sing Only You?" Hu Lai waved his hand dismissively. "That is not important. Brother, I am grateful to the Blau-Weiss München fans for their standing ovation when I broke the record, but that does not mean I will join Blau-Weiss München. Those are two separate matters." "I understand, Hu. However, when you decide to leave the Pirates and embark on a new journey, you will surely think of Blau-Weiss München." What happened that day at the Iron Dome Stadium was significant. Grabusch did not dispute this, but persistently urged Hu Lai to consider Blau-Weiss München. Hu Lai finally understood why he had been stopped by Cabin Ka during his second UEFA awards ceremony. He began to look around, hoping to find someone to extricate him from the conversation. He soon spotted Cabin Ka and joyfully shouted, "Hi, Cabin Ka." However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Cabin Ka briskly walk past him, as if he had not heard his voice at all. "You seem quite pleased." Grabusch turned his gaze towards Kabanka with a sigh, lamenting, "He will not be joining Bayern Munich. What a pity." Hu Lai, noticing this, swiftly fanned the flames of conversation. How can you be so certain? Last season's performance of Catalonia was disappointing. I've heard the critiques. Some have said that the outcome remains unchanged with or without Cabanca. They have taken players from you, and you could easily poach from them as well. But this year, they have a new coach. Did you watch their opening match? Cabanca scored 2 goals. What of it? Mary scored a hat trick, came the retort. There is a significant change. Who? Cabanca has become the primary scorer for Catalonia. They have poached Van der Stern from us. They are ambitious. I did not expect you, a Bundesliga player, to possess such insight into our La Liga affairs. Gribouche replied confidently. Without understanding what is happening with a rival, how can one attempt to undermine them? Pulai lowered his head and gave Gribouche a thumbs up. Well said. My friend. Chapter 19. That name ultimately, Pulai managed to extricate himself from Gribouche's clutches. He made his way directly towards his coach, Parati, who was among the Madrid Pirates. However, he was intercepted by Parati, who inquired with a smile, "What are you doing, who?" "I'm going to sit down." Pulai pointed towards a chair. "Do you see your name on it?" Parati patted the backrest. Pulai glanced over and indeed found it was absent. He was momentarily taken aback. "Your seat is at the front," Parati indicated towards the foremost area. This year's awards ceremony has changed. Both male and female Ballon d'Or nominees are to sit at the front. Following Parati's direction, Pulai spotted Li Qingqing seated in the front row. "My apologies, coach," he said, turning to leave. "You need not apologize to me." Parati chuckled behind him. As Pulai approached the front row, searching for his designated seat, Li Qingqing maintained her gaze upon him until he arrived before her. "Ah, what a coincidence, you are here too." Pulai feigned casualness in greeting Li Qingqing. "Your seat is over there." She pointed to a location approximately 4 seats away from her. "Thank you." Pulai bid farewell to his girlfriend and proceeded to locate his seat. Indeed, finding his nameplate behind the chair. Curiosity piqued. He glanced to see who occupied the seat beside him. Meli Banega. "Goodness, UEFA, you are truly vexing." Turning to the other side, he saw Mark Becker. "Truly vexing, UEFA." As Pulai surveyed the row of empty seats, he contemplated shifting his own seat closer to Li Qingqing. It was not out of fear of the 2 individuals beside him, but rather a desire to thwart UEFA's cunning schemes. Just as he was about to act, a curious voice interrupted. "What are you doing, who?" Turning back, he found Cabanca, who had just lifted a chair, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Due to the distinctive voice of Cabanca, the surrounding individuals cast their gazes upon him, and the atmosphere fell into a hush as they regarded Pulai, who was clutching his chair. Among them was Li Qingqing. Pulai grinned and remarked, "Well, I wonder if this chair is heavy." He then placed his chair back down and clapped his hands, stating, "Not bad, it has a bit of heft." Cabanca, however, wore an enigmatic smile and quipped, "Surely, you do not wish to be caught between Meli and Becker?" "Preposterous." Pulai retorted with fervor, and he seized the opportunity to address both old grievances and new. "I called out to you earlier. Why did you feign ignorance?" The smile on Cabanca's face froze, and he responded with genuine confusion. "Did you?" "I'm sorry, Pulai. I didn't hear you at all." "Huh. Spare me the theatrics. The moment I called your name, you hastened to flee. Clearly, you fear confronting Gribouche." Cabanca shot back. "Aren't you afraid of him as well?" "Who says I fear him? Did you not witness our jovial exchange?" Pulai replied. "I merely wish to invite you to join our delightful conversation." Cabanca, with a smirk that barely concealed his amusement, added, "He was likely persuading you to join the blue and white Munich, was he not?" I declined his offer. Rest assured, he will not relinquish his pursuit easily. Are you not aware that Soren Gribouche bears the nickname Rubber Glue? Once he latches onto you, it's nearly impossible to shake him off, Cabanca stated. Pulai furrowed his brow slightly. I had thought that nickname pertained to his exasperating defensive skills on the field. Certainly not. He is not solely a defensive midfielder. That moniker was coined by those who found his tenacity unbearable. Pulai contemplated Gribouche's persistence in recruiting players for blue and white Munich and nodded in agreement. However, if you ever tire of La Liga, you might indeed consider a move to blue and white Munich, especially if you aspire to claim titles across all 5 major leagues. Cabanca remarked. Pulai realized, so, all this time, you were waiting for me? I ventured to Germany, and you plan to reign supreme in Spain? Cabanca smiled faintly. You overthink. Pulai, do you know why I transitioned from Manchester Athletic to Catalonia United? Is it because you seek a challenge? Cabanca shot him a disapproving glance, disinclined to engage further, and departed with a parting remark. We shall meet in the 3rd round of the league. In the 3rd round, the Madrid Pirates will host Catalonia United. The camera panned across the players seated in the front row. Feng introduced. These are the athletes nominated for the final 10 of the Ballon d'Or for both men and women. Each of them harbors hopes of claiming this prestigious award. Every player captured on camera wore a smile, but upon reaching Hulai, the tone shifted. He covered his mouth with his hand and leaned towards Meili, seemingly engaged in conversation. Their camaraderie appeared robust, contrary to the tense rumors circulating in the public domain. Meili maintained a polite smile until the camera moved past him, at which point he covered his mouth and furrowed his brow, inquiring of Hulai, "What are you doing?" I merely wish to demonstrate to the public that our relationship is quite amicable. Do you truly wish to witness our fans bickering incessantly online?" Meili found himself at a loss for words. He was well aware that his supporters and Hulai's were at odds, yet he had not anticipated the need for such concealment. "Or do you genuinely harbor disdain for me?" Noting his silence, Hulai pressed on. Meili replied, "I cannot say I hold any fondness. That is quite normal. I never expected you to like me, did I? However, one must at least put on a facade. You see, just moments ago, I was engaged in jovial banter with Cabin, and it did not hinder our fervor on the field, did it?" Meili conceded that Hulai had a point and nodded in agreement. It is essential to differentiate between conduct on and off the field. Excellent. We have reached a consensus on this matter. I truly wish to shake your hand to commemorate this moment, Hulai expressed. Meili smiled knowingly, finding Hulai off the field to be far more endearing than his on-field persona. "I have always had a question, Meili. May I inquire?" "What question?" "Well, seeing as you are 26, why is it that you do not have a girlfriend?" Meili's smile faltered, and he now found Hulai off the field to be 1,000 times more irritating than on the pitch. He turned his head away, dismissing the bothersome fellow. Feng, observing the broadcast of Hulai and Meili's cheerful exchange, mused, "It is quite intriguing to see them conversing so happily. I wonder what they are discussing." Such a harmonious scene is indeed rare. The grand finale of the award ceremony was the announcement of the Ballon d'Or for both genders. For the women's category, there was no suspense, as Li Qingqing claimed the honor for the second consecutive year. She led the Madrid Royals women's football team to a treble, clinching the Women's Super League, the Women's King's Cup, and the Women's Champions League titles. In the realm of women's football, she is undoubtedly the preeminent superstar. During her acceptance speech, she expressed her gratitude, but unlike the previous year, she refrained from saying, "Hulai, I am here waiting for you." What does this signify? It signifies that there is no need to wait. This year's Ballon d'Or is undoubtedly destined for our son. Xiaolon, seated before the television, excitedly clapped her thigh. Following the conclusion of the women's Ballon d'Or presentation, it was time to unveil the most prestigious award. Xiaolon straightened in her seat, murmuring, "It's coming, it's coming." On the screen, Feng also remarked, "Next, we will reveal the winner of the 2028 to 2029 European Ballon d'Or for men. I know this is the moment everyone eagerly anticipates." In contrast to the women's category, the men's situation is somewhat different. A montage of highlights showcasing the 10 candidates from the past season began to play. Once the clip concluded, the names and images of the 10 nominees appeared side by side on the large screen. Among them, 3 images were enlarged, ultimately leaving only those 3 to dominate the entire display. These are the players who have made it to the final 3, and they are assured a trophy. The only uncertainty lies in its quality. This year, the final 3 contenders are Hulai, representing the Madrid Pirates, Melabanija from the Madrid Kings, and Mark Becker from Blue and White Munich. Due to a lackluster performance last season, Kabenkoff failed to secure a spot among the final trio. He has been absent from the top 3 of the European Ballon d'Or for 2 consecutive years, indicating that it is indeed time for him to implement some changes. This year's Ballon d'Or ceremony has undergone adjustments compared to previous years, as Feng remarked. Last year, a short film concluded with the names and photographs of 10 nominees frozen on the big screen. It wasn't until the host announced the complete list of winners that only the images of the 3 awardees remained. This year, however, the suspense surrounding which 3 individuals would receive the trophy has been revealed in advance, shifting the audience's focus entirely to the quality of the trophy itself. Unlike last year, when Chinese fans worried about Hulai's chances of making it into the top 3, such concerns have dissipated. Yet, there are still those who fret over Hulai's potential to secure the Ballon d'Or. Feng continued, "This marks Hulai's second consecutive year in the top 3 for the Ballon d'Or, regardless of the final outcome. This underscores that Hulai has indeed ascended to the ranks of the world's elite players." As the host emerged from the side of the stage with the envelope in hand, The television broadcast zoomed in on the envelope he grasped. Everyone knew that the fate of the Ballon d'Or was contained within. I genuinely wished to reflect on the performances of these three players last season. But I recognize that the audience may not be keen to hear me ramble on, so I will be more direct. The host chuckled as he gestured towards the large screen behind him, and, under the watchful gaze of all, opened the envelope. He paused momentarily before announcing the name, creating a suspenseful moment that left countless viewers holding their breath. The broadcast captured Hulai, Melabinija, and Becker in a close-up shot. Surprisingly, their expressions were not tense, but rather composed. Perhaps because the suspense was not particularly significant, the host's deliberate attempt to build anticipation was ineffective on the three individuals involved. Their performances from the previous season were well documented, and they were acutely aware of their own chances. If a player who scored 95 goals in a single season, according to European media standards, and secured a treble cannot win the European Ballon d'Or, then how can this award claim to uphold its authority and fairness? After a brief, intentional pause, the host smiled and announced the name, Hulai. Chapter 20. Midnight and the Milky Way. Amidst the thunderous applause, Hulai rose from his seat, fastening the buttons of his suit. Simultaneously, Melabinija and Becker stood alongside him. As the three final awardees, they were to ascend the stage together to receive their honors. As for who would take home the silver and bronze awards, that remains unknown. However, few seemed to care. The primary focus was solely on who would be awarded the prestigious Ballon d'Or, while the silver and bronze awards merely served as mere embellishments to the golden accolade. In the news, there are mentions of it, yet during the live broadcast, only the fans of Meili and Becker seemed to pay any attention. When Hulai and his companions took to the stage, the television broadcast panned across the audience, capturing numerous close-up shots. Among them was Parati, the coach of the Madrid Pirates, who smiled as he applauded his protege. Additionally, Li Qingqing's beaming expression was even more pronounced, with a sparkle in her eyes. Oh, how delightful! Xialan, watching this scene from her television, clapped and laughed heartily. Even the European television broadcasters recognized the romantic connection between Hulai and Li Qingqing. This was not merely for the Chinese audience. This moment was visible to viewers worldwide. As the camera shifted back, Hulai, Meili, and Becker stood in a row on stage. Perhaps by design, or perhaps by happenstance, Hulai found himself in the center, occupying the coveted position. Just as last year, when the eventual Ballon d'Or winner Meili stood in the middle, with Hulai and Becker flanking him on either side. The award presenter was UEFA President Malvin Songi, who first announced the bronze ball winner, Mark Becker. The German striker, who had claimed the silver ball the previous year, found himself demoted this time, evident in his subdued demeanor, yet he graciously accepted the trophy with a smile from the UEFA president's hands. With Becker winning the bronze ball, it was clear that the silver ball would go to Meili, who received it from Songi. Finally, it was time for the announcement of the Ballon d'Or. Hifeng raised his voice in excitement. The camera captured UEFA President Malvin Songi as he accepted the golden trophy from the hostess and turned to approach Hulai. Congratulations, Hu. You have had an extraordinary season, and this is your well-deserved reward. With that, he handed the trophy to Hulai. Thank you, Mr. President. As Hulai grasped the radiant golden ball, he was struck by its unexpected weight. He had assumed that this hollow trophy would be light, but it surpassed his expectations. Perhaps it was the weight of the base. In that instant, he was transported back to the memory of lifting the national championship trophy for Dongchuan Middle School. Wearing the captain's armband for the first time, he recalled the moment when the trophy felt heavy in his hands, almost leading a guest to believe he was unsteady. Though he merely intended to jest, that guest had said something that remained etched in his memory. Be careful, this is the weight of a national champion. So now, was he truly holding the weight of the world's foremost footballer? Hulai gazed down at the trophy in his hands. If not for its substantial heft, he might have truly believed he was dreaming. After Hulai accepted the trophy, the venue erupted in thunderous applause for the three outstanding individuals on stage. Next, it was time for the Ballon d'Or recipient, Hulai, to deliver his acceptance speech. At this moment, Meili and Becker stepped back, allowing Hulai to shine. With a trophy in one hand and a microphone in the other, he cast his gaze upon Li Qingqing, who sat in her seat, smiling up at him. When I first began playing football, my sole aspiration was to join my school team. I never imagined I would stand here, cradling the Ballon d'Or trophy. He shook the trophy in his hand and spoke in his native tongue. I owe my gratitude to many, a list so extensive it could grace a red carpet. Yet at this moment, there is only one person I wish to thank. He pointed to Li Qingqing in the audience, declaring, I believe the greatest fortune in my life is having met you, Qingqing. Had I not encountered you, I might have remained an ordinary person, lost in the unknown of my whereabouts and pursuits. Certainly, I would not be here. The broadcast captured a close-up of Li Qingqing, her smile unwavering. Though her lips were pressed tightly together, her eyes gazing at Hu Lai with boundless affection. Last year, you said you would wait for me on this stage. Hu Lai lowered the microphone, gestured to the ground beneath him, and brought the microphone back to his lips. Looking at Li Qingqing, he said, Now I have arrived. In front of the television, Xiaolon was in tears, repeatedly murmuring, Oh, how wonderful. Finally, he has learned to speak wisely. What a pity old Li couldn't be here to witness this. The voice of He Feng echoed with excitement. Hu Lai has made the most heartfelt confession to his girlfriend Li Qingqing. We all know their relationship. Yet we seldom witness them openly express their feelings for one another. We had speculated on what Hu Lai might say at the award ceremony, but I never anticipated he would express it this way. Dear audience, there are always beautiful things awaiting you in this world. Tonight, at this very moment, the online discourse erupted into a storm. What the hell? Who says Hu Lai is a stoic man? Is this something a stoic man could articulate? What is romance? Brothers, behold, this is the epitome of romance. If a boy were to say something like this in such a setting, I would marry him on the spot. Why aren't they getting married yet? In the middle of the night, I'm being fed dog food. I only came to see Hu Lai win the Ballon d'Or. What? Hu Lai won the Ballon d'Or? Who cares about that? We just want to see him and Qingqing bask in their sweetness. My blood sugar is low. I could indulge in more desserts. I once pondered how such a stunning girl like Li Qingqing could fall for someone as plain as Hu Lai. Now, I understand why. Throughout their journey, Hu Lai has always cherished the serendipity of meeting Li Qingqing. His original intention has never wavered. What girl could resist such a boy? Thus, their fate was sealed the moment they crossed paths, though they may have been unaware at the time. It is truly heart-wrenching. This embodies the perfect love in my heart. Amidst the jubilation and applause, the three female football players who had earlier received their awards were invited back onto the stage. They were to join the male gold, silver, and bronze Ballon d'Or winners for a commemorative photograph. Here it comes. He Feng exclaimed with excitement that Li Qingqing and Hu Lai would share the grandest stage of individual accolades in European football for the first time. As Li Qingqing ascended the stage holding the illustrious Ballon d'Or trophy, she made a beeline for Hu Lai. Amidst the thunderous applause, she embraced him warmly. Wow! Exclaimed the host, unable to contain his admiration. After their embrace, Li Qingqing effortlessly positioned herself beside Hu Lai, prompting Mei Li, who had been standing next to Hu Lai, to take a couple of steps back. The others then arranged themselves around Hu Lai and Li Qingqing, forming a semicircle. Once the six of them were lined up on stage, the camera on the crane panned from the side, capturing each face in close-up for 1 to 2 seconds. After completing the round, the camera finally returned to face them directly. The audience rose to their feet, showering the 6 individuals on stage with applause, cheers, and whistles. Amidst the celebration, Hu Lai and Li Qingqing turned to gaze at one another, each cradling the golden trophy with their outer hands while their adjacent hands intertwined. The host, microphone in hand, boomed, Congratulations to you all. You are the most outstanding players in European football this past season. Hu Lai and Li Qingqing turned back to face the front. The lights from the theater's ceiling, the stage spotlights, the flashes from the cameras held by the photographers below, and the glimmers from the audience's mobile phones seemed to converge into a magnificent galaxy of stars unfolding before their eyes. In the early hours of today, during the European Football Ballon d'Or Awards ceremony, our players Hu Lai and Li Qingqing simultaneously won the male and female Ballon d'Or, setting a historic record, the first couple to achieve this remarkable feat. The broadcaster chuckled at this point, unable to suppress his laughter. A guest nearby joined in, jokingly remarking, "What kind of historical record is that? Who keeps such records?" He continued, "I haven't kept track, but I believe they are unprecedented in this regard. After all, even among footballers, there are few couples, and fewer still who possess the caliber to earn the Ballon d'Or. Thus, my assertion is not unfounded. I suggest Hu Lai and Li Qingqing apply for the Guinness World Records." The broadcaster and guest erupted into laughter, filling the studio with a joyous atmosphere. Meanwhile, Li Ziqiang, driving, adjusted the radio frequency. After the crackling sound of static, another voice emerged. "I must thank many people, a list long enough to grace a red carpet. However, at this moment, There is only one person I wish to express my gratitude to. I consider myself the luckiest person in the world for having met you. Ching. This was indeed Hu Lai's original voice. Following his heartfelt words, the host chuckled. Dear listeners, you just heard the most romantic confession in the world of football. Who could have imagined that Hu Lai's acceptance speech for his first European Ballon d'Or would be like this? Transformed gratitude into a heartfelt confession to his beloved girlfriend. The only shortcoming might be that Hu Lai did not kneel down on the spot to propose to Li Qingqing. Changing the channel. In contemporary society, far too many have become accustomed to expressing love merely through words. Even upon encountering a girl for less than 10 seconds, one might boldly inquire if she believes in love at first sight. Merely glimpsing her profile, one may turn to the internet seeking assistance in finding her, all under the guise of love while engaging in harassment. In the past, we were reluctant to express our innermost feelings. Now, our emotions overflow, and we shamelessly speak of love at every turn. However, this morning, on a stage in Frankfurt, Germany, Hu Lai and Li Qingqing illustrated for us the true essence of love. Li Ziqiang cast a glance at the car's central control screen. Yet this time, he refrained from adjusting the frequency, for they were all the same. Today, the entire world is engrossed in discussions about the tale of Hu Lai and Li Qingqing. He did not turn off the broadcast. Instead, he concentrated intently on driving. The car's audio system filled the air with the host's heartfelt voice. They have known each other since high school, marking a decade of shared experiences. Over these 10 years, they have faced farewells and reunions, yet regardless of the trials they endured, they have never forgotten their original intentions. Thus, when reaching the pinnacle of the world, Hu Lai's first thought was of the person who helped him the most. What could be a more profound declaration of love than a decade of companionship? We often lament that life would be wonderful if it were always like the first encounter. For Hu Lai and Li Qingqing, their lives truly reflect that initial meeting. Securing the car, Li Ziqiang walked towards the school's entrance. From a distance, he noticed workers fastening safety ropes while standing on ladders, hanging a new banner at the school gate. As he approached, he saw the retired principal, Zhai Guangming, standing in the small square in front of the school, hands clasped behind his back, gazing upwards, supervising the workers. It seems that Principal Jiang had prepared the banner in advance. Upon reaching Zhai Guangming's side, Li Ziqiang remarked, if he were unaware of the preparations, it would indeed be a grave oversight. The old principal snorted, then turned to look at Li Ziqiang, his gaze noticeably softening. Ziqiang, you have taught some remarkable students. Zhai Guangming's words made Li Ziqiang feel somewhat reprimanded. Principal Zhai, your statement feels like a rebuke, he replied, feeling aggrieved. Zhai Guangming burst into hearty laughter, his resounding voice prompting the workers on the ladder to glance back in curiosity. After the laughter subsided, Zhai Guangming patted Li Ziqiang on the shoulder. I have no remaining wishes, save for one. You must promise me this. What is it, Principal Zhai? How could I refuse your request? When you marry Qiulei, I wish to be the witness. In the future, when Qingqing and Hu Lai marry, you must allow me the honor of being the witness. Li Ziqiang was momentarily taken aback, then forced a wry smile. Children's matters are notoriously unpredictable. They haven't even discussed marriage yet. Isn't that painfully obvious? Hu Lai has already declared his love for Qingqing before the entire world. Will he dare to betray her later? He wouldn't. Li Ziqiang's expression turned fierce. Then it is settled? Zhai Guangming smiled slightly. What is there to doubt? Li Ziqiang realized that he seemed to have fallen into a logical trap. He hastily retorted, no, I meant, what if Qingqing were to kick Hu Lai? Zhai Guangming countered. Do you truly believe your daughter possesses such a nature? Li Ziqiang fell silent. Qingqing is not that kind of person, is she? If that is the case, isn't their marriage merely a matter of time? Li Ziqiang replied. Yet, I have no idea when they will wed. Young people's affairs concern me, as I fear I may wait indefinitely. Surely they won't delay until they are 40 to marry? Once again, Li Ziqiang found himself at a loss for words. Observing his silence, Zhai Guangming squinted slightly and said, so, Li Ziqiang, do you look down upon this retired old man? Do you believe I am unworthy to be their witness? Li Ziqiang quickly shook his head. Absolutely not. Principal Zhai? It would be their honor to have you as their witness. I don't consider it their honor, but rather mine, Zhai Guangming affirmed. Then it's settled. Once their wedding date is set, you must be the first to inform me. I would prefer not to learn of it through the news. Li Ziqiang nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Principal Zhai, I will certainly ensure you are the first to know. Good. Zhai Guangming responded, pleased. Now, you go about your business. Do not mind me. He then redirected his gaze to the banner being hung. The crimson banner bore golden letters. Heartfelt congratulations to our alumni Hu Lai and Li Qingqing for simultaneously winning the European Golden Ball, the first couple in history. Then, farewell. Principal Zhai, Li Ziqiang said dejectedly as he bid farewell to the old principal and walked alone into the school. The campus was quiet during the summer vacation, making the sounds from the soccer field particularly distinct. There, the joyous laughter of children could already be heard. The leaders had finally concluded their speeches, and the host announced loudly, "We invite all leaders and guests to partake in the ribbon-cutting ceremony." On the makeshift site, Xiaolon, donned in a flowing red dress, stood alongside the leaders of Dongchuan City. Etiquette ladies and kipeos presented red silk and colorful balloons to the dignitaries. Each individual was also accompanied by a lady holding a tray, upon which golden scissors rested. A cameraman raised his arm high, directing everyone to cut together. As he lifted his arm, Xiaolon followed suit, grasping the scissors from the tray and positioning them above the red silk. When he lowered his arm, she deftly cut through the silk as rehearsed. The balloons fell onto the tray, and the scene erupted in enthusiastic applause, while behind them, the inflatable archway released a cascade of confetti and streamers. In the distance, the rumble of machinery could be faintly heard. Today, at a construction site in the Hanjing district of Dongchuan City in our province, amidst the clamor of drums and the crackle of firecrackers, the foundation for the museum dedicated to our renowned football star, Hu Lai, has officially been laid. At the groundbreaking ceremony, a significant speech was delivered by a comrade, who emphasized the commitment made by the representative of the construction company, Jinshin Engineering Construction Company, Limited, ensuring the completion of the project with both quality and quantity. The first phase of the project is anticipated to be completed by March of next year, with the museum set to open to the public before the commencement of next year's World Cup. At that time, fans at the Hu Lai Football Museum in Dongchuan will have the opportunity to gain a comprehensive understanding of Hu Lai's journey in football. It is reported that the museum will also perfectly replicate Hu Lai's secret training base, which is expected to become a pilgrimage site for football fans nationwide. Simultaneously, as Hu Lai claims the European Ballon d'Or for the first time, his hometown, Dongchuan City in the province of Annong, presents him with the finest congratulatory gift. The people of Annong anticipate that Hu Lai will continue to excel on the field, contributing more spectacular goals to bring honor to our nation and his hometown. Additionally, according to our reporter from Jincheng, the Hu Lai Football Park project has also entered the public announcement phase. Chapter 22. The first of Asia. The first Ballon d'Or winner from Asia has emerged, Hu Lai. The Chinese superstar recently lifted the European Ballon d'Or at the UEFA Awards ceremony, becoming the first player from Asia to receive this honor. Previously, even South Korea's Park Chun-tae had not reached such heights. However, this outcome was not surprising. Last season, Hu Lai led the Spanish giants, Madrid Pirates, to a historic treble, an unprecedented feat in Spanish football history. Throughout the season, Hu Lai scored 95 goals, while Chinese media calculated his total to be 108, including 13 goals for the national under-23 team. He scored in 34 consecutive league matches and netted 23 goals in the UEFA Champions League, significantly surpassing the previous record of 17 goals in a single Champions League season set by Caesar. His remarkable achievements and numerous records made the awarding of the Ballon d'Or a natural outcome. Representing Hu Lai, a golden generation of Chinese football is rapidly emerging, evolving into Japan's most formidable adversary in the sport. In comparison, the younger generation of Japanese football is progressing at a much slower pace. Although we maintain the highest number of players playing abroad in Asia, we have fallen significantly behind China in terms of top-tier competitive strength. Below this article, there are comments from Japanese fans. Why can Chinese players win the Ballon d'Or? Has the jury of the European Ballon d'Or lost their minds? I believe UEFA should conduct a drug test on Hu Lai after every match. 95 goals in a single season must be due to doping. China excels at deceit. You are the ones who have lost your minds. Can you refrain from projecting your filthy thoughts onto others? Hu Lai's performance is indisputable, and this Ballon d'Or is well-deserved. Do you think you are superior to European experts? Fool. Baka. Whose side are you on? As a Japanese fan, why should I defend a Chinese player? While Hu Lai is indeed Chinese, he is also of Asian descent. His accomplishments in the global football arena are a source of pride for all of us of Asian heritage. Why should I not feel proud of Hu Lai? Ha, foolishness. You take pride in being Chinese, but the Chinese will not accept you. The comment section beneath the article erupted into chaos, veering far from the topic of football. Tetsuya Sugiyama, uninterested in the disputes, closed the article link. This piece was not penned by an ordinary internet user, but by a seasoned Japanese football journalist. The concluding remarks could be interpreted as a scathing critique from the Japanese media towards the new generation of Japanese players. Sugiyama, as one of the standout representatives of this young generation, found himself at the forefront of this fierce criticism. The domestic media essentially pointed at Sugiyama, questioning him. While Hulai has clinched the Ballon d'Or, what are you, Tetsuya Sugiyama, doing? Leading Vissel Kobe to the round of 32 in the Champions League. With a commendable tally of 7 goals and 11 assists last season, Sugiyama felt this was respectable. However, in the face of Hulai's 95 goals, it seemed utterly insignificant. The first Asian Ballon d'Or winner has emerged, Hulai. Sugiyama glanced at the headline on his phone, offering a wry smile. He vividly recalled the first time he heard that name, during the East Asian Cup of 2023. Alongside South Korea's Park Kyu-hyun, both young prodigies had fought through various age categories to reach the Olympic team, viewing each other as formidable rivals for their future careers. At that time, there was also a young Chinese player representing their nation, but Sugiyama initially could not recall his name, promptly dismissing it as unimportant. Feeling it paled in comparison to himself and Park Kyu-hyun, merely a concoction of the Chinese media seeking attention. Ultimately, during that East Asian Cup, a Chinese player named Hulai burst onto the scene, scoring 3 goals against the South Korean Olympic team, featuring Park Kyu-hyun, who was left looking like a fool. Despite quickly realizing that Hulai could potentially supplant the original contender to become a leading figure among China's young footballers, Sugiyama never anticipated Hulai's eventual meteoric success. Who could have foreseen that this individual would become the first Asian player to win the Ballon d'Or? For a considerable time, he might remain the sole holder of that title. If Sugiyama were to be 6 or 7 years younger, he might still dream of standing on the stage where Hulai stood yesterday, like the youthful protagonists in football manga. After all, who hasn't harbored such youthful fantasies? Yet after several seasons grappling in European football, he now comprehends the vast chasm between himself and the pinnacle of European football. As for Park Kyu-hyun, as the last of the 3 to arrive in Europe, he continues to struggle. This summer, he just switched teams, joining Getafe in La Liga, a club battling relegation. In this team, he cannot even secure a starting position, let alone compete with Hulai. Despite both he and Hulai competing in La Liga, it is believed that the South Korean media will refrain from sensationalizing the encounter between Hulai and Park Kyu-hyun, as they did previously with the Asian derby between Park Chun-tae and Hulai. This is primarily due to a desire to avoid further humiliation. Last season, the Premier League championship belonged to London Bridge. In his final contract season at London Bridge, Park Chun-tae finally secured a Premier League title, thus becoming the second Asian player to achieve this honor after Hulai. At that time, the South Korean media made quite a fuss about it, only to be met with ridicule from Chinese fans. After all, Park Chun-tae possesses a Premier League title, whereas Park Kyu-hyun has nothing to compare. He lacks any achievements to measure against Hulai. To hope to surpass Hulai in club accomplishments is a mere fantasy. The only avenue for Sugiyama to outshine Hulai lies in the national team arena, which also presents the greatest hope, given the formidable strength of the Japanese national team. As this thought crossed his mind, the standings of the current final round of qualifiers flashed before Sugiyama's eyes. The Chinese team stood at 24 points, ranking first, having qualified for the World Cup finals 2 rounds early. Meanwhile, the Japanese team, with 17 points, ranked second, leading third place Iran by merely 2 points. It is uncertain whether they will even qualify for the World Cup finals, let alone advance early. It seems that the national team path is not as favorable for comparison either. Feeling somewhat dejected, Sugiyama tossed his phone aside, choosing to ignore the online clamor. He focused intently on awaiting the results of the UEFA Champions League group draw. The awards ceremony yesterday was merely a spectacle for him. Today's Champions League draw was of utmost significance. Although his team, Weissdorf, has participated in the Champions League group stage for 3 consecutive seasons, there is some unfortunate news this season. Due to not advancing past the group stage in the previous 2 seasons, they find themselves placed in the 4th tier of the Champions League draw due to insufficient European competition points, making it likely to be grouped with formidable teams in a death group. Last season, they were placed in a group with Alvara, Tramed, and Brussels FC. Not to mention Tramed, they had not even faced Alvara, ultimately finishing third in the group and entering the Europa League, only to be eliminated in the first round of the knockout stage. This season, Sugi Yamada hopes for a favorable draw, and that the entire team will strive to advance to the Champions League knockout stage. Having played in Europe for so many years, he has yet to witness the grandeur of the Champions League knockout round, which is a significant regret. On the other hand, while a prodigious talent like Hu Lai has emerged among Chinese players, how is it that Xia Xiaoyu, Luo Kai, and Chen Xingyi all advanced to the Champions League knockout stage last season? Moreover, they all reached the quarterfinals, with Chen Xingyi even making it to the semifinals. Has there ever been a record of a Japanese player reaching the Champions League semifinals? Sugi Yamada could not recall. The highest record for Japanese players in the UEFA Champions League was established by the esteemed Akiyama Yoshikazu 17 years ago. During the 2011 to 2012 season, the Japanese midfield star, who played for the Bundesliga powerhouse Ruhr-Rhein, made his mark as a key player by leading his team to the semi-finals of the Champions League, only to be eliminated by the old rivals, Blau-Weiß Munich. This remains the pinnacle of achievement for Japanese players in the tournament. On the television screen, teams were drawn in succession and placed in their respective positions. Last season's Europa League champions, Sevilla, were seeded in Group A, while Blau-Weiß Munich held the seed in Group B. The seeded team in Group C was last season's Premier League champions, London Bridge, who, after losing Cabin Ka, were unable to successfully defend their title. Their fierce rivalry with the Stan Park Rangers ended in stalemate, ultimately benefiting London Bridge. In Group D, the seeded team was last season's La Liga champions and reigning Champions League title holders, Madrid Pirates. In instances where a single team occupies two seed positions, the seed will be passed on to the league champions with higher UEFA rankings. Thus, last season's Eredivisie champions, Rotterdam Elite, became seeded in this season's Champions League, placed in Group F. It is noteworthy that during last season's group stage, the then-reigning Eredivisie champions, Amsterdam Athletic, could only secure a second-tier position. The seeded team in Group E was the Serie A champions, Turin Bulls, who reclaimed the league title from Insa Blair. Group G featured last season's Primera Liga champions, Alvara, as its seeded team. In Group H, the seeded team was last season's League One champions, Paris Ager. Sugiyama Tatsuya, observing the teams that had already been drawn, was mentally calculating which group would be most favorable for Weisdorf as a fourth-tier team. Just then, he heard the announcer's voice on the broadcast, Weisdorf. Group D. Sugiyama Tatsuya snapped back to attention, refocusing his gaze to see Weisdorf's name appearing alongside the other teams in Group D, Madrid Pirates, Insa Blair, Lions, and Weisdorf. Here are the group results for the 2029 to 2030 UEFA Champions League season. Group A, Sevilla Navigators, Spain, Amsterdam Athletic, Netherlands, Messedir, Turkey, Bog Athletic, Belgium. Group B, Blue and White Munich, Germany, Stan Park Rangers, England, Piraeus, Greece, Belgrade Ghosts, Serbia. Group C, London Bridge, England, Catalonia Union, Spain, Donbass Black Gold, Ukraine, Zagreb, Croatia. Group D, Madrid Pirates, Spain, Insubra, Italy, Lions, France, Weisdorf, Germany. Group E, Turin Bulls, Italy, Tramed, England, Westphalia, Germany, FC Vorshi, Belgium. Group F, Rotterdam Elites, Netherlands, Manchester Athletic, England, Moscow Red Flag, Russia, Claude Rangers, Scotland. Group G, Alvara, Portugal, Ruhr-Rhein, Germany, Vesuvius, Italy, Prague Energy, Czech Republic. Group H, Paris Ager, France, Madrid Kings, Spain, Portuguese, Portugal, Aerobica Sports, Italy. As Hu Lai's vehicle approached the gates of the Madrid Pirates training facility, the fans, who had gathered along the roadside, surged excitedly onto the street. Fortunately, Hu Lai had anticipated this moment and had already reduced his speed. Perhaps it was his deceleration that prompted the fans to rush forward. Nevertheless, they did not entirely obstruct Hu Lai's path. Rather, they ran alongside the vehicle, exuberantly chanting, Ballon d'Or winner, Ballon d'Or winner, Ballon d'Or winner. Inside the car, Hu Lai smiled and waved at them as he gradually maneuvered closer to the entrance. Even after he had driven into the training facility, the cheers lingered in the air. This scene was featured in the evening news broadcast. Li Qingqing turned to glance at the television screen and teased, How does it feel, Ballon d'Or winner? I was genuinely startled at first. It seemed a bit exaggerated, Hu Lai replied. Later, I recounted this incident in the locker room. The captain informed me that I was the first player to win the Ballon d'Or while playing for the Pirates, and then it made sense why they were so excited. Indeed, you are not only the first from China, but also the first from Asia, and the first for the Pirates, Li Qingqing remarked. Subsequently, the club approached me, seeking my authorization. What authorization? I inquired. It is my consent for them to replicate my Ballon d'Or trophy, which they intend to display in the club's Hall of Fame. Did you agree? I did, since it was merely a replica. If it were the original, I would have declined. The original has to remain with my mother. Before Hu Lai won the Ballon d'Or, Xiaolon had already made a pact with her son. If he were to win the award, she insisted that the trophy must be placed in a museum. Upon their return from Frankfurt to Madrid, Hu Lai and Li Qingqing asked Song Jiejie to capture a photograph of them holding their trophies, which they subsequently shared on social media. The two most significant trophies, along with others, were then physically transported back to their homeland by Song Jiejie and his assistant. Despite the advanced security technology in Hu Lai's villa in Madrid for Xiaolon, no level of high-tech security could match the sense of safety she felt back home. She had often encountered news stories about certain football stars being robbed while away for competitions. Consequently, she was always eager for Song Jiejie to assist in bringing back trophies and medals, storing them in a temporary exhibition room within her residential community. This necessitated Song Jiejie's frequent travels between Spain and China, and thanks to the trophies, he enjoyed numerous delightful meals of Xiaolan's hometown cuisine. There was a humorous anecdote circulating online suggesting that Hu Lai's museum might not be completed yet, necessitating design revisions. Why? Hu Lai inquired curiously. Because it might not have enough space. Li Qingqing replied with a smile. Hu Lai waved his hand dismissively. That can't be, unless you plan to include your trophies as well. Why not consider incorporating your trophies? Li Qingqing responded with a laugh. That's akin to a couple being buried together. What does that even mean? A joint trophy display? What is wrong with that? Hu Lai retorted playfully. Li Qingqing replied earnestly, not at this moment. We are merely dating. We are not yet a married couple. So my trophies cannot be housed in your museum. Besides, why must they be in your museum? If I were to display them, it would be in my own museum. Hu Lai clapped his hands in delight. My mother is truly insightful. Oh, what did she say? She mentioned that within the museum project, a specific area has been allocated, awaiting the construction of your museum. In the future, our museums will be adjacent, and a single ticket will grant access to both. What a fantastic deal. What else did your mother say? Hu Lai paused, recounting. She asked when we planned to get married. The room fell abruptly silent. Li Qingqing remained silent. Hu Lai gazed at her and asked, Does your father, the coach, still have reservations? Li Qingqing shook her head. He hasn't explicitly stated his approval or disapproval. Of course, I haven't dared to inquire. I consider it a positive sign that he hasn't opposed our relationship. I'm cautious not to overstep. So, you truly have no idea what he thinks? Hu Lai asked. All right, I understand, he nodded. Next time we return, I shall ask him myself. What? Li Qingqing seemed taken aback. Such matters cannot burden you with the inquiry, can they? Once this season concludes, I will address it myself. Upon hearing Hu Lai's words, a smile gradually illuminated Li Qingqing's face. And she nodded, all right. However, she quickly furrowed her brow. No, you should refrain from asking after this season. Why not? Hu Lai questioned, perplexed. The World Cup is next summer. I do not wish to affect your performance. What does that matter? Hu Lai's sentence was cut short as Li Qingqing resolutely interrupted him. In any case, it cannot happen. Very well, then I shall wait until after the World Cup to inquire. Hu Lai conceded, noting that Li Qingqing did not oppose this suggestion. However, before that, I must first ask you, Hu Lai inquired, gazing intently at Li Qingqing, do you wish to marry me? I do. Li Qingqing responded with unwavering certainty, without a hint of hesitation. Then she reciprocated with a question, what about you? Do you wish to marry me, Hu Lai? Of course I do. He answered just as resolutely, without the slightest doubt. Upon finishing, they exchanged knowing smiles. It seems we could forego the expense of a wedding officiant, Hu Lai jested. A wedding, Li Qingqing mused, tilting her head towards the ceiling, feels so distant. Have you ever imagined what your wedding would be like? Hu Lai asked, curiosity piqued. No. Li Qingqing shook her head. No. Hu Lai responded, slightly incredulous. Is it not said that girls often dream of their weddings? Who told you that? Li Qingqing shot him a sidelong glance. When I was young, I had no such thoughts. As I grew older, I was consumed by training and competitions, leaving no room for such fantasies. Do you think the training at a professional football academy is akin to playing house. The regimen is grueling. Upon returning to the dormitory each day, I would be so exhausted that I could fall asleep without even showering. Hu Lai, however, interpreted her words differently. His eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "So I am your first love?" Li Qingqing, caught off guard by Hu Lai's angle, initially struggled to grasp his meaning. Once she realized, her cheeks flushed as she retorted, "So what if I am?" No, no, Hu Lai waved his hands dismissively. "You are also my first love." This time, it was Li Qingqing's turn to widen her eyes in disbelief. "You are lying." Hu Lai pointed to his own face. "Do you truly believe someone like me could be liked by a girl?" Li Qingqing hastily clarified. "No, I mean, did you not have feelings for anyone else before?" "Never." Hu Lai shook his head. "My mind was solely focused on football. I had no interest in girls, and they had none in me." Li Qingqing reflected on their first encounter, recognizing that Hu Lai was solely preoccupied with snatching the ball from her feet, concocting excuses, and playing the victim, going to great lengths. His passion for football was genuine, and his success felt well-deserved. "So why do I like him?" she pondered. "It is precisely because of the spark in his eyes when he speaks of football." With that thought, Li Qingqing rested her chin on her hand, slightly tilting her head, a smile gracing her lips as she surveyed the man before her. The image of the youthful boy from her memories merged with the man he had become. Though his appearance had altered slightly, his essence remained unchanged. "What are you looking at?" Hu Lai asked, perplexed. "You often say that meeting me is your fortune." "But Hu Lai, encountering you is my fortune as well," Li Qingqing replied, sidestepping the question directly. "When I returned to Dongchuan with my father from Quanshan Football Academy and transferred to Dongchuan High School, I was nearly ready to give up on football. Had I not met you, I might have devoted myself entirely to academics, aiming for a less prestigious university, and thereafter settling for a mediocre job." Li Qingqing recounted these past experiences, a journey of the heart she had never shared with anyone. How could the hope of the Chinese women's football team, the foremost star in women's football worldwide, possess such a despondent past? Yet, indeed, she had once wavered on the question of whether to continue playing, until she encountered the clumsy young footballer in her new home's backyard. At that moment, seeing your profound passion for football made me ponder, if someone like you never considered giving up, why should I? Hu Lai was genuinely touched. But upon hearing Li Qingqing's words, he wore a perplexed expression. "What do you mean? Someone like me? What kind of person am I? Resilient despite my physical limitations?" "Hu Lai, hey." Li Qingqing could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter. "Just kidding. Just joking. But I truly thank you, Hu Lai. Because of you." Hu Lai interjected. "Warm the Four Seasons?" This time, it was Li Qingqing who became incoherent. "P.S. Starting tomorrow, I will be updating once a day. Although Chengdu still faces some pandemic issues, they are largely under control, and there is no lockdown. As long as one has a nucleic acid test, they can go out. Hence, I have decided to take my wife and child out for some fun. Therefore, beginning tomorrow, I will be updating once daily. Thank you all for your understanding." Chapter 24. The return of the legend. The suspense surrounding the Ballon d'Or was unveiled, and the Champions League group results were announced. Everyone's attention shifted from the grand European stage back to their own little corner of the world. On September 1st, the second round of La Liga commenced. Following a victory in the first round, Sarria found themselves surpassing the reigning champions, Madrid Pirates, only to suffer a 1-3 defeat against Royal Cartagena in their away match, seemingly reverting to their former self. Catalonia League secured a narrow 1-0 victory against Malaga Athletic at home. Meanwhile, the Madrid Kings swept aside the newly promoted Beatica with a resounding 5-0 victory, with Melli netting twice again. After 2 rounds of the league, he had already scored 5 goals, leading the scoring charts. Hu Lai's ambition for revenge was palpable. Not only did he aim to surpass the Madrid Pirates in terms of team performance, but he also sought to outscore Hu Lai in his forte, goals. After Cerrato's retirement, Melli became the primary offensive player for the Kings, free from any constraints. The newly appointed head coach, Miguel Tavares, granted Melli unprecedented freedom, allowing the Argentine to unleash his shots from any position on the field. He would not face criticism for failing to pass the ball to teammates in more advantageous positions, resulting in missed scoring opportunities. The entire Madrid Kings organization had fully intertwined their fate with Melli's individual performance. They hoped he could replicate Hu Lai's miraculous displays from the previous season, propelling the team to greatness. To this end, Tavares adjusted the Kings' tactics to fully integrate with Melli. The entire squad was centered around him. In simple terms, passed the ball to Meli. It may sound simplistic and blunt, seemingly not reflecting Tavares' coaching acumen. However, based on the first 2 matches of the new season, the results were quite promising. The opening round saw a 4-0 away victory against Oviedo Athletic, followed by a 5-0 thrashing of Bietica. In total, the team scored 9 goals over the 2 matches, with Meli contributing 5, accounting for more than half of the team's goals. Indeed, he was reminiscent of Hulai's momentum from the previous season. The strategy of passing the ball to Meli has proven remarkably successful, with the media lauding him for liberating his true self and breaking free from previous constraints. Poised to evolve into his ultimate form, some outlets have not forgotten to express gratitude towards Hulai, attributing Meli's newfound prowess in the new season to Hulai's stellar performance last season, emphasizing that such fierce rivalry between formidable opponents is the essence of football's allure. This has understandably irked Hulai's fans, as the fact that Meli has scored 5 goals in merely 2 league matches and is being compared to Hulai by certain media outlets leads them to perceive it as an attempt to ride on Hulai's coattails. Meli's supporters, however, remain indifferent to these sentiments, even delighting in provoking Hulai's fanbase, as they revel in anything that unsettles them. Distinguished experts and former legends have already proclaimed that last season belonged to Hulai, while the current season undoubtedly belongs to Meli. The second round of the league for the Madrid Pirates is the final match of this round, as they face the Sevilla Navigators away. Each encounter between the Pirates and Navigators has birthed numerous stories due to their historical grudge. With Hulai's arrival, the animosity between these 2 teams appears to have deepened further. It must be said that Hulai is indeed a player adept at inciting hatred. During his time at Leeds City, he transformed them from obscurity into bitter rivals of the illustrious Trammead. It is well known that Hulai joined the Madrid Pirates carrying the deep-seated animosity of Sevilla Navigators fans towards him. Coincidentally, his first official match with the Madrid Pirates was against the Sevilla Navigators. Throughout his 3 seasons with the Madrid Pirates, he has consistently faced the Navigators at the start of each season, raising questions about a peculiar fate. Last season, the Madrid Pirates encountered various challenges early on. Yet it was in the match against the Sevilla Navigators that both Hulai and the team experienced a transformative turning point. From that moment, the team began to ascend against the odds, embarking on a rapid upward trajectory. They achieved a remarkable 22 consecutive victories in the league, only to be held to a draw by Serie 11 in the 27th round. Once, the Sevilla Navigators and the Madrid Pirates could engage in a back-and-forth contest, as rivals should. After all, what kind of nemesis is perpetually vanquished? However, since Hulai's joining the Madrid Pirates, the fate of the Sevilla Navigators has taken a markedly unfortunate turn. During the most challenging beginnings of the previous season for the Madrid Pirates, the Sevilla Navigators willingly offered themselves as a sacrificial lamb, suffering a 0-4 defeat to the Pirates, thus aiding the latter in escaping their crisis. Subsequently, Chinese fans humorously remarked that the Sevilla Navigators had provided timely assistance, akin to precision poverty alleviation. Yet this season, circumstances have shifted. The Madrid Pirates and the Sevilla Navigators have already crossed paths in the European Super Cup, where the Navigators showcased a commendable performance. Although they ultimately succumbed to the Madrid Pirates, many observers glimpsed hope in their potential to defeat the Pirates in the future. Perhaps this time, the Navigators can indeed overturn the Pirates on their home turf, bringing an end to the farcical return of Hulai. From the onset of the UEFA Super Cup, and even during the International Champions Cup warm-up matches, it has been evident that the Madrid Pirates' form is rather unstable. This may truly be Sevilla's finest opportunity to vanquish the Pirates. In this match, Parati deployed a 4-3-3 formation, with Hulai at the center-forward position, Camara on the right, and Tonini on the left. In midfield, Vukovic, Joaquin Bella, and Ramirez lined up in a row. Aside from Ramirez, who was primarily tasked with defense, the other 2 players did not have distinctly defined roles. The defense remained largely unchanged, with center-backs Riva Moreno partnering with Danny Drew, left-back Ioni Martinez, and right-back Irastus. The goalkeeper was the seasoned Havel. Sevilla's Navigators fielded their strongest lineup, clearly eager to redeem themselves in front of their home crowd and escape the ridicule stemming from the fans' jesting. However, some phenomena defy scientific explanation. The Madrid Pirates, who were set to challenge the Navigators away from home, exhibited a performance starkly different from their display 20 days prior at the UEFA Super Cup. In that match, the Pirates failed to score in the first half and found themselves trailing to a goal from Sevilla. Yet this time, The Pirates took the lead in the first half. The only solace for the Navigators supporters was that the scorer for the Pirates was not Hulai, but rather Vukovic, who opened the scoring with a long-range strike. For the moment, the fans of Sevilla need not worry about the jest regarding the return of their legends. However, such fortune was short-lived, as Hulai soon found the net in the second half. After Kamara penetrated the Navigators' penalty area, he was brought down by the center-back Victor Boyados. Initially, the referee did not call a foul, and the stormy atmosphere at the stadium filled with boos as the Navigators fans accused Kamara of diving. Nevertheless, the referee quickly halted the game, following a communication from the video assistant referee. The boos from the stands grew louder as the Navigators supporters sensed impending trouble. Ultimately, following the VAR's assessment, Boyados was deemed to have committed a foul, and the Madrid Pirates were awarded a penalty. Naturally, Hulai was entrusted with the responsibility of taking the penalty. As he stood at the spot, he was not only met with a cacophony of boos, but also targeted by several fans wielding green laser pointers aimed at his face and even his eyes. The lasers cast an eerie green hue across his visage, reminiscent of the Hulk. Hefone could not help but voice his criticism during the commentary, condemning the Navigators fans for such impolite behavior. Moreover, shining lasers into someone's eyes poses a risk of blindness, a far more serious offense than merely booing a player. In the televised broadcast, despite Hulai's transformation into a near Hulk-like figure, he remained unfazed, merely bowing his head slightly to shield his eyes from the laser pointers aimed from the opposing stance. At the sound of the referee's whistle, Hulai initiated a sprint and unleashed a powerful shot. The football soared towards the lower left corner of the goal. Meanwhile, Sevilla's goalkeeper, Antonio Gacuya, dove in the opposite direction. Hulai struck. Magnificent. The ball found the net. Yen Kong, who had been silent until now, clenched his teeth and shouted, "That's it. That's it. Scoring is your most formidable weapon. A goal is your most powerful retort. Say nothing, just score." He had refrained from boasting earlier, fearing it might jinx the team. Now, he could finally release the pent-up frustration within him. Scoring in 36 consecutive matches across seasons. This is Hulai. A legend returns home. Sevilla's fans, why aren't you out to welcome him? Haha. Hefone also laughed heartily, acknowledging that, albeit belatedly, this inside joke had finally come to fruition. Chapter 25. Disdain from the Chinese team. Hulai's prowess extended beyond just penalties. 30 minutes after his initial goal, he netted another. At that point, the match had progressed to 83 minutes, with Sevilla having previously scored, narrowing the gap to 2-1 in favor of Madrid Pirates. This solitary goal ignited hopes within Sevilla of equalizing or even winning the match. Thus, they launched a fierce offensive against the Madrid Pirates goal in the final 10 minutes. However, Parati had already exhausted all substitution opportunities. With the impending international match day, he had to afford his national team players ample rest to prevent fatigue-related injuries during their international duties. Yet, amidst all the substitutions, Hulai remained on the field. It was not Parati's intention to embarrass Sevilla. Rather, there was no necessity to replace Hulai prematurely. In the 83rd minute, Hulai received a pass from the Croatian left-winger Luka Salavic, who had just been substituted in, and executed a sweeping shot that found the back of the net, marking his second goal of the match. This solidified the scoreline at 3-1, sealing the victory. Ultimately, Madrid Pirates triumphed over Sevilla with this scoreline away from home. Post-match, some Pirates fans took to the internet to mock the Mariners. Last season, I recall we defeated the Mariners 4-0. It seems this season they are indeed more formidable, showing evident improvement. Immediately, someone retorted, "You are mistaken, 4-0 was at home. Last season, we won 3-2 away, and this season, the same applies. We scored 3 goals. But the Mariners managed 1 less. Thus, they have regressed." The banter continued, further ridiculing Sevilla Mariners. There are still some who speak with a sarcastic tone, pleading with everyone to refrain from saying anything about the legendary players returning home. In the home ground of the Mariners, Hulai managed to score only 6 goals across 3 matches. Conversely, at Pirate Park, he netted 5 goals against the Mariners. Indeed, it is true that he has scored more goals away from home. This is what one might call a legendary return. It is utterly delightful to see the rival fans being ridiculed. Following the match between Sevilla and the Mariners, the La Liga has temporarily halted its proceedings to make way for national team fixtures. Both the European and Asian World Cup qualifiers have entered their final stages. In the Asian qualifiers, also known as the final round, only 2 rounds remain. The outcomes of these national team match days in early September will determine which teams will secure direct passage to Spain and Portugal, and which will have to vie for the playoffs. The Chinese team has already secured their place in the World Cup ahead of the final 2 rounds. In another group, the South Korean team, led by Park Chun-tae, has also qualified for the World Cup finals in advance. This will mark the last World Cup appearance for the 34-year-old Park Chun-tae, 5 years from now, at 39. He will undoubtedly lose the opportunity to compete in the World Cup again, once known for his speed in his youth. The increasing toll of age and injuries has significantly diminished his pace, and without that advantage, he can no longer replicate his past glories. Aside from China and South Korea, the other teams have yet to secure their qualification, and they must exert every effort in the remaining 2 rounds. The Japanese team, in particular, is eager to maintain their record of consecutive appearances in the World Cup since 1998. In the last round of the final stage, Japan failed to defeat Iran at home, presenting a significant risk. They now lead Iran by only 2 points. Should they falter in the upcoming 2 rounds, they may find themselves in the playoffs. Their penultimate match will be against the Chinese team. For Japan, there is a significant advantage. The Chinese team's star player and top scorer, Hu Lai, has not been recalled by Jorge Dillon. In fact, aside from Hu Lai, another Chinese national team player, Ouyang Jin, who has recently joined the Clyde Rangers, has also not been summoned. Dillon adheres to the principle of not recalling players who have just gone abroad, allowing Ouyang Jin to remain with his club and adapt to life in Scotland. However, Ouyang Jin is merely a substitute for the Chinese team, and his presence or absence has little impact on the team's strength. Thus, Japan's focus remains solely on Hu Lai. As long as Hu Lai is absent, the greatest threat to them is non-existent. As for the others, they are of little concern. While they are undoubtedly strong, they do not match Hu Lai's prowess. According to Japanese media, aside from Hu Lai, the Chinese players who play abroad are on a comparable level to their Japanese counterparts. However, Japan boasts a greater number of players competing overseas. Therefore, absent Hu Lai, Japan is entirely untroubled by the Chinese team. Initially, following the Chinese team's early qualification for the World Cup, optimistic predictions emerged from Japanese media regarding the upcoming match between China and Japan in the final round of the qualifying series. There was speculation that the Chinese side might not recruit a single overseas player, leading to an effortless victory for the fully rostered Japanese team on their away game. Ultimately, only Hu Lai and Ouyang Jin remained abroad, while all other overseas players returned. However, for the Japanese media, this was an entirely acceptable scenario. Provided Hu Lai did not come back, everything else could be negotiated. In the roadmap envisioned by the Japanese media for their team's World Cup campaign, the Chinese team represented the most formidable obstacle. A victory against China in an away match would essentially guarantee 3 points and almost secure qualification. As Japan was set to host Thailand in the final round, who stood as the weakest team in the group, defeating them was hardly in doubt. With a win over China, Japan would effectively secure 6 points. Even if Iran won all their remaining matches, Japan would still maintain a 2-point lead over them. Jorge Dillon initially intended to refrain from selecting any overseas players. However, he was persuaded otherwise by translator Yu Jintao. I understand your perspective, Jorge, but Japan is a unique adversary. Against other teams, even Iran, relying solely on domestic players might suffice, but not against Japan. Dillon's strategy was to utilize the last 2 matches of the qualifying series to cultivate domestic players and bridge the gap between them and their overseas counterparts. Yet, after hearing Yu Jintao elucidate the historical tensions between China and Japan, he quickly realized the impracticality of his plan. Nonetheless, he remained firm in not allowing Hu Lai to return, not for the sake of rest, but to assess the current state of the Chinese team without him against Japan. This way, even if China ultimately lost to Japan, the performance would at least appear more commendable than a lineup composed entirely of domestic players. Crucially, by excluding merely Hu Lai, Dillon might avoid accusations from domestic media and fans of capitulating or displaying cowardice prior to the match. Chinese fans could bear losses to Japan when the Chinese football team was comparatively weak, but they could not accept a defeat devoid of resistance. Thus, if Dillon dared to field a team of only domestic players against Japan, he would undoubtedly face severe backlash. Furthermore, such a decision would be detrimental to the domestic players. Japan, in their pursuit of World Cup qualification, would undoubtedly exert every effort. For domestic players, already at a disadvantage, facing a fierce opponent on home soil, compounded by the historical grievances between China and Japan, would inflict significant psychological strain. Therefore, this approach would not only fail to develop them, but could potentially undermine their morale, imposing a burden that they should not have to bear, which would be exceedingly unjust. In reality, Dylan's decision not to summon Hulai back did spark considerable controversy. The media and fans have not accepted the arrangement merely because he recalled all overseas players except for Hulai. The primary reason is the overwhelming desire to see Hulai, who was supposed to make his first appearance before Chinese fans after winning the Ballon d'Or. Everyone has been eagerly anticipating that moment, ready to shower him with applause. However, Dylan's actions have marred this expectation. Naturally, some are disgruntled, and there are whispers wishing for the Chinese team to lose to Japan, providing ammunition to criticize Dylan. You didn't call Hulai. Serves you right for losing. May you face the consequences. Let us see if you dare to overlook Hulai again. Fortunately, he only failed to recall Hulai. Had Dylan followed his initial plan of not calling up any overseas players, he would not have been dismissed by the Chinese Football Association for losing to Japan, yet he would have undoubtedly alienated all Chinese fans and media. His standing in the Chinese public would have been precarious, with even minor issues potentially exaggerated into grave misdeeds by the media's conscious embellishment. It is truly unexpected that there would come a day when we would find ourselves looked down upon by the Chinese team, mused Tatsuya Sugiyama in his hotel room. Although it is indeed disheartening, this situation has significantly increased our chances of qualifying for the World Cup, remarked his teammate Takashi Hekawa. Others in the room nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Junpei Morikawa interjected, I advise you not to be overly optimistic. A Chinese team without Hulai is certainly not a toothless tiger. The others exchanged glances, prompting Sugiyama to rise and assert seriously, indeed, while they may be lacking Hulai, they still possess many players competing in Europe who are not inferior to us. In the match the day after tomorrow, we must give our all. We absolutely must reach Spain. The glorious tradition of Japanese football cannot end with us. Otherwise, we will truly be looked down upon. In Chapter 26, without Hulai, Ji Yuanlin approached his seat with a breakfast tray, passing by the table where Guangwei Wang, Xinghuan Zhang, Xiaoyu Xia, and Xingyi Chun were seated, and he paused for a moment. Guangwei, assuming he needed something, inquired, What's wrong? Lin shook his head. I was just wondering why it was only the four of you. I just remembered Hulai hasn't returned. The four of them looked at him, with Xingyi chuckling. What's the matter, little Lin? Aren't you used to not being verbally sparred with by Hulai? Bah. Lin spat lightly, waving his hand as he continued to his table. The four watched him depart before returning to their breakfast. Not just Lin. I too am somewhat unaccustomed to the absence of that noisy presence, Xinghuan reflected. Prior to this, Hulai had missed national team matches, but typically, it was not just him absent. Rather, most overseas players would be missing together, as was the case during the previous round of the qualifiers. After securing qualification for the top 12 tournament in advance, many overseas players were not summoned by Jorge Dylan to the national team. Zhang Xinghuan did not return to participate in any matches, not even the Zhonghua Cup following the 40-team qualifiers, as he had already been selected as an overage player for the U23 national team. During that time, he was engaged in training and warm-up matches with the U23 squad alongside Hulai, both serving as overage players. By the time they returned to the national team, it was already September of last year, coinciding with the commencement of the top 12 tournament. The scenario of Hulai alone not returning was indeed quite rare. I noticed discussions online where Japanese media expressed pleasure at Huji's absence from this match, believing it ensured Japan's advancement to the World Cup. Xia Xiaoyu shared this information with his companions, who responded with skepticism. Ensured? Xia Xiaoyu nodded, as they felt that without Hugo, the Chinese team posed little threat. They believed that, apart from Hugo, their overseas players were on par with those from Japan, and furthermore, Japan boasted a greater number of overseas players. Chun Xingyi clicked his tongue, questioning the normalcy of being looked down upon by Japan. Zhang Xinghuan shrugged and remarked that they had once been directly scorned by them, though the situation had improved in recent years. This improvement, he noted, was largely due to Hulai's rise. Wang Guangwei concurred, acknowledging that aside from the East Asian Cup's pseudo-national team, their first encounter with Japan was during the Asian Cup 2 years prior, where Hulai scored 2 goals, and again in the top 12 tournament, where he also found the net. Moreover, Hulai's sudden emergence in Europe had significantly shocked the Japanese, making their perspective understandable. In their view, the Chinese team's World Cup participation especially in advance of 2 rounds, was attributable to Hu Lai's contributions. This assertion was not unfounded. Indeed, Hu Lai's impact was substantial. Zhang Qinghua noted the disparity in goal contributions, emphasizing Hu Lai's critical ability to seize opportunities, which often determined the outcome of matches. Sometimes, the team that scores first gains the upper hand. However, Chun Xingyi argued that they too had made progress, recalling how he, Luo Kai, and Xiao Yu reached the quarterfinals of the Champions League last season, with him even advancing to the semifinals. He pointed out that the best achievement of Japanese players in the Champions League was merely reaching the semifinals. Indeed, we have made progress, Zhang Qinghua acknowledged. But our improvement stems from a previously weak foundation. A leap from 10 to 60 is significant, yet Japan started at 70. Chun Xingyi seemed poised to counter further. But Zhang Qinghua interjected, stating that the issue was somewhat moot. The Japanese media's perception that a Chinese team, without Hu Lai, lacks strength and can be easily defeated holds some merit. Yet, football is not merely a game of cards. True prowess is determined by performance on the field. They believe they can defeat us, so let them try, shall we? Brother Huan is right. Anyone can engage in empty talk. Ultimately, football is played with one's feet, as Xiaoyu concurred. Indeed, we cannot allow that rascal Hu Lai to think we cannot function without him. Wang Guanglei also expressed his agreement. We certainly cannot rely solely on him in the World Cup next year, can we? At the pre-match press conference, Luo Kai represented the players. He was subsequently asked by a reporter about Hu Lai. Without Hu Lai, will the team face challenges against Japan? Luo Kai fixed his gaze on the reporter for approximately 2 or 3 seconds without uttering a word, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. Fortunately, he finally spoke. We are a collective. A team. He offered no further response, choosing instead to sit in silence with a serious expression. It was evident to all that he was displeased. To be frank, the question was indeed rather impolite, as it questioned the capabilities of the national team members excluding Hu Lai. However, this was merely an extension of the media's dissatisfaction with Coach Dylan's decision not to call Hu Lai back, rather than a direct affront to the players. Had it been another player with higher emotional intelligence, they might have delivered some diplomatic remarks to sidestep the question. Yet, the one attending the press conference today was Luo Kai, who, after delivering his blunt statement, adopted a non-cooperative demeanor. Upon concluding the press conference and returning to his room, Dylan expressed his frustrations to his translator, Yujin Tao, about the absurdity of the question posed. Yujin Tao explained, "They are simply unhappy about your decision not to call Hu Lai back. Jorge, it is not directed at Luo Kai. No, I understand they are using it as a pretext. What I want to address is something else. Did you notice their question? Will it cause difficulties for the team against Japan? Listen, isn't that a trivial inquiry?" Dylan gestured dramatically. "My reason for not summoning Hu Lai is precisely to see how the team copes with adversity during matches. It is rare for us to face a fiercely competitive Japan. This is the best sparring partner one could seek." Clearly, Dylan was irked at the press conference, eager to vent his emotions. "Why do I assert that your media lacks professionalism? Because they still view the Chinese team through an Asian lens. As if our encounters with Japan in the final round of the qualifiers hold great significance, completely overlooking the fact that we secured our World Cup qualification 2 rounds early. The remaining matches against Japan and Iran are meaningless unless we use them for honing our skills. They have yet to realize that the preparations for the World Cup finals have already commenced for the Chinese team. They may believe that if they want to train, it would not hinder your ability to call Hu Lai back. At worst, he simply would not be allowed to play," Yujin Tao remarked. "It is not the same. It is completely different." Dylan shook his head. "The psychological implications for the players vary greatly with Hu Lai's presence or absence. I insist on keeping Hu Lai in Madrid, Spain, to ensure that all members of the Chinese team comprehend that there are no safety nets this time. Only through this method can we extract their true essence to the fullest extent. If we are to train, we must create the most extreme conditions. Do they not grasp even this basic principle?" Yujin Tao chuckled awkwardly. The level of Chinese media is indeed not high. He continued, "Take the recent debates surrounding youth training in Chinese football. It strikes me as rather absurd. At this juncture, how can there still be quarrels over youth training philosophies? What is there to argue about? European football represents the pinnacle of global football. All one must do is observe how youth training is conducted in Europe and emulate it. Our national circumstances differ. No, that is merely an excuse. There are no differing national circumstances. To aspire to create a starting technique superior to that of the world 100-meter champion without having even mastered the basics is preposterous. Until Chinese football achieves genuine success, it is imperative to adopt the most advanced football philosophies from around the world. Even if it means learning blindly, it is far superior to aimlessly theorizing on your own. At this juncture, Dylan sighed deeply. If this issue remains unresolved, even graver consequences await you in the future. Presently, I have merely refrained from allowing Hu Lai to participate in a single match, and your media and fans are unable to accept it. What will happen when Hu Lai and his cohort retire? Once they can no longer grace the field for your national team, where will Chinese football go? Will your media and fans still be able to bear it? Eventually, acceptance will be a necessity, whether you like it or not. Chapter 27. You had better give it your all. I am aware that there are some voices outside. Jorge Dylan paced back and forth in the locker room, speaking as he went. Beside him, translator Yu Jintao translated each of his statements promptly. Honestly, I do not appreciate those voices. I acknowledge that Hu Lai is crucial to our team, yet I wholeheartedly concur with Luo Kai's response at the press conference. We are a collective, a team. This serves as the finest rebuttal to those voices. Luo Kai pursed his lips, his expression impassive. Those who believe we would lose to Japan without Hu Lai are mistaken. Some have invoked previous instances, but you today are entirely different from your former selves. You have undergone a profound transformation. Thus, hearkening back to old records is rather ludicrous. I believe in you because you are my team, the product of my mediation, and I am well aware of your capabilities. Even without Hu Lai, you are formidable. Having briefly uplifted the team's morale, Dylan departed the locker room, making his way to the coaching bench with the coaching staff. Only the players remained in the locker room. Captain Yao Huasheng suddenly called out Wang Guangwei's name, saying, "Guangwei, please share your thoughts." All eyes turned towards him. In the spotlight, Wang Guangwei did not hesitate. He graciously stood up and addressed his teammates. "I have nothing much to say. I share the same sentiments as our head coach. Just consider, if we were to lose to Japan on our home ground, wouldn't that cement our association with Hu Lai? That wretched person would then revel in our misfortune. I doubt anyone wishes to witness that detestable figure gloating, right?" Upon hearing Wang Guangwei's remarks, the room erupted in laughter. Lin Ziyuan exclaimed jovially, "Finally, some noise. I can almost hear Hu Lai chattering in my ear." Amidst the laughter, Wang Guangwei joined in, and once the mirth subsided, he continued, "Therefore, let us silence Hu Lai with our performance in this match." Meanwhile, Hu Lai and Li Qingqing were seated on the sofa in their living room, watching the live broadcast of the match on a large television screen. "I thought finding a broadcast for this match would be challenging, but it turns out there's a Spanish station airing it," Hu Lai remarked. "After all, it's a match between China and Japan," Li Qingqing replied. Historically, fans in Europe, particularly from footballing nations, showed little interest in Asian matches. Consequently, it was quite rare to find a Spanish channel willing to broadcast them. However, the landscape has changed. An increasing number of Chinese players are making their mark in Europe, and last season, Chinese players reached the knockout stage of the Champions League, which has undoubtedly captured European attention. A similar phenomenon occurred with Japanese football in the past. Europe, once oblivious, became curious due to the influx of Japanese players in their leagues, performing admirably and thus igniting European interest. Chinese football is now traversing the path once walked by Japanese football. As the live broadcast commenced, the Spanish commentator provided a brief overview of both teams for the audience. Currently, the Japanese team stands second in the World Cup qualifiers, leading Iran by 2 points. Meanwhile, the Chinese team has already secured their qualification 2 rounds in advance. Impressive. They've truly done their homework, rather than just speaking aimlessly, Hu Lai praised. Perhaps for this reason, during this national team match, the Chinese head coach Jorge Dylan decided not to recall Hu, a significant advantage for Japan, potentially allowing them to easily defeat the Chinese team. "Nonsense," Hu Lai exclaimed. "That's pure folly." Li Qingqing interjected from the side. "It's all nonsense." Hu Lai frowned. "However, if it leads to Japan underestimating us, that could work to our benefit." Hu Lai shook his head. "Japan will not underestimate us. They must win this match to secure their advancement. At this stage, there's no room for complacency. They will undoubtedly give their all." The crucial match between the Chinese team and Japan in the final round of the qualifiers commenced at 8:15 p.m. local time in China. Due to daylight saving time in Spain, it was currently 2 o'clock p.m. in Madrid. Hu Lai and Li Qingqing concluded their morning training and returned home for lunch, intending to catch the match in the process. They would then head back to their respective clubs for afternoon practice. However, it was highly likely that they would not be able to witness the entirety of the game. Even if the match concluded punctually without any stoppage, it would still be 4 o'clock. Departing at that hour would certainly result in their tardiness, as both teams commenced their afternoon training at 4. Thus, they would likely only manage to watch a fleeting portion of the second half before having to turn off the television and leave. Despite it being a national team match day, Hu Lai's team, the Madrid Pirates, maintained their regimen of 2 training sessions a day rather than adopting a single session. As for Li Qingqing, the women's national team match day significantly differed from that of the men's, rendering it a regular league cycle for them. Amidst the clumsy commentary of the Spanish announcer, the players emerged from their respective locker rooms and entered the camera's view. From the moment he spotted the first Chinese player, Tatsuya Sugiyama's gaze remained fixated upon them. He was keenly observing, hoping to glean insights into their inner worlds through their expressions. He was particularly curious about the impact Hu Lai's absence had on them. Then he noticed the Chinese players approaching Junpei Morikawa, who looked somewhat surprised as he greeted Wang Guangwei, Zhang Qinghuan, and others. "What's with that expression?" Zhang Qinghuan teased. "Don't you recognize us, Morikawa?" "I do recognize you," Junpei Morikawa replied, albeit uncertainly. He had resolved not to greet his rivals before the match, considering the fierce rivalry between the two teams. The Japanese side placed immense importance on the outcome of this game. If his teammates saw him engaging in light banter with opponents they were determined to defeat, what would they think? Morikawa was not particularly concerned about how his teammates perceived him. Rather, he feared that such behavior might affect the team's morale. Thus, he had been holding back. To his surprise, however, his rivals approached him. This left him in a quandary, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, they were not there to engage in lengthy conversation, but simply said, "Please convey a message to them, Morikawa. Tell them to give it their all, or victory may elude them." As Zhang Qinghuan spoke, he directed his gaze toward the Japanese players behind Morikawa. After delivering the message, he patted Morikawa on the shoulder and departed with his companions. Once they left, Tatsuya Sugiyama leaned in to inquire, "What did they say to you?" "They said we should give it our all, or we might not win," Morikawa answered. Sugiyama looked at him incredulously, while Morikawa nodded affirmatively, confirming the statement. Upon overhearing their exchange, the surrounding teammates began to chatter, expressing their disbelief. "They clearly think very little of us. Even Hu Lai isn't here. So why are they so arrogant? It's just bluster." However, Sugiyama shook his head, asserting, "No, we truly must give it our all, otherwise we could very well lose to them." Everyone ceased their chatter, turning their attention to Tatsuya Sugiyama. In recent days, we have heard numerous voices claiming that without Hu Lai, the Chinese team would succumb to defeat against us. I am confident they have heard these sentiments as well, and it is unlikely anyone could remain indifferent upon hearing such assertions. Consequently, the Chinese players must be quite displeased. They may strive to prove their prowess even in Hu Lai's absence. If we do not exert ourselves fully, it will indeed be challenging to overcome them. This serious declaration was made by the Japanese team's midfield linchpin to his teammates. What are the little Japanese fellows saying? On the Chinese side, after arranging themselves in a line, they could not help but steal glances at the Japanese team. They first noticed Junpei Morikawa uttering something, which suddenly ignited excitement among the Japanese players. Alas, if only Hu Lai were present, we would know what the Japanese were discussing, though it likely isn't flattering. It seems Morikawa indeed conveyed our words. Look at how agitated those little fellows are. The Chinese players chuckled. They are actually laughing. Observing this scene on the television broadcast, Li Qingqing expressed her surprise. "Isn't that quite delightful?" Hu Lai joined in the laughter. "Why the mirth? Perhaps they are teasing the Japanese who seem to be faring well. I thought they might be somewhat anxious. Huh, how tense could a match against the Japanese team be? Besides, we have already secured our place in the World Cup. It is the Japanese who should be nervous." Hu Lai waved his hand dismissively. Li Qingqing laughed. "Oh, you boys' football team is feeling quite full of themselves, aren't you? A mere 3 days apart, and you expect to be viewed anew." The Spanish commentator continued on the broadcast. "The Chinese players appear remarkably relaxed. This is due to their early qualification for the World Cup, rendering the outcome of this match insignificant. Winning or losing holds no weight for them." What a ridiculous statement, uttered without any prior research. Hu Lai couldn't help but scoff. Chapter 28. First to strike, Tatsuya Sugiyama sidestepped Rui Min Gao, and, before Xia Xiaoyu could make contact, passed the ball. He collided with Xia Xiaoyu in the process. The ball he delivered landed at the feet of Japan's star striker, Ito Nuru. Within the confines of the Chinese penalty area, Ito Nuru made no unnecessary adjustments. Upon receiving the ball, he fired a shot on goal. The ball skimmed the grass and headed for the far corner. It was then deflected out of bounds by a hand. Lin Ziyuan. Wow, what a magnificent save. Ito Nuru's shot was unexpected, yet Lin Ziyuan's reflexes were even swifter. He must have anticipated that Ito Nuru would go for a direct shot. An impressive strike. You've brought me down. Rising to his feet, Lin Ziyuan turned and shouted at Ito Nuru in German. Although Ito Nuru transferred to the Premier League champion London Bridge this summer, he had previously played for Alman for 4 years, so he had no trouble with simple German. Lin Ziyuan's taunts in German were perfectly comprehensible to him. However, Ito Nuru paid no heed to Lin Ziyuan. The corner kick taken by the Japanese team posed no threat to the goal defended by Lin Ziyuan, as the ball was cleared by the Chinese central defender Wang Guangwei before it could reach him. The Chinese team seized the opportunity to launch a rapid counterattack. As Luo Kai retreated and intercepted the football, he passed it to the center, where Xia Xiaoyu was advancing towards him. Luo then turned and sprinted forward. Xia executed a diagonal long pass into the space ahead of Luo, allowing him to fully capitalize on his speed advantage. However, Japan's defense was swift, with Junpei Morikawa trailing closely behind. During a corner kick for the Japanese team, he had positioned himself as an improvised center back, anticipating a counter from China. Knowing the tendencies of the Chinese players, he began to converge towards the flank where Luo was located as soon as Luo received the ball, which had been deflected by Wang Guangwei. By the time Luo returned the pass to Xia, Morikawa had already initiated his run and reached the area. As Xia delivered the long pass, the timing aligned perfectly. Due to Morikawa's timely arrival, Luo was unable to exploit his speed advantage to break through. He had no choice but to abruptly halt, stopping the ball and passing it to the advancing Zhou Zijin in the center, who then shifted the play to the opposite flank. After receiving the ball, Chen Xingyi made a diagonal run into the penalty area, suddenly cutting inwards and striking with the inside of his right foot towards the far corner of the goal. Japan's primary goalkeeper, Nobuo Nishikubo, leaped into the air, striving to extend his arms. Unfortunately, he was unable to make contact with the ball, which veered past the far post instead of finding the net. Alas, Chen Xingyi. So close. Although the goal was missed, after the initial gasps from the stands, applause and cheers erupted. Perhaps there were a few who wished for the Chinese team, lacking Hulai, to lose to Japan, simply to put the obstinate old man Delong in his place, but such sentiments were in the minority. The vast majority of Chinese fans did not desire a home defeat to Japan. Thus, at the onset of the match, they rallied fervently behind their team. The Chinese squad did not disappoint. From the very beginning, they did not exhibit signs of being overwhelmed by the Japanese team's pressure. Instead, they engaged in an exhilarating back-and-forth contest with Japan, surprising many Chinese fans. The most astonished, however, were the Japanese supporters watching from their screens. Initially, like the optimistic Japanese media, they believed that a China team without Hulai posed little threat, and that their fully armed squad could easily conquer China, even away from home. Yet, 10 minutes into the match, they witnessed a resilient Chinese team trading blows with Japan. Although Japan launched a fierce offensive from the outset, hoping to score quickly and seize control, they were met with a fierce counter from China. The ferocity of China's response forced Japan to slow their attacking tempo and reconsider their defensive strategy. The absence of Hulai prompted China to adopt an alternative approach, altering their formation from 3-5-2 to 3-4-3. In attack, Luo Kai and Chen Xingyi reverted to playing as wingers, though they were required to retreat and assume the role of wingbacks during defensive phases. This imposes a considerable demand on their physical stamina. However, with their training in European football, Luo Kai and Chen Xingyi navigate Asian-level matches with relative ease. Chen Xingyi's recent missed shot epitomizes the Chinese team's offensive efforts during this period. Ordinarily, when Luo Kai was thwarted by Senkawa Junpei, the Chinese team's counterattack might have faltered. Yet, Luo Kai swiftly redirected the play, and his teammates actively supported him, ultimately transitioning the counterattack from the right flank to the left, creating a genuine threat. This stands in stark contrast to previous instances where the Chinese team's attacks were merely one-off attempts, completely collapsing upon encountering resistance. Although a goal was not scored, the display of our momentum is of paramount importance. Facing formidable adversaries like Japan, It is crucial not to succumb to fear. The live commentator, Hefeng, vociferously rallied the team. Each time a Chinese player gained possession, the stands erupted with resounding cheers from the Chinese fans, offering their unwavering support. Conversely, when Japanese players took possession, jeers filled the air, with only Senkawa Junpei receiving minimal boos. His experience in the Chinese Super League and amicable relations with several Chinese players have endeared him to the fans. In the context of national pride and rivalry, this is the extent of the fan sentiments. It is utterly inconceivable for them to cheer for Senkawa, with the best they can manage being a reduction in jeers. When Senkawa received the ball, the boos were somewhat sporadic, but as he passed to Sugiyama Tatsuya, the cacophony of jeering intensified. In truth, the Chinese fans harbor no particular disdain for Sugiyama, unlike Park Kyu-hyun, who once disrespected a trophy during a match in China. The fans boo Sugiyama merely to impose psychological pressure, compelling him to underperform. Sugiyama Tatsuya, a key player in the Japanese national team, significantly influences their overall performance. Amid the jeers, while facing Gao Rumin's defense, Sugiyama executed a subtle change of pace to evade his opponent, but soon found himself challenged by Xia Xiaoyu. The two engaged in a tussle, and although Sugiyama managed to pass the ball, he squandered the optimal moment for a decisive play. Upon receiving the ball, Ito Masaru was quickly detained by Mao Junjung, only for Wang Guangwei to arrive and with a swift maneuver, intercept the ball. The jeers instantly transformed into cheers. In the midst of the uproar, Wang Guangwei passed the ball to the retreating Xia Xiaoyu. Instead of directly controlling the ball, Xia feigned a reception, luring Sugiyama to commit to a challenge. He then pivoted from the opposite side, effectively adjusting and turning. Just as he completed his turn, he was confronted by Senkawa Junpei, who had evidently anticipated his intentions and lay in wait. Xia Xiaoyu instinctively nudged the ball away, and fortunately, Zhang Qinghuan was nearby, preventing it from falling into the possession of Japanese players. Junpei Morikawa's attempt to seize the ball was a daring endeavor. Had he succeeded, he could have launched an immediate counterattack, posing a direct threat to the Chinese team's goal. However, should he fail, the space left behind him would be exploited by the Chinese team, just as it is now. As Zhang Qinghuan received the ball, he swiftly turned and surged forward with determination. Observing this, Zhou Zijin did not merely run ahead, but instead chose to retreat, closing the gap between himself and Zhang Qinghuan. Meanwhile, on the flanks, Chen Xingyi raced forward along the left side, while Luo Kai cut diagonally in from the right, filling the void left by Zhou Zijin's withdrawal. As Zhang Qinghuan advanced with the ball, he discerned the unfolding situation and executed a precise diagonal long pass, sending the ball skimming along the grass towards the left flank. Chen Xingyi, fully capitalizing on his speed, raced alongside Japan's right back, Yoshitomo Kyoto, ultimately overtaking him to receive Zhang Qinghuan's pass. What a splendid play! The crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Chen Xingyi then lifted the ball to cross it into the box, the football tracing an arc as it soared towards Japan's penalty area. Leading the charge, Luo Kai leaped high, propelled by his sprint, to meet the ball with a header. Japan's central defender and national team captain, Kengo Yamashita, attempted to contest the header as he retreated, but failed to make contact. Luo Kai's header was magnificent, with a triumphant shout from Hefeng. The ball was directed towards the upper left corner of the goal. Despite the efforts of Japan's goalkeeper, Nobuo Nishikabo, to make a save, he was unable to reach it in time, and the ball found its way into the net. Amidst the resounding cheers, the Chinese team broke the deadlock, taking the lead after just 18 minutes of play. Chapter 29, a back-and-forth encounter. Wow. The Chinese team is in the lead. The goal was scored by Luo, without who the Chinese team remarkably managed to score first. The excitement of the Spanish commentator resonated through the television. Hulai could only roll his eyes in response, expressing his discontent with the commentator's arrogance and bias. Li Qingqing smiled reassuringly. Opportunities for Chinese football to present itself collectively on the European stage are indeed rare. Things will improve in time. The World Cup is set to take place in Spain and Portugal next year. By then, they will truly understand the essence of the Chinese team. Hulai nodded, refraining from further comments, recognizing the truth in his girlfriend's words. For a long time, Chinese football has been regarded by Europeans as inferior and unworthy of attention. It was only due to Hulai's influence that they took a fleeting interest. But their understanding remained superficial. Perceptions of Chinese football, much like those of China itself, were fraught with various absurd stereotypes. To alter this narrative, It is indeed reliant on the tangible performance of Chinese players. Japanese football has undergone a strikingly similar journey. Initially, due to the global marketing of Japanese products, Europeans believed that Japanese players were merely representatives sent by Japanese companies to promote their goods in order to penetrate the European market, rather than athletes coming to play football. This perception only began to shift as an increasing number of Japanese players emerged on European fields, showcasing their remarkable talents. Chinese football must traverse a similar path, albeit with a distinctive difference. Chinese enterprises are reluctant to invest in sending their players abroad, fearing backlash from domestic public opinion. Given the tarnished image of Chinese football at that time, associating it with the sport was anything but advantageous. While Japanese companies could leverage their support for players to promote their brands, the same could not be said for Chinese enterprises, which might only incur everlasting disgrace. Despite Hu Lai's exceptional individual performance, even earning the prestigious European Golden Ball, many Europeans still regard Chinese football as lacking in overall strength. Apart from Hu Lai, other members of the Chinese team are scarcely considered worthy, and without him, the team is perceived as an easy target. This sentiment is not exclusive to Europeans. Even Japanese media share similar views, and some Chinese fans hold this perspective as well. It is not entirely fair to label them as lacking confidence. After all, football is fundamentally about tangible results. Until actual achievements are made, one cannot fault others for their skepticism. Fortunately, the upcoming World Cup will take place in Europe, allowing the continent to witness the Chinese team's performance firsthand. Should the team demonstrate sufficient prowess, it is conceivable that European opinions on Chinese football may undergo a significant transformation. As the match resumed, with China in the lead, the team sought to capitalize on their momentum and secure another goal. They indeed created a promising opportunity. But Zhou Zijing's shot within the penalty area was thwarted by the Japanese goalkeeper, Nishikubo Nobuo. Hu Lai, witnessing Zhou's missed chance, clasped his head in despair, exclaiming in frustration. Li Qingqing, observing his reaction, remarked, "At least you're watching from the comfort of your own living room. If you were on the sidelines, this moment might lead people to speculate about your dissatisfaction with Zhou." Hu Lai shook his head. "No, that wouldn't happen. Even before the match concludes, rumors about my dissatisfaction with Zhou are already circulating." Zhou Zijing, himself filled with regret over the missed opportunity, clasped his head and let out a profound sigh. The Spanish commentator on television noted, "Zhou currently plays for Leeds United in the Premier League, having scored 10 goals across all competitions last season. But he has yet to find the net this season." After weathering China's initial surge, the Japanese team began to strategize their counterattack. With the score against them, they found themselves cornered. The silver lining was that China had taken an early lead, granting them ample time to assert their dominance. Had China only gained the upper hand in the final moments, the Japanese team would have been in dire straits, perhaps unable to recover. It must be acknowledged that Japan's overall strength remains formidable, as nearly all their starting players possess experience playing in Europe, which allowed them to maintain composure in the face of an unexpected setback. Instead, they swiftly adjusted from the setback of conceding a goal. They remained unhurried, initiating their offensive through long passes from the backline, maintaining their previous tactical approach. Capitalizing on their technical superiority in midfield, they proceeded steadily and deliberately. They did not rush to deliver the ball directly into the Chinese team's 30-meter zone for a shot. Rather, they exchanged passes in midfield, searching for opportunities to lull the Chinese defense into complacency. The wingers, Luo Kai and Chun Xingyi, were compelled to retreat into the defensive third, further stifling the Chinese team's attack. Daizai Sugiyama, with his remarkable skill and awareness, continuously navigated the midfield area, assisting his teammates in orchestrating play. Sugiyama had indeed improved significantly after his stint with Visator in the Champions League. Observing the match from a godlike perspective, Hu Lai remarked to Li Qingqing that if Sugiyama had joined a team where he could secure a starting position earlier, his progress might have been even more pronounced. However, he ended up at Blau-Weiß Munich. After Sugiyama's participation in the 2024 Madrid Olympics, he caught the eye of Blau-Weiß Munich and made a highly publicized transfer to the Bundesliga giant, which was a sensational piece of news at the time. Even Chinese media expressed envy, believing that Sugiyama's ability to join Blau-Weiß Munich was yet another testament to the superiority of Japanese football over Chinese football. Consequently, when rumors circulated about Hu Lai and Real Madrid, and ultimately Hu Lai did not make the move, many media outlets and fans were left discontented. feeling that Chinese football had squandered a prime opportunity to surpass Japanese football. They considered Real Madrid to be of a higher caliber than Blau-Weiß Munich. And if Hulai had joined Real Madrid, he could have overshadowed Sugiyama and emerged as a standout among young Asian players. Of course, the trajectories of the two players diverged dramatically. The once prominent Sugiyama languished at Blau-Weiß Munich, wasting considerable time through multiple loan spells. It was only after joining Visator that he found an environment suited to him and began to thrive. However, at 27, he was no longer young and lacked the space for further trial and error. For him, playing at Visator felt like a high-stakes gamble. Failure would lead to dire consequences. In contrast, Hulai commenced his career at Leeds City, a newly promoted team in the Premier League, progressing steadily and methodically. He has now become one of the world's elite players. One cannot help but reflect on the nature of fate, while personal effort is undeniably important. Making the right choices holds equal significance. Had Hulai, swayed by vanity, chosen to join Real Madrid, what achievements he might have attained remains a mystery, even to him. As the Japanese team advanced their attack, they were thwarted when Wang Guangwei headed the ball away upon entering the Chinese team's penalty area. Zhang Qinhuan, retreating to collect the ball, turned to advance. Upon turning, he found himself confronted by Junpei Morikawa. Lowering his left shoulder as if to drive the ball down the left flank, he abruptly used the outside of his right foot to redirect the ball towards the center. Attempting to evade Morikawa, Miyagawa Junpei was not deceived by him at all. With a swift stride forward, he deftly nudged the football on the outer side of his right foot, sending it behind Zhang Qinhuan. Zhang Qinhuan stumbled slightly, losing his position. By the time he turned to pursue, Miyagawa Junpei had already sprinted towards the Chinese team's penalty area with the ball at his feet. Fortunately, Gao Rumin remained steadfast at his post. Just as Miyagawa Junpei took another step, he found himself confronted by the alert Gao Rumin, forcing him to decelerate. At that moment, Zhang Qinhuan was also closing in. Miyagawa Junpei shielded the ball, evading Zhang Qinhuan's charge, and then dribbled laterally. Zhang Qinhuan, unable to pivot in time, dashed straight towards the vacant space behind Gao Rumin to provide support. Meanwhile, Gao Rumin shadowed Miyagawa Junpei, attempting to maintain his position in front of him. After adjusting his angle, Miyagawa Junpei attempted to deliver a forward pass to Yin Tingnu, who was making a diagonal run behind the Chinese defense. Wang Guangwei, positioned perfectly to intercept, lunged with his foot and deflected the ball away. However, the deflected ball landed at the feet of Sugiyama Tatsuya, positioned at the top of the penalty arc. In a moment of urgency, he controlled the ball, which struck the inside of his foot with force. Bouncing high and flying towards the penalty area, Sugiyama Tatsuya quickly adjusted his steps to pursue the ball, and, just before Liu Yin and Mao Junjung could close him down, executed a half-volley shot. As the ball hurtled towards the goal, it grazed Liu Yan's outstretched calf, altering its trajectory slightly as it headed for the bottom left corner of the net. Lin Ziyuan, despite his dive, was rendered helpless against the shot aimed at the dead corner. He fell to the ground, watching helplessly as the ball sailed past his fingertips and nestled into the net, brushing against the inside of the post. In the 31st minute of the first half, the Japanese team equalized the score. Chapter 30. The cornered Japanese team. After taking the shot, Sugiyama Tatsuya fell to the ground, but his eyes remained fixated on the ball until it crossed the goal line. He sprang to his feet, raising his arms in jubilant celebration. "Sugiyama Tatsuya!" exclaimed the Japanese commentator, his voice elongated in a fervent roar. "It's in. The score is equalized. Now it stands at 1-1. We leveled the playing field in the 31st minute of the first half. There is still hope. Don't give up. Go Japan." The commentator's excitement stemmed from the match's implications for Japan's chances of securing a World Cup berth. After China had taken the lead, he had endured a sense of anguish and urgency for his team. A tremendous weight loomed over everyone's hearts, akin to a boulder poised to fall at any moment. Witnessing Sugiyama Tatsuya's goal, the commentator felt a sense of relief wash over him, regardless of the final outcome. Sugiyama Tatsuya's goal was undoubtedly a harbinger of good fortune. The Chinese commentator Feng sighed deeply, lamenting the unfortunate sequence of events. The incisive through ball from Morikawa Junpei had been anticipated by Wang Guangwei, yet his attempt to intercept inadvertently deflected the ball to Sugiyama Tatsuya. Sugiyama's response was swift. Despite a slightly heavy touch, he managed to follow through with an immediate half volley. Had he opted to wait for the ball to settle completely, He would have lost the opportunity to shoot due to the defensive positioning of Mao Jun and Liu Yan, who had already positioned themselves in front of him. Though somewhat disheartened by the conceded goal, Feng maintained his composure, providing analysis to the viewers. This was partly due to his professional integrity as a commentator, and partly because the Chinese team had already secured advancement, allowing him to adopt a more relaxed perspective to navigate the fluctuations of the match. Despite the historical animosity between China and Japan, the reality remains that losses to Japan are not unprecedented. In fact, there have been numerous occasions where defeat at their hands has occurred. As a professional football commentator, Feng's approach to analysis diverged from that of an ordinary fan. He supported coach Jorge Dylan's decision to utilize the final 2 matches of the final round for honing skills. Given the nature of training, losses are to be expected. As long as the match aligns with the pre-established strategy set forth by the coaching staff, Feng felt it was acceptable, regardless of the outcome. However, the majority of fans held a different perspective. Consequently, after the goal was conceded, the stands erupted with a cacophony of boos and jeers, directed at both the Japanese team for scoring and the Chinese team for conceding. The exclusion of Hu Lai from the match had already unsettled many Chinese fans, and now, with the equalizer from Japan, it seemed they attributed the failure to his absence. Many speculated that had Hu Lai been present to convert Zhou Zijing's earlier opportunity, they would have been leading by 2 goals, making it implausible for Japan to score. During this tense period, the Japanese team relentlessly pressured the Chinese side. Amidst the din of discontent, the broadcast camera shifted to coach Jorge Dylan, who stood calmly at the sideline, exhibiting no visible emotion in response to the conceded goal. His assistant, Kailais Kuros, and translator Yu Jintao flanked him, both also observing the unfolding events. In contrast to Dylan's tranquility, Yu Jintao appeared to be murmuring something, perhaps commenting on the crowd's reaction. It was evident that not all the jeers were aimed solely at the Japanese team. Dylan remained composed, stating in a steady tone, "Of course, part of that is directed at us as well. But that is inconsequential. As a coach, one must uphold their principles and not be swayed by the whims of the fans. Who understands better, the fans or the coach? We cannot yield to the crowd's discontent. Otherwise, we might as well let the fans take over coaching duties." As the match resumed amidst the boos, the Japanese team, buoyed by their equalizer, launched a fierce assault on the Chinese goal. The Chinese team was compelled to retreat into a more defensive stance, striving to withstand the imminent onslaught from their opponents. Just how fierce was the Japanese offensive? Even Junpei Morikawa attempted a long-range shot, showcasing commendable execution, at least avoiding a high miss. The ball, however, veered slightly off target, flying out of bounds by approximately 2 to 3 meters. This marked the second encounter between the Chinese and Japanese teams in the final round of qualifiers. And compared to their previous clash a year ago, the Chinese players could distinctly feel the heightened pressure from their Japanese counterparts in attack. A year prior, Japan's World Cup qualification prospects were not as dire as they are now. Although they ranked 3rd in their group at that time, there were still 7 rounds left in the qualifiers. Back then, no Japanese player would have believed they would ultimately face the possibility of a playoff. Their motivation stemmed more from the desire to avoid losing to China at home. It was a matter of pride. Today, however, they are genuinely fighting for survival. In another match of the qualifiers held last night, Iraq suffered a 1-5 defeat at home to Iran. With this result, Iran has now drawn level with Japan on points. But their goal difference is significantly better, 12 compared to Japan's 6. Consequently, Japan's ranking has slipped to 3rd place, which necessitates a playoff against the 3rd-place team from another group, with Australia currently the most likely candidate for that position. Should Japan find themselves in a playoff, Australia would almost certainly be their opponent. After overcoming Australia, Japan would then vie for the last World Cup berth against the 4th-place team from the North and Central American region. Given Japan's prowess, they would undoubtedly be favored in such a playoff, with little doubt of victory. Yet, aside from their inaugural World Cup qualification in 1998, how many years has it been since Japanese football experienced the necessity of a playoff to reach the World Cup finals? Is it not somewhat humiliating to resort to such measures? It certainly raises questions of pride. As the pinnacle of Asian football, Japan has long been accustomed to strength and dominance. Now, cornered unexpectedly, they feel both alienated and enraged. This anger is entirely different from the disappointment of being defeated at home by China. "Watch out, Ito!" Feng exclaimed as Liu Yin blocked Ito's shot with his body. The second rebound was again controlled by the Japanese team. Tatsuya Sugiyama feigned a direct shot, lifting his foot high before gently lowering it, using the outside of his foot to pass the ball to the right winger, Akira Fuku's. Without taking a touch, Fuku's unleashed a shot. Fortunately, Lin Ziyuan was perfectly positioned, requiring no movement to secure the ball in his embrace. What a splendid save. Lin Ziyuan executed that beautifully, demonstrating excellent positioning. Feng and Yin Kong exhaled in relief. During this period, the Chinese defenders and goalkeeper have been prominently involved. As the Japanese team has largely dominated the attack, everyone hopes the Chinese team can hold their ground. As it stands, the defensive line has indeed held firm as the first half of the match nears its conclusion. Although the match featured numerous thrilling moments akin to those experienced earlier, the Chinese team truly demonstrated their defensive prowess. With merely 2 minutes remaining in the first half and the stoppage time unlikely to be extensive, the Chinese team, despite conceding an equalizer, maintained a commendable composure following the goal. If they could preserve this scoreline until halftime, one could trust that Dylan would implement the necessary adjustments. It must be noted that, despite not calling up Hu Lai, the Chinese team's performance in the first half was far from disappointing. As Feng was speaking, goalkeeper Lin Ziyuan propelled the ball forward with his hands. Zhou Zijing retreated to provide support, heading the ball back to a teammate in central midfield. Gao Rumin received the ball and opted to shift it to the flanks for Luo Kai. However, prior to receiving the ball or making the pass, he failed to cast a glance in the direction he intended to send the ball. Consequently, when he executed the pass, it did not find Luo Kai's feet, but rather fell into the possession of Japan's left back, Kawasaki Eiji. It appeared evident that Gao Rumin inadvertently gifted the ball to Kawasaki Eiji. The Japanese left back had advanced almost to the position of a left winger, illustrating the urgency of the Japanese side. Logically, with the opposing fullback so high up the pitch, had Gao Rumin successfully delivered the ball to Luo Kai, it would have presented an excellent counter-attacking opportunity. Instead, it inadvertently bestowed an attacking chance upon the Japanese team. Kawasaki Eiji, taken aback by this unexpected gift from the Chinese team, adjusted his position before opting not to carry the ball himself, but to deliver a diagonal pass to Sugiyama Tatsuya, who was poised in the penalty area. Upon receiving the ball, Sugiyama executed a splendid turn to evade Liu Yan, subsequently adjusting his direction before preparing to shoot. Both Wang Guangwei and Mao Jun lunged towards him, yet he deftly nudged the ball between the two defenders, finding Ito Nuo, who had slipped into a vacant space at the far post. The leading scorer of the Japanese national team calmly placed his shot. Lin Ziyuan was deceived by Sugiyama's initial feint, causing him to slow down as he lunged towards Ito Nuo, ultimately failing to block the shot and watching helplessly as the ball sailed into the net. In the 44th minute, just as the first half was drawing to a close, Japan scored again, taking the lead. P.S. What a misfortune. I ventured out only to discover my home had been burglarized, and due to close contacts in the community, I found myself under lockdown. I had planned to return home today, yet I am still wandering in Sichuan with my family. Thankfully, I brought my laptop. But with the constant travel, I have had no time to write. It has been utterly dreadful. Chapter 31. Preparing for the World Cup, the players of the Chinese team returned to their locker room, most of them downcast, leading to a somber atmosphere within. Conceding a goal just before halftime was an immense blow to their morale. Even if the head coach refrained from chastising them, a sense of shame enveloped the team, as the goal conceded was undeniably humiliating, an error stemming from their own misjudgment. Upon entering the locker room, Coach Dylan observed the players' demeanor and refrained from chastising them for conceding a goal just before halftime. Instead, he posed a reflective question. As the first half draws to a close, has your focus waned? The players lowered their heads, acknowledging that the goal conceded was indeed a result of their inattentiveness. Although the direct error was made by Gao Rumin, the lack of any other player's alertness during his receiving and passing further indicated a collective lapse in concentration. While mistakes may stem from an individual or a few, they ultimately reflect a team-wide issue. This is precisely why the moments following the commencement of a match and the last 5 minutes before halftime are often the most opportune for scoring. Players tend to lose focus during these critical times. When facing weaker opponents, a lack of concentration may go unnoticed, as the adversaries pose little threat. Thus, many issues remain obscured. However, now that you are up against a formidable team like Japan, even a momentary lapse can lead to conceding a goal. Dylan maintained a calm demeanor as he continued. You should consider yourselves fortunate that we have already secured qualification for the World Cup. So conceding a goal will not have grave consequences. Yet, you must understand that the Japanese team is of the highest caliber in Asia, once in the World Cup. They are merely average. The opponents you will encounter in the World Cup will all possess a similar level of skill. Therefore, if you lose focus for just a minute or two, you may find yourselves conceding a goal. Pausing for effect. Dylan aimed to ensure that his words resonated with the players, allowing them time to reflect. His pace remained measured, avoiding agitation. At that moment, the outcome will not be as inconsequential as it is now. In the World Cup, every goal holds immense significance, whether scored or conceded. A single goal can shift the tide of a match. We may perform admirably in the first half, yet a late concession can place us at a disadvantage, ultimately leading to defeat. Once Jean Tao translated his remarks, Dylan continued, "Thus, do not regard this match as merely a qualifier or a friendly. From this point forward, you must approach it with the mindset befitting a World Cup participant. Treat this match as though it is a World Cup encounter. How would you play? The 3 group matches amount to 270 minutes. Should you allow yourselves to drift for even 3 minutes? Your World Cup journey could be confined to those 270 minutes. I am aware that you performed commendably in the last World Cup group stage, even securing a draw against Brazil. But do you wish to remain stagnant, merely revolving within the group stage? If your abilities were lacking, it would be one thing. But I believe you possess the talent to advance to the knockout stage. Are you content to return home after just 3 group matches?" Once Jean Tao completed the translation, Dylan stood with his hands on his hips, surveying his players. He moved freely, ensuring his gaze met each member of the Chinese team. Under his watchful eye, Wang Guangwei could no longer contain himself and stood up. "I refuse to accept this, coach. Regret fills my heart for not seizing the moment during the last World Cup to strive for advancement from the group stage. It is not merely my discontent. I am certain that my sentiments resonate with all of you." With that, he turned to his teammates, seeking kindred spirits among them. Soon, numerous players rose to their feet, all of whom had participated in the World Cup 3 years prior, including the esteemed former captain, Yao Huaxing. He proclaimed, "I do not know if I will have the opportunity to journey to Spain, but I stand in agreement with Guangwei. We cannot be content with merely participating in the World Cup. For our team, failing to reach the knockout stage would be a tremendous disappointment." Eugene Teo translated the players' declarations to Dylan, who nodded in approval. "Excellent, lads. It seems we have reached a consensus. Therefore, you must maintain unwavering focus during the match and avoid such elementary errors. Only then can we aspire to advance to the knockout stage of the World Cup. Otherwise, we may as well abandon the thought." By the end of his address, Dylan's tone had intensified. "You are performing admirably. Continue to excel." In the Japanese team's dressing room, the translator was conveying the words of Brazilian coach Correal to the Japanese players. The seasoned Brazilian gesticulated animatedly, his expressions vibrant, and his body language even more animated. However, do not settle for merely a 1-goal lead. In the second half, seize the opportunity to score again while they are still reeling from the setback. A 2-goal advantage against the Chinese team is far more secure. Correal raised 2 fingers. For him, witnessing a turnaround in the dying moments of the first half was not his ideal scenario, as it would afford Jorge Dylan a chance to make adjustments during halftime. Given the choice, he would prefer the team to score immediately after the second half begins, catching the Chinese team off guard and complicating Dylan's ability to respond swiftly. Nonetheless, scoring and regaining the lead was a positive development, leading him to commend all players during halftime and encourage them to persevere. Ultimately, the key was to maintain control. This first half bore an uncanny resemblance to our away match against Japan a year ago, when we initially took the lead, only for Japan to equalize. However, the outcome diverged significantly thereafter. When Japan sought to score again, we stifled their attempts. What accounts for this disparity? The answer lies in our previous recklessness, which we have now curbed. In the stands, Chinese fans awaited the commencement of the second half, engaged in conversation. The concession of a goal in the final moments of the first half had left them seething with frustration. Throughout halftime, the stadium echoed with expressions of indignation from every corner. All troubles stemmed from our previous recklessness. In our last encounter with Japan, our ability to withstand their offensive onslaught and regain the lead was not due to an impenetrable defense, but rather our incisive offense. Our defensive line did not need to endure for long. We could swiftly score and disrupt Japan's momentum. Now, in the absence of that recklessness, We find ourselves unable to break their pressure and are left merely defending, which is an extraordinary predicament. I understand that Dylan wishes to assess the team's performance in the absence of Hu Lai. The results are now evident, and it has been proven that without Hu Lai, the team struggles significantly. Therefore, perhaps it is best to refrain from reckless experimentation in the future. Fortunately, we have already secured our advancement, or else we might have faced dire consequences. I believe Dylan's method of training is akin to offering our opponents a reminder that a Chinese team without Hu Lai resembles a toothless tiger. Henceforth, all they need to do is neutralize Hu Lai to easily emerge victorious against us. I must disagree. It is not so simple to neutralize Hu Lai. Our adversaries are not unaware of Hu Lai's prowess. Do they truly require a reminder? But have they genuinely managed to contain Hu Lai? Thus, there is no need for concern. Rather than worrying about Hu Lai being neutralized, it would be wiser to be apprehensive about the prospect of his injury. Indeed, training against the Japanese team is characteristic of foreign coaches who might not fully grasp the historical tensions between us and Japan. If a domestic coach were to act in such a manner, they would undoubtedly be dismissed immediately. I had anticipated that the Japanese team would fail to qualify for the World Cup, yet to my surprise, our team seemed to have intentionally underperformed in this match. Alas. Now let us conduct a little exercise. Li Qingqing, with fingers poised in a loose grip, extends her hand towards Hu Lai's mouth. If the Chinese team were to lose the match, and a reporter were to inquire about your thoughts on the outcome, how would you respond? Hu Lai declines to answer. We shall discuss it only if we truly lose. And what if a reporter brings up your absence from the national team? I would unequivocally support the team and the coach. When Dylan explained to me the reasons for my exclusion, I readily accepted without any dissent. Should any rumors surface online, sowing discord, I would be the first to clarify the situation. Upon hearing Hu Lai's response, Li Qingqing chuckles. I will help you share that. Hu Lai waves his hand dismissively. There is no need. These matters concerning our men's football are trivial. Your concerns are my concerns, Li Qingqing insists resolutely, shaking her head. Hu Lai wishes to persuade her. He genuinely does not want Li Qingqing to be subjected to public criticism. However, recalling how she staunchly supported her father, he finds himself unable to voice his objections. In the end, he remarks, nevertheless, I believe that we may not need to say anything at all. We might not necessarily lose to the Japanese team. I still have faith in Huan Ge and the others. Chapter 32. Do not cease to shine and radiate amidst the discontented murmurs of Chinese fans. The second half of the match commenced. As the game began, the Japanese team launched a relentless assault on the Chinese goal. They aimed to secure a goal at the onset of the second half. It is well known that the first 5 minutes after a match begins and just before it concludes are the most conducive to scoring, as players often exhibit lapses in concentration, either not yet acclimated to the rhythm of the game or having already disengaged from it. During such moments, if one side can enter the game's tempo more swiftly and concentrate better, they are likely to create threats and score. As the first half drew to a close, the Japanese team capitalized on this opportunity to overturn the score. Thus, in the second half, they would undoubtedly employ the same strategy, attempting to replicate their earlier success by scoring at the very start of the second half. If the team could establish a 2-goal lead against China, the situation would solidify in their favor. Subsequently, the Japanese team could decelerate the pace of the game, leveraging their possession and overall strength to seize control of the match. Gradually, they would consume the game time and wear down the patience of the Chinese players. Once the Chinese team lost their composure and grew increasingly anxious, Japan could strike with a sudden offensive. This would likely result in another goal, thereby extending their lead from 2 to 3 points. At that juncture, the victory for Japan would be virtually assured. This encapsulates the strategic blueprint Japan devised for the second half. Their reasoning stems from China's lack of Hu Lai, whose ability to capitalize on goal-scoring opportunities has dramatically diminished. Indeed, the discussions among Chinese fans in the stands during halftime were not without merit. In their previous encounter, Hu Lai had played a pivotal role. Although he scored only a single goal, its significance was profound. At that moment, Japan had just equalized and was buoyed by their momentum, eager to seize the lead. Unexpectedly, at this crucial juncture, Hu Lai found the net, delivering a staggering blow to Japan's aspirations, leaving them unable to recover. This illustrates Hu Lai's tactical importance. Compared to other prolific forwards, he not only possesses a knack for scoring, but also excels at netting decisive goals at critical moments. Many of his goals either open the scoring, overturn a deficit, or follow an opponent's goal, These strikes carry far greater weight for the team than mere embellishments. To thwart his scoring, opposing teams must allocate additional resources and energy to monitor him, alleviating pressure on Hu Lai's teammates and creating opportunities. In this match, devoid of Hu Lai, Japan's offense was notably more unrestrained. When China was besieged by Japan's attacks, they indeed failed to pose any significant threat to the opponent's goal. The second goal conceded was certainly due in part to players' lapses in concentration, but the inability to effectively threaten Japan's net prior was also a crucial factor. There exists a substantial disparity between the Chinese team with and without Hu Lai. If the outcome remained unchanged, then how could Hu Lai's importance be underscored? Li Qingqing couldn't resist glancing at the time on her phone. 10 minutes had passed since the second half commenced. It was now 3:28 in the afternoon in Madrid. Their home, situated between the training bases of the Madrid Pirates and the Madrid Kings, meant that travel time to either side was roughly the same. However, considering Hu Lai's slower driving pace, where she could make the trip in 13 minutes, he might require 18, she urged. "You should be on your way." "All right," he replied, though his feet remained rooted at the door, eyes glued to the television, showing no real intent to depart. Li Qingqing understood and refrained from pressing further. The broadcast featured the Chinese team mounting an offensive, with Zhang Qinghuan delivering a precise through ball to the flank. The right back, Yashitoki Kyoto, closely marked the cutting-in Chen Xingyi and executed a sliding tackle to disrupt the play. Indeed, he managed to make contact with the ball before Chen Xingyi, but unfortunately directed it towards the center, which cannot be deemed a successful clearance. One might say that under the pressure exerted by Chen Xingyi, Kyoto became flustered and made a critical error. The ball was cleared to the middle, where Zhou Zijin happened to be positioned. A wave of cheers erupted from the stands. As Zhou Zijin received the ball, he swung his foot as if to shoot, deceiving the Japanese center back, their captain, Kingo Yamayama, who advanced to block the shot, only to be skillfully sidestepped by Zhou Zijin. He did not stop the ball. Instead, he allowed it to glide past him, causing Yamayama to miss. Zhou Zijin then moved laterally, catching up with the ball, and angled it towards the penalty area. The second Japanese center back, Takahiro Nikoka, rushed in. Zhou Zijin feigned another shot, prompting Nikoka, unable to afford to neglect the defense, to step forward to block the attempt. Zhou Zijin, however, performed another clever feint, using the outside of his foot to gently nudge the ball outward, then took a long stride, catching up with the ball to unleash a genuine shot. This time, he truly meant it. Yet, his adjustments caused him to lose the angle, and the ball struck the chest of the Japanese goalkeeper, Nobuo Nishikubo, who had stepped up to block the shot. With a dull thud, Nishikubo fell backwards, and the ball soared high, crossing the goal line and going out of bounds. "Oh no!" Hu Lai, watching from the television, exclaimed, clutching his head in frustration. "Fool! He adjusted too much. He should have shot right after deceiving Yamayama. Perhaps he aimed for more caution, overthinking the situation." Hu Lai shook his head, his tone laced with disappointment. Sometimes, shooting requires instinct. If the instinct says to go for it, one should decisively strike. Why overcomplicate matters? Zhou Zijin shot. Alas, it was blocked by Nishikubo's chest. Such a pity. His performance leading up to the shot had been commendable. He had evaded Yamayama while receiving the ball and used a feint to outsmart Nikoka. Despite his towering stature, he was quite nimble within the Japanese penalty area, but regrettably, his final shot was too straight. After witnessing his shot being thwarted, Zhou Zijin lost his balance and fell to the ground, forcefully pounding the earth in dissatisfaction with his performance. In the tactical arrangement devised by Coach Dillon for this match, Zhou Zijin was not merely designated as a support player for Chen Xingyi, Luo Kai, and Zhang Qinghuan, but was specifically instructed that whenever the opportunity arose, he could take the shot himself. "You are the center forward, Zhou." What does being a center forward mean? It does not mean being a wall for teammates to shoot from. A center forward is a cannon in their own right. These were Dillon's words to him. The head coach bestowed upon him ample trust, yet he failed to reciprocate that trust with tangible actions. As the match progressed, and the Chinese team found themselves trailing, he bore a share of the responsibility. Had he not squandered multiple scoring opportunities, the Chinese team would have easily taken the lead by several goals. And how could they allow the Japanese team to gain the upper hand? After evading Qian Wu on the mountain, he indeed had the opportunity to shoot directly. Yet he was perpetually apprehensive that he was not close enough to the goal, fearing his shot would be deflected. Thus, he contemplated moving closer before taking his shot, inching nearer until, at the moment he struck the ball, Japan's goalkeeper, Nobuo Nishikawa, had already spread his arms wide, seemingly ready to embrace him. Unsurprisingly, he struck the ball squarely against the goalkeeper's chest. He now regretted that his shot lacked sufficient power, failing to send Japan's main goalkeeper off the field. The English Premier League commenced 2 weeks earlier than La Liga, meaning that while La Liga had only played 2 rounds, the current Premier League season had already completed 4. Throughout these 4 matches, he had failed to score. Originally, his transfer to the club had ignited some unrealistic fantasies in Zhou Zijin, leading him to believe he could enjoy the same treatment as Hulai, merely needing to find space and await the perfect pass from Kyrie. However, reality proved to be unforgiving. Not only did Zhou Zijin fail to capitalize, but he had also squandered opportunities. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But he couldn't shake the feeling that after wasting a few chances, Kyrie's passes to him had diminished. Returning to the national team, facing Asian-level opponents, he still could not find the net. Reflecting on his earlier bravado, it now seemed somewhat jarring. Was Sun Quan right? Am I truly different from Hulai? Gritting his teeth, Zhou Zijin rose from the ground and turned to sprint back. He vaguely perceived the angry tirades and mockery from the stands. What a disgraceful performance. I told you, it's all about Hulai. Yet, it felt as if he hadn't heard it at all. Turning back, he saw the distance between the stands and the pitch, separated by a track and a semicircular area, making it improbable to discern specific voices from that distance. He averted his gaze, lowering his head to continue his run. The stands were tumultuous, a cacophony of jeers and a few cheers, perhaps not a single one in his favor. No, there had to be one, at least one. Zhou Shanghai stood in the stands, absorbing the complaints and criticisms of his son from surrounding fans. He refrained from engaging in arguments, for indeed, there was no comparison between his son and Hulai. What they said was factual. Hulai scored far more goals and appeared to do so with greater ease than Zhou Zijin. Thus, what was there to dispute? Yet, not arguing did not equate to Zhou Shanghai believing his son was inadequate. Every individual possesses unique qualities. His son may not rival Hulai in many respects. Yet he also had strengths that surpassed Hulai's. Keep it up, son. Do not cease to shine. Turn the cold water poured upon you into vapor. Zhou should not have feigned a move to evade Nakagawa Takahiro within the penalty area. On the sidelines, the head coach, Jorge Dylan, covered his mouth with his hand and spoke to his translator, Yujin Tao. With that feint, he lost his shooting angle. He should have directly withstood the forceful strike from Nakagawa Takahiro. With his physical strength, he was entirely capable of doing so. Yujin Tao remarked. He is overly eager to score, desiring a more cautious approach. However, he is not the type to tread the path of caution when creating opportunities for his teammates. He needs to maintain composure, yet in the face of the goal, he ought to adopt a more straightforward and direct approach. You, go tell him to leverage his physical advantages. As Yujin Tao approached the sidelines, seizing a moment when the crowd's noise diminished slightly, he shouted into the field, Zhou Zijing. Zhou Zijing. After a series of persistent calls, Zhou Zijing finally turned his gaze toward the coach's bench. Be assertive. Yujin Tao clenched his fist and shouted. The old man wants you to toughen up. Why are you being polite with those Japanese players? Go at them. Use your body. Fearing that Zhou Zijing might not hear, Yujin Tao emphatically patted his own shoulder. Zhou Zijing nodded initially. Then, worried that the translator might not have seen his gesture, he followed suit. Tapping his shoulder to signify his understanding, he would use his body against the Japanese players. Yujin Tao responded with an approving thumbs up. Before receiving the ball, Sugiyama Tatsuya glanced back to observe Gao Rumin, who was positioned behind him. Consequently, as he controlled the ball, Sugiyama deftly directed it to his left while turning. However, just as he pivoted, he noticed Xia Xiaoyu lunging toward the ball at his feet. It was a decisive yet perilous tackle. A misstep could easily result in a foul. Sugiyama was genuinely taken aback by Xia Xiaoyu's audacity. Instinctively, he aimed to poke the ball away. He did make contact with it. Yet the ball ricocheted off Xia Xiaoyu's extended leg and came back to him. After poking the ball, Sugiyama reflexively leapt to evade the situation. As he leapt, he realized the ball had not passed Xia Xiaoyu but had instead been blocked by him. By the time he landed and attempted to pursue, it was too late. Zhang Xinghuan intercepted the ball. After gaining possession, Zhang Xinghuan faced off against Morikawa Junpei, who aggressively closed in, employing both hands and feet to disrupt him. Zhang Xinghuan opted not to engage in prolonged contention with Morikawa and promptly passed the ball forward to the retreating Zhou Zijing. Zhou Zijing and the Japanese center back, Nakagawa Takahiro. Both raced toward the ball, vying for control. Zhou Zijing arrived first. Instead of directly receiving the ball, he made a lateral cut in front of Nakagawa, leveraging his physical advantage to push Nakagawa behind him before approaching the ball. Nakagawa was caught off balance by Zhou Zijing's substantial frame. Helplessly watching as Zhou Zijing received the ball, turned, and charged forward. Cheers erupted from the stands, transforming the previously disgruntled Chinese fans, who had lambasted Zhou Zijing for squandering opportunities, into his fervent supporters, exuberantly rallying behind him. Zhou Zijing surged forward with the ball, reminiscent of a wild buffalo thundering across the verdant field. His movements appeared somewhat awkward and lacking in grace, bordering on clumsiness, yet they exuded raw power. It was as if a bulldozer was accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour. Seeing Zhou Zijing's formidable momentum, Yamamoto Kingo hastily moved to block him. He forcefully collided with Zhou Zijing, simultaneously grasping the latter's jersey, though he released it almost immediately. This tugging motion continued, alternating between pulling and letting go, ultimately succeeding in slowing Zhou Zijing down. However, just as Zhou Zijing had decelerated, he swiftly unleashed a powerful shot. The football soared toward the goal, only to be deflected by the airborne Nishikun Nobu, striking the crossbar. Zhou Zijing. Splendid. A magnificent long-range shot. Nishikun Nobu executed a stunning save. Watching his shot fail to find the net, Zhou Zijing clenched his fists and let out a roar toward the Japanese goal. This outburst caught the attention of Yamashita Kengo, who couldn't help but glance at the Chinese forward. After his shout, Zhou Zijing dashed toward the goal, prompting Yamashita Kengo to hastily follow suit, closely trailing Zhou Zijing, fearful of being left behind. The earlier physical confrontation with Zhou Zijing had instilled a sense of trepidation in him, as the Chinese powerhouse seemed capable of wreaking havoc before the Japanese goal, leaving everyone unsettled. Back to defense. Back to defense. The Japanese captain bellowed, waving his arms in front of his teammates. The corner kick taken by the Chinese team posed no threat to the Japanese goal. The Japanese side launched another offensive, and this time, Sugiyama Tatsuya evaded the combined defense of Gao Rumin and Xia Xiaoyu, delivering the ball into the Chinese penalty area, enabling the Japanese forward, Inoue Taro, to take a shot. Lin Ziyuan executed a remarkable save, cradling Inoue Taro's attempt. Thus, the two teams continued their lively exchange, yet the score remained unchanged. At 12 minutes, the home-playing Chinese team trailed by 1 goal. Despite the apparent balance in play, the Chinese team struggled to score. Without a goal, all prior efforts would be in vain. This underscores the significance of scoring. Ultimately, football is a contest of who can score more goals. The individual capable of netting the ball is undoubtedly the most pivotal player on the team. Regrettably, the most crucial player for the Chinese team was absent. Without him, the Chinese team found themselves grappling against a determined Japanese squad, yet achieving this level of performance was commendable. Li Qingqing glanced at the time. It was already 3:39. I must take my leave, she said. Hulai replied without looking back. All right, you go ahead. I'll be there shortly. Li Qingqing shook her head but refrained from saying more, instead shouldering her bag and exiting. Soon, the sound of a car engine echoed in the courtyard, gradually fading away. Hulai understood that Li Qingqing had departed, yet he remained fixated on the screen, his brow furrowed in concentration, not ready to leave just yet. Time leapt forward to 3:41, and Hulai's remaining moments were dwindling, nearly extinguished. Given his driving speed, even if he bolted out the door now, started the car, and sped away, it was uncertain whether he would arrive on time. Nevertheless, he remained motionless at the doorway, engrossed in the match broadcast. The Spanish commentator remarked, "The Chinese team is finding it difficult to breach the Japanese goal. They need Hu." Jorge Dillon may have sought to assess the prowess of the Chinese team in the absence of Hu. The current reality has demonstrated that a Hu-less Chinese squad struggles to contend with Japan, the top team, in Asia. Takuya Sugiyama glanced over his right shoulder, spotting Rui Min Gao, and then swiftly turned to his left, where he indeed found Xia Xiaoyu. He proactively approached his teammate in possession of the ball, requesting it while adjusting his body orientation from completely facing away from the attack to a sideways stance, facilitating a smoother transition for his next move, thus avoiding being ensnared by the Chinese defenders. As he received the ball, he shielded Xia Xiaoyu behind him, positioning himself side-on to Rui Min Gao. This choice was natural, given the relative vulnerability of the Chinese midfield, making it easier to engage with Gao than with Xia. Upon receiving the ball, it appeared Sugiyama intended to break through on Gao's side, but as Gao pressed forward to challenge, Sugiyama deftly pulled the ball back with his right foot and swiftly propelled it behind him. He then pivoted. Gao lunged forward, colliding with Xia, and both players evaded each other, losing their grip on Sugiyama. However, Sugiyama's evasion was short-lived, for he soon faced Guangwei Wang. In a moment of urgency, both Sugiyama and Wang extended their legs toward the ball, their feet clashing. Sugiyama, slightly weaker, stumbled, but Wang managed to reclaim the ball from under Sugiyama's foot, passing it to a teammate ahead. Instead of delivering it to the nearest Xia, he directly sent it to Qinghuan. The Chinese team transitioned from defense to offense, advancing rapidly. Zhang did not linger in confrontation with Junpei Morikawa. Instead, he sent the ball to the right flank, finding Kai Luo. The Chinese team surged forward collectively, with everyone, including Xia, rushing ahead. Luo, in possession on the wing, saw Zhong Jingzhou immediately gravitate towards him, seeking to collaborate. Approaching the 30-meter mark, Luo passed the ball to Zhou, who had come to support him. Zhou then made a direct sprint, aiming to execute a 1-2 play with Luo. However, this time Zhou did not return the ball. Instead, he pivoted towards the center. He dribbled in a diagonal line, penetrating the Japanese penalty area from outside. Kingo Yamashita lunged at him, attempting to poke the ball away. Zhou did not shy away. Rather, he advanced, using his body to shield the ball. Bracing for the impact from the captain of the Japanese national team, Yamashita collided with him, losing his balance and falling, while Zhou merely swayed slightly before regaining his footing. Zhou, brilliant. He stood firm, an opportunity for the Chinese team. At this moment, only the Japanese goalkeeper, Nobuo Nishikobo, remained before him. He made a slight adjustment, turning his body to ready himself for a right-footed shot. With the inside of his right foot, he delicately lifted the ball, curling it past Nishikobo's outstretched fingers, soaring straight toward the far corner of the net. Zhou's shot. It's in. It's in. In the 72nd minute, the Chinese team equalized the score. On the stands, Zhou Shanghai witnessed the football soaring into the net, and he leaped from his seat, raising his arms in jubilation, exclaiming, "Beautiful, beautiful, truly magnificent. Guluo, Zhou, Z, Jing, 22. The Chinese team has equalized." In front of the television, Hulai fervently waved his arms, muttering, "That's right. This is how it should have been played. Why indulge in unnecessary tricks? Just go for it. Elbowing is brilliant." However, his celebration was abruptly halted as he realized he was running late for training. He hastily turned off the television and rushed out of the house. Soon, the roar of the engine echoed as his vehicle rumbled slowly out of the yard, turning onto the road and proceeding steadily towards the Madrid Pirates training base. Due to confirmed cases of close contact in the community, 2 buildings had been sealed. At that time, I was still wandering in the western Sichuan plateau, feeling fortunate to have escaped a calamity. After 3 rounds of nucleic acid testing, more initial positive cases were discovered, resulting in a complete lockdown of the entire community. From the photos in the community owner group, I saw barriers erected around the perimeter, and nearby roads were closed. Health workers came to register residents. I had been hesitating about whether to return home, even if it meant isolating there. However, I thought it prudent to wait for the results of the testing, as if no positives were found, normalcy would resume. In that case, I could return home without significant disruption to my life. Yet, now it seems I cannot return at all. Even the entrances and exits of the underground garage have been sealed off. I had no choice but to find a farmhouse near my travel destination to stay, and fortunately, I had brought my computer, otherwise, I would have been utterly at a loss. That said, had I not brought my computer, I might have returned home days ago without hesitation. It has been a while since I wrote, and my hands feel somewhat rusty, my thoughts not flowing smoothly. Moreover, the tables and chairs at the farmhouse were not designed for writing, lacking both height and comfort, causing discomfort after prolonged sitting. Although settled, as a visitor from Chengdu, I still had to dutifully undergo nucleic acid testing. However, the village where the farmhouse is located lacks such facilities, necessitating a half-hour drive every 2 days to a hospital in a nearby county for testing with my entire family in tow. Otherwise, the farmhouse owner would gaze at us with disfavor. Given these subjective and objective circumstances, the single updates will have to continue for a while longer, and I sincerely apologize. Once I am able to resume double updates, I shall certainly do so. Lastly, let me share the view from the window of the farmhouse where I am staying. Chapter 34. You are you. You are Zhou Zijing when Hu Lai sprinted onto the training field under the scrutiny of many. He wore a broad smile as he approached head coach Parati, apologizing. Sorry. I'm late. My sincere apologies. The coaches watched him, and the youth team players training alongside him also turned their gazes upon him. This was indeed a rare occurrence, as it was the first time Hu Lai had been late for training. Although he was not typically the type to stay behind for extra practice, he was unquestionably a professional. Training is never tardy or absent, and all that the coach demands is executed with utmost seriousness. Thus, when Hu Lai arrived late to training, everyone found it utterly astonishing. Even though he was merely 5 minutes late, it was indeed hard to believe. Parati shook his head in response to Hu Lai's apology, inquiring if he had encountered traffic. As the head coach, Parati instinctively began to justify Hu Lai's tardiness, partly due to his benevolent nature and partly because Hu Lai, being the team's star player with an impeccable track record, deserved some leniency. However, to his surprise, Hu Lai shook his head, stating, "There was no traffic, sir. I simply left late because I was watching a match." The match? Parati paused, then suddenly recalled. Is it the game against the Japanese team? Hu Lai nodded in affirmation. I see, Parati continued. What was the outcome? Hu Lai shook his head, replying, I don't know. The match isn't over yet, and I hurried to training, only to find myself late. You were only 5 minutes late, Parati remarked. However, according to the team's regulations, you still owe 500 for the team fund. It is the rule, as you are aware. Hu Lai nodded in acknowledgement. The team's policy dictates that any tardiness incurs a fine of €100 for every minute late. This fine is deposited into a designated fund, which is then utilized for team activities, such as team-building events. Regardless of the circumstances, even if one were to encounter an accident and act heroically to assist others, the fine must still be paid. Rules are rules. Thus, even a player like Hu Lai, who had never been late before, was obliged to contribute to the team's fund after his tardiness. Very well, I accept the penalty, Hu Lai stated decisively. Pleased with Hu Lai's straightforwardness, Parati nodded and said, All right, now go warm up and strive to catch up with the training pace. As he watched Hu Lai head off to warm up, Parati turned to his assistant coach, Nzwan Nahal, and instructed, Please check online for the match result. Nahal pulled out his phone and quickly provided Parati with an update. The match isn't over yet, but it's nearing its conclusion. The current score is 2-2, with both teams level. Parati was somewhat surprised that the Chinese team, without Hu, could draw against the Japanese team, who were fiercely vying for a qualifying spot. Quite impressive, he remarked. The stadium was alive with sound. If one listened closely, they could hear a resounding anthem echoing from the stands. The Chinese fans were repeatedly singing an ancient song. The great knife strikes the heads of the devils. With stoppage time dwindling down to the last 2 minutes, the score remained 2-2, and the Japanese team's desperate attempts were thwarted. A counterattack from the Chinese team ensued. The singing abruptly ceased, replaced by a deafening roar of cheers. Zhou Zijing headed the ball back to Guo Jianfu, who received it and advanced forward, unchallenged. After Zhou's header, he surged ahead, drawing away the Japanese center back so that Guo Jianfu, who had come on as a substitute in the second half, found himself with no defenders within a 10-meter radius. Of course, behind him, Junpei Morikawa was desperately sprinting back. However, Guo Jianfu did not afford him the opportunity to catch up. Observing that the Japanese players were all preoccupied with Zhou Zijing, he unleashed a long-range shot from outside the penalty area. Guo Jianfu's long-range attempt. Oh no! Nishiku Nobuo executed a crucial save, deflecting the ball out of play. The Chinese team earned a corner kick. In the final minute of stoppage time, the Chinese team was awarded a corner. At this moment, there was no need to rush. Take it slowly. As Guo Jianfu sprinted towards the corner flag to take the corner, Hifeng and Yin Kong became anxious. They believed that for the Chinese team to achieve a draw against Japan under such circumstances was already a commendable outcome. Conversely, the Japanese team would be dissatisfied with this result and would feel the pressure. Since they were anxious, why should we be? In the minds of the two commentators, the entire Chinese team ought to approach the final minute of the match with a calm demeanor, aiming to waste time and secure a draw against Japan. This would cause Japan's group ranking to plummet from second to third, forcing them into a playoff. Yet, the Chinese players on the field seemed unwilling to waste time. Aside from Guo Jianfu, who was preparing to take the corner, the others rushed forward eagerly, charging into the Japanese penalty area, determined to mount an attack. Logically, The Chinese team's corner strategy at this juncture should have focused on time wasting, deploying 2 players to take the corner. With only one center forward positioned in front of the goal, the rest, including the center backs, should have remained in their own half. The corner should have been executed with players lingering in the opponent's corner area, protecting the ball to provoke a foul or create another corner. However, the current demeanor of the Chinese team suggested that they regarded this corner as a routine one. No one was there to assist Guo Jianfu in stalling for time. Center back Wang Guangwei also surged towards the Japanese goal, seemingly eager to contest for the header. This left the 2 commentators in the stands perplexed. Given that a score of 2-2 was sufficient to push Japan into a corner, what was the necessity of advancing? Striving to defeat Japan at home could expose them to a counterattack, risking a loss and gifting Japan 3 points, a dubious proposition. Yet, both the players on the field and those on the sidelines had a different perspective. Chen Xingyi, already substituted, stood by the touchline, shouting into the field, "Old Wang, go up, get to the front." In truth, Wang Guangwei had already advanced, but Chen Xingyi could not restrain his shout. He was not calling out to Wang Guangwei, but rather to himself. They were once again confronted with the possibility of winning, but also the risk of losing if they did nothing to maintain the draw. However, this time, the vast majority made a different choice than before. Had the Chinese team lost their minds? Japanese coach Kurairu widened his eyes at the scene. Do they truly not fear our counterattack? Is this not fortuitous? We still have one last chance for a counterattack. The assistant coach inquired. Kurairu fell silent. Indeed, this was advantageous for the Japanese team, as he had previously worried that the Chinese team would deliberately waste time. However, in retrospect, the Chinese team chose not to concede. This squad, initially deemed likely to succumb easily to Japan, seemed unwilling to settle for mere parity. This was advantageous for Japan, yet Korea was still vaguely apprehensive. He feared that the Chinese team might indeed capitalize on this corner kick opportunity to send the ball into Japan's net. However, the situation left Korea powerless. With a sharp whistle from the referee, Guo Jianfu propelled the ball towards the Japanese goal. Wang Guangwei soared high to direct the ball towards the net. Nishikawa Nobu was already out of reach, but Junpei Morikawa, stationed at the far post, leaped and headed the ball away. Morikawa, a crucial goal line save. Japan narrowly escaped disaster. The Japanese commentator exclaimed in astonishment. The ball, deflected by Morikawa, did not cross the goal line, but instead veered into the penalty area. Both teams scrambled for the dropping ball. There was still a chance to launch a counterattack, the commentator urged anxiously. Yet, before his words could settle, a figure leapt high above the rest in the penalty area. Clad in a red jersey, bearing the number 9, Zhou Zijin, he soared through the air, leaping over Yamamoto Ken 5, and made contact with the ball. Subsequently, in a rather awkward manner, he nudged it towards the goal. Nishikawa Nobu, airborne, made a desperate touch. The ball then ricocheted off the crossbar before soaring away. Oh dear, the crossbar. Zhou Zijin missed a golden opportunity to clinch victory for China. What a pity. A massive gasp of disbelief and sighs resonated from the stands. Yet Zhou Zijin, undeterred by his regret over the header, landed and pointed towards the corner flag, signaling for a corner kick for the Chinese team. China had one last opportunity to attack. Unfortunately, this corner posed no threat to Japan's goal. Guo Jianfu's corner was headed away by Japanese defender Takahiro Nakagawa. Japan sought to exploit the situation for a swift counterattack. But Daisuke Sugiyama was brought down in midfield by Rui Min Gao. As a result, Rui Min received a yellow card, and Japan's last glimmer of hope was extinguished. The referee soon blew the final whistle, not even allowing Japan to execute the resulting free kick. The match concluded. Despite the absence of Hu Lao, the Chinese team displayed remarkable resilience at home, achieving a commendable draw against Japan. Ultimately, they finished with a 2-2 tie. This outcome did not affect China's qualification prospects. Yet it placed Japan in a rather awkward position, slipping to third in the group and likely facing a playoff. This marked a historic moment for Japanese football, the first of its kind since the 1998 World Cup. Hefeng's tone was laced with uncontainable schadenfreude. Zhou Zijin may have squandered the final opportunity, but few seemed to care. Their objective had been achieved, transforming Japan into the third-place team. Winning was possible, but a draw sufficed. Since the goal had been realized, what was there to lament about the process? Except, of course, for Zhou Zijin himself. After the match, when head coach Dylan approached Zhou Zijin for a handshake, Zhou, feeling quite dejected, spoke directly in English. I'm sorry, coach. I squandered another opportunity. Dylan vigorously rubbed his head and replied in English. That does not matter, Zhou. You performed admirably, but I still couldn't play like who? Zhou lamented. Oh no, no, no. Dylan shook his head repeatedly. Do not attempt to emulate who. He is he. And you are you. You are different types of players with distinct playing styles and personalities. Why should you strive to be like who? You are uniquely yourself, Zhou. You are our canon. As he uttered the final words, Dylan firmly patted Zhou Zijing's shoulder. Receiving the coach's affirmation and comfort, Zhou's spirits lifted somewhat, and he ran to the sidelines to seek out his father. Among the throngs of people in the stands, he easily spotted him. As he waved to his father, he saw his father waving back. A wave, followed by a thumbs up. Both hands raised in a gesture of approval. Zhou Zijing finally broke into a broad smile. Chapter 35. The end of the 12-strong tournament. A major defeat. The Japanese team failed to secure a victory against the Chinese team away from home, slipping to third place in their group. How could Japan not even overcome a Chinese team without Hulai? I am at a loss for what they were doing. It is nothing short of disgraceful. A team of such high caliber in Asian football, yet they could not emerge victorious against China. How can Japanese football still dare to call itself the best in Asia? The Japanese should engage in serious self-reflection. Just because the media boasts about being the best in Asia does not mean they truly are. Look at our neighboring country. China has risen. If Japanese football does not take action soon, they will surely be surpassed by China in Asia. Our media often uses the number of overseas players as an excuse to boast about our football prowess, claiming that Japan is still in the lead. While it is true that China does not have as many players abroad, so what? Just one Hulai is enough to overshadow all of us. Their quality far surpasses ours, and now they are also beginning to prioritize sending players abroad. Given China's population size, it won't be long before their overseas player count exceeds ours. What excuses will our media concoct then? For now, we can only hope that the Chinese team brings the same vigor to their match against Iran as they did against us. What a thought! How could that possibly happen? The Chinese team will undoubtedly not give their all against Iran. They would rather see us struggle in the playoffs. Therefore, I believe in the final match. The Chinese team will likely field a full reserve squad, intentionally throwing the game. I share this belief. The Chinese team has the capacity to prove me wrong just this once. Japan's failure to defeat China away from home has sparked an uproar domestically, with relentless criticism and discussions proliferating online. Japanese media report the upcoming World Cup qualifying journey of the national team with a pessimistic tone, considering the playoffs to be an inevitable outcome. Having drawn at home against Iran and again away against China, Japan's head coach, Karel, is under immense pressure. Should he fail to lead the Japanese team into the World Cup, his resignation would be inevitable. For him, it would signify a tarnished legacy. Furthermore, Japanese media has extensively reported on the elation within China regarding the Chinese team's draw against Japan, which relegated Japan to third place in their group. Notably, several amateur translators have taken it upon themselves to render the jubilant remarks of Chinese fans into Japanese for dissemination on foreign platforms, subsequently translating the reactions of Japanese fans back into Chinese and circulating them online. This perplexing behavior serves to illustrate how the glee of Chinese supporters has adversely affected the perception of Chinese individuals among the Japanese, potentially placing Chinese students in Japan in precarious situations, thus attributing the negative image of China in the eyes of the Japanese populace to the misfortune relished by these fans. Consequently, these amateur translators have found themselves under intense scrutiny on Chinese social media, as it is apparent to all that they are merely instigating discord. Yet, these translators may not share this sentiment, perceiving themselves as beacons of humanitarian virtue transcending national boundaries. However, to others, they appear merely as flies and mosquitoes buzzing incessantly around them. Both Chinese and Japanese online platforms are saturated with a cacophony of disarrayed voices. Amidst this clamor and tumult, the final match of the 12-team qualifying round commenced. Japanese media and fans were delighted to discover that the Chinese team, prior to their match against Iran, had announced a starting lineup that included several key players rather than fielding a completely reserved squad. The attacking trio of Zhou Zijing, Luo Kai, and Chun Xingyi all started, although some adjustments were made in the midfield, such as Gui Juanfu replacing Zhang Qinghuan. The starting lineup indicated that the Chinese team was intent on not conceding to Iran. The Japanese team, buoyed by their own triumph, unleashed a relentless assault on Thailand at home, ultimately winning 6-0. Meanwhile, the match between China and Iran proved to be fiercely contested, with the visiting Chinese team demonstrating remarkable resilience. Despite conceding 2 goals in the first half, they managed to equalize in the second half, thanks to goals from Zhou Zijing and Chen Xingyi. However, they were unable to maintain the 2-2 scoreline until the end. Amidst the deafening roars and cheers of Iranian fans, the last 25 minutes saw Iran mount a desperate counterattack. Finally, in the 81st minute, they breached the Chinese goal. 3-2. Iran regained the lead. Unlike their previous match against Japan, the Chinese team could not muster the same determination to equalize once more. This was partly due to several key players having been substituted, and partly because the spirit of the Chinese players when facing Iran was markedly different from that when confronting Japan. The rivalry between Iranian and Chinese football is palpable, yet the animosity between China and Japan extends far beyond the realm of football. Additionally, the influence of home advantage must be taken into account. Ultimately, the Chinese team could not secure a draw against Iran on their turf, succumbing to a 3-2 defeat. This was the sole match they lost in the current 12-team competition. With Iran triumphing over China on home soil, even Japan's overwhelming victory of 6-0 against Thailand held no significance. They found themselves on equal points with Iran, yet their goal difference was not favorable, differing by merely 1 goal. Had Japan's 6-0 victory over Thailand been slightly more substantial, it could have carried weight. In their final match, they managed to achieve a goal difference of 6, equalizing with Iran. However, ultimately, Iran's victory over China allowed them to surpass Japan by a single goal in goal difference, a disparity as vast as the heavens and the earth. Iran ascended, securing direct qualification for the World Cup finals, while Japan plummeted into a quagmire, compelled to contest a playoff for a spot against Australia's third-place team from another group. Australia is no easy adversary, as their players are generally robust, capable of overpowering the Japanese players with sheer strength. Thus, whether Japan can secure a qualification to face the fourth-place team from North and Central America remains uncertain. Should they falter in the Asian playoff against Australia, it would truly signify the end of their aspirations. Following the match, some Japanese fans, unwilling to accept reality, vented their frustrations online, accusing the Chinese team of underperforming and lacking sportsmanship. However, the laments of the defeated are of little consequence. Chinese fans continued to revel in the situation, showing no reluctance in having their remarks translated for the Japanese audience, even eagerly requesting such translations. The prospect of unsettling Japanese fans was an opportunity too tempting for Chinese supporters to resist. After concluding their journey in the 12-team competition in Tehran, the Chinese national team disbanded on-site, with European-based players returning directly to their respective clubs from Iran. Domestic players rejoined the main squad as they returned home to continue competing in the Chinese Super League. They are expected to regroup for national team duties in October, preparing for warm-up matches ahead of the World Cup. Fortunately, the Chinese expatriate players will not endure the rigors of travel at that time, as the team will conduct training directly in Europe, seeking warm-up matches against European clubs. Competing against Asian-level opponents is no longer deemed necessary for World Cup preparations. Hulai welcomed his national teammates returning from international duty at the training base, no longer needing to train with the youth team. Nevertheless, their time was limited, as the third round of the Catalonia League was rapidly approaching. Fortunately, Hulai had not participated in the final 2 rounds of the 12-team competition. Otherwise, Parati would surely be overwhelmed. The match between China and Iran occurred on September 11th, and due to the late conclusion of the game, they could not depart immediately. They set out the following day, September 12th, arriving back in Madrid, Spain, late that evening. The entire day was consumed by travel. The match in the Catalonia League was scheduled for the afternoon of Saturday, September 15th, leaving Hulai with only the 13th and 14th to adjust to the time difference. Rest and train. At that time, even if Hulai does not face any physical issues, the psychological fatigue may still hinder his performance. Much like last season, where he had just completed 2 national team matches at the beginning of September before returning to partake in the Madrid derby, the schedule was exceedingly tight. Although Hulai scored in that match, he could not lead the Madrid Pirates to victory. This time, we are grateful that Jorge Dylan did not summon Hulai, allowing Parati to rest easy regarding Hulai's condition. As for the other players, while they too are undoubtedly affected by the international break, so is Catalonia United. Both teams are prestigious, boasting numerous national players. The impact of the international fixtures is similar for all. However, the Pirates' top scorer has been able to enjoy a full week of rest in Madrid. This match is once again played at home, sparing the entire Pirates squad from the rigors of travel. Had it been an away game, they would have needed to arrive in Barcelona a day early, further diminishing their rest time. Nevertheless, public opinion does not favor the Madrid Pirates to triumph over Catalonia United at home, primarily due to the disparity in form between the two teams. Although the Pirates recently secured a 3-1 victory against Sevilla Nautical in their last league match, this upcoming game is quite unique, and one cannot rely solely on conventional logic to assess it. Setting this match aside, it remains challenging to assert that the Pirates have found their rhythm, especially against a transformed Catalonia United. What performance the still uneven Pirates can muster against such a revitalized opponent is truly uncertain. Chapter 36. The transformed Catalonia United. The atmosphere at Pirate Park Stadium is electric, with the large screen displaying the live score, 1-1. The match has progressed into the second half, yet the score remains unchanged from the first half. The desired scenario for the Madrid Pirates supporters, who hope to dominate Catalonia United, has yet to materialize. On the other hand, Catalonia United fans, wishing for revenge, dare not entertain such thoughts. They even feared that a player from Catalonia United might make bold proclamations of retribution before the match, inadvertently agitating Hulai. Fortunately, their concerns did not come to fruition. For instance, prior to the match, certain Spanish media outlets maliciously approached the newly joined goalkeeper, Toner Schulman, inquiring about Hulai's remarkable streak of scoring in 35 consecutive league matches. Their intent was merely to provoke Schulman into making some audacious statements, such as proclaiming that he would be the one to end that streak. However, Schulman responded with utmost caution, merely lauding Hulai's impressive performance without alluding to how he would contend with it. His careful response reflects the overall mindset of the Catalonia United squad. After having been thoroughly outplayed, they now understand the importance of maintaining composure until the final whistle. The first half was indeed a stalemate, and the score of 1-1 aptly illustrates the balance between the two teams. The new season has indeed heralded a remarkable transformation for Catalonia United. As noted by commentator He Fong, Yin Kong expressed his agreement, recalling that just 4 months prior, on the very same field, the Pirates had triumphed over Catalonia with a score of 53. Although the scoreline suggested a mere 2-goal difference, the Pirates had undeniably dominated the match. Yet now, even on their home turf, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Coach Riley demonstrated his formidable skills, as Cabin Ka positioned himself closer to the goal, posing a greater threat. The goal scored in the first half stands as a testament to this. The first half goal for Catalonia was netted by Cabin Ka, who initially advanced the ball through the center of the pitch, drawing the Madrid Pirates defenders towards him before distributing the ball to the flanks. As the Pirates shifted their defensive focus, he stealthily infiltrated the penalty area. When the ball was delivered back to the center from the wing, he found himself in a perfect position, executing a half volley that caught the Madrid Pirates off guard. The ball rebounded off the ground before Vewell, no matter how valiant, could only watch as it found the back of the net. With Cabin Ka's goal, Catalonia equalized the score on their opponent's turf. Though Cabin Ka had scored, Hulai had yet to find his rhythm in the match. Earlier in the first half, he had a prime opportunity, positioning himself to head the ball toward the goal. However, the astonishing save from Catalonia's goalkeeper, Toner Schulman, denied him. As Hulai rushed toward the ball, he was positioned forward in the center. He attempted to redirect the ball to the back post, but Schulman, with remarkable agility, leaped back and retrieved the ball just before it crossed the back post. Commentators were left in disbelief at the save. Had Hulai converted that chance, the Madrid Pirates would have led by 2 goals. And even if Cabin Ka had scored afterward, it would merely have narrowed the deficit to 1. One could argue that Schulman's extraordinary save inadvertently aided Catalonia in leveling the match. This season, the player guarding the Catalonia goal had transitioned from Carlos Cordero to Toner Schulman. The Dutch goalkeeper joined the team alongside the newly appointed coach, Riley Vicente, with a clear objective: to replace Cordero. Despite Cordero being a product of Catalonia's youth academy, the club lost patience with him following numerous mishaps last season. Furthermore, he had not demonstrated the capability to compete with Schulman during the preseason, leading to his departure at the end of August, not through a transfer, but via a loan. Catalonia loaned him to the English Premier League club, Wigan Athletic. While Wigan may not be a powerhouse team, lacking participation in the Champions League or Europa League, they at least promised Cordero a starting position. Thus, he accepted the offer. The loan is set for 1 year, after which Wigan holds a priority buyout clause. For Cordero, this signifies a complete departure from the elite clubs. It is not that his goalkeeping skills are deficient. Rather, it is a significant flaw in his mental fortitude that was laid bare during encounters with Hulai. This has deterred other elite teams from considering him. In crucial matches, when faced with pressure, what happens if he falters and makes a mistake? Let us not overlook the immense pressure that prestigious clubs inherently bear. Thus, it is perhaps teams like Vitesse, which do not belong to the elite, that are more suited for him. At the very least, they allow him to regain his competitive form and confidence. Schulman's remarkable save in the first half attested to his value and capability, rendering the transfer fee of €78 million less burdensome. When this transfer was initially announced, many scoffed at Catalonia United for their extravagant expenditure on a goalkeeper from the Eredivisie. However, thus far this season, Schulman has not conceded a goal in open play. The lone goal he allowed against the Madrid Pirates in the first half was from a free kick. Tonini seized the opportunity to score directly from the free kick, giving the Madrid Pirates an early lead, only 14 minutes into the match. It seemed as though the Madrid Pirates were poised for a splendid start. Yet they continued to flounder in the mire. As the second half commenced, the situation did not improve. Both teams engaged in a relentless tug-of-war across the front line, midfield, and defense. Hulai, meanwhile, roamed the pitch, glancing about before gradually advancing toward Catalonia United's goal. The center-back, Paul Fucon, shadowed him closely, denying him the luxury of an unchallenged touch. He had successfully done so prior to this match, effectively neutralizing Hulai, save for that solitary header in front of the goal. Fortunately, Schulman's stellar performance prevented any grievous errors from occurring. It became evident that defending against Hulai does not permit even the slightest of missteps. Rather, one must rely on dependable teammates to cover for them. It must be said that Schulman indeed proves to be more reliable than Cotelo. Although the football did not favor Hulai, the Dutch international occasionally cast his gaze in Hulai's direction, observing his movements. This was Schulman's inaugural encounter with Hulai. Yet he was no stranger to him. Last season's sensational performances by Hulai had reverberated around the globe. Even in the Eredivisie, Schulman felt the impact of Hulai's astonishing feats. Whenever Hulai achieved remarkable milestones or broke records while playing for the Rotterdam elite, discussions about him would abound in hushed tones among the players. With 23 goals in the Champions League and 95 in a single season, coupled with an unrelenting scoring streak, he dismantled every opponent's defense without exception. His efficiency became a veritable nightmare for all goalkeepers. However, as a fellow goalkeeper, Schulman yearned to compete against an adversary like Hulai. He wished to personally experience the sensation of facing a super striker capable of netting 95 goals in a single season. After that first half save, although he maintained a calm demeanor amidst the exuberant embrace and slaps of his teammates, his heart raced and adrenaline surged. He felt an exhilarating thrill akin to teetering on the precipice of life and death, both fearful yet eager. Fearful of every shot Hulai unleashed, yet longing to thwart each one. Sherman continuously observed Hulai's movements, his focus sharpening as he noticed the ball being passed towards Hulai. He resembled a tightly coiled spring, poised for action. Swiftly, he adjusted his position, arms spread wide, ready to spring into action. In that moment, he witnessed Hulai, under the interference of Fucsion, unleash a shot. Despite the close challenge from Fucsion, the ball was still directed within the goal frame. At least, that was Sherman's belief. He dared not gamble on the notion that Hulai's strike might miss the target. Thus, upon seeing Hulai take the shot, he immediately lunged towards the trajectory of the ball, managing to deflect it with one hand. Sherman, he executed a magnificent save, thwarting Hulai's attempt. Nonetheless, with Fucsion's interference, Hulai's shot was slightly more accurate than anticipated. Indeed, following last season's remarkable scoring spree, Hulai found himself the subject of extensive scrutiny and strategic targeting by opponents this season. The difficulty of scoring had escalated dramatically. Furthermore, with Kyrie's departure, the opposing defense was now able to concentrate nearly all their efforts on Hulai, further complicating his goal-scoring opportunities. Perotti made slight adjustments to the team's tactics. Kamara and Tonini no longer stretched wide as they had in the previous season, but instead converged towards the center, enhancing their connection with Hulai. This strategy ensured the offensive potency of the Madrid Pirates, yet it inevitably resulted in a decrease in Hulai's goal tally. As he often found himself playing the role of decoy, creating opportunities for his teammates. Consequently, while his teammates scored, his own chances to find the net significantly diminished. As Sherman rose from the ground, he glanced at Hulai, who was clutching his head in regret over the thwarted shot. This added to Sherman's sense of accomplishment. However, he did not allow himself to become presumptuous, believing he could definitively end Hulai's streak of 36 consecutive matches with a goal in this game. Until the final whistle blew, he dared not relax his focus. Yet, if he continued to deny Hulai's attempts, perhaps that would lead to fewer shots from him, ultimately creating more opportunities for the other players on the Madrid Pirates. His responsibilities extended beyond just thwarting Hulai. He was tasked with safeguarding the goal for Catalonia, ensuring that no player from the Madrid Pirates found the back of the net. Soon after, he successfully parried another attempt from the Madrid Pirates, this time from Vukovic. The long-range shot from outside the box lacked power and was slightly too direct, allowing Sherman to leap into the air and secure the ball with both hands. Sherman, splendid. His performances were consistently proving to the Catalonia supporters the worth of the $78 million invested in him. Chapter 37. Scoring like Maxi Kyrie. People only remembered Hulai's astonishing performances from the previous season, attributing the team's treble victory to him as the pivotal figure, the most indispensable member of the Pirates. They overlooked the true catalyst behind Hulai's meteoric rise. On the opposing bench, Catalonia's new assistant coach, Stijn van Huytzen, murmured to himself. It became evident that Maxi Kyrie was the true engine of this team, the key player behind Hulai's extraordinary tally of 95 goals in a single season. Hulai was merely the beneficiary of Kyrie's brilliance. Head coach Lavatory remarked, "One cannot say that, Stijn. Look at Kelly, who has gone to Leeds City. Why haven't the forwards at Leeds been scoring prolifically? It can only be said that Kelly and who complement each other. Both are equally vital to the Pirates. Losing either would significantly diminish the team's competitive edge. Without Kelly, who would find himself besieged, and without who, the opportunities created by Kelly would go to waste. So, why doesn't he renew his contract with the Pirates? It would be beneficial for both him and the team. Everyone is hoping for his renewal." Lele shrugged. "You know, he is Maxi Kelly. If everyone desires him to do something, he might just choose to do the opposite." "Ah, indeed," Van Huytzen laughed. "Thank goodness for Kelly's quirky temperament. If he truly renewed with the Pirates, this season might still be under their dominion. Therefore, we must seize this opportunity." Apart from the Pirates, the Kings Tavares can only rely on Melli, and they want to go far. Who indeed sensed the change in the game without Kelly. When Kelly was on the field, he merely needed to position himself to receive Kelly's passes. Regardless of the method, it seemed Kelly always managed to deliver the ball. Who believed Kelly's greatest strength was not merely his exceptional technique, but rather his formidable imagination. Some plays are not beyond the capabilities of ordinary players. They simply never conceive of them. For instance, in the second leg of the Champions League semifinals, after coming on as a substitute, he assisted his own goal. The vast majority would choose to stop the ball and plan their next move, either shooting, dribbling, or passing. However, at that moment, if the ball were to stop at his feet, the best opportunity would vanish. Hence, Kelly opted to feign stopping the ball while actually passing it. With a gentle touch, he directed the ball into Hu's path. While one might argue that this technique is not particularly dazzling or difficult to execute, any professional player could accomplish it. The crux lies in whether one can conceive of it. This revelation sparked a significant insight for Hu. Although he could not emulate Melli's exhilarating runs from midfield, deftly maneuvering past several opponents, it did not imply he could only be a poacher positioned in front of the goal. Evading defenders requires not just positioning, but also a modicum of finesse. Hu had mastered the fundamental techniques of football and could adeptly combine these seemingly mundane skills into astonishing maneuvers, yielding unimaginable results. Hu thought to himself, "What I lack is certainly not imagination. With Maxi gone, does that mean I cannot score? How ludicrous." He glanced around and, as expected, spotted Paul Faujon nearby. He then offered a friendly smile to the French center-back of Catalonia. The Frenchman, however, ignored him, his gaze clearly fixed ahead. After so many encounters, if he could still fall for Hu's antics, he must be quite foolish. In the forward zone, Cabanca created a moment of threat. However, Mario Salato's attempt inside the penalty area was easily gathered by Hywel. Subsequently, Hywel initiated an attack with a swift throw. The Madrid Pirates advanced decisively to the edge of the Catalan Union's penalty area, then shifted the play to the left flank, finding the overlapping left back, Iñigo Martinez. As Yin Wang received the ball, Hulai did not linger in the center awaiting a cross, but instead proactively moved towards the rib area, seemingly to offer support to Yin Wang. Tony and I positioned himself slightly behind Yin Wang, while Catalan Union's right back, Rico Yindalgo, marked Tony and I closely, preventing him from easily entering the penalty area. Observing Hulai's movement towards him, Yin Wang passed the ball centrally. Hulai sprinted towards the ball, lifting his left foot as if to control it. Paul Fuzhong trailed behind him, biding his time before closing in. The timing was crucial. It must be neither too early nor too late. If too early, Hulai might directly pass the ball to a teammate waiting outside the penalty area. If too late, Hulai would have ample space to maneuver, potentially executing a successful turn. Seizing the moment, Paul Fuzhong lunged forward. Simultaneously, Hulai received the ball. However, instead of stopping it, he executed a swift turn. Using his right foot as a pivot, he rotated his body to the left, deftly pulling the ball back with the inside of his left foot. Thus, he transformed from facing away from Paul Fuzhong to facing him directly. Witnessing Hulai's turn, Hefeng couldn't help but applaud. Yet, before he could express his astonishment, he saw Paul Fuzhong extend his leg to intercept the ball, only for the freshly turned Hulai to push the ball forward with his left foot. The ball darted between Fuzhong's open legs. At that moment, Hulai surged forward, darting past the flailing Fuzhong, and caught up with the ball. Wow! Yen Kong, beside Hefeng, exclaimed in delight. Beautiful! Beautiful! The Pirate Park Stadium erupted in thunderous cheers. Paul Fuzhong, having overcommit, reached out in an attempt to grasp Hulai but only seized a handful of air. Goalkeeper Ton Schulman rushed forward from the near post, closing the distance to Hulai rapidly, attempting to block his shooting angle. Meanwhile, another central defender from the Catalan Union, Yashir Minis, charged in from the middle, aiming to thwart Hulai's advance. Without hesitation, Hulai, having just caught up with the ball, unleashed a shot. He struck with his right foot, not targeting the far post, but rather executing a powerful drive. The ball skimmed the grass, heading straight for the near corner of the goal. Initially, Ton Schulman anticipated that Hulai might attempt a delicate shot curving towards the far corner, so his weight was shifted outward. As the ball was struck, he had already leaned outward, and upon realizing it was heading for the near corner, all he could do was stretch out his leg in a futile attempt to block it. Indeed, he made contact with the ball, yet it merely redirected the ball towards the near post. The ball struck the inside of the post, and then ricocheted into the net. Schulman collapsed to the ground, turning his head to gaze back at the football nestled in the net. Jory Minis had just sprinted up to Hulai, and he too turned to look at the goal. Paul Fuzhong had not even had the chance to chase back. He stood in the spot where he had attempted to intercept, pivoting to glance at the ball in the net. Hulai was also fixated on the goal, confirming the outcome of his strike. Upon seeing the football nestled within the net, he pushed Jory Minis aside and darted towards the corner flag. Amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd at Pirate Park Stadium, before he could reach the flag, he leapt high into the air, executing a 180-degree turn to perform his signature celebration. Although he had jumped prematurely, the fans at Pirate Park synchronized seamlessly, chanting, "Hoo, hoo, hoo." Spanish commentator Alvarez Sanchez exclaimed passionately from the commentary booth, "What a spectacular goal." Hulai toyed with Paul Fuzhong. For Fuzhong, it was as if he had been blindsided, utterly unaware of what had transpired. Hulai, magnificent. Simply magnificent. What a stunning goal. Hefeng and Yen Kong shouted excitedly from the studio behind. Oh my. This goal is incredibly imaginative. Hulai had left Fuzhong astonished, standing there in disbelief. The assistant coach of Catalonia, Stein van Huygen, looked on, dumbfounded, unsure of what to say. Malivi Vicente remarked gravely, "It seems Hulai has improved, not settling for last season's performance." Hulai embraced his teammates in celebration, all astonished by his acrobatic goal. They clamored, "How did you do that, Hulai? How is it possible?" "Instinct," Hulai replied. Yet, his teammates were skeptical. They understood his true capabilities all too well. Such a goal was typically the forte of Maxi Kelly. Hulai? Perhaps it was merely luck. However, Hulai was not boasting. It was indeed instinct. What he executed was a simple technique of receiving and turning with the ball, honed through practice until it became second nature. The challenge lay in his decision to push the ball back out when confronted by Fuzhong's sudden pressure after his turn. This too was instinct. The play could not have been premeditated. It was purely reactive. At that moment, the significance of fundamental skills became evident. Without a solid grasp of the technical movements, such a goal would have been impossible. Ultimately, it also required a bold imagination. Why must one always receive the ball with their back to the goal? Why not turn while receiving the ball, perhaps even nutmeg an opponent in the process? The actions were all commonplace techniques, yet when combined according to the situation, they yielded unexpected results. His teammates joked about Hulai's luck, teasing that he had merely stumbled upon success. Hulai found himself feeling as though a grand portal had swung open before him, revealing an entirely new realm. Chapter 38. This is Hulai. This is who. Standing at the sidelines, the head coach of Catalonia United, Vicent, expressed his sentiments to his assistant, Stijn van Huysen. This is not whose usual style, Lely. His assistant reminded him. He is not particularly adept at scoring such goals. I am aware, Stijn. Yet, regardless of the style or method employed, the ultimate objective remains the same, to drive the football into the net. That is the essence of who, Vicent replied, shaking his head. Thus, I maintain that this is indeed who. The ability to consistently find the back of the net is undeniably characteristic of Hulai. Nevertheless, Van Huysen persisted in his viewpoint. There is a significant element of fortune involved in that goal. Should Hu attempt it again, he may not only fail to score, but might also struggle to outmaneuver Fucho. And what of it? He has scored. Lely pointed towards Hulai, who was celebrating with his teammates. He need not replicate that goal. It has already been accomplished. At last, Van Huysen was left speechless. Indeed, regardless of the manner in which the goal was achieved. A goal is a goal. A football match is not a scientific experiment that demands replicability, even if the ball were to be propelled into the net by hand. As long as the referee and the video assistant referees did not observe it, the goal would stand. What shall we do now? After a moment of silence, Van Huysen inquired. The Pirates, now in the lead, will undoubtedly continue to press forward, seeking to extend their advantage to 2 goals on their home ground. This is our most perilous moment, yet it also presents an opportunity, Vicent stated. In our counterattacks, we will require Cabanca's speed. Fortunately, witnessing a goal such as Hu's will surely galvanize Cabanca. Cabanca's gaze fell upon Hulai, who was basking in the euphoria of celebration, surrounded by his teammates who were enthusiastically patting his shoulders and ruffling his hair. The recent goal had left Cabanca wide-eyed, particularly the moment when Hulai executed a deft turn to slip past Paul Fucho. His eyes remained fixated, unblinking, as he absorbed the entirety of the goal's execution. His astonishment stemmed from the fact that such a goal was not typically associated with Hulai. Historically, many of Hulai's goals were the result of finding space and converting passes from teammates, a classic case of poaching. The manner in which he recently utilized his skill to evade a defender and score was not characteristic of Hulai. It appeared more akin to the style of the Dutch superstar, Maxi Kerr. That illustrious player consistently maximized his technique and imagination, netting some astonishingly spectacular goals. This is precisely why, despite Maxi Kerr lagging behind the 4 kings in terms of individual accolades, he is frequently compared to them by media and fans alike, even earning the moniker Kingslayer. He possesses an undeniable talent and an engaging style that captivates audiences. Watching him play is a true delight. He is nothing short of an artist on the pitch. Even his temperament fluctuates in a manner reminiscent of an artist's. Hulai has previously scored some remarkably beautiful goals. For instance, during his first season with the Madrid Pirates, he executed a stunning overhead kick from approximately 35 to 36 meters out against Ruhr-Rhein in the Champions League group stage, which was awarded the FIFA Puskas Award for the best goal of the year. Last season, he also scored a breathtaking goal directly from the center circle in the Champions League final, which has already secured him the FIFA Goal of the Year award for this season. However, the elegance of his goals differs entirely from that of Maxi Kyrie. They embody contrasting styles. The technical prowess of Maxi Kyrie is universally acknowledged in the football world. In terms of skill, none of the 4 heavenly kings can surpass him. The ball dances at his feet, truly showcasing artistry. Before his severe injury, Kyrie embodied a perfect blend of speed and technique, even though his pace noticeably diminished post-injury. His skills and ball control have only become more refined. Is Hulai technically proficient? His fundamentals are indeed commendable and quite adept. Yet, few would categorize him as a player of exceptional technical ability. While players like Melli and Cabanca are lauded for their skills, Hulai is primarily recognized for his goal-scoring prowess rather than his technical finesse. Cabanca shares this sentiment, believing that Hulai has never triumphed through skill alone. Then, Hulai scored a goal reminiscent of Maxi Kyrie's style. Cabanca, initially taken aback, soon realized a more astonishing truth. Hulai, in the absence of Maxi Kyrie, seems to be undergoing a transformation, or perhaps an evolution. He began to tackle challenges within the penalty area independently, rather than relying on teammates' passes or screens. Was this goal merely a stroke of luck? Certainly, there is an element of fortune involved, but Cabanca does not simplistically interpret it as Hulai stumbling upon a goal. He believes that a player of Hulai's caliber must recognize the impact of Kyrie's departure from the team, and thus this moment might serve as a reminder for him. Even if the goal was indeed a fluke, Hulai would understand that in future matches he could replicate this approach, striving to reduce his dependence on Kyrie. Regardless of whether this goal was a result of prior practice or sheer luck, it holds significant importance for Hulai. Before the season commenced, the struggles of the Madrid Pirates in various warm-up matches led to a somewhat optimistic perspective within Catalonia. They speculated that without Maxi Kyrie, the Pirates' offensive potency would considerably diminish, and Hulai's days of enjoying a nurturing role within the team were numbered. This season, the Pirates are expected to pose little threat, with their primary rivals being their arch-nemesis, the Madrid Kings. Cabanca now feels compelled to remind his teammates that the defending champions remain formidable adversaries, and they must not let their guard down. Perhaps he need not even remind them specifically. He trusts that upon witnessing Hulai's goal, his teammates will naturally arrive at similar conclusions. What Cabanca must now focus on is ensuring that Hulai does not steal all the limelight. Hulai has unequivocally demonstrated that he remains unsatisfied with his extraordinary performance from the previous season, continuing to progress relentlessly. The time has now come for him to prove another point. On this grand stage, you are not the sole protagonist. Hulai's goal propelled the Madrid Pirates to a 2-1 lead, granting them an advantage on home turf. Upon the resumption of the match, the Madrid Pirates, riding the momentum of their recent goal, unleashed a fierce onslaught on the Catalan Union's goal. During this period, the Catalan Union appeared quite passive, leaving many fans watching from home in a state of anxiety. However, the Catalan Union's head coach, Rally Vicente, maintained an air of calm. He stood at the sidelines, observing the game without displaying any signs of distress or making frantic gestures. When the camera focused on him, his expression remained remarkably composed. It was only when the Catalan Union regained possession that he became animated, vigorously waving his arms toward the attacking front and shouting with fervor. If the Catalan Union's offensive efforts faltered, his agitation would increase, yet he would quickly regain his composure, continuing to watch the match alongside his assistant coach. During a counterattack by the Catalan Union, Cabanca received the ball and faced a frontal interception from Madrid Pirates captain, Juan Ramirez. The Brazilian attempted to bypass Ramirez directly, but Ramirez anticipated his intentions, positioning himself effectively and intercepting the ball. However, Cabanca's reflexes were equally swift. Noticing Ramirez had established position, he abruptly halted and turned, shielding the ball with his body to block Ramirez's foot. Although he avoided losing possession, it was widely assumed that the Catalan Union's counterattack had reached its conclusion. To everyone's astonishment, Cabanca, with his back to Ramirez, unexpectedly flicked the ball backward with his heel. The ball slipped through the unsuspecting Ramirez's legs. Simultaneously, Cabanca swiftly turned and glided past Ramirez. Oh, what a splendid performance! The flummoxed Ramirez turned to pursue him, but found himself brushed aside. Cabanca surged forward. The Madrid Pirates' defensive line converged upon him, intent on encircling him. Just as he seemed poised to be overwhelmed, Cabanca deftly used the outside of his left foot to flick the ball away. He passed it to Mario Salado, who awaited the ball on the left flank. This homegrown talent from the Catalan Union received the ball with minimal defensive pressure. He skillfully controlled the ball with his left foot, accelerated to keep pace, and then unleashed a powerful shot with his left foot. Salado, the Pirates goalkeeper, was unable to react in time, despite his efforts to save. He could not cover all angles. However, the ball soared over the crossbar, much to everyone's disbelief. Oh, Salado! He squandered a golden opportunity. The Catalan Union had a chance to equalize. Standing nervously at the sidelines, Rally Vicente watched as the ball soared out of bounds. His body instinctively lurched backward, followed by a vigorous wave of his hand, expressing his discontent with Salado for squandering the opportunity. Chapter 39. Swift-blade Mario Salado watched the football soar over the crossbar, and it felt as if all strength had drained from his legs, leaving him unable to support his own weight. He collapsed onto the ground. Meanwhile, Laughter erupted from the stands as the Madrid Pirates fans reveled in his misfortune. This was a gift for Salado. As a prodigious talent nurtured by the Youth Academy of Catalan Union, Mario Salado was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He was the standout player at every age level, and naturally assumed he would become the star of the first team. Akin to the treatment enjoyed by Messi at Madrid Kings, he was awarded the La Liga Best Young Player and the European Best Young Player, mirroring the path once trodden by Messi, leading him to believe he would evolve into a player of Messi's caliber. However, he ultimately failed to manifest the expectations set for him, both by himself and others. Logically, his performances in the first team of Catalan Union were commendable, otherwise, he would not have garnered the European Best Young Player accolade. Yet, compared to his aspirations of emulating Messi and the fierce competition posed by Hulai, his performances paled in comparison. Especially after witnessing Hulai's remarkable feats last season, the once ambitious Salado had abandoned any notion of surpassing him. Scoring 95 goals in a single season was simply insurmountable. Moreover, he faced the formidable challenge posed by Cabinca within the team. It was evident that the current core of the team was the Brazilian, rather than Salado, the homegrown talent of Catalan Union. Their positions on the field mirrored this hierarchy. He was relegated to the left flank, his movements largely confined to that side. Cabinca, although nominally positioned on the right, exhibited remarkable versatility, often occupying a central role during matches. In a bid to accommodate Cabinca's attributes, the team had even replaced their long-standing right back, Pablo Osqui. Despite Osqui's fierce defensive prowess, his lack of attacking acumen proved detrimental. Thus, this summer, the club invested a staggering €40 million to acquire the young Portuguese international, Rico Hidalgo, from the prestigious Portuguese club Porto. This right-back boasted exceptional speed and a keen aptitude for assists, albeit with slightly weaker defensive skills. Nevertheless, head coach Rayleigh Vicente remained unfazed, as Hidalgo was his specific request to the club. With Hidalgo's arrival, Cabinca was free to occupy the central position, thereby liberating the right flank for the assist-heavy Hidalgo. While this strategy may have resulted in a slight compromise on defensive capabilities, it ensured the team's offensive prowess remained robust. All of this was orchestrated due to Cabinca's influence. The delineation between core player and support was clear. Yet, in truth, Mario Salado had the potential to become the cornerstone of the team. How did he find himself in such a predicament? Ultimately, it seems that his ability to seize scoring opportunities is rather lacking. Much like the preceding play, where Cabinca attracted nearly the entire defensive force of the Madrid Pirates. Leaving him with an expansive gap, he delivered the ball to him with precision. One could assert that he served it to him on a silver platter. Yet, inexplicably, he managed to choke on the opportunity, ultimately spitting it back out. How can such a performance warrant the club's support in elevating him to a central role? Which core player would squander significant chances during a match? Furthermore, in contrast to Cabinca's versatility on the wings and in the center, he is relegated to the flanks, lacking the requisite qualities to become a pivotal player. Amidst the jeers from the stands, Mario Salado turned to discover Cabinca giving him a thumbs up. He was somewhat taken aback. Had this occurred during practice, the Brazilian would undoubtedly have expressed his dissatisfaction, lamenting the wasted opportunity he had crafted. He had often been schooled by Cabinca in training. Mario, you should do this. Mario, you ought to do that. Mario, you mustn't do this. Mario, you mustn't do that. Yet, in the heat of the match, this Brazilian prodigy, often likened to Messi, surprisingly exhibited remarkable leniency, not chastising him for the squandered chance, but instead applauding him. What was there to commend in his recent performance? Even Salado felt a twinge of shame for having squandered that opportunity. When he received the ball once more, a chorus erupted from the stands. Thank you, Salado. Thank you. The home fans were certainly not expressing genuine gratitude. It was a taunt aimed at influencing Salado's subsequent performance. Amidst their jeers, Salado chose not to embark on a dribbling run, but swiftly passed the ball again. It was evident that he was affected by his previous miss, displaying an air of uncertainty. He could have easily penetrated the defense, yet he opted to pass to Cabinca in the central area. His delivery was so abrupt that Cabinca was caught unprepared, and the ball came hurtling towards him with considerable force. At that moment, the Brazilian's exceptional ball control was on full display. Despite the hasty reception and the power of Salado's pass, Cabinca managed to skillfully bring the ball under control, albeit with a slight overextension. A highly skilled player can always transform unexpected situations on the field into advantageous conditions. In other words, a player who consistently makes optimal choices in the face of unforeseen circumstances is a true elite athlete. Kabonka undoubtedly embodies such excellence. Rather than allowing the overextended touch to become a blunder, he seized the opportunity, deftly maneuvering between Ramirez and Joaquin Bella. He transformed a miscontrol into a surging run. Fortunately, Danny Drew was alert and had anticipated the move Kabonka might take. Thus, as Kabonka deftly pushed the ball forward, Drew, who had been positioned in the penalty area, surged forward with a swift stride. As Kabonka closed in on the football, he extended his foot to intercept. The two collided fiercely just outside the penalty area, producing a dull thud, after which Kabonka lost his balance and fell to the ground. Drew also swayed slightly, but managed to stabilize himself, swiftly redirecting the intercepted ball. The Madrid Pirates seized the opportunity to launch an attack, ultimately culminating in a shot from Hulai, which was securely caught by the Catalan goalkeeper, Tons Schulman. Observing Schulman seize Hulai's attempt, Kabonka, who had been retreating, rushed toward Salado. Grasping him by the arm, he covered his mouth with his hand and said, "You shouldn't have passed the ball to me just now, Mario. You should have gone for it directly. You possess a speed advantage, and if executed suddenly, their right back won't be able to react in time." In that moment, Mario Salado seemed to be transported back to the training ground. If he performed poorly or made a mistake, he wouldn't need to wait for the coach to intervene. Kabonka would openly criticize him on the spot. Initially, Salado resented Kabonka's approach, yet he could not contest the unwavering support of the head coach for the Brazilian. Thus, Salado was left with no choice but to grumble internally or throw the occasional veiled jab at Kabonka. However, Kabonka never took offense, addressing the issues directly, seemingly oblivious to Salado's underlying discontent. Honestly, as a long-established prodigy, it's natural for one to harbor a sense of superiority. It's only human to feel displeased when receiving public admonishment from another. Regardless of their potential rivalry, the rapport between Salado and Kabonka could hardly be deemed amicable. In the past, had Kabonka pulled Salado aside to offer guidance, Salado would have likely rolled his eyes internally, even if he maintained a facade of compliance. Yet this time, perhaps influenced by a prior moment of camaraderie, Salado responded to Kabonka's critique with a straightforward nod. "All right, I will be more mindful next time." Kabonka patted him on the shoulder, encouragingly stating, "Keep it up, Mario. You are a sharp blade. Don't let yourself dull." Salado reflexively shot back with a hint of sarcasm. "It's truly rare to hear you praise me." Kabonka, seemingly oblivious to the undertone of his words, simply smiled and turned to run off. Behind him, Salado watched him depart. Gaspar Rosas, in midfield, received the ball and prepared to pass it to Kabonka, only to notice Kabonka gesturing for him to redirect the football to the left flank. Although that direction was not particularly advantageous, Rosas held Kabonka's judgment in high regard. Since Kabonka wanted the team's offense to shift that way, he was willing to comply. However, this brief delay caused Rosas to miss the optimal passing opportunity. Vukovic lunged forward, attempting to snatch the ball from him. Rosas seemed to be assessing the situation on the left, entirely oblivious to Vukovic's approach. Yet, when Vukovic did make his move to intercept, Rosas deftly flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot, guiding it away from his body while simultaneously pivoting to shield Vukovic. He then continued to maneuver the ball with the outside of his right foot, circling around Vukovic as the pivot. Vukovic, in his relentless attempts to intercept the ball, found himself thwarted at every turn. Each time he lunged for the ball, it seemed to be perfectly shielded by Rosas's physique, resulting in his failure to reclaim possession. After a circuitous route, Rosas turned once more towards the attacking direction, observing the situation on the left flank. Mario Salado was making a diagonal run from the wing into the channels. Under the duress of Vukovic, Rosas decisively executed a through ball. The sphere glided swiftly along the grass, slicing through the Madrid Pirates' defense like a hot knife through butter. Salado, leveraging his speed, charged forward, while the right back Irasusta, hailing from Catalonia, struggled to keep pace. Having failed to secure a position at his former club, he opted to join the Madrid Pirates instead. Faced with Salado's rapid advance, he appeared somewhat overwhelmed. Despite his best efforts, he could not halt Salado, who effortlessly turned and left him behind. Salado! Salado! As commentator Sanchez exclaimed in excitement. Salado received the ball just behind the Madrid Pirates' defensive line, nearly creating a one-on-one situation. Observing this, Haywell swiftly surged forward to block his shooting angle. Salado feigned a run down the flank, and just as he nudged the ball aside, he unexpectedly made a lateral pass with his left foot. The ball whizzed past Haywell, leaving him no time to respond, as he could only watch helplessly as it rolled towards the center. There, Catalonia's center forward Edmund Peterson was entangled with two of the Madrid Pirates' central defenders. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from their midst. Cabanca, the Brazilian, rushed towards the goal. Meeting the ball passed by Salado with a sweeping strike, the sphere sailed into the unguarded net. Cabanca. Oh, Cabanca. He scored again. This marked his second goal of the match. Magnificent. Amid Sanchez's jubilant cheers, a hush fell over the Pirate Park Stadium. However, this tranquility was soon shattered by a cacophony of noise. Among the clamors were the cheers of Catalonia's fans, mingled with the boos and curses from the Madrid Pirates supporters. Just 13 minutes after Hulai's goal, Catalonia leveled the score once again. Today's Catalonia displayed remarkable resilience. Cabanca was in exceptional form. This summer, with a new head coach and fresh signings, they firmly established Cabanca as their tactical linchpin, transforming Catalonia into a team starkly different from the previous season. Even the Chinese commentator, Hifeng, lavished high praise on both Catalonia and Cabanca. Amidst the uproar, the goalscorer Cabanca ran towards Mario Salado, the provider of the assist. Embracing him, he exclaimed loudly in his ear, "What a beautiful pass, Mario. Just like that. You have the speed. Whenever there's space, make that decisive run forward. Behind you are Rosas and Campazano. They will always find a way to get the ball to your feet." Salado felt an urge to retort. Could we perhaps refrain from coaching me on how to play during the celebration? Yet, he swallowed his words. Let us refrain from undermining the collective joy of the moment. Cabanca's goal has aided Catalonia in equalizing the score. With nearly 20 minutes remaining in the match, anything is conceivable during this interval. Catalonia could secure another goal and turn the tide in their favor. Conversely, the Madrid Pirates might also reclaim the lead for the third time on their home turf. As the clock winds down, the competition between the two sides is bound to intensify. The Madrid Pirates, playing on their home ground, are naturally compelled to defend their honor. For Catalonia, particularly under the stewardship of their new head coach Maleficent, this match is one they must seize. Defeating the Madrid Pirates, especially on their own ground, is pivotal in Maleficent's strategy. A victory over the reigning champions would liberate the team from the dismal trend of the past 2 seasons against the Pirates. He is in desperate need of this positive reinforcement. Thus, after leveling the score, Vicente did not settle for a draw against the champions, but urged his team to continue their offensive push, striving for additional goals. On the other side, Perotti did not allow his team to shrink in the face of Catalonia's onslaught. He opted instead to retaliate. In these final 20 minutes, the two teams engaged in a fierce exchange of attack and defense. The match was lively, with Cabanca unleashing a long-range shot from outside the box, compelling Havel to make a spectacular save to keep the net intact. Moments later, Hulai feigned a shot within the box, delivering a sudden pass to Camara, whose attempt struck the post, sending shivers down the spines of Catalonia's supporters. Catalonia orchestrated another offensive, with Rosas delivering an exquisite pass to Cabanca, who crossed the ball, only for center-forward Peterson's header to soar over the crossbar. Meanwhile, the Madrid Pirates witnessed Tanini and Ion Martinez executing a wall pass on the left flank, penetrating the box before sending in a low cross. Catalonia's center-back Paul Fortune, risking a foul, managed to intercept the ball just before Hulai could capitalize, narrowly avoiding an own goal. Such moments of attack and defense were plentiful, as the atmosphere at Pirate Park reached a fever pitch, showing no signs of cooling down. Neither team wished to suffer defeat. Commentators remarked that, given their performances, a draw seemed the fairest outcome. Yet, we know that neither side could accept such a resolution. A victor must be determined. As the match entered its final 10 minutes, the score remained 2-2, prompting Catalonia to make the first adjustment. Maleficent chose not to maintain the previous fast-paced assault, but rather to slow the tempo and consolidate. It appeared as though he was content with the draw. However, his true intention was to exploit the Madrid Pirates' frantic pursuit in the final 10 minutes for a counterattack. The Madrid Pirates could certainly not accept a draw at home. After all, La Liga differs from other leagues. In cases of equal points, the first criterion for comparison is the head-to-head results between the tied teams. If the Madrid Pirates were held to a draw at home by Catalonia, they would find themselves at a disadvantage in the standings. After all, another round of competition awaits them, and it will take place in the home ground of Catalonia. Had this match occurred during the latter half of the league, with the Madrid Pirates having previously triumphed over Catalonia in an away game, Perotti would undoubtedly have opted for a more defensive strategy, parking the bus to secure a draw. The Catalonia team aims to counterattack, as the assistant coach Valentin reminds. Perotti nods in agreement. Perfect. This allows us to attack with confidence. He gestures for the team to push forward. Stay close to him. Mark him tightly. The primary goalkeeper of Catalonia, Tone Schulman, shouts loudly to his teammates. Thus far, the collective defense has only allowed Hulai to score once, yet no one dares to relax their guard. Experience has shown time and again that even the slightest lapse in concentration could lead Hulai to send you to meet your maker with a goal. It is widely acknowledged in the football world that competing against Hulai is the most exhausting endeavor, for one cannot afford to make a single mistake throughout the match. However, one is not a machine. How can one avoid errors entirely? Maintaining such heightened tension for the entire match is indeed a draining affair. Following Hulai's prolific scoring last season, a fervor arose in European football to analyze his gameplay. Countless experts and former players endeavored to unravel the enigma of why Hulai, despite lacking outstanding physical attributes, speed, strength, and dribbling skills, could score so prolifically in every match. After scrutinizing numerous games, experts offered various conclusions, citing Hulai's acute sense for goal scoring, exquisite shooting technique, and intelligent ball control. However, it is the players who have faced Hulai on the pitch who articulate the truth most clearly. After last season, Danny Drew, who once faced Hulai as an adversary before transferring to the Madrid Pirates to become his teammate, shared his insights during an interview with a Dutch media outlet upon returning to his hometown. He expressed that competing against Hulai is twice as exhausting as playing a full match. I would prefer to face top-tier players like Melli or Cabanca in a match rather than play against Hulai, he remarked. The reasoning is simple. Melli is a player who poses a threat only when he has the ball at his feet, requiring constant ball control. As a defender, I only need to focus on him when he is in possession. In contrast, Hulai is a player who is threatening both with and without the ball, especially when off the ball. Thus, even when he does not have possession, one must remain vigilant and cannot afford to relax, making such a contest exceedingly tiring. I cannot guarantee that I will make no mistakes during the game, nor can I promise to maintain complete focus on him. Playing against him feels akin to participating in 2 matches. After this interview was released, some fans humorously remarked, "So this is why you transferred to the Madrid Pirates?" While this was indeed a jest, it holds a kernel of truth. At the very least, Drew, upon joining the Pirates, only has to endure Hulai's torment during training, rather than in matches. It is well known that training and competition are entirely distinct experiences. Hulai's performance in training is decidedly not indicative of his capabilities during matches. Some players excel in training, yet fail to replicate even 2/3 of their training prowess in competitive play. Conversely, Hulai often surpasses his training performances in actual games. Despite Tone Schulman reminding his teammates to remain vigilant and the defenders of Catalonia indeed focusing their attention on Hulai, after 80 minutes of play, as fatigue sets in, players inevitably struggle to maintain concentration. This is an objective truth. No amount of subjective emphasis can alter it. Players are human, not machines, and cannot be programmed to function automatically. Paul Fox continually turns to observe Hulai, yet it is impossible for him to keep his gaze fixed on Hulai at all times, especially when Kamara penetrates the penalty area with the ball. Fox is compelled to divert his attention to the more immediate threat posed by Kamara. In that fleeting moment, when he looks away for more than 2 seconds, Hulai suddenly accelerates forward from behind him. Another center back, Jorge Jimenez, does notice Hulai as he emerges from the gap between him and Paul Jones. However, by the time Jimenez registers Hulai's presence and decides to advance for the defense, it is already too late. As Hulai darts past Paul Jones, Kamara, who has just entered the penalty area, delivers a cross. The ball zips past Jones with such speed that he is unable to execute a tackle in time. As Jones shifts his gaze to follow the ball, he sees Hulai poised in front of the goal, confronting the oncoming goalkeeper Tone Schulman, ready to strike the incoming ball towards the net. Tone Schulman, nearly seated on the ground, spreads his legs and arms wide in an attempt to maximize his defensive coverage. Nevertheless, he fails to intercept the ball, which slips through the gap between his arms and legs. Without a doubt, it soars into the net. Hulai has arrived. Despite being closely marked by the Catalonia defenders throughout the match, A single lapse can lead to a goal. The long-awaited score has finally materialized. In the distant broadcasting studio, throng raises his arms in celebration. Chapter 41. I wish to stand on the shoulders of giants. Sanchez prolongs his roar. The Pirate Park Stadium erupts with jubilant cheers. In truth, compared to Hulai's first goal in this match, this goal is rather unremarkable. It is neither particularly beautiful nor technically challenging. It is simply a routine opportunistic strike, yet akin to another of Hulai's defining traits. He has a knack for scoring pivotal goals at critical moments. As Catalonia equalizes with a second goal from Cabanca, their morale surges, and concerns mount for the Pirates as they face the prospect of being overturned in front of their home crowd, especially on the part of Catalonia. It was evident that they aimed to execute a strategy of defensive counterattacks. What if the entire Madrid Pirates team advanced aggressively, only to be caught off guard by a swift counterstrike from their opponents? In such a scenario, Hulai's goal becomes paramount. Even if it were merely a routine opportunistic goal, its value would be immeasurable. In terms of significance, it might even surpass the importance of his initial goal in the match. The resounding cheers from the crowd were a tribute to the pivotal player, Hulai. Coaches from the Madrid Pirates bench rushed out to embrace and celebrate. Everyone felt an unexpected lightness, as if the colossal stone that had been precariously hovering over them had been effortlessly lifted by Hulai. Although the match was not yet concluded, and one could not definitively claim that the Madrid Pirates would triumph over Catalonia due to this goal, at the very least, Hulai's strike instilled immense confidence in all the Pirate supporters. There had been numerous instances in the past where Hulai scored in the final 10 minutes, leading the team to victory. Thus, for the fans of the Madrid Pirates, as long as Hulai found the net in the last 10 minutes, the chances of victory would significantly increase. Listening to the thunderous applause from the home crowd, Cabin did not experience the same feelings of frustration and regret he had last season. No, those emotions were entirely absent. Cabin was acutely aware of Hulai's prowess and was not at all surprised by his brace. Therefore, he understood the challenge of overcoming Hulai would require utmost effort and a touch of fortune. With approximately 10 minutes remaining, including stoppage time, Cabin had no intention of conceding defeat. He recognized the difficulty of vanquishing Hulai, and thus he would give his all. The players of the Madrid Pirates surrounded Hulai as they returned to their half, each wearing a smile. Cabin watched them pass by, laughing, and felt an intuitive sense that this was a divine revelation. He would have the opportunity to shatter the Pirates' victory on their home ground. Cabin. Amid the commentators' fervent shout, Cabin unleashed a sudden strike from the edge of the penalty area. The ball soared along the grass with remarkable speed. Just as it seemed that Hawier would be unable to make the save, a leg extended to deflect it out of bounds. It was Danny Drew. He executed a crucial defensive maneuver. After the Madrid Pirates took the lead, the morale of Catalonia appeared unscathed. Their attacks grew even more fervent. Under the guidance of head coach Levi Vicente, Catalonia pushed forward aggressively, disregarding the potential vulnerabilities left in their wake. Catalonia indeed had no luxury to ponder the gaps behind them, for if they did not attack, defeat was inevitable. Trailing by merely one goal left them with a glimmer of hope, though a comeback might seem unrealistic. Securing a draw against the Madrid Pirates away from home would be an entirely acceptable outcome. In response to Catalonia's frenzied counteroffensive, Perotti also refused to remain passive. He promptly opted for a defensive counterattack, with Hulai transforming from the foremost striker into a shadow forward. During the counterattack, Kamala and Tanini surged forward the most. Hulai has now completed his third season with the Madrid Pirates, diligently practicing his integration into the team's possession-based system. Thus, even when he drifts away from the goal, he adeptly utilizes his passing and positioning to assist his teammates. Faced with the relentless onslaught from Catalonia, the Pirates quickly came close to scoring, thanks to Kamala's incisive cut during a counterattack. At that moment, Hulai had drawn Paul Fauchion away in the center, leaving Catalonia's defensive line insufficiently fortified, which allowed Kamala to seize the opportunity and shoot. Fortunately, their goalkeeper, Tanis Julman, was alert and managed to deflect Kamala's shot with a single hand. The ball was then cleared by the team's captain, Rosas, who had returned to defend. Catalonia narrowly escaped disaster. Of course, Catalonia also had opportunities to threaten the Madrid Pirates' goal in return. As the match entered the 87th minute, Catalonia launched a barrage against the Pirates, having already taken 2 consecutive shots. However, neither of those attempts posed a genuine threat to the goal guarded by Hawier. Yet, on the third attempt, Cabanca made a fierce shot within the Pirates' penalty area. This time, Hauer was caught off guard, but the ball did not find the back of the net. Instead, it ricocheted off the post after slipping past his fingertips, landing right at Salato's feet. Completely unprepared for the ball to fall to him, Salato, in a moment of haste, took a shot but skewed it wide of the open goal. Salato. Oh, Salato. He pushed a shot from such close range wide. It is utterly unbelievable. Just look at Salato's expression. His eyes are wide open, as if he cannot believe it himself. My goodness, what on earth is Salato doing? How could he miss such a chance? This was a shot even my grandmother could have made. The commentators gasped in astonishment. Following the initial shock, a wave of laughter erupted throughout Pirate Park. Cheers of thank you, Salato, echoed once more above the stadium. Salato himself was in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend how he squandered such a perfect opportunity. He first gazed at the empty net, then turned to watch the ball sail out of bounds, finally raising his hands to cover his face, unable to bear the sight of his own wasted opportunity. This missed chance was also Catalonia's last opportunity. After that, despite a few minutes remaining in the match, Catalonia could no longer muster a threatening offensive. Until the referee blew the final whistle, the score remained unchanged. Ultimately, the Madrid Pirates triumphed over Catalonia with a score of 3-2, claiming a vital victory in the early stages of the league. In the post-match press conference, Catalonia's head coach, Relevicent, expressed his dissatisfaction with the defeat. Before this match, our key defensive midfielder, Van der Stern, was unable to play due to injury, which left us at a disadvantage in midfield. Nevertheless, we lost by just a single goal. I anticipate that when both teams face each other again in the latter half of the season, the outcome will undoubtedly differ. A reporter inquired about his thoughts on Salato's squandered opportunity for an equalizer in the dying moments of the match. He chose to stand by his player, stating that Salato is an exceptionally talented and diligent athlete, merely lacking in fortune. Indeed, luck was not on his side with that particular shot, and that is all there is to it. I do not believe the responsibility for the team's defeat should rest upon his shoulders. While Vicente was still attending the post-match press conference, Mario Salato sat dejectedly in the locker room, having not even changed out of his kit. Bare-chested, he sat alone on a chair, lost in thought. A teammate attempted to console him, but he remained oblivious. It was only when Cabanca sat beside him and placed a hand on his shoulder that he finally turned to acknowledge the Brazilian. That goal is not your fault. Nearly everyone would struggle to react in such an unexpected situation. Hearing Cabanca's words, Salato was taken aback, thinking he had come to chastise him for missing that chance. Cabanca chuckled. Do you perceive me as so harsh? Yes, Salato replied bluntly. Cabanca paused momentarily before continuing. If we aspire to reclaim the championship, we must hold ourselves to a higher standard. But you demand that standard from all of us. Salato couldn't help but voice his thoughts. He quickly added, you are renowned like Malizi. You have the power to alter the outcome of the match on your own. Cabanca resolutely shook his head. No, I cannot accomplish that alone. I require the support of my teammates. Oh dear, that sounds like a sign of weakness. Salato instinctively jabbed at Cabanca. How can someone of your caliber say such a thing? Unfazed, Cabanca smiled. I am not like that fool Malizi, who only wishes to duel alone. Do you know why I chose to join Catalonia? Salato shook his head. No? Because I wanted to stand on the shoulders of giants, Cabanca generously stated. And Catalonia is that giant. With that, he rose. I will be keeping an eye on you during training, Mario. You are the left arm of the giant. He turned to leave, while Mario Salato remained in his seat, staring blankly at his departing figure. P.S. The community has been downgraded to a medium-risk zone, and the notification states that residents displaced will be allowed to return once the risk level is completely lifted. There is hope for going home. Chapter 42. A humble suggestion. Who? First of all, congratulations on your victory against Catalonia. Secondly, may we discuss your first goal in the match? The one that was both delightful and unexpected. What inspired you to evade Fu Qiong in that manner? Hu Lai smiled before the camera. I didn't think about it. It was purely instinctive. My body reacted naturally. When I pulled the ball and turned, seeing Fu Qiong right in front of me, I instinctively pushed the ball forward. I never anticipated my fortune would allow me to bypass him so effortlessly. Prior to this, had you specifically practiced such dribbling techniques? Hu Lai shook his head and waved his hands, insisting, No, of course not. This time I was simply fortunate. Next time may not be the same. Despite Hu's assertion in a post-match interview that the goal was merely a flash of inspiration, I believe this is merely a smokescreen. Does anyone remember how he once proclaimed every long-range goal he scored as merely a stroke of luck? Is there still anyone who doubts Hu's ability to strike from distance? And as for his left foot, how did he celebrate after scoring with it for the first time against Real Madrid? With a look of utter astonishment, as if the goal were entirely unexpected. Yet, it has become evident that his left foot is now highly adept. No one even bothers to keep track of how many goals he has scored with it, for the tally has become unmanageable. So, when Hu claims that his goal, where he spun and nutmegged Fu Qiong, was an accident, a stroke of good fortune, do you believe him? Personally, I do not. In fact, I see the shadow of another player in Hu's goal, Maxi Kelly, who has already departed from the team. Does the turn and dribble not exude the flair of a Dutch superstar? Hu and Kelly partnered on the Pirates for 2 seasons. How could he not have been influenced by Kelly? Let us revisit that goal, brimming with breathtaking imagination. Such goals were once a hallmark of Maxi Kelly. Thus, it is clear that Hu's execution was inspired by Kelly's playing style. On the television screen, a guest on a football program was discussing Hu Lai's goal with the host. Meanwhile, seated before the television, Maxi Kelly's wife curiously inquired of her husband, "Has he really been influenced by you? Or is he truly learning from you?" Kelly initially wished to deny it, not wanting to associate himself with Hu Lai, especially after having left the team. Such a topic seemed to inflate his significance, as if the Madrid Pirates could not function without him. To be frank, Maxi Kelly disliked such notions. He understood that this could enhance his reputation. But with his proud temperament, he felt no need to derive his worth from the suffering of his former club. He was, in fact, inherently impressive without any embellishments. In his mind, having left the Madrid Pirates meant just that. He had moved on, and there was no need to continually emphasize his importance to the team in his presence. This was not a compliment. It felt like an insult. Maxi Kelly, eager to distance himself from both his past and the current Pirates, almost shook his head to deny the inquiry when suddenly a memory from 2 seasons ago surfaced. During that time, he had sustained a severe injury while playing for the national team, necessitating surgery, and he was still in recovery. It seemed that the Madrid Pirates had not been adversely affected in his absence. Hu Lai continued to score, and the Pirates kept winning. It was only during a home match against Catalonia that the irony struck. Both teams were equally matched. In that game, Hu Lai started but failed to find the back of the net. Ultimately, the Madrid Pirates were held to a 0-0 draw at home against Catalonia. The inability to score weighed heavily on Hu Lai. After that match, Kyrie specifically waited for Hu Lai in the parking lot to offer him some advice. He hoped that Hu Lai could enhance his ball control skills, learning to evade defenders in the penalty area through technique rather than mere positioning. Only by doing so could he truly strengthen his game. As for why someone with a strained relationship with Hu Lai would offer such counsel, perhaps at that moment, Kyrie had already resolved to depart from the Madrid Pirates once his contract expired. He believed the team needed someone formidable enough to succeed him, which is why he spoke to Hu Lai. Otherwise, why would he bother with him? From a self-interested perspective, it would be more advantageous for him if Hu Lai performed poorly, getting mired in difficulties, ultimately leading to his abandonment. After his conversation with Kyrie, Hu Lai scored a stunning goal with a deft turn during the Madrid derby. Perhaps today's Hu Lai truly owes something to Kyrie? When confronted by his wife, Kyrie eventually nodded. I did offer him some minor suggestions. He quickly added, but whatever he ultimately achieves has little to do with me. In the backyard, Hu Lai was dribbling a football, asking Li Qingqing, if you have your back to the defender and the ball is passed to you from the front, how would you evade the defender with just one movement? Just one movement? Li Qingqing furrowed her brows. More precisely, it meant touching the ball only once. After contemplating, she placed a cone behind her and signaled Hu Lai to pass her the ball. Obediently, Hu Lai delivered the football. Li Qingqing, with her back to the cone, turned her body to the left, but deftly flicked the ball to the right with her right foot. The ball sailed past the cone's right side, while she pivoted around it from the left. Completing her turn, she strode forward, swiftly catching up to the ball and kicking it into the small goal. After finishing all this, she turned to Hu Lai, spreading her arms, just like that. One touch. Hu Lai gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. Receiving the compliment, Li Qingqing smiled. However, Hu Lai shifted his tone. But your intention was a bit too evident. Too evident? Li Qingqing retorted. I turned early so you could see clearly. During a match, I could very well wait until the ball is almost at my feet before turning, using my body to block the defender's view. They wouldn't know what I was planning. Indeed, Hu Lai nodded. I just wanted to ask if there are other methods to evade a defender using only one touch. Li Qingqing fell silent. noticing her prolonged silence. Hu Lai described a scenario from his mind. Imagine you pass the ball to me, and I have my back to the defender. I lift my left foot to receive the ball. It appears to be a simple reception, right? But what if I then push the ball toward my right rear while turning from the left? Li Qingqing understood. You want to perform a move similar to what I just did, but using the inside of your foot instead? Exactly. You used the outside of your foot to flick it. I intend to use the inside. As Li Qingqing kicked the football against the wall, she awaited its rebound. When the ball returned, she lifted her left foot, attempting to apply the technique Hu Lai had described, trying to curve the ball behind her using the inner side of her foot. However, she faltered. The football veered to the right, but did not spin behind her. After several unsuccessful attempts, Li Qingqing shook her head, questioning the validity of her idea. Hu Lai, of course, could not divulge that this notion stemmed from a memory of another time and place. He merely replied, "Wasn't that the inspiration I received from my first goal in the last match? Back then, I too used my left foot to control the ball before turning and carrying it forward. However, I was moving with the ball, and had Fu Qiong been a tad quicker, it might have been intercepted. I wondered if there was a method to separate myself from the ball in such a back-to-the-goal situation, but it seems my notion is implausible." Li Qingqing countered. "It cannot be entirely dismissed. Theoretically, it is achievable. After all, curling the ball is designed to create a trajectory. Yet, what you propose involves more than mere technique. Its feasibility is intricately linked to the angle of the pass, the force applied, the rotation of the ball, and the specific circumstances at that moment." Hu Lai nodded in agreement. It was evident that such a goal was a rare serendipity. Otherwise, why would there be only one? Noticing Hu Lai's silence, Li Qingqing assumed her words had disheartened him, so she offered reassurance. While it is more than just a technical challenge, mastering the technique could yield success given the right conditions. She articulated this to steer Hu Lai away from fixation on the idea. From her recent experiments, she discerned that her boyfriend's imagination had ventured too far. There was no need to expend energy on something with less than a 1% chance of success. Perhaps, with time, Hu Lai would forget this notion. Her boyfriend often entertained peculiar thoughts. If each idea were to be actualized, even boundless energy would be insufficient. "Let us head back inside," Li Qingqing beckoned. "All right," Hu Lai readily agreed, following her into the house, seemingly resolved to set the matter aside. Meanwhile, the football lay quietly on the lawn, undisturbed, as if nothing had transpired before their exit. Chapter 43. The new season of the Champions League commences beyond Hu Lai's remarkable goal during the match. Media discourse surrounding the Madrid Pirates' 3-2 victory over Catalonia was extensive. The discussions primarily centered on what this match signified for both teams. On the surface, it appeared that the Madrid Pirates had triumphed. However, many experts and commentators posited that, in essence, Catalonia had emerged victorious. Firstly, in terms of the scoreline, the Madrid Pirates had secured merely a narrow win. Secondly, the manner in which the match unfolded revealed that the victory was tenuous at best. It was evident that the Madrid Pirates lacked the dominance they exhibited in the previous season when facing Catalonia. In the previous 2 seasons, apart from that one match that ended in a 0-0 draw, the remaining 3 encounters concluded with scores of 4-1, 4-1, and 5-3. Without delving into the details, merely observing these scores reveals the ease with which Madrid Pirates have faced Catalonia Union. Indeed, this has been the reality. Thus, despite the fact that Madrid Pirates emerged victorious in this match, many perceive the performance exhibited by Catalonia Union as a positive signal. It indicates that the team, having changed coaches this season, has undeniably shown significant improvement compared to prior performances. The remarks made by Riley Vichant post-match were certainly not mere bravado or empty platitudes. A well-rounded Catalonia Union poses a genuine threat to Madrid Pirates. Furthermore, with the current excellent form of Madrid Kings and Melbourne, the competition for this season's La Liga title promises to be fiercer than in the previous 2 seasons. However, the league is not the most pressing concern at the moment. After all, it is a lengthy marathon, and the outcomes of 1 or 2 matches may not dictate the final results. It is still premature to declare who will or will not win the league title. The paramount focus for the 3 prominent teams in La Liga currently lies in the Champions League. When it comes to the importance of the league title versus the Champions League title, if asked, they would undoubtedly affirm the significance of both. However, in the minds of many, the prestige of the Champions League title outweighs that of the league title, as it is fought for against Europe's elite clubs. The league title often involves prolonged contests against the same two rivals, leading to a certain fatigue in its appeal. The difficulty of securing a league title is undeniably lower than that of clinching a Champions League title. Hence, the significance of each championship is self-evident. Following the third round of the league, the new season's Champions League group stage is set to commence. Sevilla Navigators and Madrid Pirates will be among the first to debut in the upper half of the Champions League group draw. With Sevilla entering as the reigning Europa League champions and thus a seeded team in this season's Champions League group stage, they will host Turkish giants Mehedi in their opening match. Another match that has piqued the interest of Chinese fans is that of Amsterdam Athletic facing the fourth-seeded team in their group, Borg Athletic. However, Chinese fans find themselves in a bit of a dilemma, as the timing of this match coincides with that of Madrid Pirates' away game against Lions. Both scheduled for 2:45 a.m. on September 19th, Wednesday, China time. The domestic broadcaster, CCTV, has opted to air the Madrid Pirates match on its free sports channel, while the Amsterdam Athletic match against Borg Athletic will be shown on the subscription-based Phonian football channel. It is evident which match garners greater attention and importance in the hearts of Chinese fans. In this season's UEFA Champions League group stage, the group featuring the Madrid Pirates has been dubbed the Group of Death. Apart from the Pirates themselves, the remaining three teams are formidable contenders in their respective leagues. There is no need to elaborate on Sabrai, who narrowly finished as runners-up against Torino last season. Lyon, too, was the runner-up in League One last season. While Vistov may not be quite at their level, they remain a strong force within the Bundesliga. As the defending champions, the Madrid Pirates cannot afford to take their passage from this group lightly. Should they succumb to arrogance and underestimate their opponents, the risk of an unexpected downfall in this group looms significantly. In the realm of football, many occurrences transcend mere comparisons of strength. A team may soar to divine heights one season, vanquishing all who stand in their way, only to falter in the subsequent season despite having claimed every possible title. After all, a football team comprises 20 to 30 individuals, with up to 11 players on the pitch at any given time, not to mention substitutes. Human beings are the most unpredictable element in this world. As long as football is played by humans, the sport will be rife with unforeseen events that defy scientific explanation. This unpredictability is precisely what imbues football with its allure. Uncertainty and suspense are the principal motivators driving numerous teams to pursue championship glory. Were it only a matter of paper strength and past performances, the championship trophy would simply be awarded to the strongest team. In reality, defending champions often find themselves underperforming compared to the previous season. Instances of reigning champions stumbling in both the Champions League and World Cup are all too common. Speaking of the World Cup, there was a time when it became a superstition for defending champions to fail to progress beyond the group stage. Since the reformation of the Champions League, no team has succeeded in defending their title over the years. While World Cups occur every 4 years, during which teams undergo transformations and players' forms fluctuate, the Champions League is contested annually. Shouldn't teams be able to maintain the momentum of their previous season's success into the new one, striving to defend their title with renewed vigor? Yet the reality remains that regardless of how impressive their previous season's triumph was, teams often struggle to replicate their success. A recent example is the Madrid Kings, who triumphed over Stan Park Rangers to claim the Champions League title 2 seasons ago. Last season, they performed admirably, reaching the Champions League final. However, they encountered a resurgent Hula in the final, who single-handedly led to their downfall. In hindsight, the nature of this defeat seems almost mystical. Who would have imagined that after the Madrid Kings held a 3-2 lead over their city rivals, Hula would seize the opportunity from the kickoff to score a goal that equalized the match? It appears as though an unseen force is at play, thwarting every team that attempts to ascend to the pinnacle of European football for 2 consecutive seasons. Although the Madrid Pirates hold the prestigious title of reigning champions, the glory of the previous season has faded as the new UEFA Champions League campaign commences. In the eyes of many, they seem to pale in comparison to their rivals, for it is widely acknowledged that the title of defending champions often portends a failure to retain the crown. Drawn into a formidable group, their path to glory appears even more arduous. Under such circumstances, the entire Madrid Pirates team arrived 2 days before the match in Lyon, France, ready to face the previous season's League One runners-up, the Lions. The home team, the Lions, undoubtedly prepared meticulously for this opening clash of the new Champions League season. Their coach, Benoit Laponi, stated at the pre-match press conference, "I am aware that Hu is a player renowned for his goal-scoring prowess, but our entire team has diligently analyzed his gameplay and discovered methods to stifle his scoring opportunities. We shall ensure that Hu does not find the back of the net in this match." A reporter inquired if he could divulge the specifics of their strategy to limit Hu's scoring. With a mysterious smile, Laponi replied, "Do not expect to extract our tactical secrets from me." The Lions indeed maintained a stringent watch on Hu. Wherever he roamed, a Lion player would shadow him closely. After observing nearly 20 minutes of the match, commentator Hifeng remarked that it seemed to confirm the effectiveness of Lions' defensive strategy against Hu. However, he then shifted his tone, noting, "Yet, this defense does not appear to possess any extraordinary qualities. It resembles the tactics employed by other teams facing Hu." He then glanced at Yan Kong, who affirmed his assessment, stating, "That is indeed the case." Hifeng hesitated before questioning, "So what exactly is Laponi's method of constraining Hu's scoring?" Yan Kong replied half-jokingly, "At least, up to this point, with nearly 20 minutes played, Hu has yet to score." Hifeng chuckled, "You make a valid point." The two were engaged in light-hearted banter, as the match had not been particularly intense. If anything, it felt somewhat lackluster. The Lions were fiercely determined to thwart Hu's scoring, yet even as the home team, they opted for a more defensive posture, employing tactical fouls to disrupt the flow of the Madrid Pirates' offense. Consequently, the match lacked excitement, rendering it rather mundane, which allowed the commentators ample opportunity to converse. However, amidst their casual exchange, Hu, who had been stationed in the penalty area, unexpectedly made a reverse run, moving outside the box. This was hardly surprising. As Hu often exhibits such movement, he does not remain anchored at the forefront, and when closely marked by defenders, he cannot simply linger in the penalty area. Remarkably, as he made this reverse run, Kamara, positioned in the flank, instinctively followed suit and delivered the ball to him. The synchronicity of the pass was truly remarkable. When the football arrived at Hulai's feet, astonishingly, there was not a single Olympique Lyonnais player in close proximity. Alternatively, it could be said that the Lion players had not yet managed to converge upon him. However, this was hardly a significant issue. For two Lion players were indeed sprinting towards Hulai, their reactions fairly prompt, not entirely losing sight of their target. As long as Hulai paused to control the ball and made a slight adjustment, they would close in on him, effectively curtailing his next move. Yet, Hulai did not stop the ball. Instead, he met the pass from Kamara with a powerful swing of his right leg. Without pausing, he unleashed a half volley. The football soared like a cannonball, hurtling towards the goal from the edge of the penalty area. The Lion goalkeeper leapt into the air, attempting to make a save. But alas, it was futile. He could not reach the ball in time. The football struck the net with a resounding thud. "Beautiful, Hulai," Yan Kong exclaimed with fervor. "It's a goal." Hulai had opened the scoring for the Madrid Pirates, now leading 1-0 against Olympique Lyonnais in their own territory. Hifeng chuckled heartily, proclaiming, "Hence, there is simply no method for Olympique Lyonnais to stifle Hulai's scoring."